Title: The Unmatched of the Online World Author. Lost Leaf Synopsis. Wielding the Hell Demon Sword, clad in the ethereal armor of ghostly radiance, donning the soul-eating golden helmet, and adorned with the floating cloud and wave-treading boots, the King of Asura emerges from the frigid realm of death. With the goddess of death on one arm and a beautiful angel on the other, novices tremble in awe. Chapter 1. The desert giant king with the battle axe held aloft, Tian Dao exuberantly led a throng of followers into the fray, their youthful fervor igniting once more under the might of the elder's axe, dominating the battlefield. The likes of Duzhu Riding God and Duzhu War God shouted the guild's rallying cry as nearly 2,000 players surged forward, their target clear: to eliminate the members of the Battle Sky Alliance before confronting the spiritual level boss within. I gazed upwards, noting the presence of the 2,000 members of the Destruction God Guild. Even the act of slaying would take at least half an hour. Moreover, the numbers of the Battle Sky Alliance were dwindling, and the fire giant within was formidable. Even if the fire giant were to annihilate the Destruction God Guild, the losses for the Battle Sky Alliance would certainly not be insignificant. Under the relentless sun, the heat was unbearable. Morong Mingyue leaned her staff against her leg and reclined, resting her head upon He Ishue's delicate thighs, savoring the moment. After a brief respite, she sprang up. "What's wrong?" I inquired. With a smile, she replied, "It's too hot. Lying here makes me feel like a sizzling beef fillet." "Goodness!" I exclaimed. Morong Mingyue continued her tirade, fanning herself with her petite hands, lamenting, "Alas! Aside from men, only this sweltering heat could compel me to loosen my attire." I retorted, "But you claim to be a maiden." "Indeed, I have always been," she affirmed. At that moment, a figure darted past us down the mountain, adorned in deep azure battle armor, a billowing white cape trailing behind. This young warrior, the fabled hero, brandished his sword as he descended, intent on battle. "Hero, where are you headed?" I called out. Without turning back, the legendary hero replied with a smile. "I'm going to assess the situation inside. Worry not. I will notify everyone should anything arise. Take care." I cautioned. "Understood." The valiant hero indeed possessed great courage, striding boldly into the searing cave, after which silence enveloped the air. After waiting for approximately 5 minutes, I could no longer remain still. I abruptly rose, declaring, "You all stay here. I shall venture in as well." He shook her head. "No, we should all go together. With me, Baiming, and Mingyue. We'll at least have a measure of safety. We cannot ascertain the situation of the legendary hero inside. The battle must be fierce given the silence in the team channel." "Very well, let us proceed," I proclaimed, leading the way with my sword drawn, followed closely by 3 female companions, a high-level knight, an archer, and a priestess, a well-rounded assembly. With my 75-level martial goddess encouragement, we exuded an undeniable combat prowess wherever we ventured. As I approached the entrance of the fiery cave, wielding the stealing heaven sword, I stepped into the cavern and was immediately greeted by a wave of scorching heat. The air inside was arid, and the walls glowed a deep crimson, reminiscent of kiln-fired bricks. The sounds of fierce combat echoed ahead. Rounding a stone wall, I was taken aback by the scene before me. In the grand hall of the fiery cave, the ground was strewn with the bodies of players, piled one atop the other. Among them lay the fallen warriors of both the Annihilation God and the Battle Sky Alliance, alongside numerous slain fire giants. In a fleeting moment, over 50 fire giants had been vanquished. Everyone was fighting with all their might. In one corner of the hall, the Battle Sky leader commanded the fray, brandishing a longsword, while October Rain drew back her longbow, a chilling wind howling as she felled a high-level warrior from Annihilation God. Meanwhile, Tian Dao swung his purple thunder battle axe with ferocity, unleashing a powerful strike accompanied by a thunderous roar, fury of the blue tiger. The whirlwind of energy swept through, causing 3 warriors from the Battle Sky Alliance to collapse, utterly unable to withstand Tian Dao's onslaught. His skillful maneuvers, already exceptional, were now augmented by the presence of the purple thunder battle axe, rendering him formidable beyond measure. Regrettably, despite Tian Dao's bravery, he lacked formidable allies. The likes of Du Ba Qi Shun and Du Ba Zhan Shun could barely be considered first-rate players, their prowess falling short even compared to players like the renowned Wan Yu, let alone the masters of the CGL Hall of Fame within the Battle Sky Alliance. The Battle Sky leader growled, his longsword imbued with searing flames, and he suddenly thrust it into the chest armor of Du Bajan Shun, shouting, "Explosive flame slash." A surge of fiery sword light erupted, engulfing Du Bajan Shun, whose health plummeted with a staggering damage output of 3,809. Not only that, but several mages and priests behind him were instantly annihilated, utterly incapable of withstanding such a forceful attack. Xiao Tsungtian, wielding a spear, launched an offensive from the flank, unleashing a massive ice spear, with countless smaller ice shards erupting from the ground and exploding among the crowd. This was the area attack skill, Ice Spear Strike. Du Bajan Shun, caught in the intertwining assaults, could not evade and fell to the ground, slain. On the opposite side, October Rain released her arrows, striking Du Ba Jianshun with the precision of a venomous serpent. Even with more than 5 priests behind him healing, he was still felled by a series of critical hits, 3,894, 4,018. The disparity was insurmountable, facing the might of the Battle Sky Alliance, the so-called second-best guild in China. Annihilation God could hardly muster any resistance. Particularly, the relentless assaults from superlative experts like Xiao Tsungtian, Battle Sky, and October Rain were beyond the capabilities of Annihilation's warriors to withstand. Du Ba Fa Shun gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Are we truly to meet our end here? The Battle Sky Alliance is truly vile, luring monsters to attack us. How despicable. Du Ba Chi Shun chuckled coldly. Fa Shun, spare me the lamentations. In victory or defeat, we shall kill. Every foe slain is a gain. The dominant mage nodded, raising his staff high as fire elements coalesced in the air, swiftly descending to unleash a formidable fire attack that engulfed Zhan Tian and October Rain, causing excruciating pain. October Rain, clad in leather armor, fared somewhat better, but Zhan Tian was struck by the spell, losing nearly 3,000 health points. Groaning in agony, take down the dominant mage. Quickly. Ha! Zhan Tian, you wretch. If you dare, come and kill me. Do you think I fear you? The dominant mage laughed heartily. At that moment, a sudden cold glint appeared behind him, followed by a resolute and merciless visage concealed beneath a dark mask. A dagger gleamed menacingly, darting forth to pierce the dominant mage's neck, striking true at his most vulnerable point. Only Li Gu possessed such lethal prowess. With a swift and effortless strike, the dagger tore a gaping hole in the dominant mage's magical shield, reducing its resilience to less than a third. The dominant mage hastily cast a frost spell to slow his opponent, leaping backwards, but Li Gu, with uncanny foresight, anticipated this retreat and positioned himself perfectly in the path of the dominant mage's escape. The dagger danced in a flurry of lethal precision. Miss. 3,056. 3,587. The initial strike shattered the magical shield, followed by a rapid succession of blows that swiftly eliminated the high-level mage. This demonstrated the assassin's devastating effectiveness against cloth-wearing classes. With a clatter, the dominant mage dropped a gleaming staff, which Li Gu nimbly snatched up in an instant. Sliding effortlessly, he executed a half-Z maneuver to evade the charge of the dominant knight, positioning himself at the knight's right rear. The dagger struck, the rhythm of the assault reaching its zenith. With a sharp crack, the poison-laced strike rendered the dominant knight momentarily incapacitated. Li Ji's lips curled into a confident smile, a testament to his assuredness. The dagger, imbued with bloodthirsty energy, sliced across the knight's neck, and with a sudden tug, inflicted damage that flashed before his eyes. The left-hand dagger danced in a seamless flurry, completing a combo in an instant. 4,024. 2,487. The assassin's output was truly formidable. This class's strength lay in its ability to amass energy before combat. With sufficient energy, one could unleash an astonishing 35 attack skills in a heartbeat, an advantage unattainable by warriors, who must wait 6 seconds between skill combos. In contrast, an assassin could release a barrage of skills in mere moments. And with my attacking prowess, unleashing skills like Forgiveness, Heaven's Toss, Ice Edge, and Thousand Eye Slash would be insurmountable for anyone. Li Ji's skill combo drained 6,000 health points from the dominant knight. Yet remarkably, the knight appeared to have invested in vitality, retaining nearly half of his health, totaling around 12,000 points, with commendable defense. Even Li Gu was slightly taken aback. Such resilience. However, this was of little consequence. In the distance, 2 warriors charged forth together. Laughing at the heavens as they engaged in battle, executing a seamless combination of skills. With October Rain synchronizing perfectly, he loosed 2 arrows that instantly obliterated the Duba cavalry god. Despite the Duba cavalry god having his health bolstered to over 80 by the priest, he still could not withstand the impeccable coordination of his opponents. I watched in silent astonishment. The experts of the Battle Heaven Alliance were remarkably formidable. If the legendary hero were here and fell victim to the stunning abilities of Legay, would he not also be eliminated in an instant? By the way, where had that brat run off to? I wondered in surprise, just as a beastly roar echoed from the depths of the cave, followed by a tremor that left everyone in shock. What was happening? An earthquake? Hee grasped my arm, her eyes wide with astonishment. I wrapped one arm around her waist and took hold of Baiming Shui with the other, as the very cave seemed on the verge of collapse. Even the fierce battle occurring in the distance between Battle Heaven and October Rain came to a halt. At that moment, the ground at the core of the hall suddenly glowed a fiery red, beginning to crack open as if something were about to roar forth. Boom! The earth erupted, spewing forth a torrent of scalding magma. Was it a volcanic eruption? No, it was not a full eruption. The magma was not yet surging enough. In the next instant, a fiery red arm burst forth from the ground, and finally, the legendary desert giant king was about to emerge. Everyone was filled with awe and hope. This was a level 140 spiritual grade boss, with a substantial chance of dropping a spiritual artifact. Suddenly, I furrowed my brow and murmured, "No, this is not right." "What is it?" He inquired, puzzled. What was the boss holding? Everyone turned to look, and the desert giant king had only one fiery arm breaking through the earth. Yet in that blazing hand, it clutched a player, who was left with half of his health, his face flushed as he cursed furiously. What the hell? Why is this boss grabbing me? Damn it! To our shock, it was none other than the legendary hero, who had somehow managed to lure the boss out prematurely. Chapter 2. The Dragon Warriors might the members of the Battle Heaven Alliance were taken aback. October Rain shouted, "Full alert! The boss has finally appeared." Battle Heaven's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on the figure in the boss's grasp, commanding sharply, "That is the Dragon Warrior of the ancient Sword Soul Dream. Prepare to strike. Once we land, we must eliminate him. The boss's first attack might be directed at him. We cannot let our efforts to slay the boss result in him being a mere pawn for another." Laughing at the heavens, he brandished his spear, preparing to charge, while Legay stealthily vanished once more, knife in hand. Instantly, the pressure on the players of the God of Destruction diminished. But their numbers were still few, at most around 100. Tian Dao raised his purple thunder battle axe, his gaze flickering, and lowered his voice, saying, "Everyone, retreat to the right side with me." Clearly, Tian Dao was a wise individual. Even after suffering a significant loss, he refused to concede, intending to maneuver to a concealed position to await another opportunity to seize the boss. Clang! I swiftly drew the Stealing Heaven sword and urged, "Let us go save Li Chengfeng." Behind, he followed closely with the soul-snatching gun in hand. Murong Mingwe solemnly instructed in the guild channel, "Su Yang, immediately lead everyone over. Leave 4,000 to guard the perimeter of the Scorching Cave, and select 1,000 higher-level players to enter and slay the boss. This time, we must seize the boss." Su Yang responded succinctly, "Understood." Due to my proximity, the members of the Battle Heaven Alliance also took notice. With a fierce gaze, Xiao Songtian sneered, "I knew the ancient Sword Soul Dream wouldn't be so easy to evade. It seems they haven't strayed far." Zhiji Chenshao, on the water's edge. Murong Mingwe and Baiming Shui have arrived. Prepare for battle. Battle Heaven spoke in a deep voice. Songtian, Legay, October Rain, take 100 brothers to deal with Zhiji Chenshao. The rest, stay with me to eliminate the legendary hero and seize the boss's experience. In truth, the Battle Heaven Alliance was not numerous. After being ravaged by the Fire Giant and subsequently slaughtered by the God Slayer, they were reduced to around 500 members. Even if they were not threatened by us, they might not be able to defeat the level 140 spirit boss. After all, I had witnessed the power of spirit bosses firsthand. In the Ice Palace, I had only managed to defeat the Purple Domain by exploiting a bug that shielded me from attacks. If the boss unleashed its full power, I would have perished countless times. The situation was dire. Li Chengfeng, while consuming a health potion, directed his sword at the players of the Battle Heaven Alliance, shouting, "If you have the guts, wait until I come down to settle this." Boom. The earth shattered as the boss's second fiery arm erupted from the ground. swiftly followed by a grotesque head emerging from the soil, covered in fiery spines and possessing eyes like bronze bells, resembling the head of a scorpion, fearsome and grotesque. Its massive, bloated body crawled forth on 8 legs, akin to a spider, emanating flames, its form human, yet its head and tail beastly. Desert Giant King. Spirit Boss. Level 140 Attack. Defense. Health. Skills. Description. The king concealed beneath the earth. The Desert Giant King was once a lord among humans, who fell into darkness during the Dragon Domain War. His body mutated and twisted, ultimately becoming one of the leaders of the shadows. With arms of flame capable of splitting mountains and stones, he has slain countless human warriors. Everyone gasped. We could not see the boss's attributes, as they surpassed our levels by an insurmountable margin. Such a formidable boss was far beyond our current capabilities to challenge. Let go of me, you scoundrel. The legendary hero bellowed, suddenly launching an offensive, raising his sword to unleash a reverse scale slash. Instead of targeting the boss's head, he aimed for its palm, causing energy to explode instantaneously. Boom. Even the mighty Desert Giant King was pushed back by the impact on its palm. The legendary hero rolled smoothly to the ground, his cloak billowing, and just before landing, he struck the earth with one hand, propelling himself into the air with an elegant curve, deftly evading a charge from Shao Tsangtian. At that moment, the arm of the Desert Giant King descended, crashing onto the shield of the renowned CGL figure, laughing Tsangtian. With a fierce shout, he raised his shield to withstand the assault of the Desert Giant King. The clang resonated, and despite the impact of 6,784 damage, his formidable defense proved remarkable. It was evident that with the support of several priests healing indiscriminately behind him, he could indeed contend with this level 140 boss. At this juncture, I surged forward, my sword gleaming as I struck fiercely at the neck of a warrior from the Battle Heaven Alliance, unleashing the brilliance of the Stealing Sky Sword, which instantly obliterated my foe. 7,034 damage. The Celestial Wolf let out a low growl, ferociously pouncing upon another archer, who now faced certain doom. Suddenly, the wolf turned, howling, and a fiery whirlwind enveloped my surroundings, transforming the area within 1,010 yards into a sea of flames. The power of a magical pet is truly formidable. Amidst the flames, a figure retreated with a muffled grunt, none other than the assassin Legay, who had been lurking in the shadows, planning to ambush me. Despite his elite stealth, I sensed the chilling intent to kill, prompting me to command the wolf to unleash the fiery whirlwind. Otherwise, I would have been in grave peril. With a rapid succession, arrows rained down upon my obsidian dragon scale armor, causing me significant pain and depleting my health. This was the handiwork of the distant archer, October Rain, whose attack power was astonishing. 1,576, 1,364, 1,109. However, my ally, Baiming Shui, was not to be underestimated. Empowered by the god of war's 75th encouragement, she drew her heavenly river bow and swiftly unleashed 12 purple arrows, executing the spell, Evil Spirit's Reign, which erupted among the throng. 2 of these arrows deliberately targeted October Rain, severely wounding him and forcing him to retreat hastily. Without the advantage of high encouragement strategies, October Rain could not withstand Baiming Shui's assault, leaving him pale with fury. In the distance, Battle Heaven swung his long sword, executing a flame slash aimed at the legendary hero. Yet, the dragon warrior possessed advantages beyond mere skills and equipment. In terms of dexterity, the legendary hero was equally unmatched. He moved with precision, approaching Battle Heaven from an unpredictable angle. With a swift sweep of his azure longsword, he depleted a portion of Battle Heaven's health, not lingering in combat, but evading swiftly. After 2 ricochets, he raised one hand and intoned, Dragon Source. The colossal dragon energy surged forth, wreaking havoc upon Battle Heaven. 3,102 damage. Battle Heaven suffered a significant blow, hastily consuming a health potion before lunging forward once more. Meanwhile, the legendary hero deftly maneuvered, executing a zigzag pattern to evade the archer's attacks and the mage's targeted spells, all while seeking the opportune moment to eliminate Battle Heaven. His objective was clear: capture the king to catch the thief, ultimately, to slay Battle Heaven. With a swift motion, 2 shadowy figures darted past as the warriors of the Battle Heaven Alliance charged. The legendary hero smiled subtly, his boots striking against the rocky terrain as he moved with lightning speed, executing an S-shaped curve to evade their assaults. In the next instant, he retraced his steps, his path a swift and direct Z-line, his longsword shining brilliantly as he unleashed 4 consecutive strikes upon the necks of 2 players from the Battle Heaven Alliance. 4 damage numbers floated by, and 2 warriors collapsed to the ground, instantly eliminated. The disparity in attributes and skills between the 2 sides was simply too great. Zhang Tian was filled with an uncontrollable fury, utterly unprepared for the legendary hero's overwhelming prowess. Despite being under attack from a multitude, this formidable opponent effortlessly dispatched his 2 capable warriors with extraordinary skill. Such an enemy was truly terrifying. However, Zhang Tian had no alternative. The enmity towards the dragon warrior was now a foregone conclusion. To confront the 140-level spiritual boss, the only recourse for the Zhang Tian alliance was to eliminate the dragon warrior. October Rain was also enraged. She turned to the dozens of archers behind her and commanded in a hushed tone, "Those with low accuracy need not aim. Focus your fire on Baiming Shui and Murong Mingwei." The sound of bowstrings resonated in succession as a torrential rain of arrows descended. In an instant, I comprehended October Rain's strategy. The archers' attacks were not 100 guaranteed to hit. It required player skill to achieve that level of accuracy. Baiming Shui and Murong Mingwei were no novices. With their full concentration, they could evade over 80 of incoming attacks merely through positioning. Yet, the enemy's pinpoint shooting covered the surrounding area, making it impossible to evade entirely. What a clever tactician October Rain was. Crack! The defensive shield of Murong Mingwei's priest shattered under intense provocation, and Baiming Shui was soon reduced to critical health. The 2 ladies swiftly retreated, realizing they could not withstand the direct assault. Consequently, the pressure on He and me intensified tremendously. Boom! The thousand ice slash howled through the air, annihilating dozens of Zhang Tian alliance players. Even among those who survived, 4 or 5 were encased in ice, unable to move, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Damn! That skill, Shattered Dreams, is truly overpowered. Boss, save me. Unfortunately, Zhang Tian had little energy to spare. He needed to command the others to defeat the boss. The Desert Giant King was immensely powerful, capable of physical attacks, while simultaneously unleashing fiery sandstorms that inflicted continuous damage on nearby players. Almost every 3 seconds, players surrounding the boss were certain to perish. With nearly 300 members of the Zhang Tian alliance encircling the boss, warriors in the front lines fell one after another. Meanwhile, a large group of mages and archers in the rear relentlessly unleashed ranged attacks. Regrettably, their damage output was insufficient. The archers' arrows failed to penetrate the boss's formidable stone skin armor, bouncing off and resulting in damage numbers such as 12, 8, 31, 9, and 11, causing the archers to spit blood in frustration. Fortunately, the Desert Giant King's defense was of the heavy armor type, allowing the mages' attacks to still have some effect. Average mages could inflict around 100 points of damage, while elite mages could deal approximately 500 points. Nonetheless, this still seemed inadequate, as the boss had an exceedingly high health pool and recovered swiftly. Any damage dealt was almost instantly replenished by half. Zhang Tian's face was ashen, and he muttered, "Shall you quickly deal with Shattered Dreams and prepare to reinforce us?" October Rain gritted her teeth, replying, "Understood, I will do my best." At that moment, a sorrowful occasion arrived as countless players surged into the scorching cavern. Leading the charge were Su Yang, Giguzi, and the determined Wan Yuan. Giguzi, brandishing a spear, boldly advanced, smiling faintly, declaring, "Who dares to bully my brothers shall swiftly meet their demise." Chapter 3. Yours alone. Zhang Tian's face turned ashen, and his mood was evidently dismal, akin to needles pricking at his back. Just moments ago, the joint assault by the 5 foremost masters of the ancient sword and dream had allowed the Zhang Tian alliance to maintain control over the situation. However, now that over 1,000 main forces from ancient sword and dream had flooded into the scorching cavern, the Zhang Tian alliance, with its fewer than 400 members, clearly lacked the competitive edge against the boss. Damn it, Zhang Tian cursed deeply. Why is it that we, the Zhang Tian alliance, remain perpetually just a heartbeat away from Lady Luck? In the distance, Shi whispered, "Zihan Tian, do not hesitate. Let everyone return to the city to minimize losses." Zihan Tian, being a clever individual, nodded swiftly and commanded, "Everyone, Retreat from the boss and PK zones. Withdraw from battle and return to the city. I will hold the rear. With that, Tian indeed advanced alone, sword in hand. His gaze resolute and cold. I finally comprehended why Tian had ascended from a mere small guild leader to the position of the Tian Alliance leader. He was renowned for his straightforwardness, decisiveness, and unwavering loyalty. In this regard, he truly lived up to his reputation. Although he was a sworn enemy of ancient sword and dream, Tian was a worthy opponent deserving of respect. Such an adversary merits the utmost honor, even in a valiant death. Within the ranks of ancient sword and dream, Giguzi led the charge, thrusting his spear to clash directly with Tian. With a resounding impact, Tian unleashed a fiery strike, depleting Giguzi's health by 300 points. In retaliation, Giguzi, undeterred, swept his spear, reducing Tian's health by 2,800 points. However, Giguzi was shielded by an indestructible shield, and with a total health exceeding 12,000 points, his gear, adorned with dark gold, included 2 exceptional dark gold pieces, rivaling that of Tian. In recent days, Giguzi, Su Yang, Moonlight Stone, and Yu Lu, the core players, had tirelessly farmed maps and bosses, ensuring that all healing armor was prioritized for Giguzi. This had forged the signature knight of ancient sword and dream, a striking contrast to He of the Frost Cloud Studio. Although lacking top-tier assassins, ancient sword and dream boasted 2 elite magic knights. As Tian and Giguzi clashed head-on, Tian found no advantage. The players of ancient sword and dream launched their assault with fervor, the 18 cavalry of Yuyun charging in succession, blades dancing with lethal grace. Tian's health dwindled to nothing in an instant, and Ruanyue approached, effortlessly delivering the final strike. Fortunately for Tian, his luck held, and no equipment was dropped. But potions littered the ground. In the distance, she bit her crimson lips, shattering a return scroll, leading a group of ranged players to retreat first. However, melee players like Xia Kangshan and Liga faced a more arduous escape. After sacrificing dozens of warriors to tether the boss, Xia Kangshan and Liga retreated to a corner, exiting combat mode, and crushed their return scrolls to flee. Just then, a silhouette in indigo surged forth, charging. Bang! With a mocking smile, Xia Kangshan was momentarily dazed, as a swift azure figure brandished a sword, interrupting the return scroll of Li Gu on the other side, compelling him into a state of combat with no chance to flee. Coldly, he declared, "You too, stay with me." It was none other than the legendary hero who had left behind 2 luminaries of the CGL Hall of Fame. This individual was remarkably formidable, daring to challenge 2 CGL celebrities alone. Just as I had anticipated, the fabled hero raised his sword to parry Xia Kangshan's spear, slightly shifting his body before delivering a powerful kick to Li Ji's dagger, swiftly regaining his balance and pursuing Li Gu with lethal intent. Li Gu, equally fierce, bellowed, "MD, you are courting death." Clang. The left dagger deftly blocked the dragon warrior's long sword, while Li Gu suddenly swung his right dagger, thrusting it towards his opponent's chest. With a twist of his wrist, a whirlpool of sharp blades ensued. 1984, 2102, 1895. The fierce onslaught erupted instantaneously, leaving Li Qingfeng with merely around 30 health points. However, Li Qingfeng remained unfazed, launching a powerful left punch that struck Li Ji's chest, inflicting 1654 points of damage. Seizing the moment while his opponent was off balance, he thrust his sword, its blade resting against Li Ji's neck, and smiled faintly. "The first assassin of the Battle Heaven Alliance is nothing but this." With a swift motion, the sword pierced cleanly through, eliminating Li Gu in one decisive strike. Having dispatched Li Gu, Li Qingfeng became even more composed. As he pivoted, he swiftly retreated, parrying Xia Kangshan's spear with his sword, slipping like an eel to the enemy's flank. Suddenly unleashing the dragon rising skill, a torrent of sword light erupted, accompanied by the roar of a dragon, as his long sword struck fiercely upon Xia Kangshan's back. Dragon bone stab. The azure sword morphed into sharp dragon bones, striking with lightning speed upon Xia Kangshan, resulting in 3 staggering damage numbers: 2,984, 2,877, 3,018. In an instant, Xia Kangshan was left utterly stunned, kneeling before the dragon warrior in disbelief. He could never have imagined that even with Li Ji's assistance, he would be unable to withstand his opponent, and so abysmally at that. offering no semblance of resistance. Damn, Su Yang murmured. This hero is incredibly powerful. His skills are likely on par with Lu Chun. He chuckled softly, remaining silent. Luan Yu gently shook her head. Not entirely. You must consider the situation. The Battle Heaven Alliance has suffered a devastating defeat. With Zhan Tian slain, Xia Kangshan and Li Guo have lost their cornerstone, completely disarrayed. Under such circumstances, how can they maintain their composure for a focused PK? Certainly, the legendary hero is indeed exceptionally NX, but the randomness of this battle cannot be overlooked. Su Yang nodded, grinning. Regardless, Li Qingfeng is more than capable of taking on Li Guo alone. In direct confrontation. Gu Jianhunming's strength surpasses that of the Battle Heaven Alliance. He replied, Indeed, we are ready to face the boss. Agreed. At that moment, the legendary hero was picking up the shield that had been exploded by the laughing sky and directly tossed it to Giguzi, saying, The Dragon Warrior class has no need for shields. Take it. Giguzi was taken aback as he examined the shield, a 2-star exquisite dark gold item. Li Chengfeng did not even glance at the shield's attributes. He was indifferent to such trifles, for he was not lacking in wealth. Naturally, Giguzi was overjoyed to accept the shield and promised to treat Li Chengfeng to a meal at a later opportunity. Li Chengfeng nodded repeatedly, clapping Giguzi on the shoulder, saying, Brother Gu, you said it. When I next visit Suzhou, you must treat me for an entire week. Giguzi laughed heartily. I, wielding the stealing sky sword, stepped forward and gazed at the distant boss, who had already vanquished all the players of the Battle Heaven Alliance and stood there in a daze, devoid of all enmity. Even the boss felt lonely. I announced, Prepare to engage the boss. As you have just witnessed, this boss possesses a close-range continuous attack effect. So attacking all at once would be rather counterproductive. Our priests will struggle to keep up with the healing. It is best for one warrior to engage at a time, allowing the next to step in only after one falls. Indeed, the legendary hero nodded. I tested the boss's attacks earlier. A single strike can reduce my health by over 70, and 2 strikes would be fatal. This is quite challenging. He inquired, Who will be the first tank? Prepare to engage. Priests, get into position and prepare to lock onto your healing targets. Du Shursen declared, Little Ghost has the highest defense and health. He should go first. I nodded in agreement. Okay, Little Ghost will lead the charge. Giguzi, with determination, rushed forward, unleashing a fiery thrust, his fiery skills striking repeatedly at the boss's thigh. The boss towered above, while Giguzi was only as tall as the boss's thigh, yet the damage inflicted was astonishing. 398. 411. Giguzi's eyes widened. What? My skill is level 9, enhanced by the God of War's technique. How can the damage be so minimal? Li Chengfeng smiled slightly. Not bad. At least you exceeded 300. The archers of the Battle Heaven Alliance haven't even hit 100. Just then, the boss, irritated by Giguzi's persistent attacks, let out a thunderous roar, and his fiery arm came crashing down, unleashing a skill effect akin to a grand throw. Boom! Giguzi was struck, causing his shield to tremble violently, and his health plummeted dramatically, an appalling sight. 7,942. Everyone was stunned. No one had anticipated the boss's attack power to be so formidable that even Giguzi struggled to withstand it, making it all the more difficult for the rest. Bai Mingshui commanded, Ranged attackers, prepare to strike. Mages, unleash Frost Dragon's roar for single target damage. Do not hesitate, unleash your full power. Morong Mingwe, along with Yu Lu and several other female players, moved forward, their healing lights flashing as all focused on healing Giguzi, who was desperately trying to maintain the boss's aggro. The Frost Dragon's roar echoed through the air as waves of icy energy surged toward the giant king. Although the ancient sword spirit, Soul Dream, lacked the prowess of the formidable mage, Luo Shun of the capital, the magic of the Moonstone and other mages was still commendable. Particularly, the Moonstone, being of a higher level and possessing fine equipment, could inflict around 1,500 points of health damage with a single Frost Dragon's roar. Bai Mingshui took hold of her longbow and began to unleash a flurry of arrows, achieving impressive damage that surpassed 1,000 points against the boss. Even more piercing than the attacks of Giguzi. This was understandable, as Giguzi had a distribution of attributes favoring endurance over raw attack power. My companions, Li Chengfeng, Su Yang, and the spirited others, stood by, vigilant, determined to vanquish this boss. Should anyone outside attempt to claim the boss for themselves, we would emerge to battle, ensuring that the experience and equipment remained with the ancient sword spirit, Soul Dream. At that moment, the desert giant king let out a deafening roar, and suddenly, it lost its aggro on Giguzi. With a sweeping motion of its arms, it charged into the ranks of the mages, unleashing a fiery whirlwind that annihilated several ancient sword mages in an instant. Only the Moonstone mage managed to evade disaster through the resilience of her magic shield. Su Yang furrowed his brow and said, "This is untenable." Although Giguzi can endure the boss's onslaught without falling, his lack of attack power fails to draw aggro, which would lead to significant losses for us. Gripping the Stealing Heaven sword, I declared firmly, "I'll take care of it." He and Li Chengfeng nodded in agreement. Indeed. It must be you. Chapter 4. A Nation's Beauty. Giguzi staggered back, yet still struggled to regain the boss's aggro. Anxious, I drew my Stealing Heaven sword with a decisive clang, targeting the boss's position and unleashing a thunder strike. With a flash, I collided with the boss's thigh, the thunderous force overwhelming it and momentarily stunning the creature. With a thunderous stomp, I unleashed a devastating 3-hit combo: 2,475, 2,298, 2,364. Following this, I executed a calculated strike aimed at the boss's lower region, where it appeared to possess a rocky hide. I struck to test the effect, miss. 6,984. The attack yielded promising results. Realizing this was indeed the boss's vulnerable spot, I called out, "All archers, focus your aim on the boss's lower region, understood?" From a distance, Bai Shui blushed. "Not really, but it doesn't matter." However, the archers were not the primary force against this boss. The desert giant king bore a rocky armor that arrows could not penetrate. It was the mage's magic that constituted the main offensive. My sudden flurry of 5 attacks had drained the boss of a staggering 14,000 health points, perfectly securing the boss's aggro. The boss targeted the one with the highest offensive output, and in that moment, I was undoubtedly the object of its ire. As the flames swirled, the boss's arm descended fiercely, unleashing a fiery double strike. I hastily raised my arm to block, striving to mitigate the damage inflicted upon me. In this holographic game, the correlation between attack numbers, attributes, positioning, and distance is paramount. Defending with my arm is far preferable to using my face. Boom, boom, 4,120, 4,098. The successive high damage left me pale with fear, prompting me to swiftly swing my longsword twice at the boss. At the same time, I raised one hand, activating Death Resilience to regain 2,000 health points, while behind me, the priests, including Murong Mingyue, fervently healed me, instantly replenishing my vitality. However, the sole flaw was that should the boss unleash a critical hit, I would be in peril. At that moment, not far away, the enchanting melody of a flute played by the player unrelated to wind and moon filled the air. In the next instant, several buff skills were cast upon me. Combat notification: player unrelated to wind and moon has used the skill Bravery, increasing my attack power by 20, strategy value increased by 59. Combat notification: player unrelated to wind and moon has used the skill Desperate Fight, enhancing my defense by 20, strategy value increased by 59. Combat notification: player unrelated to wind and moon has used the skill Rainbow Garment, boosting my critical hit rate by 25, strategy value increased by 59. Combat notification: player unrelated to wind and moon has used the skill Weapon Forging, raising my hit rate by 25, strategy value increased by 59. With the revision, the bard's buff skills are now intertwined with strategy value, comparable to the strategic growth of a tactician, thereby ensuring the bard's survival. Given the current level and equipment of unrelated to wind and moon, the enhancements of 30 in attack and defense, along with 40 in hit rate and critical hit rate, are indeed formidable. Particularly notable is the effect on both attack and defense. My original attributes were already high, with a warrior god base attack of 75, compounded by an additional 10 from the War Sanctuary, and further boosted by the 30 from the Bravery buff. The resulting maximum attack is maddeningly high, allowing me to inflict nearly 4,000 damage to the boss with a single ordinary strike after maximizing the buffs. This left my comrades, including the valiant Yuyun 18 riders, in awe, exclaiming in disbelief, "What kind of attack is that from our vice leader?" Su Yang smiled slightly, replying, "This is the caliber of the top-tier experts in the CGL Hall of Fame." Ha! The laughter echoed among the group. Now that I was drawing the boss's attention, the situation felt considerably safer. My attack power was sufficient to hold the boss at bay, unlike Giguzi, whose lack of sharpness in attacks made the boss behave like a long-suffering, frenzied spirit, running amok in search of foes. At this juncture, Li Chengfeng sought a buff from a bard and soared into the fray, eager to test the boss's might. With his longsword raised, he executed a series of 3 consecutive strikes. Clang, clang, clang. The azure blade struck fiercely against the boss's stone-like thigh, yielding a sequence of damage numbers: 2084, 2174, 1937. A commendable display of power, indeed, significantly superior to Giguzi's. No wonder he could single-handedly challenge both Xiaokangshan and Ligay. This dragon warrior surpassed my expectations in strength. The boss appeared to be enraged, suddenly raising its arm and roaring with a hoarse, guttural voice. Instantly, a crimson mist coalesced above the cavern, followed by a myriad of fiery stone spikes crashing down, reminiscent of a devastating area of effect attack. The sheer intensity was staggering. The assault's range was vast, nearly enveloping a quarter of the cave, ensnaring hundreds of players from the ancient Sword Soul Dream. With a thunderous explosion, a fiery stone spike struck my shoulder, unleashing a searing pain that tore through me, accompanied by a staggering damage number of 3,987. It was terrifying, even with my high magical defense. I had lost so much health. What of the other players? Glancing up, I confirmed my fears. Many players from ancient Sword Soul Dream lay sprawled on the ground, particularly the archers and priests, who were almost instantly obliterated upon being struck by the fiery spikes. The mages fared slightly better, their vitality allowing them to withstand the first spike with their magical shields, but the second spike would surely spell their doom. The scene had descended into chaos, with the boss continuing to wave its arms, channeling the skill. The interface revealed that this attack would last for 30 seconds. This was dire. I hastily consumed a health potion and shouted to the legendary warrior, Chengfeng, quickly interrupt the boss's skill. With a swift retreat of 5 yards, Li Chengfeng unexpectedly initiated a charge. Miss. Disheartened, I realized the charge had failed. In desperation, I raised my sword and executed a flurry of strikes. Yet I could not trigger a paralysis effect. It seemed that the high-tier boss had significantly increased its resistance to paralysis. Retreating rapidly, Li Chengfeng deftly positioned himself to assist me. Truly, he was a prodigy. With a flash, he attempted a second thunder charge, only to again receive a miss. Behind us, even formidable warriors like Wolf Fong had fallen. I felt a surge of urgency as I unleashed the Thousand Eye Slash, hoping for even a slight chance of freezing. At last, fortune favored me. Amidst the brilliant light, the boss ceased its ultimate attack, thick ice spikes crystallizing around its massive legs, completely encasing it in frost. The skill was interrupted. Indeed, the enhanced Thousand Eye Slash had proven to be even more formidable. However, the fiery vortex surrounding the boss continued to slice through our armor. Li Chengfeng and I could no longer withstand it, and, in unison, retreated, desperate for survival. The boss shattered its icy prison and pursued us, while we continued our retreat. With only a third of my health remaining, I questioned my ability to endure a single blow from it. Fortunately, the priests, including Murong Mingyue and Yu Lu, were not far behind, quickly closing the distance and delivering instant healing that restored my health. Turning back, I charged once more, engaging the boss in a fierce battle of sword against sword, determined to eliminate it during the cooldown period of its fiery stone spike attack. Li Chengfeng decided to withdraw from the battle, feeling that his defensive capabilities were somewhat lacking. He stood at a distance, observing, while Su Yang, beside him, humbly sought guidance. Inquiring about the positional techniques employed by Li Chengfeng during the recent PK, Li Chengfeng, not one to withhold knowledge, unsheathed his sword and marked several points on the ground. Smiling as he explained, PK cannot rely solely on reckless charges. One must anticipate the opponent's objectives and surroundings, predicting their subsequent actions and positioning. Your goal is to evade their attacks and deliver a decisive blow where they are destined to arrive next. Luan Yu nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "You are absolutely correct. This is precisely what Lu Chen excels at." In his encounters with Li Gu, Xiao Xiaozhu, and Sheng Wanwaner, Lu Chen consistently outmaneuvers his opponents, effortlessly playing them like a finely tuned instrument. Witnessing Xiao Xiaozhu's astonished expression was truly delightful. Li Chengfeng chuckled heartily indeed. I just watched the recorded footage of the guild's PK. Truly, a top-tier expert, ranked 12th in the CGL Hall of Fame, is remarkably formidable. Su Yang grinned. Li Gu is ranked 16th, and Xiao Tsangtian is ranked 18th, yet you dispatched them with such ease. Haha, that was merely their overconfidence. As laughter echoed among the group. 10 minutes slipped by, and I had already diminished the boss's health to about 1/3. Behind me, a throng of mages unleashed a continuous barrage of frost dragon roars. With hundreds of players targeting a single boss, the pace of the battle was naturally swift. The unfortunate Desert Giant King found itself facing the core team of Ancient Sword Soul Dream. Otherwise, it would have fared much better, but now it was at my mercy. Clearing my throat, I said, "Brothers, please quiet down for a moment. I have something to discuss, and I urge everyone to listen attentively." Li Changfeng smiled. "Go ahead." With spirits high, Luan Yu, Su Yang, and the others fell silent, as if I were about to proclaim the code of Hammurabi. I cleared my throat again and stated, "The leader of the War Heaven Alliance is of a level comparable to Li Gu, while the leader of the Annihilation Alliance, Tian Dao, surpasses everyone else. Lin Mei, the leader of the Snow Silver Cedar, is significantly above the guild members. As for our Ancient Sword Soul Dream's supreme leader, Eve, she spends her days flitting about the Earth's surface attending to her duties, leaving her little time for leveling up. Therefore, I propose that we allow Eve to slay this boss. She will receive 50 of the experience, and as for the rewards dropped by the boss, I suggest that we core members handle the distribution without her involvement. What does everyone think?" Li Qingfeng nodded. "I find no objection to this proposal." With a hearty demeanor, Dou Jiang added, "Indeed, allowing the leader to gain experience is only fair. Otherwise, it would be unjust to allocate it to anyone else, leading to potential discord." Luan Yu smiled. "Then it's settled." I nodded and addressed He. "When the boss's health reaches 2, step in to take over. When I say attack, then unleash your assault to secure the experience. Understood?" "Yes." He nodded. Her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you all." Before anyone could express further pleasantries, the air was suddenly filled with the resounding chime of the system notification. Ding. System announcement. Player, Wind Color Fantasy, Sky City, has successfully defeated the purple gold level boss, the Dark Envoy, and ascended to level 100, triggering the Legendary General system, thus becoming the 3rd Legendary General in the Chinese region. With a permanent luck value of 1 and a permanent strategy value of 5, they have also acquired the exclusive Legendary General skill, National Beauty. Chapter 5, Titan Barrier. "Wow, the beautiful Lin has ascended to a Legendary General?" Su Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Li Chengfeng took a deep breath. What a powerful female player. Wind Color Fantasy is truly formidable. Not only has she become the 2nd Ascendant in Sky City, but she also seems to be the 3rd player in the Chinese region to achieve the 4th rebirth. Guguzi nodded. Indeed, Wind Color Fantasy exhibits exceptional skill and intelligence, particularly with her unique tactics. Back in Icebound City, my winning rate against her was less than 10. She rose from the top level in Icebound City to be eliminated from the top 100. Du Shursan smiled knowingly. "Little ghost, even if you faced the beautiful Wind Color now, your winning rate would still be below 10, don't you think?" Guguzi, with tears streaming down his face, retorted, "Brother, can't you be honest for once?" Du Shursan laughed heartily. "Huh?" As I continued to battle the boss, I opened the general rankings. Indeed, the top 3 names were all in gold. Myself, Lin Yisin, and Zhu Yingluan, all belonging to the Legendary Generals. Zhu Yingluan's legendary skill is the Divine Prophecy. Mine is the War God, while Lin Yisin's is National Beauty. Upon inspection, the power of this skill was astonishing. National Beauty harnesses the power of the goddess, enhancing all attributes of all teammates within a 1,000-yard radius by 25. Consumes 1 point of mana per second. Exclusive to player, Wind Color Fantasy. What in the world is this? Enhancing all attributes of teammates by 25 means a boost to attack power, defense, agility, health, and magical defense, among others. I inhaled sharply. Lin Yisin's legendary skill is indeed as formidable as its name suggests. In terms of leveling efficacy, my War God might be the best in the world. But when it comes to PK effectiveness, Lin Yisin's National Beauty skill is truly unparalleled. A 25 attribute boost is akin to having a super bard at one's side. Immensely powerful, He remarked. This is becoming increasingly interesting. There are already 3 legendary general players on the Chinese server, and the guild wars haven't even officially begun yet. Yet the competition is already fierce. Su Yang chuckled. With 2 legendary generals in Sky City, Zhuing Wan must be feeling quite pressured. Li Chengfeng smiled slightly. Not necessarily. I've encountered Zhuing Wan. He is unruly and tends to thrive in the face of strong opponents. Such individuals are exceedingly difficult to deal with. Du Shursen asked, Chengfeng, if you were to duel Zhuing Wan at your current level, would you win? Li Chengfeng pondered for a moment and replied, my chances of winning are slim. At most 30 at best. What? Su Yang exclaimed in shock. Zhuing Wan is that formidable? Of course. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to claim the title of the strongest in the Chinese region. While their conversation flowed around me, I remained focused on attacking the boss, simultaneously sending a call request to Lin Yisan. A few seconds later, her melodious laughter echoed. So, did my legendary skill meet your expectations? I am at a loss for words. Of course, it's impressive. Could GM be a relative of yours? Absolutely not. How many strategy points do you have now? 64. Why do you ask? Well, the renowned general, Qinghua, indeed enhances all attributes by approximately 41. It is undeniably formidable. We should team up to slay the boss sometime. Utilizing this skill while defeating the boss would be most advantageous, augmenting health, defense, and critical strike. Truly powerful. Yes, let's seize the opportunity. I turned off the communicator and resumed our battle against the boss. After about 5 minutes, the desert giant king unleashed several fiery stone spikes, shrouding the surroundings in chaos. The cost to Ancient Sword Soul Dream was nearly 400 lives, but we finally whittled down this level 140 spiritual boss's health significantly. As I gazed upon the boss's health percentage, my heartbeat quickened. 2. Eve, now is the time. Everyone, cease your attacks. Priests, heal. I commanded, swinging the Stealing Heaven sword to execute another round of assaults. At last, the boss's health dwindled to a mere 1 point, and I fixated on the health bar, awaiting He to claim the experience. The enchanting guild leader approached with her spear, initiating a series of ice blade strikes. 2,304. 2,271. Her attack power was impressive. The soul-seizing spear was indeed a purple gold artifact with remarkable potency. The boss's enmity swiftly shifted towards He, but fortunately, her health and defense were equally commendable. Thus, she bore the brunt of the boss's wrath while a cadre of Ancient Sword Soul Dreams priests provided healing from behind. After enduring for a solid 7 or 8 minutes, He's damage output finally surpassed the boss's regeneration. The soul-seizing spear shimmered with a radiant light, unleashing the azure wave slash. This level 140 spiritual boss let out a wretched howl before collapsing, its massive form crumbling like a volcano, molten rocks spilling across the ground. Simultaneously, a multitude of equipment and items scattered within the cave. With a flurry of vibrant lights cascading down, He stood in awe, her level soaring to 99. She excitedly turned to me, exclaiming, level 99, 57. I will undoubtedly reach the 4th transition within 2 days. I nodded with a smile, elated within. This level 140 boss indeed yielded a wealth of experience. Not only did he level up by 4, but I also received a generous portion of the remaining 55 experience, propelling me to around level 105. The other players in our party also benefited from the experience boost, with Li Chengfeng gleaming brightly as he leveled up as well. Even those just along for the ride can level up. This level 140 boss is truly formidable. Li Chengfeng chuckled. Murong Mingyue stepped forward to inspect the equipment, gathering it all into her possession before presenting it one by one. There were 5 pieces of equipment with varying attributes, but none lacked quality. After all, I was the captain, blessed with a luck value of 15. And given that we had slain the boss at multiple levels, it was no surprise that the drop rate was commendable. Among them were 3 pieces of purple gold armor and a dark gold axe, along with a shield radiating an orange glow. Undoubtedly, this shield was likely the finest piece of equipment. The attributes of several pieces of equipment were presented one by one, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Seismic bracers, armor-type equipment, an exquisite purple gold artifact. With a defense rating of 250, magical defense of 175, strength of 70, and vitality of 62. Its exceptional trait grants a 2 chance to trigger a seismic attack that stuns the target for 3 seconds. It features 1 slot and requires level 125. Dream chest plate, leather-type equipment, an exquisite purple gold artifact, with a defense rating of 240, magical defense of 150, agility of 72, and vitality of 65. Its exceptional trait enhances the user's ranged physical attack power by 17. It has one slot and requires level 125. Priestess Robe, cloth-type equipment, a purple-gold artifact. With a defense rating of 170, magical defense of 100, intelligence of 55, and vitality of 48. It increases the user's magical attack power by 6 and requires level 125. Shattered Edge Battle Axe, a weapon, an exquisite dark gold artifact, with an attack power ranging from 475 to 670, strength of 65, and vitality of 58. Its exceptional trait boosts the user's attack power by 24. It features one slot and requires level 125. Several key players participated in the role, with He and myself presiding over the event. Ultimately, the seismic bracers, a 1-star exquisite armor, were claimed by Su Yang. The competition for the dream chest plate, a leather-type equipment, was only between one individual, Bei Mingxue, who was the sole suitable candidate in our main team. Consequently, she effortlessly acquired this 2-star purple-gold superlative chest plate without the need for a roll, significantly enhancing her ranged attack power. As for the Priestess Robe, it was taken by Moonlight Stone, who faced no rivals, as our top female mages were indeed scarce. The 2-star exquisite Shattered Edge Battle Axe was ultimately claimed by the spirited Do Jiang, who rolled the highest among the warriors. It was evident that acquiring a simple gem to reduce the equipment's level requirement by 20 would greatly enhance the strength of these individuals. At that moment, Murong Mingyue held up a shield radiating an orange glow, smiling as she said, "The grand finale has arrived. Everyone, take a guess at the grade of this equipment." Li Chengfeng's eyes lit up, and he remarked, "Could it be the legendary spirit artifact?" "Indeed, you are correct. But no points for you." Murong Mingyue waved her hand, and instantly, the attributes of the shield soared into the air, leaving everyone utterly astonished and speechless. Titan Barrier, exquisite artifact, defense, 780 magic defense, 540 strength, 90 stamina, 85 additional, increases the user's fixed health by 2,000 points additional, enhances the user's defense by 12 slots, 3 outstanding trait, 25 chance to fully rebound damage. Description: the Titans, a fallen ancient race from a bygone continent, possessed physiques as formidable as mountains and hearts as vast as oceans. After their demise, their souls scattered across the land, gradually converging atop a colossal stone, drawn by the world tree, forming a resilient barrier that became a sacred shield adeptly wielded by humanity. Required level, 125. Wow. A 4-star exquisite artifact. Bei Mingxue exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. By heavens, the defense and attributes are simply outrageous. This 4-star artifact is utterly divine. Su Yang smiled slightly. Our Magic Knight players are truly fortunate. I glanced around. In truth, our main force of Magic Knights consisted of only a handful of individuals. Among them He and Giguzi, while the others were not quite up to par. Thus, I spoke solemnly, before we take on the boss. I had promised that Eve and I would not partake in the competition for equipment. Therefore, according to the guild's point ranking, this Titan Barrier shield belongs to player Giguzi. Is everyone in agreement? Li Chengfeng chuckled softly. Let us heed the leader. Otherwise, we might find ourselves in hot water after the meeting. Indeed. I laughed heartily. As expected of someone from the Central Public Security Bureau, Li Chengfeng truly understands the nuances of this game. Murong Mingyue tossed the Titan Barrier to Giguzi, smiling. Get leveling up. This shield requires level 125, and you still have quite a way to go. Giguzi nodded earnestly. I will not disappoint the leadership's expectations. Murong Mingyue smirked. I stepped forward and rummaged through the spoils dropped by the boss, discovering a simple gem, which I promptly tossed to Giguzi, saying, set it in. It lowers the requirement by 20 levels, so once you reach level 105, you'll be able to equip this shield. Upon seeing the attributes of the simple gem, Giguzi was overwhelmed with joy. Reaching level 125 seemed a distant prospect, but level 105 was attainable. Given Giguzi's relentless dedication to leveling, he would likely achieve it within half a month, especially since when he truly applied himself, his potential was formidable. With high defense, rapid recovery, and area damage skills, his solo leveling speed would undoubtedly be impressive. Chapter 6. Frost Gathering. Regrettably, the boss only dropped a simple gem, which I had unilaterally given to Giguzi. However, everyone understood that Giguzi was in dire need of this gem, making my decision reasonable. as she gazed at the shimmering Titan barrier shield. His eyes reflected a hint of envy as she glanced at me, pouting without saying a word. I couldn't help but smile as I reached out to embrace her delicate shoulder, whispering softly in her ear, "It's all right. There will surely be plenty of opportunities to defeat bosses in the future. This is merely a spirit weapon shield. Look at the bigger picture. I will assist you in obtaining celestial shields, earthly shields, and heavenly shields, and even artifacts will pose no challenge." He couldn't stifle a chuckle, rolling her eyes at me as she replied, "All right then, but this is your promise. You cannot go back on your word." Indeed, a gentleman's word is as good as a swift horse's gallop. The boss had also dropped several other items, 2 azure fire gems and 2 dragon flame gems. Unfortunately, neither he nor I participated in the roll, and ultimately, they were claimed by the likes of Luan Yu, Yu Yun's 18 riders, and the legendary heroes. Especially Li Qingfeng, who acquired a level 1 azure fire gem and immediately embedded it into his sword. Upon inquiry, I learned that it was a level 95 dark gold weapon with a socket. Although its attributes did not match the fervent battle axe, it was nevertheless impressively sharp. Once the boss was defeated, everyone began to prepare to disperse for meals or leveling up. At that moment, Lin Yisun sent a message. "Hey, little trickster?" "Yes." "What is it?" "I heard that many in your guild have acquired 125 level super rare equipment. How did you get that information so quickly?" "Shoo, it's a secret. By the way, I have 2 simple gems here. Would you be interested? I can sell them to you at a bargain." "All right. Let's meet at the east gate of Sky City." "Okay." I immediately took out a return scroll, and with a flash of white light, I arrived at Sky City. After waiting for a while at the East Gate Plaza, Lin Yisun indeed arrived. As a level 100 player, she seemed to have equipped a new weapon, a sword that shimmered with moonlight, distinct from the moonlight sword, with frost adorning its blade. "Oh, this weapon looks impressive," I remarked with a slight smile. Lin Yisun smiled back, the sword's edge crossing in front of my chest, and as the attributes surged forth, I was taken aback. Where on earth did this girl procure such a remarkable weapon? Frostblade, exceptional artifact, attack, 570. 825 strength, 92 stamina, 90 additional effect. Increases the user's attack power by 30 additional effect. Enhances splash damage by 10 characteristic. Reduces level requirement by 20 socket count. 0, enhancement 1. Reduces usage level by 20, exceptional characteristic, attack bounce. When attacking a target, simultaneously inflicts damage on several surrounding hostile targets, up to a maximum of 5 targets. Description: thousands of years ago, a general of the Empire led an elite army of tens of thousands on an expedition into the Dragon Realm. However, this elite force was ensnared by the demon's sorcery, resulting in the tragic freezing of thousands in the icy wilderness. Before his demise, the general vowed vengeance. His soul transformed into a sword spirit, coalescing within this blade. Now, the Frostblade has resurfaced, its brilliance akin to snow. Required level, 115. What a remarkable 3-star artifact. And its usage level has already been reduced. Not to mention the formidable splash damage of 10, and it possesses a bounce attribute. Undoubtedly, Lin Yisun's leveling efficiency will become exceptionally formidable, placing my position atop the leaderboard in jeopardy. Such a splendid weapon, where did it come from? I cautiously regarded Lin Yisun, expressing concern. Have you been bought off with a sword? Have you finally been taken under someone's wing? Lin Yisun, harboring a hint of malice, raised her delicate fist and playfully struck me, exclaiming, "I obtained this by defeating a boss myself. Who do you think I am? How could I possibly be someone who is taken care of? If you continue to entertain such ridiculous thoughts, I shall ensure you are utterly incapable of self-care." I smiled faintly and remarked, "But isn't the boss you defeated, the Dark Envoy, a purple gold tier boss? Logically, such bosses should not drop artifacts." "That isn't necessarily true. It could simply be a matter of luck. Even purple gold tier bosses have about a 1 in 10,000 chance of dropping an artifact. I just had an extraordinary stroke of luck." "Is it truly that simple?" "Indeed." Lin Yisun cast a deep glance at me, and suddenly, with a playful swing of her tiny fist, she struck my chest once more, mockingly exclaiming, "What kind of look is that? I haven't been bought off. I assure you, I have no ties with the GM. There is no GM in Tianzong at all. If you continue to look at me like that, you will regret it." I could not suppress a laugh, observing the disheveled appearance of the goddess with a fruit knife. She was utterly adorable. All right, back to the topic at hand. "Do you still have any simple gems?" I inquired. "Yes, Lin Yisan nodded, stating, the Dark Envoy was quite generous, dropping 5 gems for embedding, 3 of which are simple gems. Alas, it frustrates me to no end. I maintained a stoic expression. You must be quite pleased, then. Nowadays, gem prices have skyrocketed in the market, with a disparity between supply and demand. Lin Yisan chuckled. Fine, I will admit to being quite pleased. By the way, I used one of the simple gems, leaving 2 remaining. Do you want them both? I contemplated for a moment. The dream chestplate of Baiming Shui and the ambitious Shattered Edge Battle Axe both enhance attack power and urgently require a 20-level reduction for use. Otherwise, equipping them at level 125 would be utterly unforgivable, causing Baiming Shui, this little lady, to endure a hormonal imbalance in her development, which would be detrimental. I nodded and said, yes, I want both. What kind of relationship do we have? Can you offer me a preferential price? Lin Yisan shot me a sideways glance, teasingly retorting, what kind of relationship do we share? Huh, how dare you ask for a special price? All right then, let's settle for a 15% discount off the market price. The market price for a simple gem is approximately 40,000 gold coins each. I'll sell them to you for 60,000 each, and with a discount for 2. It will be 180,000 gold coins. I reached out and grasped her hand, saying, come on, we're practically family. Do you really want to take advantage of me? Lin Yisan shook off my hand but did not pull away, fixing me with a glare. I don't feel any pain. Seeing you all glum makes me happy. Why should I care? Let go, or I'll call for help. If you get beaten up, I won't feel obligated to intervene. I quickly withdrew my hand and glanced around. Noticing that several barbarian players at nearby stalls had risen, brandishing their weapons, as if the moment Lin Yisan commanded, they would rush forth to dismember me. Gritting my teeth, I replied, fine, but 180,000 gold coins is too steep. How about 100,000 gold coins, considering our long-standing friendship? Lin Yisan looked at me, her stunning eyes filled with mockery, and finally burst into laughter as she pulled 2 simple gems from her bag and pressed them into my hand. All right, these 2 gems are a gift for you. Did you really think I would want your money? I'm not in dire need of it now. So, this is how you perceive me, you scoundrel. Speechless, I stared at the 2 gems shimmering in my palm. By the time I looked up, Lin Yisan had already left, her beautiful figure fading into the corners of the city. Sighing, I realized I truly was a scoundrel. I sent a message to Baiming Shui and Duzhu to come over. Soon after, Baiming Shui's graceful silhouette appeared in the square, approaching with a light step. Brother, what's the matter? She asked with a smile. I produced one of the simple gems and said, could you inlay this into the dream chest armor? This way, I won't have to wait until level 125. I can equip it at level 105. Baiming Shui's mouth fell open in astonishment. Where did you get this gem? Brother, you must have spent quite a bit to acquire it. I nodded, though inwardly I lamented the significant debt I owed Lin Yisan. How was I to repay it? Offering myself seemed a bit presumptuous, and forcing it upon her would be rather rude. Baiming Shui, perceptive as ever, caught on to my thoughts and couldn't help but chuckle. Brother, this gem was given to you by Sister Lin Yisan, wasn't it? Darn, you know too much. I glared at her. Baiming Shui laughed lightly. Why not invite her out for a meal? If you're too shy, I can accompany you as a third wheel. With a teasing grin, she continued, if I were you, I would have made my move long ago. Lin Yisan is the belle of the university, and you have no idea how many people are pursuing her. If you don't hurry, if she becomes someone else's girlfriend, no matter how much you regret it later, it will be of no avail. I looked at my mischievous little sister. Indeed, though her words seemed somewhat unreliable, they held a kernel of truth. Life does not offer many opportunities for a second chance, and what is missed can never be regained. How many beautiful girls have missed their chance simply because they couldn't find the courage to speak up? I patted Baiming Shui on the shoulder and said, hurry up and level up. My matters are not something for you, as my sister, to worry about. What is there for me to feel shy about in asking her out? Is there anything I should feel embarrassed about? Baiming Shui nodded vigorously. That's true. After sending Baiming Shui off, I was approached by Duzhu, who strode over with a battle axe, grinning. Vice Guild Leader, what's up? I handed him a simple gem. Here, embed this into the Shattered Edge Battle Axe. It's quite sharp. What? Duzhu displayed a look of astonishment akin to Baiming Shui's, yet he said nothing further and promptly accepted the gem, stating solemnly, Vice Guild Leader. If there's anything in the future, just call me. I'm ready to face any challenge, even in real-life PvP. I smiled and nodded, thoroughly satisfied. Go on. Work hard and level up to become a super expert soon. Alright. Dozhiong, being a straightforward fellow, turned and left without even a goodbye. Chapter 7. Who holds the reins? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed since the battle between Ancient Sword Dream and the Battle Sky Alliance. The Sky City appeared somewhat tranquil, yet the atmosphere was far from optimistic. As if a more intense war was brewing within this majestic main city. These 3 days of peace provided precious leveling opportunities. The leveling areas for players below level 110 had been nearly swept clean, leading to over 100 players achieving their 4th advancement in the Chinese region after just 3 days. During this time, I had taken He Yi, Baiming Shui, and Murong Mingyue to hunt monsters and slay bosses, fulfilling our mission with success, as all 3 had surpassed level 100 and successfully advanced to their 4th tier. At noon, my phone rang with He Yi's number. I set down my chopsticks, answered, and said, "Eve, what brings you to call today?" He Yi chuckled lightly, "Of course. I'm returning to the country tomorrow. What do you think?" "Oh, tomorrow? Haha, that's wonderful." Murong Mingyue beside me appeared quite excited, saying, "It's great that you're coming back. Finally, someone will willingly treat us to supper." I remained silent, chatting with He Yi for a while. As it was time for me to log in. With a whoosh, the Sky City remained vibrant and bustling, with countless players hawking their wares in the square. The East Gate Square, larger than a football field, was divided into numerous sections. Some were for hunters selling ingredients, others for selling equipment, skills, and pets. Of course, there were also areas occupied solely by low-level female shadow sorcerers, dressed in enchanting attire. One level 80 shadow sorceress, alluring and captivating, fixed her violet eyes on me. Suddenly grasping my shoulder armor, her voice dripping with sweetness, "Sir, are you from the Shanghai area? Leveling all day can be quite dull. Would you like to have some fun?" In the bustling district of Zujiawi, one can find an array of enchanting young women, from innocent maidens to sophisticated office ladies, and even charming twin sisters. Whatever your desire may be, we have it all. Services are available in Shanghai, Wuxi, Suzhou, and Nantong, with full packages priced at 2,000 and overnight stays at 3,000. As I hastily shook off her hand, I noticed Su Yang in the distance, laughing heartily, revealing his true nature. I dashed back to my shop, Air Force One, where a beautiful fox girl was busy at the counter, her round hips slightly raised, a fluffy white tail playfully swaying behind her, exuding an air of contentment. "Welcome back, master," the white fox greeted respectfully. I nodded in acknowledgement and checked the sales figures. Over the past 4 days, our business had thrived, focusing primarily on culinary delights while also offering equipment, skill books, and an automatic procurement of various ingredients. I had bestowed upon the white fox the 8th level of cooking skills, allowing her, as an elite NPC, to replicate my abilities. After learning the culinary art, she could cook independently, showcasing the brilliance of elite NPCs. The sales trends were promising, with profits steadily increasing. A net profit of 3,462 gold coins on the first day after taxes, 7643 on the second, 9082 on the third, and a remarkable 14873 on the fourth. The popularity of the shop was also on the rise, as repeat customers are the true essence of success. From the package, I retrieved the equipment obtained during my last monster hunting excursion with He Yi and others, totaling 200 pieces of varied gear, predominantly silver and dark iron, with several golden items among them, some of exceptional quality. I placed all of these into the shop for sale, as such enticing equipment would surely attract more clientele. Standing at the counter, the white fox smiled warmly at a customer. "Good sir, how may I assist you today?" Outside, a burly barbarian warrior, axe slung over his shoulder, boomed, "Sister, I need 10 sets of level 6 cooking." "How much?" After she quoted the price, the warrior cast a lingering glance at the white fox, swallowed hard, and paid before departing. Indeed, having a beautiful NPC as a shop assistant does wonders for attracting customers. As I admired the white fox's graceful figure, I couldn't help but fantasize about dressing her in a stylish uniform within the game. It would surely captivate countless affluent middle-aged gentlemen. Checking my level, I discovered I had reached 107, still reigning as the top player in the Sky City leaderboard, though the gap between me and the other players was narrowing. Opening the rankings, I was met with fierce competition. 1. Shattered Dreams, level 107, class, Necromancer 2. Wind Color Fantasy, level 105, class, Radiant Ranger 3. Northern Snow, level 104. Class, Shadow Archer 4. Muro Mingyue, level 104, class, Priest 5. By the Water's Edge, level 104, class, Magic Knight 6. Legay, level 104, class, Assassin 7. Legendary Hero, level 104, class, Dragon Warrior 8. Little Pig, level 104, class, Frost Swordman 9. Purple Robe Marquis, level 104, class, Warrior 10. October Rain, level 103, class, Archer 11. Ghost Valley, level 103, class, Necromancer Knight 12. Smiling at the Heavens, level 103, class, Magic Knight 13. The Shadowy Chanel, level 103, class, Dark Mage 14. Clear Water Fragrance, level 103, class, Archer 15. Battle Sky, level 103, class, Warrior. It brings me great solace to see that 6 of the top 15 players are from the ancient sword fantasy realm. Indeed, the rankings of several skilled members from the Battle Sky Alliance have risen as well. Though they have been vanquished time and again, these individuals resemble resilient weeds, impossible to extinguish, and such tenacity is commendable. I sent Linison a message. What are you up to? Setting up shop. What's up? I said little more. Searching around the square with ease until I found her nestled in a secluded corner of the city wall, the lovely maiden seated gracefully, her exquisite visage and smooth, fair legs strikingly visible, impossible to overlook. I dashed over, resting my sword against the wall, casting a sidelong glance at Linison as she conducted her business. What are you doing? Observing. Humph. Linison shot me a glance, inquiring, have your skills reached level 10? I nodded, indeed. Even my newly acquired skills have attained level 10. I still have one skill at level 9. It's quite challenging to level up. What skill? I won't tell you. Come on. At that moment, a system notification echoed throughout the main city, lingering in the air. Ding. System announcement. Attention, all players. Due to the number of players in China's server reaching over 100 who have achieved their 4th class advancement, the Who Dominates the Battlefield tournament is officially commencing. This event, hosted by CGL, invites teams of 5 players to register and compete online for a chance to enter the top 32 teams, progressing to the offline competition phase. The rewards for this tournament are substantial, and the champion MVP will be unconditionally inducted into the CGL Hall of Fame. The competition will count towards CGL points, affecting player rankings in the CGL Hall of Fame. Both Linison and I were momentarily taken aback. Who dominates the battlefield? Another 5-player team competition. It appears the top-tier events in the China region are about to be reshuffled. All skilled players are fervently leveling up, and this tournament is certain to unveil many hidden talents among the masses. The player who secures the championship MVP will gain entry into the CGL Hall of Fame, a reward of immense value. In the realm of gaming, members of the CGL Hall of Fame are revered as demigods, capable of attracting numerous endorsements and earning significant rewards. A few days ago, I received a call from an advertising company named Tianxia Media, offering me a contract to shoot a commercial for 100,000 RMB. However, I found the prospect cumbersome. It seemed far more expedient to sell a piece of purple gold jewelry for quick cash, so I declined the offer. Meanwhile, the advertisements for Zhu Yingwan are ubiquitous, as he is a prominent figure in the Chinese gaming industry. The upcoming competition, Who Will Dominate, serves as a reshuffling opportunity, should I manage to defeat Zhu Yingwan. His position as the top player in China will undoubtedly be shaken. Currently, he ranks 7th in the CGL Hall of Fame, while I stand at 12th. If I can overcome him, the gap between us will narrow significantly. In an instant, I was filled with fervor, and with a resounding clang, I hurled the sky-stealing sword into the city brick, clenching my fist, and with passionate laughter proclaimed, "Excellent. The CGL is about to undergo a reshuffle. This time, I will ensure Zhu Yingwan faces defeat." Linison also stood up, gazing at me with a smile, exclaiming, "Wonderful. It seems my opportunity to enter the CGL Hall of Fame has arrived." I was somewhat bewildered. "Really? You were quite formidable during the latter stages of Ling Tong. Didn't the CGL officials approach you back then, inviting you to join the Hall of Fame? Yet, you declined." Linison chuckled. "At that time, I was indifferent to fame and fortune. But now?" She gazed deeply into my eyes and chuckled softly. "If someone like you has already become a member of the CGL Hall of Fame, it would be quite embarrassing for me not to join." I chuckled softly and suddenly suggested, "Why not join me in Gujian and form a team?" With the two of us, along with Baiming Shui and the legendary hero, it would be quite challenging not to clinch the championship. Lin Yixin bit her red lip, glancing between me and the ground, her heart filled with both hope and hesitation. Ultimately, she said, perhaps not. The members of Shui Yinsong might think I've been lured by you. Besides, with such generous rewards, I must accompany Qingqing and the others to claim the prizes. It seems we must each fight our own battles. Perhaps Gu Jian's Soul Dream will encounter Shui Yinsong in this competition. A clash between allies could be intriguing. Upon opening the official forum, I found the announcement regarding who will dominate had indeed appeared. With a row of bold red letters prominently displayed on the homepage, the Tianzong and CGL officials officially present the event who will dominate, commencing 3 days from now. Following this were the details of the rewards for the event, which I scanned quickly and found to be exceptionally generous. Champion. Each team member receives 1 chance to draw, with the possibility of acquiring equipment or items of spiritual artifact level, along with a level of 4, luck value of 3, and a reward of 2 million renminbi. Runner-up. Each team member receives 1 chance to draw, with the possibility of acquiring equipment or items of purple gold level, along with a level of 3, luck value of 2, and a reward of 500,000 RMB. 34th place. Each team member receives 1 chance to draw, with the possibility of acquiring equipment or items of purple gold level, along with a level of 2, luck value of 2, and a reward of 200,000 RMB. 58th place. Each team member receives 1 chance to draw, with the possibility of acquiring equipment or items of dark gold level, along with a level of 1, luck value of 1, and a reward of 100,000 RMB. Rank 916. Each team member is granted 1 opportunity to draw, with the potential to acquire dark gold tier equipment or items, as well as a reward of 50,000 RMB at level 1. Rank 1732. Each team member is similarly afforded 1 drawing chance, with the highest draw yielding dark gold tier equipment or items, and a reward of 20,000 RMB at level 1. The formidable rewards are truly astonishing. The esteemed officials of Tianzong are indeed affluent. Victorious players can also receive RMB rewards, which is immensely gratifying. Furthermore, with reimbursement for transportation costs, as long as one can participate in the offline competition, there is a guaranteed reward of at least 20,000 RMB. Such consideration is truly heartwarming. This has solidified my resolve to seize the championship of Who Dominates. Chapter 8. Ice-cold iron once, Who Dominates, was disseminated. It immediately stirred a tremendous uproar in the main city, igniting the fervor of countless players, each one eager to showcase their years of hard-earned skills. Ding! A message arrived from Morong Mingwe. Did you see? Who Dominates is a team PK competition for 5 participants, with registration open for 3 days, and the event commencing 3 days thereafter. Yes, I've seen it. Coincidentally, Eve will return tomorrow. By the way, what are your thoughts on the roster of 5? Morong Mingwe chuckled lightly. For melee, we have you and Eve. For ranged, there's Xiaobei Ming. I will handle supplies. This represents the entirety of Frost Cloud Studios' resources. Yet we still lack 1 individual. Do you have any suggestions for this position? After a moment's contemplation, I replied, Li Qingfeng? Go ahead and ask him. All right. I immediately opened my friends list and sent a message to Li Qingfeng. Qingfeng, I need to discuss something with you. A few seconds later, Li Qingfeng responded enthusiastically. Huh. Deputy Leader, what is up? Who Dominates seeks to form a team, and I wonder if you would be available. We currently have 4 members, Baiming Shui, Morong Mingwe, and Zai Shui Yifeng, plus myself. You're the last one we need. Okay, no problem. I'm honored to be considered by the Deputy Leader. I will give it my all. Great. Come to the Sky City Square. We're preparing to register the team. Understood. Not long after, he also logged in. And soon Baiming Shui and Morong Mingwe arrived. I waited briefly in the square until Li Qingfeng joined us. With our team complete, I took the lead to register at the guard's office outside the palace. To avoid overwhelming crowds, registration was also available at the guard's offices within the city, which was a considerate arrangement by Yueheng Company. Outside the palace, the guard officer glanced at us with a weary expression and said, You wish to participate in the Who Dominates hero tournament, correct? He replied with a smile. Indeed. Very well. Each of you must pay a registration fee of 100 gold coins, and I will submit your entry. All right. 100 gold coins is not an insignificant amount. I finally grasped where Yueheng's wealth originated. Who knows how many teams will participate? The sheer volume of registration fees is staggering. What appears to be generous rewards is, in fact, an elaborate money-making scheme. Game companies extracting funds from ordinary players while top-tier players then extract money from the companies. The rules are fundamentally the same. Survival of the fittest. As the captain, I submitted our registration, and instantly, each member was deducted 100 gold coins. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Ding. System notification. Your team has officially submitted the registration and entered the waiting sequence. Please name your team. Without hesitation, I typed Ancient Sword Soul Dream, and indeed, no one contested it. After all, we are undoubtedly the main team of the guild. Glancing at the registration list, it was truly alarming. We were ranked 278 for 121 on the Chinese server. This implies that within a mere 10 minutes, at least 1 million players had registered to participate in the contest of supremacy. The situation was indeed quite terrifying. With successful registration, we awaited the system to allocate groups automatically. Naturally, the number of players participating in the competition would not be limitless, as this event had restrictions. Players must exceed level 80 to qualify. After all, the contest of supremacy is, as its name suggests, a battle for dominance. If one has not even reached level 80, what right do they have to contend? I have a meeting to attend. He chuckled, turning to me. You all should practice diligently. In 3 days. Strive for Lu Chun to reach level 110 by the time of the competition. I was drenched in sweat, and Li Chengfeng looked at me sympathetically. Acknowledging the immense pressure I felt, he logged off, and Li Chengfeng went off to level up alone. However, I was not in a rush to level up. In reality, I could only gain a maximum of 12 levels in 3 days, which would not significantly impact the outcome of the competition. What I needed to focus on now was acquiring equipment to strengthen our team, especially for He, whose abilities were somewhat lacking, particularly due to her need for a sturdy shield. Rationally speaking, it would be ideal to have Giguzi replace He for participation, but I am not a rational person. I am driven by emotions. Giguzi had teamed up with Su Yang, their spirits high as they ventured forth. Moreover, I was reluctant to give up on He. I was determined to cultivate her into a warrior goddess. Standing in the square, I felt a bit lost. Acquiring a top-tier shield was no easy feat. Furthermore, even if one were to defeat a high-level boss, there was no guarantee they would drop a shield. Just then, a voice called out from behind me. Selling various superlative equipment, suitable for all classes, at rock-bottom prices. Turning around, I discovered a rather unscrupulous level 97 assassin player hawking his wares. Upon closer inspection, I was dismayed. What a scam. There was no superlative equipment, merely some silver and gold gear for levels 70 to 80. While decent, they certainly did not qualify as exceptional. Nevertheless, my attention was quickly drawn to a pale purple blueprint. Astonishingly, it was a crafting blueprint. I leaned in, my hand brushing over it, and the attributes leapt into view. Ice Soul Barrier, Exceptional Spirit Artifact, Required Materials, 100 Ice Soul Cold Iron, 10 Soul Stones. 1 level 25 Azure Fire Gem Required Skill, Master Level Smithing. In that instant, I was stunned. What kind of blueprint was this? It was a crafting diagram for a shield. An Exceptional Spirit Artifact of 3 stars. This equipment would not pale in comparison to Giguzi's Titan Barrier. However, the required materials were utterly unfamiliar to me. Ice Soul Cold Iron. Soul Stones, what were those? I didn't know about the Azure Fire Gem. A level 2 Azure Fire Gem costs at least 100,000 RMB each, which is quite expensive. Certainly, if this shield can indeed be forged successfully, it would undoubtedly be worth the effort. The Titan Barrier, a 4-star Exceptional Spirit Equipment shield held by Giguzi, would fetch a price exceeding 5 million in the auction house. Such divine gear is simply priceless. I glanced at the assassin and smiled. My friend, this blueprint is of such a high level. Where did you acquire it? Impressive. The assassin chuckled. You truly have an eye for value, brother. I pilfered this blueprint from a spirit-level boss. Indeed, it was from that desert giant king slain by Gujin last time. I had the foresight to act first. But unfortunately, I was swiftly dispatched by the boss, and all I managed to steal was this blueprint. I had some understanding of this. Assassin players possess the skill of theft, but it can only be enacted on monsters, usually yielding only gold coins, blueprints, and items, with an extremely slim chance of acquiring equipment. However, for this fellow to procure such a blueprint, it was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. I nodded and inquired, so? How much do you wish to sell this blueprint for? A glint of cunning flashed in the assassin's eyes as he replied, 100,000, non-negotiable. I sprang to my feet, laughing. Do you think this is mere equipment? Whether it can be forged is another matter entirely. How audacious of you. Take your time selling it. I shall take my leave. With that, I turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation. Yet, after just 3 paces, the sound of the assassin's laughter echoed behind me. Brother, wait. If the deal is off, we still have our friendship. Let us discuss this reasonably. What price can you offer for this blueprint? I smiled faintly and coldly stated, this is my final offer. I spread my fingers, saying no more. 50,000. The assassin's jaw dropped, clearly tempted to agree immediately. I scoffed, don't even think about it. 5,000, not a word more. You. The assassin licked his lips, torn between indecision, but after a few seconds of contemplation, he reluctantly nodded. Fine, I will sell you the blueprint for 50,000. With the transaction complete, I held the blueprint in my hands, though uncertainty lingered in my mind. Would this truly allow for the crafting of the shield? That remained to be seen. Steeling myself, I turned to my tasks at hand. Acquiring 2 level 2 Azure Fire gems was not overly challenging. Although rare, they could still be procured. The other 2 items, however, posed more of a dilemma. I opened the official database and searched for soul stones. Those are level 9 ores, which can be obtained through high-level miners. I promptly contacted Su Yang and asked, can you mine the level 9 ore soul stones? Absolutely. Su Yang replied emphatically, my mining skill reached level 9 4 days ago. Why do you ask? I need you to procure 10 soul stones for me. Is that feasible? Su Yang hesitated for a moment and said, level 9 ores are found at the peak of the Dragonbone Mountains, where the monsters are generally around levels 130 to 140. If I go alone, it could be perilous. You understand. I comprehend. Contact Li Chengfeng and take a priest along. Gather 10 level 9 soul stones as a guild task and convey it to Li Chengfeng. Understood. In the guild channel, Su Yang reached out to Li Chengfeng. Upon learning that it was my request, Li Chengfeng readily agreed, thus eliminating any potential issues. With the formidable dragon warrior combined with Su Yang, and accompanied by a high-level priestess, Yuelu, even encountering a level 140 shadow creature would hardly result in defeat. Provided we exercise sufficient caution, acquiring 10 soul stones would pose no challenge. However, we still required the elusive ice soul cold iron. Despite scouring the iron mines of Tianzong, I found no trace of the sought-after material. In desperation, I decided to explore alternative avenues and began searching for the term ice soul. This led to a series of options: ghost ice soul, a sword-type weapon; ice soul grass, a level 10 herb, capable of crafting a level 10 life potion; ice soul cloud mist, a high-tier dagger-type weapon; ice soul giant, a type of stone-skinned creature primarily residing within the icy canyon of the Dragonbone Mountains. A thought struck me. Could the ice soul giant, being a high-level monster, potentially drop the ice soul cold iron? Logically, since ice soul cold iron is not classified as a mineral, it cannot be mined, making it plausible for monsters to drop it. With this in mind, I set my sights on the southern Dragonbone Mountains, specifically the Ice Canyon. I was well aware of the Ice Canyon. It is a frigid expanse teeming with high-level monsters, far beyond the capabilities of current players. It was rumored that a 100-member team from the Mad Dragon Guild once ventured into the Ice Canyon, expecting to reap rewards, only to be annihilated by the monsters within, with none escaping. Now, however, I stood at level 107, having undergone 4 transformations, wielding the 4-star spirit weapon, stealing the Heaven's sword, adorned in exceptional gear, accompanied by my fierce pet, the celestial wolf. It was time to challenge the Ice Canyon. Even if the ice soul cold iron did not drop, it would at least serve as an opportunity for leveling up, and perhaps I might even procure an extraordinary shield. Chapter 9. Chivalrous Deeds. Traversing the Sky Forest, I encountered mostly monsters ranging from levels 80 to 110. Such low-level creatures no longer piqued my interest for leveling. The experience gained was negligible, a waste of precious time. As someone who could earn hundreds of thousands of experience in mere seconds, I could hardly afford to squander my time on inferior foes. Along the way, I observed numerous leveling teams, maintaining a hidden identity as I quietly advanced. Many players cast me incredulous glances, likely recognizing the quality of my equipment, yet none dared to provoke me. After all, facing a player whose level and identity were concealed required one to carefully consider their own capabilities. Throughout my journey, Players were engaged in discussions regarding the upcoming competition for dominance, with many forming alliances and teams. In a clearing of the forest, a solitary level 91 magic knight was invited to join another group for the contest, though that team was unlikely to achieve much, as elimination in the preliminary rounds was all but guaranteed. The Chinese region is renowned for its abundance of talent, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the teams that advance to the top 32 in 3 days will predominantly consist of players who have surpassed level 100 and undergone 4 transformations. Historically, Chinese players lead the globe in terms of elite player levels, a testament to their formidable dedication and resolve in leveling up, a trait that foreign players generally struggle to match. After a duration of over half an hour, I arrived at the foot of the Dragonbone mountain range. Gazing upward, I realized that this marked the end of the mountains. The icebound canyon connected to the Dragonbone range is, in strict terms, an independent map and does not belong to the mountains themselves. To this day, there are scarce legends concerning Guan Yu and the icebound canyon, as the monsters here possess levels that are far too high for players to explore at this stage. As I advanced further, a tempest of snow and wind engulfed me, signaling my entry into the realm of snow. A shiver coursed through me as I trudged through the snow, my barbarian boots crunching beneath my feet. I drew the stealing heaven sword from behind. Entering the leveling area, my senses heightened and alert, for the monsters here are said to be formidable. Indeed, shortly after, a roar echoed through the snow, and an ice bear charged towards me, its sharp claws striking against the edge of my sword. However, the stealing heaven sword is not so easily swayed by a mere beast. With a powerful strike, the icy radiance drove the bear back. Upon closer inspection, it was a level 125 elite monster, which seemed manageable. The ice bear's attack power was significantly weaker than that of a level 125 shadow monster, allowing me to recover without the need for healing. The rebirth of the undead was sufficient for restoration. At this moment, my rebirth had reached level 10, providing a recovery rate of 2 health points per second, taking 50 seconds to fully replenish. A robust recovery speed, yet not overwhelmingly powerful. In such circumstances, should my opponent be strong enough, they could easily defeat me. Of course, in this vast world, barring a coordinated assault, it is unlikely that anyone could eliminate me within half a minute. Even the terrifying Candle Shadow has not the capability to accomplish such a feat. With a decisive slash, I felled the ice bear, looting an 8th grade bear hide and a round, glimmering illusion stone. I collected the bear hide, but the illusion stone, with its mere 32 points of quality, held little interest for me, as it would fetch a meager price. Continuing onward without haste, I summoned the celestial howling wolf to assist me in the hunt. With my current strength, slaying a level 125 elite monster was a trivial task. The attributes of the howling wolf were equally formidable, and together, we dispatched our foes with ease. Utilizing the fire whirlwind, we attracted a number of ice bears for slaughter, enhancing our efficiency. After all, it was merely leveling up, and the experience from these elite monsters was commendable. After nearly half an hour of relentless combat, I glanced at the map and noted that I had ventured into nearly a third of the canyon. As I pressed on, the wind and snow began to subside, and sunlight even pierced through the clouds, though the chill remained biting, the frigid wind howling like a blade against my skin. However, my field of vision had considerably widened. Furrowing my brow, I still had not located the habitat of the ice spirit giant. Where could this creature possibly be? Advancing further, I finally encountered a shadow monster. Amidst the whispering snow, a humanoid creature materialized, its form translucent and nearly invisible, sharp ice spikes protruding around it, resembling a terrifying urchin of ice. Ice Spike Demon, Shadow Level Monster, Level 125 Attack, 1250 to 1400 Defense, 1120 Health, 60,000 Skills, Ice Spike LV10, Throw of Destiny LV10 Description, Guardians of the Frozen Canyon. These Ice Spike demons possess formidable attack and defense capabilities. Having protected the canyon for many years, they have become exceedingly ferocious, intent on tearing apart any adventurers that dare approach from any direction. At level 125, this shadow creature's attack power can be considered merely average. A creature with an attack of 1,400 poses little threat to me. With the vampiric effect of the Stealing Heaven Sword at level 14, even a fierce assault would present no issue, and it is quite likely that I would not require healing at all. Resolute, I charge forward. Whoosh! A flash of lightning darts past as I collide with the ice spike demon, successfully stunning it. The level 10 Thunder Strike has triggered a lightning paralysis effect elevated to over 90. Evading a stun is simply not possible. With a sweeping strike, I unleash the Throw of Destiny in a standard attack. Crack. Miss. 7,846. 4,198. The attack efficiency is quite commendable. Meanwhile, Tian Dao the Greedy Wolf also launches an assault. Its claws slashing with precision. Within 7 seconds, the combined efforts of myself and my companion have diminished the Ice Spike Demon's health by more than half. In another 7 seconds, the Ice Spike Demon manages to unleash only 2 or 3 attacks before it meets its end, letting out a pitiful cry as it collapses. Thud. A round, dark blue helmet rolls onto the ground. I am momentarily taken aback, picking it up to inspect, and a broad smile spreads across my face. What a delightful find. Ice Cold War Helmet. Golden Exquisite. Defense. 215 Magic Defense. 160 Strength. 52 Agility. 41 additional. Increases the user's physical attack accuracy by 11 additional. Increases the user's attack power by 4 trait. Ice Cold Set Helmet required level 105 remarkably. It is an exquisite 1-star item. Moreover, it is level 105 equipment, and in the forthcoming weeks, a multitude of players will undoubtedly reach level 105 and undergo their 4th class advancement. Collecting a full set of this gear will surely command a bustling market, potentially fetching as much as 100,000 RMB per set. Perhaps grinding for experience, and this set here is indeed a splendid idea. Filled with excitement, I momentarily abandon my search for the ice giant. Instead, I shall set my sights on the ice spike demons, as any endeavor in leveling is worthwhile. Resolutely, I continue forward, dispatching one ice spike demon after another. However, the drop rate for the set appears rather low, after nearly half an hour of relentless pursuit. I have yet to acquire a second piece of the ice cold set. Crunch. The nth ice spike demon falls beneath my blade, and as I advance, I unexpectedly discover a modest ice mountain ahead. Quietly, I approach, and from a distance, I hear the sounds of battle. Oh, is there another player leveling up here? I hasten my steps to confirm, noticing that both the ID and equipment sheen are hidden. I stow away Tian Dao the Greedy Wolf and proceed to investigate who is training here, lest a chaotic skirmish ensue. Snowflakes drift down from the sky, landing softly on my face, bringing with them a refreshing chill. I tread quietly beneath the cover of falling snow, and not far ahead, I indeed spot a group of players engaging in battle. Their arm insignias are strikingly familiar. They bear the emblem of the Overlord Hall. Upon closer inspection, I am taken aback to realize that the leader of this squad is none other than Guizhi Dongliang, the esteemed leader of the Overlord Hall. Brandishing his sword, he valiantly strikes at an ice spire demon, which retaliates fiercely, thrusting its icy spear deep into his chest. With a sickening squelch, 4,295 points of health vanish in an instant, causing Guizhi Dongliang to stumble back, alarmed. He calls out, "Priest, heal me quickly." Archers, lock onto the target. Behind him, a high-level archer unleashes a chilling arrow to slow the beast and remarks solemnly, "Boss, why on earth did we come here with just 5 people? The monster's level is far too high." Guizhi Dongliang clenches his teeth in determination. "I cannot allow them to look down on us. Humph. Today, we shall conquer the ice canyon with 5 men and return with a complete set of the frost gear. Let us see what those little pigs have to say then. Damn it. Does the Sky City only deserve the name of a divine general through bitter defeat?" The archer smiles slightly. In truth, there is no need to be vexed about this. The little pigs merely speak without thought. The one you wish to compete with is none other than Luo Chun, who once surpassed even Zhu Yingluan. Only one Luo Chun exists in all of China's servers. You, leader, are following a strategic path. There is no need to pursue sheer strength. Guizhi Dongliang's expression darkens. Regardless, as the leader of the Overlord Hall, it is unacceptable for me to lack strength. Priest, ensure my health is replenished. I am going in. Behind him, a level 97 priestess nods vigorously. Her healing output is commendable, and she ranks among the top priests of the Overlord Hall. While she may not surpass Murong Mingyu, she is undeniably formidable. Otherwise, Guizhi Dongliang would have perished countless times under the attacks of the level 125 shadow monsters. However, their conversation piques my interest. It seems that the relationship between the little pigs and Wang Dongliang is not without its flaws. The little pig is a mercenary, remaining in the Overlord Hall purely for monetary gain, devoid of any true loyalty. Moreover, the little pig is rather arrogant, dismissing everyone around him. His confrontations with Wang Dongliang are, therefore, quite understandable. At that moment, a beautiful figure appears behind the Ice Spire demon, executing a series of stunning strikes that effortlessly dispatch the half-health demon. Such impressive damage output can only be delivered by an assassin, and the top assassin of the Overlord Hall is none other than Shangwan Wanner. In our last encounter, her prowess left me astounded. There are only a handful of top assassins in the China region, and Shangwan Wanner is perilously close to reaching the pinnacle of her craft. It is somewhat perplexing how the Overlord Hall managed to recruit such a formidable talent. With her arrival, the pressure on the team diminishes considerably. This 5-member squad possesses commendable strength, an assassin in Shangwan Wanner, a warrior in Guoji Dongliang, complemented by a priest, an archer, and a bard who provides buffs, a nearly perfect composition. At that moment, 3 Ice Spikes demons suddenly emerged simultaneously, and the bard had inadvertently provoked another, resulting in a quartet of Ice Spike demons attacking at once. In an instant, Guoji Dongliang was left with scant health, his face drained of color, as he hurriedly retreated, exclaiming, "Healer, heal me." Just as the priest raised his staff, 2 icy spears pierced his chest with a chilling sound. The Ice Spike demon's aggro shifting with alarming ease, leading to the priest's swift demise. With a stern expression, Shangwan Wanner declared, "Leader, retreat. I will hold the monsters." The assassin gracefully twisted her waist, moving in a zigzag pattern to block several Ice Spike demons, while Guoji Dongliang fled in haste, gulping down a health potion. Despair etched across his face. Without the priest, their team could not endure a prolonged battle. Yet, amidst the swirling snowflakes, a holy figure appeared, an imposing level 101 male priest, wielding a staff and clad in a pristine robe. Looking up, one could see a resolute and courageous visage, above which floated the words, Xian Yuan Ichue, LV 101. Dark Gold Priest, Guild, none. This priest, Xian Yuan Ichue, fixed his gaze upon Guoji Dongliang and Shangwan Wanner, his eyes brimming with chivalry, as he called out, "To save one person, 10,000 gold coins. I will not accept a single coin less." Guoji Dongliang gasped in shock. "You dare to take advantage of our plight?" Shangwan Wanner glanced back and implored, "Hero, do save us." Xian Yuan Ichue, with an air of indomitable dignity, replied, "A true hero embodies chivalry, fair lady. If you wish for my assistance, simply allow me a kiss after the rescue, and I shall forego payment." How utterly lecherous! Both Shangwan Wanner and I exclaimed in unison. Guoji Dongliang's eyes gleamed with recognition as he shouted, "Damn it! Zhao Yufeng, it is you, you scoundrel! How dare you exploit this situation, after 3 years of camaraderie?" Chapter 10. Ice Soul Cold Iron Ah. So he is a classmate of Wang Dongliang. I leaned against the icy wall, clutching the thief's sword, and continued to observe the unfolding drama. Shangwan Wanner blushed furiously, casting a fierce glare at Xian Yuan Ichue, releasing her pet to obstruct the monster's path, and then lunged forward to employ a skill, trap technique, on one of the beasts. With a resounding snap, the Ice Spike demon fell into a barrier, immobilized for a brief period. Evidently, Shangwan Wanner demonstrated remarkable skill and strategy. She quickly executed a stunning blow, effectively delaying the second monster's advance, and then unleashed a powerful attack to eliminate the third Ice Spike demon, one less foe to contend with. As I observed Shangwan Wanner's composed and adept maneuvers, Xian Yuan Ichue seemed momentarily unsettled. He dashed forward, shaking his staff, and cast 2 successive healing spells, causing healing numbers to appear above Guoji Dongliang and Shangwan Wanner. 2,874. 3,103. Indeed, this fellow possessed a rather dubious charm, such a powerful priest, even stronger than the one from the Bawang Hall who had fallen earlier. Guoji Dongliang turned around to assist in vanquishing the Ice Spike demon, and while looking at Xian Yuan Ichue, he remarked, "Damn, it truly is you. You've been playing the game without even letting me know. It's been half a year since we last met, hasn't he it? I heard you were being taken care of by a beautiful wealthy woman, living in a villa and driving a Camry." Xian Yuan Ichue shook his head, a look of profound weariness crossing his face. "Let us not speak of it. The past is too painful to revisit. That woman has encountered misfortune." "What? Has she been eliminated?" No, she has been placed under investigation. Guizhi Dongliang revealed a sincere smile and remarked, "So what do you say? Let us join forces. Together our dual swords will surely allow the Overlord Palace to shine like the sun in the Sky City." Xian Yuan Ichue pondered for a moment. What advantages would there be in joining you? As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Shangwan Wanner, his eyes revealing a complex mixture of emotions. Shangwan Wanner shuddered slightly and hastily interjected, "You two should not involve me in your conversation. Or else do not blame me if I have to take action against you." Xian Yuan Ichue felt a tremor run through him and replied, "Dongliang, the risks of joining the Overlord Palace are immense. I have heard that you severed ties with Zhiji Qinsha over the beautiful leader of the ancient Sword Soul Dream. Joining the Overlord Palace means I would be opposing formidable experts like Zhiji Qinsha. Such individuals are not to be trifled with." Wang Dongliang scoffed, "What? Are you feeling cowardly? Whatever happened to the courage you displayed when you entered the women's restroom with me? Where is that fearless Zhao Yufeng?" He then cast a glance at Shangwan Wanner and lowered his voice. "Our Wanner has a strict criterion for choosing men. The first to be eliminated is the coward." Xian Yuan Ichue was taken aback. "I will join the Overlord Palace. Accept me immediately." In the next moment, this high-ranking priest, Xian Yuan Ichue, became a member of the Overlord Palace, while I continued to observe from a distance, pondering whether the elite team of the Overlord Palace had undergone a change. Guizhi Dongliang let out a hearty laugh. "Chue, your arrival is truly fortuitous. I was just lamenting our lack of a primary priest for the main team of the Overlord Palace. Now that you are here, you shall be our foremost priest. Once we level up, we shall return to the city to apply for participation." "Indeed," Xian Yuan Ichue nodded. Guizhi Dongliang continued, "By the way, how did you come to be here? As a priest with limited offensive capabilities, any random monster here could easily eliminate you." Xian Yuan Ichue sighed. "Huh? Do not mention it. I was tasked with collecting a certain herb, Heart Orchid, which is said to grow in the frozen canyon area. I have been searching for nearly a day, constantly navigating along the base of the ice mountain to avoid monsters, like a coward. Just a moment ago, I nearly met my demise at the hands of an ice soul giant in the icy cave at the southwest corner. Thankfully, I was swift enough to escape. My interest was piqued. There was indeed an ice soul giant in the icy cave at the southwest corner? How splendid. This would require little effort to locate. I had not anticipated that the members of the Overlord Palace would assist me so significantly. I extend my gratitude to this WS priest." As I considered the heavenly sword, I felt no inclination to confront Xian Yuan Ichue or Guizhi Dongliang. Although I could undoubtedly dispatch them with ease, it seemed devoid of purpose. I would not engage in meaningless battles. I quietly departed the area as if I had never been there, using the cover of the wind and snow to navigate along the edge of the map zone, aiming to avoid the monsters within the canyon. Although the shadow creatures yielded substantial experience, it would be ideal to simultaneously slay monsters for leveling while gathering materials. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, a deep blue area appeared on the map ahead, and indeed, a roughly 1-meter-high entrance emerged beneath the ice mountain. With a sword held high, I lowered my gaze and noticed a glimmer of light emanating from below the entrance. This must be the place. Leaning forward, I slipped into the opening, only to find the ice surface surprisingly slick, causing me to uncontrollably slide down at an alarming speed. This was no mere ice cavern. It was undoubtedly a frozen passageway. Illuminated by the radiant glow of the Sword of Stealing Heaven, I could see sharp ice spikes protruding from the walls as I descended rapidly. A chill of fear washed over me, and I instinctively curled my body, using the sword to shield myself in front. The sound of clashing echoed as the divine weapon, with its extraordinary sharpness, shattered the ice spikes with ease. At that moment, I realized that this was not the ice cavern described by Xian Yuan. I had certainly taken a wrong turn. Suddenly, I made a sharp turn, only to be confronted by a solid ice wall blocking my path. My heart sank. At such a speed, easily over 70 miles per hour, colliding with it would surely turn me into a mere pancake. However, there was no time for reflection. The Sword of Stealing Heaven crashed violently against the ice wall. To my astonishment, the wall was not thick at all and collapsed entirely upon impact, sending my body soaring through the air before plummeting downward. With a resounding thud, I landed awkwardly, dazed and disoriented. As I struggled to rise, a melodious system notification chimed in my ears. Ding. System prompt. You have entered the Ice Soul Cavern. As I stood up and rubbed my knee, I realized I had inadvertently stumbled upon it. Glancing around, I confirmed that this was indeed a labyrinthine underground ice cavern, intricate and complex. Not far away, a towering giant, approximately 3 meters tall, was slowly moving along the frost-laden passage. Its skin appeared to be a blend of stone and ice, and its massive form caused the ground to tremble with each step. As I approached, the attributes of the creature materialized before my eyes. Ice Soul Giant, Shadow Level Monster. Level, 130 Attack, 1380 to 1550 Defense, 1600 Health, 80,000 Skills. Crush, Cosmic Toss. Frost Stone Skin Description. Deep within the icy canyon, one of the coldest corners of the continent, the Ice Soul Cavern is filled with malevolence. These Ice Soul Giants, led astray by evil forces, have been blinded by hatred, viewing all living beings as enemies and vowing to annihilate humans, elves, and other races, alongside the undead to dominate the continent. Gazing at the monster's attributes, I couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Such formidable attack and defense, especially the defense at a staggering 1,600 points, far exceeded that of any knight at this stage. Even the defense of Guguzi, without a spiritual shield, barely reached 1,400. This Ice Soul Giant was indeed a formidable fortress. Alright, this is the monster I shall confront. Let the battle commence. A level 130 shadow monster. Surely its experience points and loot drops will not disappoint. Locking my sights on the Ice Soul Giant, I charged forward. With a flash, my figure struck the monster with the speed of lightning. Though I could only reach under the giant's arm, my furious combo landed heavily on its abdomen. The sword of stealing heaven gleamed fiercely as it struck, causing the giant's massive body to shudder. After activating my martial god ability, my attack power proved to be impressively potent. Boom, boom, boom. 2,984. 3,792. 2011. Indeed, the Ice Phantom can inflict nearly 3,000 points of damage, while the Qian Kuan throw exceeds that slightly, and the ordinary attack pales in comparison, dealing only 2,000 points. Roar. Amidst a thunderous bellow akin to an enraged storm, the Ice Phantom Giant lifted a massive leg and forcefully stomped towards me, executing a crushing skill that disregarded 20 points of defense, with an attack power equivalent to that of a normal strike. 1844. Such pain. I hastily retreated 2 steps and summoned the bloodthirsty wolf to join the fray. Then charged forward once more, wielding the formidable attack speed of the Stealing Heaven Sword and its 14 lifesteal attribute. I unleashed a flurry of strikes, depleting nearly 5,000 points of the Ice Phantom Giant's health and converting 700 points into my own vitality. The battle raged on fiercely for approximately 30 seconds. Despite my dodging and blocking, I still lost 100 points of health. Fortunately, the level 10 undead regeneration was incredibly effective, restoring 2 health per second, totaling 60 points over 30 seconds. Combined with health potions and the use of death resilience, I found that taking down an Ice Phantom Giant cost me merely a single level 7 health potion. Checking my inventory, I discovered I had a staggering 50 stacks of level 7 health potions, amounting to 5,000 in total. Such a bounty of potions provided immense comfort, ensuring I could sustain this battle for an extended period, especially with the durability of the Stealing Heaven Sword being remarkably high and its recovery rate exceedingly swift. I was well equipped for a prolonged engagement. Boom. Suddenly, the Thousand Ice Slash erupted, and the first Ice Phantom Giant collapsed to the ground. Finally, one down. Alas, it was regrettable that the monster, aside from granting me a substantial amount of experience, yielded nothing else. Damn it, onward. With my resilience and stamina, slaying monsters was a trivial matter, and I made every effort to evade attacks, allowing the bloodthirsty wolf to absorb damage. This way, I could avoid returning to town for supplies due to equipment durability issues. The level 107 bloodthirsty wolf's health recovery speed was equally impressive, proving to be extremely powerful. After nearly an hour, the Ice Phantom Giants that fell beneath my sword numbered no less than 50, yet the Ice Phantom Cold Iron remained elusive. Doubts crept in. Could the Ice Phantom Giant truly drop the Ice Phantom Cold Iron? It did not seem forthcoming, and even death extraction yielded nothing. Approaching the latest slain Ice Phantom Giant, I instinctively extended my hand for death extraction. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations, you have acquired Ice Phantom Cold Iron X1. Finally, the first piece of Ice Phantom Cold Iron has appeared. What a challenge it was to obtain. Overjoyed, It seemed that He's Ice Phantom Barrier Spirit Shield was indeed within reach. The Soul Stone could be gathered through complex means by Su Yang, and the Blue Fire Gem could be purchased. The most challenging Ice Phantom Cold Iron had now materialized here. I aimed to collect a full 100 pieces of Ice Phantom Cold Iron before the commencement of the Who Dominates competition. Chapter 11. A Twisted Fate. I lingered within the Ice Phantom Cavern until past 8 p.m. Checking my experience points, I was now at level 107/45. Upon entering the cavern, I was at 22, thus gaining 23 in a mere half day, which was a commendable rate of advancement. However, I worried that my equipment's durability might falter, which was why I refrained from luring countless Ice Phantom Giants for a mass slaughter. Otherwise, it would have been exhilarating. Moreover, I have acquired 18 pieces of Ice Spirit Cold Iron, an item exceedingly difficult to obtain. It is estimated that gathering a full 100 pieces of Ice Spirit Cold Iron will take at least 23 days. This timeline coincides perfectly. As soon as the Who Will Prevail competition commences, I can commence crafting equipment. As for the master-level blacksmith required for the blueprints, that is a trivial matter. One can simply venture to the Violet Empire, where a master-level NPC blacksmith is assuredly available, albeit for a greater expenditure of gold. Ding. A message arrived from Murong Mingwe. Hey, get offline. What for? I'm busy. Having dinner. I'm done eating. Bring me 2 pieces of flatbread. Hurry. Log off. Eve's flight arrives in Wuxi at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Join me to pick her up. You must get to bed on time. Do you want Eve to see your panda eyes as soon as she returns? I was taken aback. All right, I'll log off right away. Scanning my surroundings, I sought a secluded spot within the ice cave, one that was devoid of monsters. I swiftly set up a tent, crawled inside, and logged off. Removing my helmet, I suddenly remembered that he would return tomorrow, and a surge of hope welled within me. He is finally coming back. I had felt a certain void these past few days, and now I realized it was simply due to the absence of that gracious and charming lady boss. Exiting my room, I found Baiming Shui and Murong Mingyue already present. The 2 ladies were still clad in their cool attire and said to me, "Let us go to the Chuyun Pavilion dungeon for a 3rd run." I could not help but smile. Chuyun Pavilion is a delightful buffet, priced at 150 renminbi per person. I had long wished to go, but never found the opportunity. Now, being forcibly dragged offline by Murong Mingyue, I could finally enjoy it. Murong Mingyue, disinterested in driving, had the 2 ladies settle into my X12 as we set off for Chuyun Pavilion. In the rearview mirror, I could see Baiming Shui's beautiful face radiating excitement. Yay! The Who Will Prevail competition starts the day after tomorrow. I'm so thrilled. We are bound to secure a good ranking. Murong Mingyue smiled slightly. Indeed, with Eve back, some individuals may become quite exhilarated, their blood surging with excitement. Winning the championship MVP is certainly within reach. I shuddered, nearly colliding with another vehicle, and retorted, "What do you mean by blood surging? Even if I see Eve, I wouldn't react that way. At least until now, my relationship with Eve has been completely pure. Not as you imagine." Murong Mingyue stifled a laugh. "So, would you like it to be otherwise?" I was taken aback, feeling a rush of embarrassment as my face flushed. "Let us not discuss this topic." Baiming Shui inquired with a grin, "Brother, what have you been busy with today?" "Oh, I was farming in the ice cave. Collecting Ice Spirit Cold Iron." "Ice Spirit Cold Iron. What is that used for?" "You'll find out in a couple of days." Oh, as I spoke, I glanced at Murong Mingyue in the rearview mirror and said, "Sister Mingyue, there's one more thing I need to ask of you, and it's imperative." "Oh, what is it?" "Please help me procure 5 level 2 blue fire gems in the Sky City. I will cover the cost." "Blue fire gems?" Murong Mingyue exclaimed in astonishment. "Aren't those the gems that enhance attack power? The cost is quite exorbitant. I have heard that a single piece of the Azure Fire gem can fetch tens of thousands. For a white-collar worker, selling a gem could mean not having to work for half a year. Indeed, please collect 5 pieces for me, ensuring they are of the 2nd tier. I estimate the expenditure will be around 700,000 RMB. You are truly generous." "Well, it's not too much. I am acutely aware that the number of spirit-level bosses in Sky City is finite. They cannot be endlessly defeated. Consequently, spirit-grade equipment is unlikely to be overly abundant. I exerted considerable effort utilizing a potent bug to vanquish bosses in the purple domain, ultimately obtaining a spirit-grade sword. In the battle against the Heavenly Alliance, after 1,000 players united to defeat a single boss, I finally acquired a spirit-grade Titan barrier. This illustrates that spirit-grade items are currently the pinnacle of equipment, obtainable only through fortune and serendipity, rather than mere wealth or strength. If I can indeed forge a high-tier spirit-grade shield, why not? Spending 700,000 is merely a trifling matter. I will transfer 700,000 to your account. Please keep an eye out for it. Understood. Murong Minghua pouted, saying, even if you don't transfer it to me, I wouldn't know. My sister's account has an 8-figure sum, and whether it's a bit more or less, I wouldn't feel it. Ugh, I find myself rather disheartened. Living alongside wealthy women does impose significant pressure. Murong Minghua, an influential assistant, already possesses an 8-figure fortune, and his wealth is beyond imagination. According to Murong Minghua, he earns tens of thousands in mere seconds, entirely in a different league from myself. Having reached an agreement, I entrusted Murong Minghua with the acquisition of the Azure Fire Gems. In the following days, I focused on farming Ice Essence Cold Iron, and then, through various connections, I planned to forge this much-anticipated shield in the Violet Empire. The spirit-grade shield, being of considerable level, is surely not inferior to the Titan barrier of Gu Jian Hunming. Speaking of which, Gu Jian is nearing level 105, if he achieves this before the decisive competition. Equipped with the Titan barrier, this exceptional 4-star spirit-grade defensive item will undoubtedly elevate him into a formidable bulwark. Indeed, this would make Gu Jian Hunming's second team exceedingly remarkable. Of course, if he can acquire the Ice Essence Shield, he would not fall short either, as his original attack and defense attributes are quite commendable. Recently, he has diligently immersed himself in learning various strategies and techniques within the game. No longer the novice he once was. Shortly thereafter, I arrived at the Outcloud Pavilion, where I paid and entered the restaurant with the beautiful sister and the lovely younger sister. We indulged in a whirlwind feast, having starved throughout the day, leaning against the wall upon entry and emerging utterly stuffed. After returning to the studio, I logged in to battle the Ice Essence Giants for a while also managing some affairs within the Alliance. Now, Gu Jian Hunming has reached a membership limit of 5,000, with more members. There are numerous trivial matters to address. Otherwise, discord may arise within the Alliance, undermining cohesion. Being a leader truly is not an easy task. I remained occupied until midnight, hastily logging off to rest. I slept soundly until the early hours, when Murong Minghua knocked on my door, rousing me with the words, "Lu Chun, rise and shine. You lazy pig. Eve is already in the sky. Hurry up and prepare to welcome her." Oh dear. I glanced at the clock, realizing it was only 6 a.m. What a hassle. If it weren't for I wouldn't budge out of bed, even under duress. After freshening up, I contemplated having breakfast, only to be met with Murong Minghua's immediate dismissal. Forget about breakfast. By the time we reach Wuxi, it will be around 7:30. We can eat at the KFC in the airport. Reluctantly, I acquiesced, and, along with Bai Mingxue, we sped off on the Huning Expressway. Upon arriving at Wuxi Airport, the clock read 7:20. I had maintained a speed of 150 km/h, leaving Bai Mingxue and Murong Minghua speechless. We entered the passenger hall and awaited our flight, where I purchased 3 breakfast meals, and we settled down to eat. Just then, the weather outside turned ominous, and a torrential downpour ensued, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Watching the deluge through the window, I couldn't help but worry. Eve was set to arrive in half an hour. Would this weather pose a problem? Murong Minghua shot me a glare. Stop overthinking. Trust in technology. Even in this weather, as long as the airport conditions are adequate, landing is possible. Indeed, Sister Minghua is astute. I bit into my breakfast bread, concealing my concerns deep within. We chatted idly until 8 a.m., when an announcement echoed through the airport, stating that the flight from New Delhi to Wuxi had been delayed, with an expected arrival 20 minutes later. Here she comes, right? I chuckled, and Murong Minghua flashed me a smile. No worries, we'll see Eve in 20 minutes. What is the first thing you plan to say to her? Unable to contain my laughter, I replied, "Boss, I've missed you terribly." Oh dear, Murong Minghua teased. Do you think Eve will give you a beating for saying that? I don't know, Bai Mingxue chimed in. Perhaps she will embrace you. I countered, no way, Eve is far more reserved than Sister Minghua. However, we ended up waiting for over 40 minutes, and once again, the airport announcement informed us that the flight from New Delhi to Wuxi had encountered a malfunction and could not land, with the situation becoming increasingly urgent. The plane had been circling in the clouds for over 20 minutes before deciding to make an emergency landing by the shores of Taihu Lake. Immediately, we were all taken aback. My heart raced with anxiety, and I jumped to my feet, exclaiming, "To Taihu, right?" The two young women hastily followed suit, and we sped away from Shofeng Airport in our X-12. My teeth clenched as I gazed at the flashes of lightning outside, silently praying for safety. How could something like this happen just as he returned home? Just as she had previously remarked, our destinies seemed fraught with misfortune. The sky darkened ominously, and following the airport's description of the emergency landing site, I drove with utmost urgency. The heavy raindrops pounded against the windshield, producing a deafening sound. In the rearview mirror, I could see the pallor of Baiming Shui and Murong Mingyue's faces. It was evident that this situation had arisen too suddenly, especially given the peril of a water landing, which was undoubtedly far more dangerous than a ground landing. After nearly an hour, I finally arrived at the shores of Taihu Lake. From a distance, the vast expanse obscured my view, rendering most details invisible. Yet, I could faintly discern a colossal object floating upon the surface. Could it be the aircraft? With a decisive click, I opened the car door and, disregarding the torrential rain, hurried towards the lake. The ground was a quagmire, and as I stepped cautiously into the frigid waters, I heard the distant voice of Baiming Shui calling out, "Brother, be careful." Chapter 12. A fragrant journey. The icy lake water soaked through my clothes as I wiped the rain from my face. Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. The airplane lay afloat on the water, seemingly grounded on a shallow part of the lake, and I could see a few people standing around it, their expressions fraught with panic. My mind was a blank slate, and with a pang of emotion, I rushed forward, undeterred. The torrential downpour engulfed me, the water lapping at my neck, yet I was still a considerable distance away, compelled to swim the rest. The sky was a tapestry of lightning, and the tempestuous weather was astonishingly severe. I could even hear the sound of someone weeping near the edge of the aircraft. As I drew closer, the rain obscured my vision, but then a woman's voice rang out. "Look, there's someone." I lifted my head, my hair entwined with water plants, rain cascading down my face, nearly blinding me. At that moment, a gasp emanated from within the cabin. It was He's voice. In the next instant, her beautiful figure appeared at the exit. Upon seeing me, a torrent of emotions flooded her, and she covered her mouth with her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. Miss. At the flight attendant's call, he leapt into the water and embraced me tightly. The attendant urged from behind, "Miss, come back up. The boat is on its way." He shook her head and said to me, "How did you get here, Lu Chen?" I gestured towards the rear. "Sister Mingyue and Baiming are in the car." "All right, let us go." Seeing the water plants clinging to my hair and shoulders, He smiled through her tears. She kicked off her high heels and swam alongside me towards the shore. As we reached the shallow waters, I lifted her in my arms, aware of the glass shards strewn across the riverbank, a potential danger to our feet. He wrapped her arms around my neck, her delicate legs trailing in the lake, while the tumultuous waters washed over her dainty feet. A warmth blossomed within me, an indescribable sense of tenderness enveloping my heart. In the car, Morong Mingyue hurried out, holding an umbrella, exclaiming in disbelief, "Goodness, have you all lost your minds?" He chuckled softly as I placed her in the back seat. I turned to Mingyue. "Sister Mingyue, please drive. Turn on the heat. We're both drenched and there are no towels." "Understood." Morong Mingyue took the wheel, while Baiming Shui occupied the front passenger seat. He and I, two soaked individuals, sat in the back, shivering in the autumn rain. The cold, wet fabric clung uncomfortably to our skin, and I knew we needed to return swiftly for a warm shower. Otherwise, we would surely fall ill. Morong Mingyue started the car, but furrowed her brows. She promptly removed her black trench coat and handed it to He, saying, "Eve, you should change out of your drenched clothes right now and wrap yourself in this, lest you catch a cold with your constitution. It's quite unpleasant to be ill in this weather." "Here? Right now?" He exclaimed in astonishment. Morong Mingyue glanced at me and chuckled. "What's the problem? Lu Chun is hardly a stranger. Just tell him not to look." I turned my head and said, "Drive on. The rain is so heavy that no one outside can see inside the car." He, feeling a bit bashful, blinked and nodded. Soon, a rustling sound followed, and indeed, He began to remove her uniform dress. Although I faced the window, my heart raced with anticipation. The interior of the car was illuminated, while the outside sky remained overcast, creating a reflection on the window. I vaguely caught a glimpse of He's fair, flawless figure as she quickly donned Murong Mingyue's coat. She then lifted her head and glared. Murong, focus on driving. Don't peek at me in the rearview mirror. Murong Mingyue laughed lightly. It's not like I haven't seen you before. What's the harm in a few more glances? Eve, you're such a prude. Humph. He then tugged at my arm, saying, Lu Chun, you can turn around now. Oh, I nearly drooled, hastily wiping my mouth before daring to turn back. To my surprise, He sat elegantly beside me, her original attire replaced by Murong Mingyue's trench coat. Although the coat was oversized, it did little to conceal the alluring curves of the beautiful leader. The coat's lapel framed her proud silhouette, and her long, shapely legs were temptingly draped at my feet. Between us lay her soaked clothing, with an eye-catching light purple bra atop a delicate garment, which left my mind momentarily blank. How could this predicament be endured by a man of my age? Seemingly aware of my embarrassment, he quickly grabbed a tote bag and stuffed the entire outfit inside. After all, this was a custom designer set worth hundreds of thousands. He was the kind of virtuous woman who, regardless of her wealth, abhorred wastefulness, which explained the recent financial strain on the Shuangyan studio. As Murong Mingyue drove, she remarked, that Lu Chun is truly reckless. He jumped into the water without a second thought. For you, he fears nothing. Eve, you, of all people, are usually so cautious. How could you swim back with him from the lake? Do you have any idea how perilous it is with all that submerged vegetation? He smiled gently. It's all right. We're fine, aren't we? Murong Mingyue pressed her lips together. Humph, you two appear so clever, yet together you act utterly foolish. He couldn't help but laugh. Whereas the foolishness in swimming in such heavy rain. It's quite poetic, really. I found my butterfly stroke has improved. I nodded. Indeed, my dog paddle has also become quite refined. Bai Mingshui chuckled. Brother, you say that. Yet you were so eager to jump in. I was worried sick. Ahem, I find myself hesitating, as both He and Bai Mingshui gaze at me, while Murong Mingyue observes me through the rearview mirror. After a few seconds, I manage a smile, expressing my concern. I merely fret that the airplane might spring a leak. Should it sink, I would rather arrive early than late. Humph. Murong Mingyue lets out a huff. He, wringing her damp long hair, then offers me a sweet smile, saying, though I've become a drenched chicken, I find solace in the fact that I managed to decline so many meetings at the headquarters. I was eager to return from India in just a few days. All my efforts to hasten my return seem not to have been in vain. I chuckle awkwardly in response. The atmosphere in the car grows somewhat tense. As He wraps herself in her trench coat, her cheeks slightly flushed, leaning against me in silence. Bai Mingshui glances back, her large eyes flitting between me and He, appearing as if she wishes to speak but holds her tongue. Finally, Murong Mingyue breaks the silence. Well, since we have this dull drive ahead of us, let us discuss the upcoming matters. First, who will prevail in this competition? Does everyone feel confident about securing a spot in the top 3? He replies, with Li Chengfeng joining our team, our chances of victory have significantly increased. However, I find myself lacking, my level is not high enough, and my equipment is outdated. I offer a reassuring smile. Fear not, with Li Chengfeng and me leading the charge. Entering the top 32 of the Chinese server for the offline competition is certainly within our grasp. As long as we don't encounter teams that are too formidable, they should not pose a significant threat to us. I estimate that only a few teams like Zhu Long, Shui Yinsan, and Zhang Tianmeng could challenge us. Of course, there are undoubtedly many skilled teams lurking in the shadows. This competition will surely see its share of dark horses. He chuckles softly indeed. I too worry that we might fall to a dark horse. I wring the water from my sleeve and smile confidently. Rest assured. Do you not trust in Li Chengfeng's and my capabilities? While other teams may tremble at the thought of dark horses, we do not fear them. This competition must see our studio in the top 3. We shall vanquish any foes that stand in our way. Excellent. He beams, now that I'm back. I will practice diligently and do my utmost not to hold everyone back. Will Lu Chun join us for some leveling up? I hesitate for a moment and then shake my head. No, I am currently in a confined map and prefer not to emerge just yet. You 3 should practice together. I shall remain in seclusion until the competition begins. All right, understood. After a while, to my surprise, he drifts off to sleep, leaning against my shoulder. Her slumber sweet and serene. The long duration of the flight must have exhausted her, and the ordeal of the forced landing has left her utterly depleted. As she sleeps, She slips down, resting her upper body on my legs, her form curled slightly, her delicate legs bent on the seat. Lying in my embrace as if forgetting the passage of time. I hold her gently, and through the rearview mirror, Morong Mingyue observes the scene. A hint of a smile gracing her lips. Everything feels so tranquil. The tempest outside, with its howling winds and flashing lightning, seems to bear no relation to us. Within this warm space of the car lies the essence of our pursuits. When the car arrived in Suzhou, it was already past 11 in the morning. After a bout of intense jostling, we entered the neighborhood. He finally awakened, her bright eyes gazing at me. She did not rush to rise, but simply looked at me, lightly chuckling. How long have I been asleep? For over an hour. Have we reached home? Yes, we have. As he got up, she realized that her expensive leather shoes, worth several tens of thousands, had been lost to the depths of Taihu Lake. With a resigned smile, I took it upon myself to carry her upstairs, followed closely by Bei Ming Shui and Mu Rong Mingyu. Inside the elevator, I held he as we entered, the beautiful leader tightly wrapping her arms around my neck. Meanwhile, two middle-aged men in the elevator merely shook their heads, whispering to one another, those born in the 90s are still like this. Indeed, we exchanged a smile. What is wrong with us 90s kids? After enduring life's trials, we are still capable of supporting a piece of sky over China. Chapter 13. Forging shields. By the time we returned to the studio, it was noon. After he changed into a new outfit, she discovered that her suitcase was still checked in on the plane. She promptly asked the Wuxi GGS branch to retrieve it. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the suitcase arrived, and she finally obtained her gaming helmet. Otherwise, her account in the waterside would have been rendered useless. He, Mu Rong Mingyu, and Bei Ming Shui, along with Su Yang and Gue Guzi, formed a team to hunt monsters. If only there had been a high-level mage among us, our party's strength would have soared. Unfortunately, while the ancient Sword Soul Dream boasted top-tier warriors, archers, knights, and priests, it lacked sufficiently powerful mages and assassins, an undeniable shortcoming. I continued battling the ice spirit giants in the ice spirit cave. My leveling speed was not particularly swift, but for the sake of He's new shield, I persevered. Besides, for me, levels were not the most critical aspect, with a mere 0.15-second delay in my brainwaves. As long as I was present, my strength remained. Before I knew it, an entire day had passed, and it was now the morning of the third day. Past 9 o'clock. With only 7 durability remaining, my stealing heaven sword felled the last ice spirit giant. After claiming my prize, I obtained another piece of ice spirit cold iron. Counting meticulously, I found I had exactly 100 pieces. Mission accomplished. Just then, Mu Rong Ming, you sent me a message. Kid, the preliminary round of Who Rules the Waves starts at 1 p.m. Where have you been? Aren't you coming back? Alright. I'm on my way back. Did you manage to secure the 5 level 2 Qing Hui gems for me? Already taken care of. When will you get them to me? East Gate Square. Okay. I retrieved a return scroll and, in the blink of an eye, exited the ice spirit cave. Regrettably, despite thoroughly exploring this map, I had not encountered the boss, which only reinforced the fact that spiritual grade bosses are indeed rare. So scarce that there were only 2 or 3 pieces of spiritual equipment in the Sky City at present. However, it is rumored that yesterday, the Destruction Guild organized over 1,000 members to confront a level 145 spiritual boss in the Dragonbone Mountains, only to return in utter defeat. Not a single individual among the 1,000 survived. All perished without even managing to deplete the boss's health by a mere 10 points. Those who were present at the time recounted that the very mountains trembled as the Destruction Guild provoked the boss, who swiftly dispatched them with a single forbidden spell. The Battle Alliance initially intended to tackle this formidable foe, but upon hearing of the boss's devastating abilities, they promptly reconsidered, opting to wait a month until the average player level reached 120 before attempting the fight. A level 145 boss proved to be far too formidable for them at present. Upon arriving at the East Gate Square, I spotted a beautiful priestess at the corner, who approached me and handed over 5 azure fire gemstones with a smile. Inquiring about my next steps, I informed her that I would be logging off at 11 for a meal, followed by a necessary adjustment of my state before participating in the preliminary tournament at 1 o'clock, anticipating a long afternoon of trials ahead, which would demand considerable stamina. Acknowledging this, I reached out to Su Yang once again. Shortly thereafter, the seasoned miner arrived, bringing with him 10 soul stones and insisting on receiving my payment for mining work. I handed him 10 gold coins, and he left, delighted with his reward. Examining my inventory, I found a shield crafting blueprint, 100 soul iron pieces, 10 soul stones, and 5 level 2 azure fire gemstones. All the materials were now gathered. It seemed I was ready to venture to the Violet Empire. After repairing my gear and replenishing potions, I noted that my equipment was nearing the point of disrepair, particularly the durability of my wrist guards and helmet, which had been severely tested over the past 3 days in the Ice Soul Cavern. Having settled all matters, I glanced at the time. With an hour and a half remaining until 11, there was ample opportunity to journey to the Violet Empire. With the celestial day star of greed, the Sky City emerged, swiftly heading towards the Violet Empire. Concurrently, the leaderboard of the Sky City was unveiled. Indeed, the frenzied 3-day leveling journey in anticipation of the contest for supremacy saw countless players remaining offline, neglecting nourishment in their relentless pursuit. 1. Zhiji Qinsha, level 108. Class, Necromancer 2. Fengsa Huanshang, level 107. Class, Light Ranger 3. Baiming Shui, level 106. Class, Dark Archer 4. The Legendary Hero, level 106. Class, Dragon Warrior 5. Morong Mingwe, level 106. Class, Priest 6. Ligu, level 106. Class, Assassin 7. Ziho, level 106. Class, Warrior 8. Little Pig, level 106. Class, Frostblade Warrior 9. Zaishui Yifeng, level 106. Class, Magic Knight 10. October Rain, level 106. Class, Archer 11. Giguzi, level 106. Class, Necromancer Knight 12. Xiaotsang Tian, level 105. Class, Magic Knight 13. Ingzhe Xiangnair, level 105. Class, Dark Mage 14. Qingqing Shui Xiang, level 105. Class, Archer 15. Zhan Tian, level 105. Class, Warrior. The players of the Sky City are truly formidable, with no fewer than 9 elite players at level 106 and over 20 at level 105. Heaven only knows how many skilled players remain in the Sky City. This contest for supremacy is not merely a competition among players from individual main cities. It unites players from across the nation on the battlefield. The prospect of finally competing with the masters from Tianfeng City and Shenin City is exhilarating. One can only hope that the Candle Dragon Guild does not disappoint, especially since it is highly likely that the ancient Sword Soul Dream main team will face off against the Candle Dragon Guild in the finals. Of course, should the beautiful and fierce little Chili unleash her full power, the outcome may be uncertain, as Ziho, under Lin Yisan's command, is also a formidable warrior, not significantly inferior to our Dragon Warrior. Simultaneously, glancing at the player leaderboard of Tianfeng City and Shenin City, Zhu Yingluan continues to reign supreme in Tianfeng City, closely followed by the likes of Jingqing Luotian and Qingqing Zijing. The forums echo with the fierce battles occurring in Tianfeng City, where the guild known as the Candle Dragon, led by the famed Wuxian, faces challenges from 2 major guilds, the Purple Lily of Jingqing Luotian and the Peach Blossom Depths of Qingqing Zijing. These rivals appear determined to settle their scores, resulting in a series of intense confrontations over the past fortnight, igniting the flames of war in Tianfeng City. In contrast to the bustling Sky City and Tianfeng City, Shenin City remains relatively tranquil. Lacking any super guilds, it boasts a number of medium-sized guilds of equal strength. The leaders of these guilds are not aggressive. Rather, they are shrewd, akin to seasoned old foxes, concealing their true capabilities from prying eyes. Indeed, if ancient Sword Soul Dream aspires to dominate the Chinese server, the journey ahead is undeniably arduous. Yet, this is the essence of the game, progressing step by step alongside comrades, battling in this world of swords and flames, and relishing the journey itself. Lost in contemplation, I looked up to behold a towering main city before me, the capital of the Violet Empire. Outside its formidable walls, cavalry galloped by with great speed, many of whom were skeletal riders. It seemed that the Violet Empire, having undergone reconstruction, had grown increasingly formidable. Given time, it would undoubtedly rival the 3 great capitals in strength. Upon entering the city and arriving at the Grand Palace Hall, I was met with the gaze of various undead, all staring intently at me. It was only when I revealed my identity as the Shura of the deceased, my eyes turning blood red, that these specters displayed a look of reverence. Clearly, my Shura status held considerable weight, especially in the presence of the departed. In the hall, Queen Sophia stood proudly beneath the royal banner, flanked by over 20 ministers and generals, all bearing solemn expressions as they appeared to deliberate on matters of state. Just as I was about to step into the hall, I was unexpectedly seized by the arm from the side. Turning, I found myself face to face with the armored shadow dancer, Shui. This enchanting NPC, known for her prowess as both an archer and assassin, had donned armor. What a peculiar turn of events, as NPCs seemed to disregard the player's feelings entirely. "Why are you here?" Shui asked, her eyes wide with surprise. "You must be looking for the bard, right? Unfortunately, you have arrived at an inopportune moment. The bard departed for the divine realm 3 days ago in search of the divine bones lost in the wasteland and is unlikely to return soon." I shook my head with a smile. "No, I did not come seeking Shinran. I specifically came to find you." Secretly, I marveled at this charming young lady. Her eloquence was truly impressive. With a slight blush, Shui inquired, "You came to find me? What is it you need?" In a serious tone, I replied, "Shui, the Violet Empire is vast. Surely there must be master blacksmiths among its ranks? I am in urgent need of a shield." "Oh," Shui pondered for a moment, her eyes suddenly lighting up. "Indeed, a month ago, a wandering blacksmith arrived in the city. He is said to be a master craftsman. Come with me. I shall take you to meet him." "Ah, splendid. Thank you, Shui. You're welcome." Shui moved swiftly, disappearing around a corner, and I raced after her, though I could not match her pace. Fortunately, the blacksmith's residence was not far, located at the city's forge. There, I beheld a muscular middle-aged man vigorously wielding a hammer. To my astonishment, he was not undead, but a genuine human. Seeing my astonished expression, Shui turned back and smiled. "Indeed, Her Highness Sophia has long proclaimed that the Violet Empire welcomes all races. Those without a place to call home may come to the Violet Empire, provided they adhere to its laws and regulations. As a result, many bards, fugitives, and deserters have contributed significantly to the reconstruction of our capital." Nodding in understanding, I approached the blacksmith with my sword in hand. "Master, I wish to request your services to forge a shield for me. Is that possible?" "What?" The blacksmith glanced at me disdainfully. "I do not craft weapons for the dogs of the Sky City. Leave at once. Years ago, after Duke Luke usurped my wife, I vowed to bring ruin upon the royal bastards of the Sky City." I swiftly removed the emblem of the Sky City from my shoulder, declaring, in truth, "I am a member of the Blood Dance Alliance. Take heed. I am merely an undercover operative within the Sky City." Shui regarded me with a peculiar gaze, as if to say, "How shameless can you be?" I shot her a glance and inquired, "Why do you look at me that way?" "It's nothing," Shui chuckled. Turning to the blacksmith, "He is indeed a member of the Blood Dance Alliance, a confidant of Queen Sophia." "Oh." The blacksmith appeared slightly taken aback and expressed a hint of apology. "My apologies, my lord. Are we ready to forge now?" "Indeed." I quickly produced the forging blueprint along with all the necessary materials. Instantly, the blacksmith's eyes sparkled with astonishment, exclaiming, "Heavens! Someone has actually gathered such precious materials. I thought I would never lay eyes on these rare ores in this lifetime." He then fixed a determined gaze upon me, assuring, "Rest assured, my lord. I shall forge an unparalleled shield for you. However, I must first request 100,000 gold coins. More money." Tears nearly welled in my eyes. I had endured countless trials for this shield. Chapter 14. The Iron-Blooded Mercenary with no other choice. To enhance the strength of the lady by my side, I had to make sacrifices. I handed over 100,000 gold coins along with the materials to the blacksmith and then took a seat on a nearby stone bench with the shadow dancer, Shui, to await the completion of the forging. Clang, clang. The blacksmith hammered away at the melted ice, soul iron and soul stones, diligently refining and setting the gems. The master blacksmith was busily engaged, perspiring profusely. Fortunately, this process did not take long. Roughly 10 minutes later, it was complete. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. Your Ice Soul Barrier, exceptional artifact, has been successfully forged. In the next moment, the master blacksmith held aloft an exquisitely crafted shield that shimmered with icy brilliance. Smiling at me, "My lord, do you find it satisfactory?" I accepted the shield. Its beauty was striking, sparkling with light. I was certain he would adore it. And I was overwhelmed with joy, nodding vigorously in approval. Upon examining the shield's attributes, I was utterly astonished. Ice Soul Barrier, exceptional artifact, defense, 760 magic defense, 520 strength, 95 stamina, 90 bonus. Increases the user's defense by 15 bonus. Increases the user's physical attack by 20 number of slots. 3 exceptional trait. Forms an ice soul shield, causing attackers to suffer frostbite, significantly reducing their speed. Description: within the frigid ice soul cavern, the essence of the ice soul giant has coalesced into ice soul iron, further enhanced by high-grade soul stones. The ice soul barrier embodies formidable defensive power, capable of manifesting an ice soul shield, providing the user with mysterious and profound magical protection. Required level: 125 ecstatic. I hurried back to the city and embedded a simple gem to lower the required level. This simple gem had also been procured by Murong Mingwe, who reportedly exerted considerable effort to acquire it from a vendor. Initially, the vendor was resolute in his refusal to sell, but Murong Mingwe, donning a low-cut robe, bent down to negotiate with him, ultimately captivating the young vendor with her charm. Everything is settled. This ice spirit barrier, while slightly inferior in defense compared to the spirit shield of Guguzi, possesses the remarkable ability to slow down attackers. As such, during PvP encounters, few would dare to challenge He. This enchanting ice beauty is not to be trifled with. I quickly sent a message to He. Eve, come to Eastgate Square, quickly. Oh, without a moment's hesitation, He agreed and arrived within seconds. The graceful figure of the beautiful guild leader appeared not far away. I approached her and promptly opened the trade interface to present her with the ice spirit shield. In the next moment, He was utterly astonished. Her mouth agape as she gazed at the shield's attributes, murmuring, "Lu Chun, have you been working tirelessly for these past few days?" I nodded and smiled. "Yes, boss. This shield is quite formidable, isn't it? Now, do you still think anyone in the tournament can hold us back?" He looked up at me, her beautiful eyes filled with emotion. In the next instant, she finally shed her reserve, embracing me and whispering in my ear, Why do you always make me feel like crying?" I felt a bit awkward as a few players nearby pointed and gossiped about us. Look, the guild leader of Ancient Sword Soul Dream in Shui Yifang is actively embracing the vice guild leader. There must be something going on. Indeed, just 2 days ago, the vice guild leader was holding the hand of the fantasy here. Is that true? I saw it with my own eyes. It's a case of fake one. Pay 10. Wow, this guy is so lucky. One side is in Shui Yifang, the other in fantasy. If I could have that, I'd consider it worth it even if I died the next day. Pathetic. The conversation from the nearby players made me want to scream in frustration. I wondered if He had heard them. It was utterly unjust. When did I ever hold Linnyson's hand in the game? Even if I did, it was in reality, for heaven's sake. Eve, check the defense. How much does it provide? I inquired. He glanced at the attributes and replied with a smile. 1900 defense. Wow. I was taken aback. It was incredibly impressive. The Magic Knight is a natural tank, not only able to ride mounts to enhance attributes, but also to equip shields. This single shield granted He an additional 760 points of defense. Guguzi's shield provided even more. There was no doubt that, at this moment, Guguzi's defense had surpassed 2,000 points, leaving me behind. He seemed unconcerned by others' remarks as she released her embrace, equipped the shield, and said with a smile, "Great. I'm going offline for lunch now. We need to give it our all in this afternoon's competition." Yes. Before logging off, I reviewed the rules of the Who Will Dominate preliminary round. The format was ruthlessly single elimination. Losing just one match meant over. A staggering 17 million teams were participating, with nearly 100 million players from the China region. In other words, to reach the top 32, we must win 20 consecutive best-of-3 matches to qualify for the offline competition, eliminating 20 teams in a row. Moreover, the opponents would grow stronger as we progressed, making this a truly intense journey of confrontation. Each match lasts 5 minutes, so it would take about 20 minutes to dispatch a single team. Yes, by the time we finish and enter the offline competition, it should already be late at night, right? Nevertheless, I am filled with exhilaration. I have now reached level 108. Wielding the celestial weapon, the stealing heaven sword, and adorned in high-tier gear. Alas, pets cannot be utilized in this competition. Otherwise, bringing along the celestial dawn and greedy wolf would have made me even more formidable. Of course, beast tamers are permitted to summon their companions, and they can even bring several along. When their pets are sufficiently powerful, the value of the beast tamers rises accordingly. Regrettably, the difficulty in acquiring robust pets has resulted in a scarcity of notable beast tamers within the Chinese region. At noon, I gathered with Su Yang, Giguzi, Duzhu-san, and a few others for a meal outside. We concluded our gathering within 2 hours, abstaining from alcohol, primarily because he wished to meet everyone and bolster morale, an essential duty for a guild leader. After indulging until just past 12, we each returned to prepare for the competition of supremacy. Promptly at 12:45 p.m., I logged on. The Sky City was alive with players, resembling a festive occasion. I surmised that many students had skipped class to partake in the tournament. One could imagine that the popularity of Tian Dao within universities hovers around 50 to 70%, with a staggering 90% of male students engaging with it, and the female participation rate is commendably high as well. It would be a miracle if 10 students filled the classroom during this afternoon's lecture. One could only pity the professors. Ding. The system announced, "Your team is participating in the competition for supremacy. Would you like to be teleported to the waiting room?" I assessed my situation, potions fully stocked. With level 8 potions at the ready, ample provisions, and my equipment in pristine condition. All skills had completed their cooldowns. Excellent. I was in optimal fighting form. Teleportation initiated. With a flash of light, I departed from the Sky City. In the next moment, I found myself in a new map, an apple orchard. At the center of the orchard stood a grand platform, adorned with a large system screen interface. This was the spectator viewing system, where players would rest and await their turn before the competition commenced. Gazing at the map, I noted the waiting area number 118747 for the competition of supremacy. It appeared that the other teams were also in similar scenarios, each occupying distinct waiting zones to prevent any underhanded tactics such as spying, luring, or provoking. I must commend Wielding Company for its maturation over the years. Suddenly, shimmering lights flickered around me, and soon after, 3 enchanting women appeared in the arena. He carried the soul-snatching gun on her back, her smooth, snowy arms encased in the flowing lines of golden-threaded armor, with an ethereal ice-hued light radiating from an ice soul shield that remained concealed in a non-combat state to avoid detracting from her beauty. After all, one might assume a stunning woman wielding a massive shield was being subjected to player abuse by the system. Bai Mingxue still held the Tian Dao, now clad in a brand new suit of armor, the recently acquired dream chest plate, an illustrious 2-star purple gold piece. Murong Mingyue donned a priestly garb, exuding an aura of purity akin to fresh fallen snow. However, I understood that this was merely a charming illusion. The 3 ladies approached, admiring the surrounding orchard. He chuckled, remarking, "The scenery here is delightful, truly breathtaking." I nodded in agreement, responding, "Yet, the legendary dragon warrior has yet to arrive. Where is that rascal? Li Chengfeng, what is he up to?" Several minutes later, a sudden flash of light appeared, and at last, Li Chengfeng arrived. "Haha, I'm late. Thank you all for your patience." Li Chengfeng chuckled. I glanced at him and remarked, "Why did you arrive so late? Aren't you afraid of missing the opening match?" "Ha, it's no problem," Li Chengfeng replied. "I firmly believe that even with just the 4 of you, you can triumph through the first 20 rounds. Even without my participation, you will face no pressure in advancing to the next stage." I was speechless. "Wow, you really think highly of us." "Huh." Li Chengfeng laughed lightly and explained, "I had a meeting this afternoon, which I attended as an observer. Originally, it was supposed to conclude at 4 o'clock, but I slipped away early. Will this affect your career?" Li Chengfeng paused for a moment and responded with a smile. "Not at all. I have connections. This guy is quite arrogant. I have no idea what his position is in the Ministry of Public Security. Nevertheless, such matters are beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person like me." After waiting for a while, Li Chengfeng suggested, "Leaders, shouldn't we formulate a strategy?" He replied, "Let us not rush. There will be a matchup announcement 2 minutes before the match starts. We should observe the opponent's lineup before finalizing our tactics. If we establish a fixed strategy, we risk being countered. Indeed, leaders unite." Just then, the time approached, and the system repeatedly played the official promotional video of CGL. Suddenly, a matchup was displayed on the large screen before us. Ancient Sword Soul Dream versus Iron Blood Mercenaries on the screen. The details of the team named Iron Blood Mercenaries appeared clearly. Iron Blood Tiger LV-101 Warrior, Iron Blood Dragon LV-102 Warrior, Iron Blood Leopard LV-102 Warrior, Iron Blood Silver Fox LV-101 Warrior, Iron Blood Wolf LV-103 Warrior. I couldn't help but chuckle. Wow, their levels are impressive, all above 100, a complete brute force assembly. Li Chengfeng smiled slightly and remarked, "A full brute force composition. This is clearly asking for trouble." However, upon seeing our lineup, they will likely regret their choice. Chapter 15. Beast Soul Bearers. A pure warrior combination is relatively easy to handle. Bai Ming Shui will kite, while Li Qingfeng, Eve, and I will ambush midway, ensuring a swift resolution. I smiled. Li Qingfeng nodded. That is precisely the plan. This strategy is simple and effective. When Bai Ming Shui starts kiting, these warriors will find themselves in dire straits. They must prioritize eliminating the Dark Archer, yet the intercepting strikes from Li Qingfeng, He, and myself will be beyond their capacity to withstand. Thus, a purely melee composition stands no chance against our current setup. With a shout, I summon my strength, and a divine warrior figure ascended from above me, instantly transforming into a divine halo that descended at my feet. The renowned skill, Divine Warrior, was activated, enhancing all team members' physical and magical attack power by 75. The system began its countdown. 3, 2, 1. The battle commenced. The snow of Bai Ming retreated, while the heavenly river bow vibrated continuously, unleashing violet arrows upon the throngs of opposing warriors. The malevolent spirits erupted, and with Bai Ming's current offensive prowess, these few adversaries were rendered utterly enchanted. 3,102, 2,873, 3,018. The leading iron-blooded war tiger was taken aback, exclaiming, "Brothers, this is dire. Bai Ming's attack power is too formidable. Charge forth. Let us eliminate her first." A charming smile graced Bai Ming's lips as she deftly retreated, skillfully extending the distance to over 40 yards. She drew her bow and released an arrow, which, though not precisely aimed, nonetheless fell directly in the path of the iron-blooded silver fox warrior. 3,284. The silver fox let out a muffled groan and collapsed, utterly incapable of withstanding Bai Ming's onslaught. At that moment, Li Qingfeng, He, and I launched our own assaults, each following distinct trajectories as our swords gleamed, simultaneously igniting 3 bursts of skill light amidst the crowd. 4,783, 4,402, 4,134. These warriors, each boasting around 8,000 health points, were unable to endure our overwhelming lethality. In a mere instant, 3 more fell to the ground, lifeless. The last remaining warrior continued his pursuit of Bai Ming, the beautiful archer moving with the grace of a butterfly. The heavenly river bow sang repeatedly, and within less than 15 seconds, the final warrior also succumbed. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, your team has secured victory in the first round of the match. The second match will commence in 2 minutes. Li Qingfeng, sword in hand, remarked with a chuckle, "That was far too easy. We didn't even have the chance to consume a potion." Indeed, this group was simply of a higher level. The rest possessed no remarkable skills. I nodded in agreement. Morong Mingwei commented, "In truth, it is your attack power that is excessively formidable. Had it been others, this iron-blooded mercenary group could surely have fought back." Li Qingfeng and I shared a hearty laugh. Morong Mingwei spoke truthfully. The members of the iron-blooded mercenaries had decent defensive capabilities, but unfortunately, they encountered the overwhelming prowess of the martial god, transforming their commendable defenses into mere tofu. Swept away effortlessly by our assault, the second round commenced swiftly, as we were once again teleported to the arena. The opposing team appeared pale, their expressions grave. The iron-blooded silver fox gazed at us and said, "To lose under the assault of the esteemed masters of ancient sword soul dream. It seems our team has not suffered in vain." Li Qingfeng raised his sword, smiling. "Apologies, we did not intend for things to unfold this way. We hope that in the next decisive match, you encounter a weaker team in the first round." The iron-blooded war tiger chuckled, "Let us kill." As the countdown concluded, this time, the 3 of us, all warriors, initiated our assault, stunning 3 adversaries. Only my charge was misplayed by 1 opponent, but it mattered little. Riding the momentum of the charge, I executed a series of sweeping sword strikes, effortlessly dispatching them. Not far away, Morong Mingwei, in concert with Bai Ming, easily overwhelmed the remaining 2 warriors. In a mere 2 minutes, we achieved another KO, vanquishing our opponents without sustaining a single injury. Victory. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations. Your team has advanced to the next round of the preliminary competition. Our resolution was remarkably swift. According to the rules, each match lasts 5 minutes. Yet we must wait a full 14 minutes before proceeding to the next round. However, time has passed rather quickly, and soon the large screen ahead displayed the lineup of our next adversaries. Team: Flaming Scarlet Lips. Composition: LV-105 Mage San Sheng-Mo, LV-102 Archer Dan Shui Wuxiang, LV-101 Archer Yu, LV-104 Beastmaster Ming Musi Shui, LV-104 Warrior at once, He, Li Qingfeng, and I exchanged glances. What sort of team is this? An all-female brigade? The highest level is San Sheng-Mo, the female mage, whose level is on par with that of the renowned war god. She is certainly formidable. Additionally, there are 2 female archers and a LV-104 female warrior, creating a rather violent combination. Yet, the presence of a LV-104 Beastmaster, particularly one of the hidden profession, Beast Soul Master, adds an intriguing twist to the Flaming Scarlet Lips team. Li Chengfeng smiled slightly. Lu Chun, it seems we have encountered quite a tough opponent. I took a deep breath and replied, I have heard of this mage, San Sheng-Mo, originally from Ice Moon City. She is the only mage affiliated with the imperial capital, Luoshun. This will be challenging, especially with that LV-104 Beastmaster. We must be cautious in our approach. He nodded. Which one should we target first? I replied solemnly. Leave San Sheng-Mo to me, and Chengfeng, focus on that Beast Soul Master. We must not allow her to summon continuously. A 4th-turn Beastmaster can be quite troublesome. Moreover, given that she is a hidden class, if she unleashes her full power, we may not withstand her onslaught, particularly if Ming Wen and Xiao Baiming are ensnared by her pets. That would spell trouble. Understood, Li Chengfeng affirmed. He, wielding the soul-snatching spear, declared, leave those 2 archers to me. With our strategy set, we awaited the commencement of battle in silence. Surely, the opposing team was also deliberating their strategy, especially since the Flaming Scarlet Lips were up against the core team of Ancient Sword Soul Dream in this round. They likely felt even more anxious than we did. 2 minutes later, the time was up. After a flash of light, we were transported from the waiting area to the arena. This was a formal competition stage measuring 100 by 100 yards, paved with marble tiles, firm and durable. Not even the strongest players could damage such a platform, though this is a relative assertion. The arena was divided by a barrier, and indeed, the team of 5 beautiful females had materialized before us. At the forefront stood a female warrior clad in fiery red armor, LV-104 Ming Musi Shui, who wore a confident smile as she gazed at us, planting her longsword firmly into the ground. Behind her was the high-level female mage San Sheng-Mo, grasping a staff that shimmered with a green light, seemingly of considerable rank and undoubtedly difficult to contend with. Additionally, 2 skilled archers, along with the beast soul wielder, Yo-Yo, who appeared to be a mature woman of approximately 25, bore a subtle smile upon her face. Clad in leather armor, she wielded a whip-like weapon that shimmered with a golden hue. As she cracked the whip with a resounding snap, her smile deepened, exuding an air of regality. Upon meeting Yo-Yo's gaze, both Li Chengfeng and I involuntarily shivered, exchanging looks that conveyed the undeniable prowess of this formidable team before us. He swiftly perused the available information, stating, currently, the Flaming Red Lips have established a guild in the City of Divine Concealment, recognized as one of the top 10 guilds in the region, displaying considerable strength. Indeed, the staff in San Sheng-Mo's possession is a 3-star exceptional purple gold artifact, while Yo-Yo's whip is a level 110 spirit weapon. Moreover, that warrior possesses captivating eyes and is clad in high-grade equipment, the least of which is dark gold. This team's might far surpasses that of the Iron Blood mercenaries. Bei Mingxue chuckled softly. It's like a collision of celestial bodies. We encounter such a team in the second round. The grouping by Tianzong is undoubtedly devoid of any manipulation. I smiled. We have half a minute left. Prepare for battle. The opposing team also assumed their fighting stances, as our first formidable adversary on the journey of supremacy was about to reveal their strength. Shortly thereafter, the system began its countdown. 3, 2, 1. The fervent clash commenced. Almost instantaneously, Li Chengfeng charged at the beast soul wielder while I lunged towards San Sheng-Mo, swiftly closing the distance for a close-range assault, compelling our opponents to engage us in a test of skill. In this scenario, both Li Chengfeng and I were assuredly more than a match for them. With a resounding whoosh, my thunder charge surged directly towards San Sheng-Mo. Her eyes gleamed momentarily, and just as I drew near, she retreated 2 steps, employing a magical shield to negate my stun effect. Nevertheless, this could not quell my onslaught. Propelled by inertia, I advanced with my battle boots striking the ground, tracing a smooth arc to reach San Sheng Mo's side, unleashing a sweeping strike with my stealth sword. With a soft thud, the magical shield held firm, astonishingly withstanding my initial strike. The magical prowess of this sorceress was indeed formidable, and the resilience of her shield was remarkable. Undeterred by my first failure, I continued my pursuit, only to be unexpectedly struck by a cold arrow, an ice arrow from the archer Nono, instantly reducing my speed by 50%, rendering me unable to keep pace with San Sheng Mo. How frustrating it is to be caught in such a coordinated assault, where one slows me down while the other launches an attack, effectively subjecting a warrior to relentless torment. Casting my gaze elsewhere, I noted that Li Chengfeng's situation was equally dire. His initial charge had been evaded by the beast soul wielder Yo-Yo, while another archer similarly employed an ice arrow to suppress him. Fortunately, Li Chengfeng, being a robust dragon warrior, continued his relentless pursuit of the archer. Come on. Yo-Yo's tinkling laughter rang out as she retreated, deftly wielding her whip to inscribe a magical circle. In the next moment, two pets surged forth, both magnificent white-furred high-level snow wolves. Immediately, the Beastmaster wielded her whip, consecutively unleashing two beast-taming skills, Heart of the Beast, which augmented her pet's attack power by 50, and Dominion of the Beast, enhancing her pet's overall attributes by 25. Chapter 16, Eyes Like Water. I was momentarily astonished. Such formidable beast-taming skills. Indeed, a fourth-tier Beastmaster was poised to launch an exhilarating counterattack. The two snowfield wolves, invigorated by a crack of the whip, stood alert, their fur bristling as they emitted low growls, suddenly lunging towards Li Chengfeng with astonishing speed, their claws unsheathing with a menacing swipe. Humph! Li Chengfeng scoffed, advancing rather than retreating, enduring the assault from the two wolves as he struck with a sword in each hand. Bang! Bang! Amid the thunderous sounds, the wolves yelped in agony from the blows, while Li Chengfeng staggered, losing a significant portion of his vitality. 1895. 1987. Indeed, with the beastly buff supplied, the pet's attack power surged dramatically, rendering even a top-tier warrior like Li Chengfeng unable to withstand their ferocity. Die! Li Chengfeng shouted, thrusting his sword repeatedly, executing the Dragonbone stab skill, targeting the Beastmaster In that fleeting moment, he had already closed the distance to Yo-Yo, aiming for a decisive strike. What? The Beastmaster gasped, hastily retreating as her whip lashed across Li Chengfeng's face, exclaiming, Sacrifice of the Wild. Crack! 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 With three swift strikes, like lightning, the Beastmaster had no chance to evade, and three damage numbers rapidly appeared above her head. 3,975. 3,694. 3,872. The sheer power of her attack was overwhelming, far beyond what a leather-clad profession could endure. However, after enduring the trio of strikes, the Beastmaster astonishingly remained standing, while one of the snowfield wolves, drained of its vitality, collapsed with a mournful cry. How audacious! Sacrificing her pet as a shield? Truly, the Beastmaster profession is intriguing, Li Chengfeng mused, taken aback, never anticipating that his precise assault would not fell his opponent. At that moment, the archer, Dui Shui Wu Xiang, suddenly emitted a pained gasp. Collapsing against the edge of the arena's railing, several trembling feathers embedded in her pale skin, blood oozing forth, having been stealthily slain by Baiming Shui. In a moment of distraction, San Sheng Mo seized the opportunity, retreating several steps, her staff raised, her beautiful visage shadowed as she intoned, Ice Blade Art. Crack! Crack! A flurry of 7 or 8 ice spikes erupted from the ground, each sharp as a razor, piercing through boots and thighs, inflicting significant pain, covering a small area. Both Li Chengfeng and I found ourselves within the attack's range. 1984. 1973. The continuous damage confirmed San Sheng Mo's formidable magical prowess. I quickly repositioned, initiating with 1,000 ice slash. Bang! Instantly shattering her magical shield. Before San Sheng Mo could react, I raised my left hand, delivering a decisive dragon blade slash. Boom! 4,102. With a single strike, San Sheng Mo was instantly vanquished. In that fleeting moment of demise, he gaped at me in astonishment, seemingly unable to fathom that I possessed such prowess. On the other side, the archer Nono let out a pained gasp as she collapsed. Before her stood he, brandishing the soul-snatching spear, its blade stained with a hint of crimson. It was evident that an archer stood no chance against a formidable magic knight like He, whose defensive prowess exceeded 2,000 points. The tide of battle turned catastrophically. The Beastmaster devoid of any allies' support, was equally no match for Li Chengfeng. His combat style was fiercely aggressive, and rather than focusing on subduing the leader first, he opted to eliminate the Beastmaster's pets, forcing her to surrender in their absence. Meanwhile, the warrior Ming Mu Si Shui was tasked with pursuing our healer. Murong Mingyue had but a sliver of health left, darting about in search of any opportunity to replenish her vitality. With a crack, the Beastmaster lashed her whip against the ground, chuckling in resignation, "Si Shui, spare me. We have lost this match." Ming Mu Si Shui halted, her eyes glimmering with determination, transforming into a beam of white light as she conceded. The Beastmaster followed suit. Recognizing the futility of victory, this was indeed a wise choice. 10. Excellent, I mused. Despite facing such formidable opponents, our effortless triumph speaks volumes of our strength. Moments later, both teams were teleported back to the arena, gazing at one another. Sansheng Mo inquired, "Why did we lose so swiftly? Let us reflect on it, everyone." The Beastmaster chuckled softly, gracefully flicking her whip while adjusting her flowing cloak, accentuating the curves beneath her leather armor. "It is all my fault. I did not manage my two pets well, allowing the legendary hero to strike them down effortlessly. It is my blunder. Punish me as you see fit. For I am already prepared." Li Chengfeng interjected, "Damn, this team truly radiates with springtime vitality." Subsequently, the opposing team fell silent, exchanging glances and gestures that left me, He, and Li Chengfeng feeling rather uneasy, as if we were being targeted. He looked up at me and remarked, "Why do I feel as though someone is watching us?" "I share that sentiment," Li Chengfeng replied gravely. I added, "I feel it too." Just then, the system began its countdown. 3, 2, 1. Round 2 go. Almost the instant the barrier dissipated, the Beastmaster summoned 2 snowfield wolves. While Sansheng Mo commenced chanting a spell, the 2 archers readied their bows, and the warrior Ming Mu Si Shui charged at us, surprisingly aiming for the legendary dragon warrior at the forefront. With a clash, the 2 sides collided. Ming Mu Si Shui staggered back, her power clearly inferior to Li Chengfeng's. In their simultaneous charge, neither could stun the other. It was merely a fierce impact. However, at that moment, Sansheng Mo abruptly raised his staff and commanded, "Shattering ice." Boom. A flurry of ice blades rained down from above, crashing down with a cacophony that swiftly encased Li Chengfeng in ice. We were all taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a move from our adversary. Attack. With a swift descent, the sword's tip was raised, and the archer Nono fell to the ground after releasing 2 icy arrows, immediately unleashing 1,000 ice slashes. The rhythm of the attacks was remarkably tight. Boom. For 1,193. Another archer succumbed in a similar fashion, yet simultaneously, the enchanting maiden with eyes like water charged at Li Chengfeng with a longsword, coordinating with her twin wolves to inflict continuous damage. 3,874. 2,984. 2,758. Despite Murong Mingyue's desperate healing efforts, she failed to restore Li Chengfeng's health, causing him to lament, "Damn. I don't want to die." Nevertheless, he perished. As the opponents relentlessly assaulted Li Chengfeng, I seized the opportunity to approach the beast soul wielder. With a swift flick of my sword, icy radiance erupted. A shard of ice pierced forth. The beast soul wielder, displaying impressive reflexes, stepped back to evade my not-so-rapid attack. However, she was jolted by a sudden shock as a blade emerged from her chest, causing her to kneel gracefully on the ground, revealing an exquisite visage behind her, none other than He, who had delivered the fatal blow. Indeed, He had become a paragon of both arts and martial prowess, her gaming skills advancing at a pace that left me astounded. Thud! The ice shard pierced through her chest armor. Yet Bai Mingshui did not retreat under the assault from Sansheng Mo. As a 4th-tier archer, Bai Mingshui's health had exceeded 5,000 points. A mere ice shard attack could hardly faze her. Drawing her bow, she unleashed a flurry of arrows. The purple projectiles appeared chaotic, yet effectively blocked all of Sansheng Mo's escape routes. The high-level mage's gaze was steely as she murmured, "Even if I fall, I shall take you down with me." Bai Mingshui chuckled lightly. "No worries, my brother will handle the rest." The two maidens clashed fiercely, magic arrows flying in all directions. Indeed, when Sanxing Mo unleashed her final frost dragon roar, Bai Mingshui retaliated with her last explosive arrow. Thud thud. Both maidens fell simultaneously, their lives extinguished. Meanwhile, under my protection, the maiden with eyes like water retreated hastily across the stone pavement, wielding her longsword. Suddenly, she sprang forward in a Z-shaped trajectory towards He. Crack. 1178. The fiery skill erupted in sparks, and He's ice spirit barrier shield materialized, revealing her high-level defense to her opponent. The resulting damage left the maiden in shock. Her mouth agape. Wow, what kind of defense is this? He chuckled lightly, replying, to not reciprocate is impolite, as she thrust her lance forward. Clang. 2743. In terms of offensive and defensive capabilities, He clearly outmatched her opponent. The maiden with eyes like water, filled with resignation, let her long sword droop slightly, smiling. Sigh. I cannot prevail. Truly, you are worthy opponents from the ancient Sword Soul Dream Team. It is an honor to compete with you. The flaming red lips concede this time. We welcome you to visit Shadow City next time. He shot her a sidelong glance, laughing. Safe travels, no need for farewells. With that, the maiden with eyes like water forfeited for the second time, marking the end of the flaming red lips journey to determine supremacy. 20. The second match was won with considerable casualties. 2 individuals perished. Li Chengfeng was unexpectedly ambushed by a coordinated attack, and given the opponent's formidable power, his demise was not unjustified. Bai Mingshui, on the other hand, engaged in a fierce duel with the opposing mage, ultimately perishing after a valiant struggle. Nonetheless, Sanxing Mo is indeed a renowned expert from the city of divine concealment. The fact that Bai Mingshui managed to contend with her adversary even under the circumstances of self-inflicted shield destruction is commendable. After all, in typical situations, a shielded mage easily dispatches archers of the same level, akin to a walk in the park. Upon returning to the sidelines, we secured yet another victory. With sword in hand and gaze lowered, Li Chengfeng remarked, "What a disgrace. I feel utterly humiliated." I responded with a reassuring smile, "Not at all. You played the role of a sacrificial pawn, drawing fire away from us. Otherwise, it would not have been so effortless to eliminate the others." Speaking of which, Sanxing Mo is indeed formidable. Her magical power is astonishingly high. And that beast soul master, if encountered in a wilderness PK scenario, facing such an opponent would certainly be exasperating. Li Chengfeng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that in the wild, facing an opponent accompanied by 1 or 2 pets, perhaps even 3, would be undeniably challenging, particularly with this beast soul master, who possesses an array of powerful pet buffs that seem almost supernatural. At that moment, a notification chimed, revealing a message from Lin Yisin. "I am truly sorry, Lu Chun. I have done something that weighs heavily on my conscience." My heart sank. "What happened, Yi?" After a brief pause, Lin Yisin replied, "In the second round of the competition, I eliminated one of the teams from your ancient Sword Soul Dream." I exclaimed internally. Which team was it? The team comprised outstanding players, outstanding expert, Ma Da, Wolf Fong, Moonlight Stone, and Yu Lu. I stood there speechless. Indeed, the plight of Shursan and Ma Da was disheartening. To encounter Lin Yisin's team in the second round and be defeated was hardly surprising. Although the skill levels of those players were commendable, they simply could not compare to Lin Yisin's team. Taking a deep breath, I said, "It's all right, Yi. Keep up the good work. Let's strive to meet in the offline finals." "Yes, you too." After shutting off the communicator, I searched for the participating teams and looked up the captain, Feng Se Huanxiang. Sure enough, Lin Yisin's team composition appeared before me. Feng Se Huanxiang LV-107 Light Ranger Z, Ho LV-106 Warrior Shadow or Chanel LV-106 Dark, Mage Qingqing, Shui Xiang LV-105 Archer Junxuan, Hongyan LV-105 Holy Spirit Bard. I paused momentarily, bewildered. What was happening? Had the main team of Shui Yinsong undergone a complete overhaul? I distinctly recalled seeing Shadow or Chanel as a regular mage just 2 days ago, and she had unexpectedly changed her class to the hidden profession of Dark Mage before the competition commenced. Moreover, Shui Yinsong had recruited a level 105 special bard. This Holy Spirit Bard, named Junxuan Hongyan. Who was she? Indeed, it is no surprise that Lin Yisin has been unable to send me a message these past few days. It appears she is busy recruiting members for the faction vying for supremacy. The current main team of Snow Silver Fur is rather formidable. Even if we were to confront them, our chances of victory would likely be quite slim. The crux of the matter lies with the Shadow Sorcerer and the Holy Spirit Bard. We possess next to no knowledge of these two classes. As for Lin Yisan and the Purple Robe Marquis, both are equipped with top-tier gear and exhibit exceptional skill, making them exceedingly challenging adversaries. I can only silently pray that we do not face Snow Silver Fur before the top 32. Otherwise, it would be akin to a preview of at least the semifinals. What a pity. I glanced at my companions nearby, where he was engaged in conversation with Morong Mingwe. Eve, have you brought anything back from your global expedition? Morong Mingwe inquired. Indeed, I recruited 150 technical elites from our Indian branch, and they will charter a flight to China in the coming days. Our new GGS building in the park has been completed, and these individuals will join the Suzhou branch. My intention is to establish Suzhou's GGS as the technological hub for Southeast Asia, I replied. Oh, only you could accomplish such a feat, so? You're shifting the GGS's focal area from India to China, particularly to Suzhou. Are you harboring personal motives? He's cheeks flushed slightly. Not at all. I simply wish to avoid spending 1/3 of my year shuttling back and forth on airplanes, he retorted. Humph, keep on denying. I interjected, unable to hold back. Hey, what kind of assistant constantly pressures their superior? Morong Mingwe, do you not wish to maintain your position? Goodness. Morong Mingwe shot me a playful glare, her tone laced with mock grievance. Look at this, already starting to guard my territory. How am I supposed to survive in the future? Bai Ming-shui chuckled softly. All right. Enough bickering. We must remain united. Li Chengfeng is here as well, and we wouldn't want to be the subject of their amusement. Li Chengfeng quickly waved his hand. Oh. It's fine, it's fine. I haven't heard anything. I'm merely an onlooker. You esteemed leaders need not worry. As a professional legal officer, I would never record conversations without consent, especially between such a couple, which bears no judicial value. He and I exchanged smiles, choosing not to say anything further as we awaited the next match. Our journey ahead promised to be anything but smooth. Our first encounter had us face the Iron Blood Mercenaries, a high-level team, and our second against the fierce Flaming Red Lips. After enduring trials from the likes of San Sheng Mo and Beast Soul Mistress, we dared not underestimate any opponent. Each one warranted our utmost effort. Soon after, the third round commenced. When our opponents appeared before us, we could hardly contain our laughter. Astonishingly, their highest level was a mere 92. It was hard to fathom how such a team had managed to reach the third round. However, their journey would halt here against us. Li Chengfeng raised his sword, grinning. This team poses no threat. I will handle them alone. All right, go for it, young man. I cradled the sword of heaven, leaning against the railing, showing no inclination for battle. Consequently, he sauntered over, seated herself beside me, resting her shoulder against mine as we watched the unfolding spectacle. Morong Mingwe and Bai Ming-shui, unable to resist, joined us as well, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a gathering around 100 tables for a game of mahjong. Not far away, Li Chengfeng, with a sword in hand, smiled and declared, I humbly present my greetings. I wish to challenge you all alone. The opposing level 92 warrior, enraged, swung his axe and retorted, How dare you? You think you can take us on 1v5? Dream on. Do you believe we have reached the third round without merit? Indeed, they had merely relied on luck, as Li Chengfeng candidly revealed. This remark incited the opponents further, and they charged at him, their battle cries echoing. Eager to turn Li Chengfeng, the dragon warrior, into a mere pig-headed warrior. Alas, they gravely underestimated him. After executing a series of elegant S-curve maneuvers, Li Chengfeng unsheathed his sword with nonchalance. Though devoid of flamboyance, each strike was lethal. In rapid succession, 2 archers and a mage from the opposing side fell, each slain in a single stroke, while the bardic warrior could not escape their grim fate. In half a minute, the battle ended, 10-0. In the second round, the opponents were utterly deflated. Following Li Chengfeng's display of concealed killing intent, he began to exhibit the advantages of his class and equipment. Utilizing the dragon armor enveloping his body, he absorbed their attacks and mounted a counteroffensive, similarly concluding the battle within 30 seconds, 20-0, a resounding victory. Advancing to the next round. The ease of it all was unexpected, yet it was fitting, as this was merely the third round, with countless teams participating. Given Li Chengfeng's prowess, he could indeed eliminate at least 80 teams in a 1v5 scenario. However, should he encounter a formidable team like San Sheng Mo, his fate would likely be one of defeat. In the ensuing matches, the challenges either fell to me or to Li Chengfeng, while he, Morong Mingwei, and Bai Mingshui observed with cheerful smiles, effortlessly dispatching foes as long as the opposing team's average level did not exceed 100. Even in the 7th round, when faced with 5 archers around level 100, I suggested that he take them on solo. The beautiful guild leader, albeit apprehensive, ventured into the 1v5 challenge. With her nearly 2,000 points of defense, it was unsurprising that the archers could inflict no more than 100 points of damage upon her. They were simply too weak. Brother, why did you have Sister He take on the challenge alone? Bai Mingshui inquired, blinking innocently. I glanced at He, who was relentlessly pursuing the archers in the distance, and couldn't help but chuckle. Bai Ming, do you not see? In a melee versus ranged confrontation, one's skills are honed to perfection. It demands precision in positioning, timing, and strategy. Otherwise, one might not even graze the opponent. Allowing Eve to take on the challenge is merely to elevate her skills. Indeed, it is reasonable. As we all observed, he transitioned from initial trepidation to a composed demeanor, subsequently employing several tactical strategies akin to false routes to extinguish the enemy. She deftly controlled the fate of several archers within her grasp, achieving consecutive knockouts in 2 rounds. It was evident that a glimmer of confidence finally illuminated the beautiful countenance of the female leader, marking a profound transformation. As a master of operational finesse, the foremost requisite is self-assurance. That blend of serene control and audacious confidence is indispensable. The preliminary rounds are undoubtedly a test of endurance, particularly as the competition intensifies and the opponents grow increasingly formidable. Without unwavering commitment, the specter of elimination looms ever closer. After the 10th round, we no longer dared to engage in one-on-one confrontations. Any team we faced was met with a united front. The pressure began to mount after the 15th round. In the 16th round, Morong Mingwei faced demise in 2 matches yet emerged victorious. In the 17th round, Li Chengfeng tragically fell once more, but we secured victory with a score of 20. The 18th round proved comparatively easier, with no losses, as we triumphantly dispatched our adversaries with a score of 20. At last, we approached the penultimate round. Bai Mingshui gazed up at the large screen, a look of satisfaction gracing her face, yet she also rubbed her stomach, exclaiming, I am so hungry. Checking the time, I noted it was 1850. Indeed, after such a series of intense engagements, everyone was both famished and fatigued. Nevertheless, 2 more matches remained before we could find respite. As the preliminary rounds progressed, only the top 128 teams remained. This was a pivotal match to advance from the top 128 to the top 64, an opportunity not to be squandered. Furthermore, the remaining teams were formidable, comprising skilled players from various major cities who would soon cross paths with us. The determination of who would advance to the next stage rested upon whose fists were mightier. The large screen trembled, and suddenly, our opponents for the 19th round materialized before us. The team name and lineup were displayed. Zhu Long's second team. Lineup: Blood Battle All Directions LV-105, Warrior Gao Jianli LV-106, Assassin Ichi Hongchun LV-104, War Knight Zichensi LV-106, Phantom Archer Ling Duyu LV-105, Assassin. Li Chengfeng inhaled sharply, murmuring, This is not good. We have finally encountered a formidable opponent, the second main team of the Zhu Long Guild. I have heard of these names in the forums. They are well-regarded figures in Tianfeng City. He nodded, stating, Zichensi, the Phantom Archer, is a talent personally nurtured by Zhu Yingluan. It is said he is being groomed to become a seed candidate for the Zhu Long Guild's CGL Hall of Fame. Zichensi possesses a resilient character. Legend has it that in a prior conflict, he lay in ambush in the desert for a full hour to eliminate the formidable General Xianing, causing chaos in the depths of Taoyuan and leading to their defeat. I raised the sword of stealing heaven, chuckling, This is splendid. Eliminating such a team will surely cause Zhu Yingluan great distress. Bai Mingshui chuckled lightly. Indeed. Brother speaks the truth. We must vanquish such a team. Chapter 18. The Battle of New Strategies. Several figures appeared in the arena, on the other side of the barrier. The elite of the Candle Dragon, including Su Chensi, had already arrived. Although this group was not members of the CGL Hall of Fame, they were nonetheless well-known figures, capable of commanding respect in the martial world. Ah, what a twist of fate. Blood Battle of 8 Directions hoisted his long sword onto his shoulder and laughed heartily. What a surprise to encounter Luo Chun and his entourage here. It seems luck is on our side today. The main team's ambition to annihilate the ancient Sword Soul Dream team has come to naught. A rider of red dust, wielding a spear, laughed with unchecked arrogance. How amusing that we meet in the preliminaries. TSK, Luo Chun, your fortune is rather lacking, isn't it? Gao Jianli, grasping a dagger, spoke with derision gleaming in his eyes. I hear ancient Sword Soul Dream seize the war sanctuary in Sky City. How utterly laughable. Is Sky City truly in such decline? When the tiger is away, the monkeys play king. Even third-rate characters like ancient Sword Soul Dream can seize the first miracle. Humph. If the Candle Dragon were in Sky City, you wouldn't even secure the Dragon Cave miracle. 0° Rain casually held a pair of daggers, chuckling. No matter how loud the winds howl, ancient Sword Soul Dream remains merely a jester. You, Bei Mingxue, fuming, stepped forward with her Tian Dao, exclaiming, "You lot didn't even brush your teeth this morning, did you? Bah, what a bunch of scum." Li Chengfeng, brandishing his sword, retorted angrily, "You brats. Just wait and see how I teach you a lesson. What a joke, relying on your power. We aren't afraid of Candle Shadow Chaos. What do you fools think you are?" I stepped forward, pulling Bei Mingxue and Li Chengfeng back gently, and whispered, "You too. Quiet down. Can't you see? None of these individuals are to be underestimated. They merely seek to provoke us into disarray. Do not underestimate them. Their intellect surpasses that of Li Lu and Long Xing Tianxia." Li Chengfeng paused, then couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, in the heat of the moment. It seems you, Deputy League, are the more composed one." I smiled. Indeed, no one desires to eliminate them more than I do. But it is wiser to remain calm and maintain our composure. Tranquility will render us invulnerable. Well then, what is the plan? After pondering for a moment, I replied, "Let us hold our positions for now. I will protect Murong Mingwe, and you guard Bei Mingxue. Eve will charge in to draw their fire. And then we will seize the moment to strike. Eve's assault will surely disrupt their formation, and once they falter, our opportunity will arise. Sister Mingwe, ensure Eve receives healing. Though her defense is high, it may not withstand the onslaught from those adversaries." "Understood," I added. "The two assassins on their side may incapacitate one of us. Everyone must be prepared for sacrifice. The rider of red dust attack power is not particularly high, but his defense is formidable. Let us leave him be for now and prioritize eliminating the assassins, archers, and warriors. Is that clear?" "Okay, understood." The adversary regarded us with ill intent, and we returned their gaze with calm composure. Time flew by, and before we knew it, the system began its countdown. 3, 2, 1. The battle commenced. In a flash, He charged forward, targeting the opposing archer, Zichenzi. The two assassins had already gone into stealth, their levels exceedingly high, rendering He unable to detect them. Thus, he prioritized the archer for elimination. With a swift sweep of the Soul Reaver spear, He attempted to strike, only for Zichenzi to effortlessly evade the attack with a leap. Blood Battle 8 Directions launched an assault from the side, delivering a sudden blow that forced He to retreat several steps, disoriented. Immediately, Blood Battle 8 Directions unleashed a flurry of skills. The Ice Phantom Sword Guardian combo striking with ferocity, 874, 658, 592, 581. The sword clashed against He's Ice Spirit Shield, producing showers of sparks. The damage numbers left Blood Battle 8 Directions astounded. His strongest output had merely chipped away around 20 health points from this formidable female knight, whose defensive capabilities had reached an almost maddening level. As He began to retreat, he lifted the Soul Reaver spear, delivering a counterattack that inflicted 2,846 points of damage, prompting a silent lament from Blood Battle 8 Directions, who realized he had suffered significant losses upon engagement, his attributes utterly inferior. At that moment, a phantom appeared beside He, erupting with a crimson glow. The daggers danced in a flurry of strikes, revealing the bone-cutting assault and the cruel blade, both possessing a degree of defense-ignoring effects. 2,894, 1928. Before He could react, he was suddenly staggered, a second assassin emerging, their daggers flashing with lethal precision. After a 3-hit combo, He's health plummeted once more, now barely above 25. The situation was dire. At that instant, I activated my charge. With a swift motion, I locked onto an open space, positioned perfectly between Gao Jianli and Ling Duyu. My war boots thundered as the skill War Crush descended. Boom, boom, boom. The two assassins turned ashen, with Gao Jinli being instantly vanquished. Ling Duyu, displaying slightly superior skills, managed to retreat while consuming a health potion, momentarily recovering. But he did not anticipate the chilling wind behind him. A green dragon-shaped thrust pierced through his chest, Li Chengfeng's signature skill, the Azure Dragon Horn Strike. This was a formidable single-target attack, one that no assassin's defenses could withstand. In the blink of an eye, both assassins had fallen. Yet, the enemy did not relent. Blood battle 8 directions, and Ichi Hongchun launched an assault on He, causing his health to plummet. Murong Mingyue hurriedly cast healing spells, but to no avail. More critically, the Phantom Archer, Zi Chenxi, retreated swiftly and unleashed a barrage of arrows from her longbow. Boom, boom, boom. 1674, 1843, 1901. After the triple strike, He let out a mournful cry before collapsing, defeated. I cast a cold glance, murmuring, "Leave those two warriors to you, Chengfeng. I shall eliminate the Phantom Archer." "All right, you can trust me." Li Chengfeng suddenly lunged forward with a piercing thrust, followed by a rhythmic footwork that allowed him to maneuver in a Z pattern, effectively blocking the movements of two opposing warrior players. He swiftly turned and executed a series of dragon bone stabs, compelling the knight, Ichi Hongchun, to retreat repeatedly. The ferocity of the dragon warrior was beyond what these two could withstand. Meanwhile, I pursued Zikengxi, flicking my sword to unleash the thousand-eye slash. Boom. The sword's brilliance surged forth, severing a significant portion of Zikengxi's path. Cursing inwardly, Zikengxi found himself cornered by the sword's radiance, struggling to regain his footing. Just then, he noticed a chilling gust from his right, and my rapid-fire normal attacks had already begun to rain down. If I succeeded, this level 106 archer would surely meet his demise. However, at the critical moment, Zikengxi unexpectedly conjured two phantoms, suddenly presenting three versions of himself before my eyes, each advancing in a different direction, an impressive display of triple-line operation. This fellow proved to be quite formidable, indeed deserving of the attention from Zhu Wan. "Come on." I laughed heartily as the three phantoms unleashed a barrage of explosive arrows. While the phantoms lacked defensive power, their simultaneous attack made it challenging to discern the real from the illusions. A smile crept onto my lips. Did he think it would be so simple to deceive me? I darted towards the phantom on the far side. My sword surged with energy, plunging straight through its chest. An all-or-nothing strike. 6783. Zikengxi's mouth fell agape as he slowly knelt to the ground. Two phantoms vanished in unison. Indeed, my attack had struck the true form. How is this possible? Zikengxi began. But before he could finish, I delivered a kick that sent him tumbling. Sneering, "How I discern that is none of your concern." The reasoning was simple. I had instantaneously assessed the APM values of the three phantoms, and this one had the highest. If he were not the real one, then who could be? I turned sharply and dashed towards Ichi Hongchun, who had noticed my approach, swiftly evading Li Chengfeng's assault. He raised his shield, while his spear hung low, glimmering ominously, a concealed threat. With a chuckle, I altered my course at the last moment, executing the stealing heaven sword dance. I became a whirlwind, delivering 3 consecutive slashes, one of which was an ice skill. Striking swiftly, I swept aside his shield, inflicting grievous wounds upon Ichi Hongchun's chest with 2 blows. Thud! Even a magic knight with high health and defense fell to his knees. I cleaved away 3,000 of his health. While Li Chengfeng and Baiming Shui had also been busy during this time, effortlessly dispatching the magic knight. On the other side, Li Chengfeng's sword erupted with light as he executed a reverse scale slash, overwhelming the Blood War 8 directions, resulting in the captain of Zhu Long's second team collapsing in a gruesome defeat. Victory in the first round was hard-earned. Returning to the sidelines, he remarked, "Their attack power is extraordinarily high." Li Chengfeng replied with a smile, "Indeed, thanks to the leader attracting over 70 of the firepower, we managed to secure the first round with such ease." I took a deep breath. In the first round, they were at a disadvantage. In the second, they will certainly not repeat the same mistakes. They won't target Eve as their primary assault anymore, so we too must adapt our strategy. He inquired, "How shall we change?" In the first round, I eliminated 3 of them. In the second round, they would certainly focus on me, so I decided to charge ahead. Li Chengfeng and I would act as shields. while Eve would seize the opportunity to dispatch their two assassins with a skillful strike. Once the assassins were down, our pressure would significantly lessen. After a minute of anticipation, we prepared for the second round of competition. Opposite us, the members of Blood Battle in all directions, including Zikanksi, no longer exhibited their previous arrogance. Their faces were grim and their expressions serious. It was evident they understood they were facing the main team of Ancient Sword Soul Dream in the preliminaries, and their situation seemed dire. 3, 2, 1. The battle commenced. I swiftly locked onto my target and surged forward. A streak of light shot out, accompanied by arcs of lightning behind me. Blood Battle in all directions was taken aback and hurried to dodge, but unfortunately, his comrade, One Horse Dust, could not evade in time, letting out a pained exclamation. What? Am I the target? Crack. The lightning raged, successfully stunning him. Chapter 19. Offline competition. I unleashed a standard strike. Miss. 7,129. 3,157. In an instant, I had whittled down One Horse Dust's health by more than half, leaving this high-ranking knight pale and speechless. What the hell is this attack power? Just as I was preparing for my next strike to finish him off, he surprisingly pulled out an 8-level health potion and drank it, instantly recovering 2,500 health points, making it far more challenging to eliminate him now. At that moment, 2 phantoms appeared at my side, 2 assassins. My level soared to 109, surpassing theirs by a staggering 34 levels, rendering their stealth attempts utterly futile. They attempted to stun me with an ambush skill. One Horse Dust retreated hastily, providing me ample opportunity to maneuver. With a sly smile, I deftly twirled my sword, my body coiled like a spring. The moment the 2 assassins launched their attack, I suddenly released my tension, wielding my blade with precision. Clang! 2 flawless parries completely nullified their skill attacks, leaving Gao Zhanli astounded. What reaction speed! Incredible! 0-degree rain. Unwilling to concede, brandished his dagger and charged again, executing a vicious combination attack. I observed closely, stepping forward like a blade, parrying the first strike. And with a sudden swing of my arm, I deflected the second attack with a sharp clang, forcing the opponent's assault back. Then, I sank my stance and delivered a powerful kick to 0-degree rain's chest. Boom. 1,798. With a muffled groan, 0-degree rain stumbled back, but before he could react, a beautiful figure emerged behind him. He Iching, brandishing her gunblade, unleashed a stunning strike. Boom. 4,194. 3,908. 0-degree rain was instantly eliminated. While He Iching had already found the perfect angle, the other assassin, Gao Zhanli, was also caught in the onslaught, letting out a pained cry as he lost more than half his health, only to be struck down by a precisely aimed arrow from Baiming Shui. On the other side, Li Chengfeng lunged forward, executing a flawless dragon bone thrust that left One Horse Dust in agony. After a series of left and right blocks, he was ultimately pierced through, and another foe was knocked out. Murong Mingwei executed 2 consecutive healing spells, restoring health points of 3,687 and 2,788, allowing me to recover swiftly from the brink of defeat at the hands of Zikanksi. This left Zikanksi inwardly lamenting. How can we possibly fight when there's a priest providing healing? The battlefield was a grim spectacle, as Li Chengfeng, He Yi, and I surrounded the core, unleashing a flurry of attacks that brought Zikanksi crashing to the ground, exclaiming, "It's over." With a decisive strike, I sealed the deal. Zikanksi, brimming with indignation and helplessness, lowered his longbow, refraining from further attacks, and coldly retorted, "Just you wait. If you encounter the Candle Dragon in the finals, the shadow of the candle will avenge me." With that, Zikanksi disgracefully withdrew from the match, leading to the downfall of the Candle Dragon's second team. We successfully advanced to the final round. Back outside, we collectively exhaled in relief. Encountering such a formidable team was indeed mentally taxing. Murong Mingwei chuckled. I expected a fierce battle, but I didn't anticipate that Lu Chan's death parries would so thoroughly deflate that Group S morale. It was exhilarating. Li Chengfeng echoed her sentiments. Indeed, the Vice Alliance Master's maneuvers instill in me an insatiable thirst for knowledge. The speed at which he executed consecutive blocks is beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. I was at a loss for words. What is wrong with me? Li Chengfeng laughed. I merely jest. I wonder who our opponent will be in the final match. We would find out soon enough. Everyone was thrilled. Just one more victory would propel us to the offline competition, an exhilarating prospect. Before long, The roster for the next round appeared on the large screen, eliciting smiles from us all. We felt fortunate to have such opponents to lead us to the offline tournament. Huajian Sect Team 2. Composition: Heartless LV 100, Fish That Cannot Swim LV 102, Xinghe LV 101, Mage Week 8 LV 102, Assassin Linglongyu LV 99, Bard. It was indeed the second team of the Huajian Sect. Even against their first team, we would prevail, and against the second team, I believed it necessary to employ special tactics. Turning to my companions, I suggested, in the first match, Chengfeng should go for a one-on-one duel. Are you interested? Li Chengfeng, brandishing his sword, replied, absolutely. Upon teleporting into the arena, several players from the Huajian sect glared at us. Heartless proclaimed, eliminate them, and let the alliance master be impressed. Fish That Cannot Swim added, first, take down the one who falters, then the dragon warrior. The remaining foes will be manageable. Everyone, ensure our sister is well protected and buff her. Xinghe exclaimed, haha, we VE encountered the ancient Sword Soul Dream Team. Let us defeat them. I'm fired up. Week 8 quipped, are you all joking? Indeed, they were jesting, for after just 90 seconds, Li Chengfeng returned, sword in hand, accompanied by 5 still warm corpses. Too easy, he declared. Brother, let me take on the next match. Bai Mingshui eagerly volunteered. I smiled in agreement. All right. Thus, in the second round, the Dark Archer faced off against the second team of the Huajian sect. In the presence of such formidable archer ladies, the opposing team displayed no signs of fear, charging recklessly in every direction. Ultimately, they fell victim to the icy arrows of Bai Mingshui, who exhibited exceptional kite-flying skills that were truly remarkable. Even when compared to the renowned players of the CGL Hall of Fame, such as Pia Union from the Candle Dragon Guild and Xiu from the Battle Sky Alliance, she stood out with equal brilliance. It is precisely because of Bai Mingshui that the archer faction of Ancient Sword Soul Dream has reached an elite status, and I express my profound gratitude for having welcomed her into our ranks. With a flawless record, we advance to the offline competition. Ding! System notification, congratulations. Your team has successfully qualified for the offline tournament. The event will take place in 2 days at the Shanghai Yueheng Virtual Competition Center. Your flight will be successfully booked in 1 hour. Please collect your boarding pass with your ID and ensure you arrive in Shanghai a day in advance for check-in. Indeed, the Yueheng company has demonstrated remarkable financial prowess by pre-booking numerous flights across the country. What audacity it must take to persuade the airlines. Exhausted, I lamented. I need to eat. While Murong Mingyue echoed my sentiments, and it seemed several ladies were equally famished. It was already 7 p.m., and according to routine, they should have finished their meals by now and be indulging in tea. After exchanging farewells with Li Chengfeng, I promised to meet in Shanghai the day after tomorrow and subsequently logged off with a few ladies to enjoy a buffet, each of us on the brink of madness from hunger. Such an extraordinary state of being would indeed be a shame to squander without indulging in a buffet. We chose the Outcloud Pavilion once again as our dining venue, where we scavenged an abundance of food, filling our table to the brim before feasting heartily. Not far away, a wall-mounted television was broadcasting the sports channel, and to our surprise, CCTV5 had begun live coverage of gaming competitions. The match being aired was none other than our game against the Candle Dragon's second team. Our visage was clearly visible on the high-definition screen, which caused 2 middle-aged gentlemen dining nearby to stare at us in astonishment. One of them stammered, "Aren't these the players on TV?" The other replied, "Could they be the prominent figures of Ancient Sword Soul Dream?" I focused solely on herbalism back then. Otherwise, I might have been one of those valiant champions myself. Get lost, you're far too old for such aspirations. They jested. As we dined and watched, the live broadcast concluded, revealing the top 32 teams of the China regions who rules the Roost competition. Among them were formidable teams like Ziyinsen, Candle Dragon, Battle Sky Alliance, and Purple Lily, all without surprise. Furthermore, the second team of Ancient Sword Soul Dream also advanced, with the formidable combination of Guguzi, Su Yang, Duziyang, Yuyin Shibaki, and Luan Yu proving to be a powerful force, making their entry into the offline competition a foregone conclusion. Additionally, there were many teams that we had not encountered before. Perhaps some would be pushovers, but none would be easy to confront. After all, any team that has fought their way to the offline competition is not to be underestimated. As for the Huajian sect's second team, they were merely a laughable legend. Buoyed by good fortune, had they faced slightly stronger opponents, they would likely have been eliminated long ago. Tomorrow afternoon, We shall venture to Shanghai without the need to catch an early flight. He smiled, expressing her contentment. Living on the outskirts of Shanghai is truly a blessing. We can easily participate in the CGL competitions. I nodded in agreement, replying, I will log on shortly to sell some items, then retire early. Tomorrow morning, I'll focus on leveling up, and in the afternoon, we'll head out for the sign-in. I expect to encounter many familiar faces from the past, including Zhu Yingluan. Bei Mingxue, with concern, inquired, Brother, given our deep-seated animosity with the Zhu Long Guild, will there be any real-life PK? I reassured her, fear not. Even if there were to be real-life confrontations, we have Su Yang, Li Chengfeng, Geguzi, and the spirited members of our team. Even if I refrain from intervening, victory is assured. And should I choose to engage, it would be nothing short of cataclysmic. He chided me with a playful glance, saying, let us avoid any fighting. What if someone gets hurt? To which I replied, indeed, I shall heed your advice. Morong Mingyue added, by the way, the Snow Silver Fur main team, led by the beautiful Lin, has also qualified for the offline competition. Shall we arrange to go together tomorrow? After all, we are all from Suzhou and part of the same alliance. We must not grow distant. Certainly, I will reach out to her shortly, I affirmed. Later that evening, upon returning to the studio, I called Linise in to inform her that we would depart for Shanghai together after lunch the following day. She readily agreed. I logged on to address some issues within the shop, discovering that the elite-level NPCs were exceptionally effective. The White Fox had almost single-handedly sustained the entire shop, leading to a record revenue that ensured I could earn a lucrative income solely from the shop's profits, even without engaging in combat for equipment. A tranquil night ensued. The following day, I practiced leveling up for a brief period. Time was of the essence, and I merely engaged in monster hunting beneath the Dragonbone Mountains, lacking the opportunity to explore new maps. After lunch, the three ladies from the studio accompanied me as I drove the X12. We met Linny Sin at the entrance of the university. She arrived in her fuel-guzzling Mercedes, exuding a refreshing fragrance. We then contacted the vehicle from the Gujin base to follow us, and the three cars set off towards Shanghai amidst a gentle drizzle. Chapter 20. A splendid encounter in Shanghai, at the southern headquarters of Yueheng, China. I rolled down the car window, allowing the fine rain to drift in, revealing an architecturally unique building ahead. Its design resembled a hexagram formation, composed of several structures, with a colossal sword soaring skyward at its center, radiating brilliance. Standing majestically at the front of the building were two statues towering several meters high. On the left, a fearsome creature wielding a skeletal blade, representing the legendary Great Saint. On the right, a statue of the dragon speaker, Bing Lan, the goddess who valiantly defended humanity's right to exist, stood in confrontation with the demon, the tension palpable. I couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of Yueheng Company. Such an architectural masterpiece is truly unparalleled in the world. Beep. From behind, Lin Sin urged me to hasten, as we had encountered some traffic, and it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Unable to locate the entrance to the venue, the car moved slowly forward until several ladies, adorned with identification badges, appeared ahead. One with long hair approached and cheerfully inquired, Sir, may I ask if you are here for the Who Dominates the Battlefield competition? If so, please provide your ID. I nodded and succinctly declared, I am the one who has met with failure. The young lady's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze sparkling with excitement. You are Lu Chen? Hee, indeed quite handsome. She leaned forward to glance into the car, her eyes gleaming. Wow, these three must be Bei Mingxue and Mu Rong Mingyu from Shui Yifang, right? It is an honor to meet you. He chuckled lightly. All right, if you continue to flatter us, we shall become bashful. Could you kindly inform us where the car is parked? Oh, please follow me. After parking, we shall proceed to register. Yes. The young lady walked ahead, and I followed. Arriving at a parking lot, after securing the vehicle, Lin Sin gracefully emerged, her striking white sneakers particularly eye-catching. Clad in sporty attire, she radiated an innocent purity reminiscent of fresh snow, leaving Su Yang and Guzi utterly astonished. You're a staff member? The young lady regarded Lin Sin with the same level of surprise as she had for me, taking a moment to exclaim. You are the leader of the Shui Yinshan Alliance, from Fengsei Huanxiang, aren't you? Lin Sin nodded with a smile. A pleasure to meet you. Hee. A pleasure indeed. I did not anticipate you all would come together. Please follow me. We shall first sign in, then check into the hotel. Tonight, there will be a press conference for the offline competition. Upon reaching the registration site, More than half of the 32 teams participating in the offline competition had already arrived, totaling 160 players, each entitled to their own participant badge, without which entry was prohibited. The spirited members of the Yuyun 18 riders had also arrived. The fashionable Ruan Yue stood among the crowd, smiling as she addressed me. Lu Chun, I heard you eliminated Team Zhulong 2 in the preliminary round? Yes. Merely a small feat. Just then, a group of individuals approached with an air of arrogance, led by a familiar face. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the national pillar of the game, Guizhi Dongliang. Beside him stood Xiao Xiaozhu and Shang Guanwan. Xiao Xiaozhu was a rather handsome young man, his lips adorned with a subtle smile, while Shang Guanwan remained silent, embodying the essence of a serene beauty. Nearby, a rather unsavory young man was vying for her attention, none other than the senior priest Xin Yuanyi. Eve, long time no see. Wang Dongliang greeted cheerfully, his face alight with joy. Didn't he expect that Ba Wang Dian also advanced to the top 32? He cast him a sidelong glance, stating coolly, I wish you all the best in being eliminated in the first round. Wang Dongliang ruefully rubbed his nose, while he tugged at my hand, saying, We have finished signing in and received the room keys. Shall we put our luggage away? Indeed. As members of the same team, the Frost Cloud Studio, along with Li Chung Feng, occupied interconnected rooms on the 11th floor. I took hold of the luggage belonging to He Yi and Bei Ming Shui, which was not too burdensome, considering we would only be here for 2 days. The champion would be determined by tomorrow afternoon, and we would spend one night before returning home the following day. I opened the door and helped the young ladies settle in before we all gathered in my room. Ah, what a hectic day. I am utterly exhausted. He Yi brushed her flowing hair back and settled onto the bed, stating, The competition begins tomorrow. What shall we do tonight? I doubt we will be in the mood for leveling up. I sat by the window, observing the bustling crowd beneath the towering buildings. As several competitors arrived to register, a faint smile graced my lips. There is indeed a banquet tonight, isn't there? A mere glance at the competition's press conference, and it would soon be time for slumber. Morong Mingyuan nodded in agreement, taking a seat on my bed. She pressed down on the mattress and chuckled. Luqing's bed is so soft. Shall we squeeze in together tonight? I maintained a stoic expression, retorting, Come on, aren't hotel beds all the same? Bai Ming Shui interjected. By the way, where has Li Chingfeng gone? Do you know if he has arrived? Just then, a knock resounded from outside. Luqing, are you there? It was the familiar voice of that fellow, as if summoned by mention. I rose to open the door, and Li Chingfeng entered, drenched from the rain, laughing heartily. Ah, so you are all here. I hope I'm not interrupting. Not at all, just arrived? I inquired. Yes. I rushed over right after disembarking, he replied with a smile. But suddenly his expression turned grave. Just now, downstairs, I saw the candlelight flickering. The candlelight flickering? Indeed. I clenched my teeth, pondering. I wonder how the matchups for the top 32 will unfold. Will we encounter the Candle Dragon Guild prematurely? I'm not sure. The matchups will be drawn during the banquet later. Oh, how intriguing. Who will kick off the inaugural match? It would be splendid to compete against the Candle Dragon. They laughed boisterously, displaying a blatant disregard for the guild, while Bai Ming Shui merely shook her head in disapproval. Shortly after, Su Yang arrived, knocking on the door. Everyone. The press conference is in 10 minutes. Shall we head to the banquet hall? Yes. We hastily tidied ourselves, and the ladies touched up their makeup, as it was essential to uphold our dignity at such a grand occasion. In truth, even without makeup, their beauty would suffice to captivate the entire room. In the banquet hall, over 40 tables adorned the space, accommodating both competitors and dignitaries from various regions. Hello. A staff member approached, smiling. I am Qin Xiaodian, the manager of the Shanghai Customer Service Department at Tianzhou. You must be the team from Gu Jian Hun Ming, Zhiji Qinsha, Zai Shui Yifang, and Bai Ming Shui, right? Indeed, I nodded, smiling. Qin Xiaodian, I recognize you. You were a member of the Shuyue studio, known as last summer, correct? Qin Xiaodian chuckled. Oh, I never expected that after leaving the world for so long, my legend would still linger. Even the little heavenly king Luqing remembers me. I am truly honored. And how are Shusheng, Ling Xue, and Ling Yue faring? They're well. Having flown to New York, the headquarters is deliberating on the new version issues. Oh, Qin Xiaodian regarded me, saying, Luqing, would it be all right for you to be seated with the people from Shuiyin-san? Yes, that sounds good. Hee, I knew it. I mused, feeling a twinge of envy. This Qin Xiaodian was at most 24, already a customer service manager at Tian Dao. Here I was at 24, still struggling to secure a formal position. What a failure I felt. Casually taking a seat. It wasn't long before several members of the Snow Silver Fur team joined us. I recognized both the Shadower Chanel and the Clear Water Fragrance. But there was also another young lady, approximately 25 years of age. She glanced at us and couldn't help but exclaim, "Why do these faces seem so familiar?" Sun Qingqing chuckled and pointed at me, saying, "Hong Yan, this is the famed Zhiji Chen Sha from Ancient Sword Soul Dream. And this one here is the leader of Ancient Sword Soul Dream at Shui Yifang, along with Bei Ming Shui, Mu Rong Mingyu, and the legendary hero." "Is that so? Qingqing, who is this?" I inquired, my expression one of confusion. Sun Qingqing replied, "Oh, this is our newly joined super bard, Zhuan Shun Hong Yan. A holy spirit bard, but she possesses a hidden class." I nodded, casting another glance at Shadower Chanel, and remarked, "It seems Chanel has also advanced to a hidden class. The Dark Sorceress, she appears formidable." Shadower Chanel grinned mischievously. "Don't worry, you'll witness the prowess of this class during the finals, or perhaps even sooner." Ziho sat nearby, wearing a smile but remaining silent. I then asked, "Qingqing, where has he gone?" "She was called away by a few staff members," came the reply. "Called away?" "Yes," Sun Qingqing nodded with a smile. "The official Tianzong China region just signed an endorsement contract with Yi, and she took the opportunity to shoot a commercial. I hear it's only a few seconds long, and she'll be back shortly." I was left speechless. The allure of beauty is indeed powerful. As Lin Yisin was actually invited by Yueheng Company to be their spokesperson. What kind of charm is that? Before long, Lin Yisin returned, her face flushed, and angrily plopped down beside me. She shot me a glance and suddenly exclaimed, "What the heck, little trickster, why are you sitting at this table too?" "I was assigned to this table, what's wrong?" I tilted my head to look. She had a script in her hand that seemed to contain the lines for the advertisement. Instantly intrigued, I asked, "How did the ad shoot go?" "Don't mention it. What's the matter? Just take a look, but don't laugh." Lin Yisin placed the script on the table. I glanced at it and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The lines read, "Someone asked me, what kind of life is colorful enough? I think eagerly anticipating the sunlight of the next day each night makes for a vibrant life. Someone asked me, what kind of person do you wish to marry in the future? I said, I want to marry a Tianzong expert. The ultimate experience of a brand new world. Do what you dare not do. Tianzong. With you? It's splendid." Who wrote these lines? I laughed so hard tears nearly streamed down my face. Lin Yisin gritted her teeth and punched me playfully. "You rascal, I told you not to laugh." Chapter 21. Pre-match confrontation. I ceased my carefree laughter and asked, "Fair maiden Yi, how much did you earn from this commercial endorsement with Yueheng Company?" The branch president, Qin Yun, personally invited me to shoot the ad, so the fee was quite generous, too. 8 million renminbi. Wow, that is quite a sum. Hee. Indeed, are you envious? Less chatter, you'll treat me to a meal later. All right. At that moment, a young woman took to the stage with a microphone. Smiling as she announced, "The annual gaming gala has returned once more, shifting the battlefield from Lingtong to Tianzong. This event, co-hosted by CGL and Yuang, marks a significant occasion as heroes from across the Chinese servers gather together. It is indeed a splendid day. Greetings to all, I am Fray, the specially invited host from Yuang." Upon hearing her name, our table erupted in laughter, for Fray has long been a celebrated host throughout Yueheng's 3 productions. Though she must now be in her 30s, the passage of time has left no mark upon her visage. She remains undeniably youthful and charming. Next, we invite the distinguished figure of the Chinese virtual gaming realm, Mr. Zhu Yingwan, to the stage to deliver the opening proclamation. Fray gestured invitingly, and the audience turned their gaze towards a young man at another table who adjusted his attire and ascended the stage with a serious demeanor. Indeed, it was Zhu Yingwan, clad in a modified military uniform, a style he had adopted since returning from his studies in South Korea. With an air of confidence, he took the microphone and declared, "Esteemed leaders and fellow gamers, I am Zhu Yingwan, the founder of Zhulong. It is an honor to stand here and make this opening statement. As a member of the Chinese gaming community, I feel the weight of responsibility upon me." After a series of courteous remarks, Zhu Yingwan transitioned to his concluding thoughts. The Chinese servers have never been devoid of conflict. I hope that at the moment the national battle commences, we can all set aside our prejudices and fight to protect our homeland. Zhulong will undoubtedly strive valiantly to steer the course of this endeavor. I implore those misguided guilds to refrain from obstructing our path. While Zhulong prefers to avoid unnecessary complications, we will not shy away from your challenges. With that, he cast a disdainful glance our way, his arrogance palpable as he smirked. Since Zhulong's entry into the Chinese servers, we have vanquished all foes, leaving nothing but ruin in our wake. You are no match for us. The assembly, composed of various champions from the Chinese region, knew well that Zhu Yingluan was targeting the guild gu Jian Hunming. However, none anticipated that he, the current leading figure in Chinese virtual gaming, would audaciously insult them during his speech, a slight that few could endure. Suddenly, a loud thump resonated through the hall as I stood up, commanding the attention of all leaders, players, and Yueheng staff. Pointing directly at Zhu Yingluan, I remarked with a smile, "Zhu Yingluan, do you truly believe that the next CGL competition's banner will still be yours?" This simple statement left Zhu Yingluan momentarily speechless. With only the two of us standing there, whispers rippled through the crowd. Who is this person daring to challenge Zhu Yingluan? Fool, that's Lu Chun. Can't you see the stunning women beside him? Incredible. If it is indeed Lu Chun, then he is perhaps the only one in the entire Chinese server qualified to confront Zhu Yingluan. Haha, splendid. I never anticipated that even before the match commenced, the atmosphere would already be charged with tension. Haha, witnessing the showdown between Gu Jian Hunming and Zhu Long in the finals is bound to be exhilarating. On the stage, Zhu Yingluan shot me a fierce glare and declared, "Just you wait." I merely smiled faintly, responding, "I shall await with bated breath." As I settled into my seat, he cast a look of approval my way and chuckled, "Not bad, not bad. One may lose face, but not the battle." At a nearby table, Su Yang and Gue Guzi chuckled, "Lu Chun, you're so impressive, challenging Zhu Yingluan publicly. Let's see if he dares to be so arrogant in the competition. We shall teach him a lesson and curb Zhu Long's arrogance." I nodded in agreement. Everyone must strive for excellence. Indeed, at that moment, the air was thick with anticipation throughout the banquet hall. The host, Fray, sensing the awkwardness, approached and cheerfully announced, "Thank you, Mr. Fangzhua, for your remarks. Next, let us welcome Mr. Tang Feng, the chairman of the China Virtual Economy Alliance, to deliver the pre-competition address." Oh, the leadership is speaking, which means it no longer concerns us. Following Tang Feng's address, the feast commenced. The table was laden with a variety of exquisite delicacies. When it comes to dining and hospitality, Yueheng Company never holds back, ensuring to showcase the grandeur befitting a top-tier international gaming company. Naturally, this benefited us, allowing us to indulge and replenish our spirits for the fierce battles awaiting us tomorrow. On stage, the host, Fray, adjusted her skirt and gracefully descended, approaching our table. She smiled and said, "Shall we have a little contest among the 10 of us at this table?" Li Chengfeng chuckled, "Of course, please have a seat, dear host." Fray nodded with a smile and cheerfully took a seat beside He, casting an admiring glance his way. A beauty by the water's edge. So young and so lovely. I can hardly believe you are already the vice president of GGS's Asia region at such a tender age. When I was your age, I was toiling away for a meager monthly salary of 10,000. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, not at all. I envy you. Your career offers so much freedom. Unlike me, I have no personal space, constantly inundated with meetings. By the way, how old are you? You can tell me quietly." Fray leaned closer to He, grinning. He glanced at me, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, and softly replied, "I am 26. "Oh." Fray nodded gently. I pursed my lips and asked, "Eve, what about you?" "Oh, it's nothing." He turned her face away and smiled again at Fray. "I am a gaming enthusiast. I have been since before I joined the company. I have always followed the epic masterpieces of Yueheng, Linghong, and Tianzong." "Fray, you have hosted all 3 of these monumental works. Don't you feel an immense pressure?" Fray let out a deep sigh. "Alas, I too am weary. I have longed to find someone to marry, yet I have yet to encounter the one destined for me. Humph, if I ever do meet him, I shall certainly give him a couple of solid slaps first. After all these years, waiting has been quite the ordeal. Moreover, I truly yearn for retirement. After hosting tournaments for over a decade, I find myself utterly exhausted. Yet, I am unable to escape this fate, as my superiors do not permit it." The department head, Shilioi, persistently refuses to grant me an extended leave, even stating that if Moonlight Company produces a 4th installment, I shall be required to continue as the host. The words of He Jiao trembled from her lips as she lamented, This is inhumane. Indeed, Fray barely had time to indulge in a single chicken leg before she was compelled to return to the stage, wiping the grease from her lips. She seized the microphone and rushed back on stage, exclaiming, "Next, we shall commence the draw. I invite the captains of each team to come forth in succession to draw lots. This evening, we will determine the matchups for the round of 32. Due to my status as the renowned captain of the martial arts deity, I was expected to take the stage and draw lots. Lin Yisan accompanied me, and together we silently prayed that our teams would not be placed in the same half of the bracket. If we were to clash, let it be in the finals, so that our encounter could possess an air of legend. Now, let us welcome the captain of the Shui Yinsen team, Feng Se Huanxiang, to draw." Fray announced with a smile, prompting a thunderous applause from the audience. Even outside, numerous spectators had gathered to witness the event. The popularity of the fruit knife goddess within the Chinese region was undoubtedly at its zenith. When the crowd beheld the real-life version of Little Knife MM, who appeared even more enchanting than her in-game avatar, many began to clap with one hand while wiping drool with the other. In their confusion, they lost track of which hand was which, resulting in a comical series of slaps against their own faces, turning their cheeks a rosy hue reminiscent of bashful young maidens. Lin Yisan stepped forward, reaching into the dark box to retrieve a small white ball inscribed with the letters E4. "Ah, the fourth team from the 5th division," she noted. With 4 teams per division, it was clear that Shui Yinsen was destined for the lower bracket. "Next, may I call upon Lu Chun of the Gu Jian Hunming team to draw," Fray stated. As a member of the CGL Hall of Fame, my true name was already public knowledge, allowing Fray to call my name directly. Although the applause was not deafening, a few enthusiastic squeals from the female fans could be heard. Peering out the window, I noticed that young women from various universities in Shanghai had come to witness my presence. Upon seeing me in person, they were pleasantly surprised, their excitement palpable. I dipped my hand into the dark box and soon retrieved a small ball, glancing at it to find the inscription A1. To my astonishment, I had drawn the first match of the 1st division. What a fortuitous draw for my team. Fortunately, we were spared from facing Shui Yinsen. One by one, the teams took to the stage to draw lots, while Fray relayed the results to the core system of Tianzong games. Consequently, the matchups for the top 32 were projected on the large screen. Within half an hour, the complete lineup was revealed. A group matchups, Gu Jian Hunming vs. Tian Yixian Jian Kuzhan vs. Hua Jian Pai. B group matchups, Midnight Lulan vs. Zhu Lu Zhong Yuan Dragon God Temple vs. Tian Sufu. C group matchups, Tian Gu vs. Zhu Long Jin Shui Lu Tai vs. 7th Heaven. D group matchups, Zi Baihe vs. Meng Hui De Tang Bai and Hua vs. Yi Bo Yun Tian. These were the matchups for the upper bracket, and I was exhilarated to discover that Gu Jian Hunming's first challenge would be against Tian Yi. Destiny, ranked 5th in the Chinese guild rankings, boasts formidable strength. Its leader, a player of the CGL Hall of Fame, holds the 27th position, though last, still a formidable contender. This team's prowess is indisputable, and a fierce battle is inevitable upon encountering the ancient Sword Soul Dream. Furthermore, the 2 exceptionally powerful guilds, Purple Lily and Candle Dragon, dominate the upper bracket, ranking 1st and 3rd respectively. Indeed, the upper bracket is a gathering of deities, bustling with excitement. Turning to the lower bracket, the intensity remains equally captivating. E group matches, Moonhunter Dynasty vs. Annihilation Return of the King vs. Snow Silver Fur. F group matches, Lordly Arrival vs. Cold River Snow 0 Degree Melody vs. Ancient Sword Soul Dream Team 2. G group matches, Soul Returning to Armor vs. Battle Alliance Frenzied Dragon vs. Overlord Hall. H group matches, War's Elegy vs. Snow Moon White Emperor City vs. Myth. Compared to the upper bracket, the fervor in the lower bracket is by no means inferior. Strong teams like Snow Silver Fur, Battle Alliance, Overlord Hall, and 0 Degree Melody are all present. And even Snow Moon emerges. Registered as a guild, anyone inheriting the name Snow Moon must surely be a successor of that once dominant guild. However, whether Snow Moon can advance to the top 16 remains uncertain, as those legendary players have long since faded into obscurity, leaving behind merely a cadre of novices. Chapter 22. The opening battle, a night of silence, abstaining from alcohol. For the sake of tomorrow's competition and the championship, one must maintain a clear mind. Early the next morning. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking awakens me. He stands outside the door, urging, "Hurry up, it's 8 o'clock." The match is at 9, don't be late. Alright. After a swift wash-up, I gather with Li Changfeng, Su Yang, and a few others to join the ladies for breakfast. As we indulge in fruit, the host, Fray rushes over. Hey, still eating? Lu Chun. You all need to hurry. We're waiting for you. The battle between Ancient Sword and Destiny has been designated as the opening match. Let us move. Oh. A group of us quickly don our player badges, then grab our gaming equipment and rush into the competition hall alongside Fray. Before us lies a sea of people. Upon our entrance, a wave of cheers erupts. Many spectators from all corners of the world shout enthusiastically. After all, at our level, we are considered gaming stars. Moreover, with the stunning presence of He, Murong Mingyue, and Baiming Shui, many have come just to catch a glimpse of these enchanting ladies. Why so late? Whispers Fray. I reply, waking late signifies a good night's sleep. Today, I shall perform exceptionally. That is true. The first match against Destiny. Are you confident? Absolutely. Wishing you a victorious start. Thanks. Fray, holding the microphone, steps forward. Smiling. Please welcome the two teams participating in the opening match. The Shattered Halberd team from Ancient Sword Soul Dream and the Destiny team from Destiny. We obediently took to the stage, with Li Changfeng and myself boldly standing there, while casting our gazes around in search of attractive players. In contrast, Baiming Shui and Murong Mingyue appeared somewhat anxious, having never encountered such a scene before, inevitably feeling a touch of nervousness. Compared to the two of them, He maintained a remarkable composure, her exquisite visage adorned with a subtle smile. Her refined demeanor as the vice president of GGS was certainly not something that could be compared to those of the younger players. On the large screen, the levels and classes of both teams were displayed. Ancient Sword Soul Dream. Zhiji Qinsha LV-109 Necromancer. Zai Shui Yifeng LV-106 Magic Knight. Baiming Shui LV-106 Dark Archer. Murong Mingyue LV-106 Priest. Legendary Hero LV-106 Dragon Warrior. VS Tianyi. Tianming Sigue LV-106 Warrior. Xianzixing LV-105 Assassin. Mengzhong Daxia LV-105 Archer. Nepan LV-106 Mage. Zhuifeng Inhua LV-105 Flame Knight. In terms of levels and classes, we held no advantage. In fact, Tianyi was one of the top guilds in the city of Shenin, and the prowess of several of their players was not to be underestimated. This opening match was indeed the most captivating of the round of 32. With both sides keenly aware of the stakes, a single elimination format meant that losing would spell the end of the tournament. Tianyi was a man of approximately 30 years, who greeted me with a smile. Pleasure to meet you. I nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent. In the next moment, Fray announced that the opening battle was about to commence. Both teams entered the competition room, where several lovely staff members were already present, assisting in setting up the gaming equipment before the teams entered the game. Ding. The system prompted, you are currently in a match. You will be teleported to the competition arena in 3 seconds. With a whoosh, I was pulled into the arena by magical forces. Baiming Shui, and the others also entered alongside me. Not far ahead, Tianyi's team was also teleported in, radiating an aura of determination, seemingly prepared to exert their utmost to win this match. The opponents comprised 3 melee fighters and 2 ranged attackers, presenting a formidable challenge. Tianming Sigue was a player from the CGL Hall of Fame, with operational skills and equipment that were at least top tier, not far behind Li Changfeng. As for Zhuifeng Inhua, he was a hidden class magic knight, a flame knight, and I could not ascertain his details just yet. We would have to engage first and see. No one had anticipated facing such a formidable opponent in the very first offline match. How should we proceed? He inquired. Li Changfeng replied. Let us first lock onto a target and focus on eliminating it. Agreed, I nodded, adding, in a moment, Baiming Shui will use the shock arrow to stun the enemy. Once the stun is successful, Changfeng and I will charge in to take down one opponent. If the stun fails, we will select another target. If we cannot stun an enemy that Baiming Shui cannot, our charge will be ineffective. Alright, the key is deciding which one to eliminate first. In the realm of dreams, the valiant hero contemplated that they would likely prioritize eliminating the young Bei Ming. The archers posed a considerable threat, with their low vitality rendering them prime targets for enmity. Sister Mingyue, do remember to bolster Bei Mingshua's health, I advised. Li Changfeng and I need not worry excessively. Their desire to swiftly dispatch us will undoubtedly deplete their resources. Let them squander their power, and do not hesitate to consume potions. Once depleted, we shall seek the lovely Lin for more. Thus, a consensus was reached, and preparations for battle commenced. At that moment, the system began its countdown, heralding the commencement of the first offline match. 3, 2, 1. Combat engaged. As the battle barrier dissipated, Bei Mingshue's shock arrow was launched, a skill possessed by the archers that had a 50% chance of stunning the opponent. However, this probability fluctuated, influenced by levels, attributes, and luck, and was not strictly confined to the figure of 50. With a sudden jolt, the valiant hero was incapacitated by the shock arrow's stunning effect. Nevertheless, his arrow was still released, aimed squarely at me. Were they truly intent on eliminating me first? I hastily retreated while raising my arm in defense. Thud! The shock arrow struck, forcing me back another step. The hero's assault was formidable. Although the damage was mitigated to some extent, the 2 seconds of incapacitation were unavoidable, leaving me vulnerable to their ensuing attacks. In a swift motion, Tianming and Yingyue charged forth, plunging me back into a state of disorientation. To compound my peril, their assaults were ruthlessly fierce. Tianming's sword, shimmering with crimson light, unleashed 2 devastating strikes upon my chest armor, inflicting grievous wounds. 1763. 1874. Following this, another penetrating strike disregarded 50% of my defense. 2895. My health plummeted alarmingly, nearly having my vitality. Fortunately, Murong Mingyue's timely healing spells restored nearly 6,000 points of health, granting me the fortitude to withstand the dual onslaught from Tianming and Yingyue. With a spear ignited in flames, it transformed into a 3-headed fire dragon, surging towards me with an astonishing ferocity. The onslaught from this fiery knight was alarmingly fierce, and I felt my vitality diminish significantly. 2284. 2194. 1905. I was perilously close to defeat. As Tianming unleashed his second skill attack, I finally regained my composure from the stun. With a fierce thrust, my sword clashed against his spear, and I barked, "Is that enough?" Forgiveness. A decisive strike. Miss. 7294. The blow severed over 70% of Tianming's health, revealing that this fiery knight was indeed a formidable adversary, with vitality not vastly superior to my own. Death resilience. Level 8 life potion. 2060. 3000. In an instant, my vitality surged back to over half. Seizing the opportunity, I pursued relentlessly. With a swift motion of my right arm, I deflected the attack from the destined foe, my body crashing into him with a thunderous impact, causing him to stagger backward. Clearly, he was outmatched in strength. Fixing my gaze on the fleeing chase wind and moon, I unleashed a thunderous charge. With a flash, I successfully incapacitated him for 5 seconds. I called out, "Biming, this is yours." Without dispatching chase wind and moon, I swiftly retreated toward the destined foe. At that moment, Biming Shui had already slain the valiant dreamer, He, while Li Qingfeng had just vanquished the formidable mage, Nirvana. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos, with formations rendered meaningless. It was merely a contest of who could eliminate the opposing forces first. Suddenly, a chill enveloped me. An assassin was approaching, the prelude to Cold Edge. My senses heightened. I swiftly maneuvered to the side while feigning a strike, my feet firmly planted in the ground, shattering the chaos. With a resounding crash, a figure was sent flying back. It was the assassin, Shiyan Jishang. I pursued rapidly, only to find that he retreated a few steps before launching an unexpected counterattack, deftly executing a graceful S-shaped maneuver to position himself behind me. The assassin's speed and agility were truly unparalleled, a feat forever beyond the reach of warrior-type players. Nevertheless, I did not look back. Instead, I sprinted forward a couple of steps and pivoted to unleash a 1,000-eye slash. To my astonishment, Shiyan Jishang let out a soft grunt, unexpectedly struck by my attack. 5664. The attack power boost of a level 70 martial god was no mere illusion. Although the 1,000-eye slash targeted a single enemy, it was more than sufficient to eliminate a frail assassin. However, on the other side, Biming Shui emitted a pained cry. Having fallen victim to the destined foe, in Indy, the warriors of the CGL Hall of Fame were indeed formidable. The destined foe, like a phantom, evaded the relentless pursuit of Li Qingfeng and He with agile twists, his blade flickering as he executed a triple strike, all landing upon Murong Mingyue. Miss. 4294. 4417. Murong Mingyue could not withstand the assault, letting out a soft wail before succumbing. In the blink of an eye, the destined foe had claimed the lives of two of us, igniting a fierce anger among the remaining three. Li Chengfeng cut off his flank, restrict his maneuverability. He suddenly commanded, charging forth in a straight trajectory. Li Chengfeng complied with the leader's directive, positioning his sword defensively on the opposite side. In the next moment, he raised his hand to unleash a jade wave slash, encompassing all avenues of escape. The destined foe's face paled in horror, left with no option but to adopt a defensive stance. 1029. In that fleeting moment of defense, he lightly exclaimed, "Crush!" Li Chengfeng, already attuned to the plan, seized the moment to thrust his sword upward, triggering the crushing strike. 5895. The sheer might of a level 10 dragon warrior's crush was astounding. The destined foe let out a pained grunt, collapsing to the ground, bereft of all vitality. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, your team has emerged victorious, earning 1 point. Chapter 23. Lin Xuemei. With the formidable alliance of the two top experts from the Sky City, we finally managed to vanquish the Destiny's Chosen. Which was no small feat. It is heartening to note that He has finally demonstrated her capabilities within the strategy, though it was primarily due to Li Chengfeng's sharpness. Otherwise, He alone would have stood little chance against the Destiny's Chosen. Faced with the opponent's ever-changing technical maneuvers, our beloved beauty guild leader would undoubtedly be left dumbfounded. Nonetheless, securing a point is indeed a cause for celebration. Following the fierce battle against the Flaming Red Lips team, Destiny's Chosen is arguably the strongest team we have encountered thus far. The outcome is acceptable. We managed to take down Bei Mingxue and Murong Mingyue, annihilating the adversary completely. Acquiring the first point means that winning the next round will propel us into the top 16. As we returned to the arena, we awaited our next entry. That was close, Bei Mingxue exclaimed, sticking out her tongue and laughing. Fortunately, your armor is sturdy enough, brother, otherwise we would have found ourselves in a perilous situation right from the start. Murong Mingyue nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was quite dangerous. Both Destiny's Chosen and the wind-chasing moon possess physical combo skills, which are exceedingly formidable. Particularly Destiny's Chosen, whose attack power is exceptionally high. A single combo could easily eliminate both me and little Bei Mingxue, leaving us with minimal room for maneuvering. Li Chengfeng chuckled. Actually, you could try parrying with your weapons. Not accustomed to it. We are ranged classes, they replied in unison, laughing. Soon after, we were teleported back into the arena, where the opposing team wore serious expressions. And the system commenced the countdown for the second round. 3, 2, 1. The second match commenced. Li Chengfeng spoke with a determined tone. Vice Guild Leader, bait the enemies. Break through their frontline warriors and assassins. I will coordinate with Guild Leader Eve and Bei Mingxue to take down Destiny's Chosen. Okay. I grasped the Stealing Heaven sword, knowing I must synchronize with everyone's attacks. Rushing in alone could jeopardize the entire match, especially against a powerhouse team like Destiny. With a swift motion, I charged directly towards their archer, aiming to eliminate him first. Dreaming Hero skillfully retreated, adeptly dodging my charge. However, I had anticipated this. The moment I exited the charging state, I seamlessly sprinted forward, unleashing the Thousand Ice slash skill with precision. Boom. Dreaming Hero activated a leap skill, successfully evading my attack. The only flaw of the Thousand Ice slash is its limited attack range, which is an unavoidable limitation. Otherwise, the skill would be overpowered. With a swift motion, I executed the Dragon's Slashing Blade. Swish. Dreaming Hero, caught off guard, let out a pained grunt as he was struck. 5124. Under the influence of the Martial Goddess 70 buff, survival was simply not an option. The opposing archer fell limp after my barrage of skills. However, their mage, Nirvana, maintained a calm demeanor as he initiated an offensive, wielding his staff to cast the Fire Dragon spell. Boom. A fire dragon descended from the skies, engulfing my body in a wave of searing heat. In the next moment, damage numbers soared. 3107. Goodness, what a powerful mage. This magical damage is utterly terrifying. At that moment, Li Chengfeng surged forward, engaging fiercely with the opponent destined by fate. He brandished the soul-capturing spear, targeting the assassin Shiyan Jishang. This assassin executed his maneuvers with remarkable precision, evading He's attack with a deft retreat and advance. before swiftly thrusting his dagger towards the chest of the beautiful guild leader. He gritted her teeth, spun her body, and raised her right arm gently, causing the ice barrier shield to manifest abruptly. With a resounding clash, Shiyan Jishang's strike merely depleted less than 500 points of her health, as her defense was exceedingly formidable. However, Shiyan Jishang was affected by the ice barrier, becoming encased in frost and experiencing a significant reduction in mobility. Meanwhile, an opportunity arose for Baiming Shui, who unleashed a flurry of cold arrows, successfully slaying the assassin with 3 consecutive shots. I brandished the stealing heaven sword, positioning myself before He, sweeping aside the Flame Knight's assault with a swift motion. I called out firmly, "Li Chengfeng, distract the mage Nirvana." Without hesitation, Li Chengfeng charged directly at the mage. Though he predictably missed, undeterred, he relentlessly pursued the mage to prevent any offensive capability. Fate's Chosen wielded his longsword, striking He's shield with a multitude of sparks. Before retreating to consume a health potion, he shouted, "Chasing wind, eliminate Lu Chen first. The defense of Shui Yifang is too high, and he can slow us down, making it impossible to defeat him." The Flame Knight nodded, but was already too late. I dashed forward with the speed of lightning, landing 3 successive strikes with my stealing heaven sword against his shield. With my attacking prowess, he was in considerable distress, as the barrage of strikes stripped away nearly 7,000 points of health. Fate's Chosen gritted his teeth, but just then, he was met with a barrage of explosive arrows from Baiming Shui, leaving the Flame Knight stunned by the shock arrows rapidly fired by her. With a sharp crack, He and I struck simultaneously, swiftly sending chasing wind out of the arena. The opposing team was left with merely 3 members, while the distant archer and mage were preoccupied with Li Chengfeng. The dragon warrior roared, unleashing a reverse scale slash that instantly annihilated the archer, dreaming hero. Clang, clang, clang. After exchanging several blows, sparks flew as Fate's Chosen demonstrated impeccable positioning and timing. Unfortunately, he remained outmatched as He and I coordinated our attacks, surrounding him with no chance of survival. Under the extraordinary healing output from Murong Mingyue, we maintained full health, further shattering the morale of our opponents. In disbelief, Fate's Chosen stood despondently, his sword lowered in surrender. He turned to the mage and said, "Nirvana, we have lost. To such opponents, it is not unjust." With a long sigh, this pivotal figure of the hidden city resolutely chose to concede, exiting the arena alongside Nirvana. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. Your team has successfully defeated the opponent and advanced to the top 16. Splendid, we won. He beamed with joy, her proud curves beneath her armor rising and falling with evident excitement. It was clear she had never anticipated that the ancient sword spirit dream would reach the top 16 in such a prestigious national competition. After all, since my entry into the ancient sword spirit dream, our performance had never breached the top 100. Achieving the top 16 now felt nothing short of miraculous. I held the stealing heaven sword, smiling gently, and whispered to Bei Mingxue, who had her arm around mine. "Hey, the CCTV sports channel is broadcasting this opening match live. You should be a bit more reserved, otherwise, how will I face others later?" Bei Mingxue chuckled, "I don't care what others say. I like it." "Well, suit yourself," I replied. I turned to a few girls and Li Chengfeng, suggesting, "Let us go. The top 16 will be decided this morning. Once our match is over, let us catch a show." "All right." The group promptly logged off, removing their helmets as we exited the competition room, greeted by a thunderous applause. The ancient sword spirit dream had decisively crushed the top-seeded team from the hidden city, demonstrating both strength and luck. This victory was well-deserved. Upon returning to the sidelines and settling into the rest area for ancient sword spirit dream competitors, a staff member in a short skirt promptly brought us drinks, which I found quite delightful. I couldn't help but glance around, only to find 2 fierce gazes directed at me. One belonged to He and the other to Lin Yisan. They were seated together, perusing a virtual gaming magazine, seemingly engaged in conversation. Clearing my throat, I took a sip of my drink and turned my attention to the 2 ladies. I must admit, witnessing the 2 most popular female players from the Chinese server together was indeed a captivating sight. Many seized this rare opportunity, their cameras flashing incessantly. After all, one was the leader of the ancient sword spirit dream, while the other led the snow silver fur. Both were favorites in this fierce competition for the championship. Holding my drink, I approached He and sat beside her, leaning forward to glimpse Lin Yisun. I smiled and asked, we performed decently, didn't we? Any feedback? Lin Yisun shot me a glance and replied, our coordination could be more seamless. If it weren't for fate, our tactical plans would have faltered twice. You certainly wouldn't have won so swiftly. Oh, if it were you, how would you devise the strategy? Lin Yisun took a sip of tea, her beautiful eyes shimmering with wisdom. She smiled and said, it's simple. Let the fated protectors defend against various tactics to captivate you and the dragon warrior. The flame knight will charge at Baiming Shui, while the dreaming hero prioritizes attacking the priest, forcing him back and eliminating the archer. Even if the fated protector falls, it matters not. The assassin must remain hidden, using a blunt weapon to incapacitate the dragon warrior, then shift focus to you for the assault. The archer will execute dual tactics, slowing you with ice arrows while bombarding the priest with explosive arrows, using overwhelming firepower to separate you from the priest. The mage will unleash a fiery dragon spell in succession. The second strike will take you down, with the third targeting the dragon warrior, followed by Sister Mingyue, and lastly, Sister He will take her turn. He, visibly pale, murmured, fortunately, you are not the strategist of destiny. Otherwise, winning this match would be an arduous task. Lin Yisun chuckled, of course, I am merely an observer. In a real battle, the uncertainties are manifold. I nodded, indeed, your match still has a while to go. Who's up next? Look, hasn't that fellow gone up? I glanced up to see Li Lu, Ji Zue Jinmi, and the madman along with 3 others, each holding their gaming helmets, stepping onto the stage. This match was evidently between the Huajian sect and the Xianjian. Li Lu, with an air of arrogance, cheerfully declared to the 3 men and 2 women of the Xianjian, we'll settle this in 5 minutes. Just wait and see. Ha. The young captain of the Xianjian smiled slightly. We shall see. I look forward to it. As both teams entered, a cacophony of blows ensued, and the Xianjian swiftly conquered the Huajian sect with a tremendous force, achieving a decisive KO in a mere 5 minutes. Lin Yisun laughed softly. Hooray. That fool Li Lu can go home now. I was somewhat speechless. You're still schoolmates, after all. Lin Yisun glared at me. Aren't you also my schoolmate? I graduated long ago. Come on, junior, call me senior. You. Lin Yisun shot me a glare, momentarily at a loss for words, while he chuckled. All right, everyone. Quiet down and watch the match. Yezi is accompanying his wife out for some happy relaxation. From the 15th to the 17th. There will only be one update at 9 p.m. I hope for your understanding. I can empathize with your eagerness to see new chapters, much like my own anticipation for animated series. However, writing requires time, as does production. We cannot rush it. So, I'm taking a short break. I'm not doing this for any other reason but to meet with college classmates, reminiscing about the glorious past, the youthful days, the vigor and ambition of scholars, gesturing grandly, discussing the world, and the nostalgic musings of a middle-aged man. I trust you all understand. Chapter 24. Purple Lily in the 3rd and 4th matches. Midnight Lulan faced the deer in the Central Plains, and the Dragon Temple battled the Celestial Strategy Mansion. These 4 teams were unfamiliar to us. Yet a lack of notoriety does not equate to weakness. After a fierce and bloody struggle, the deer in the Central Plains and the Dragon Temple successfully vanquished their opponents, resulting in some rather brutal encounters, with a few matches concluding with only 1 player remaining. Notably, the Dragon Temple, belonging to the city of Tianfeng, boasted exceptionally high-level players and remarkably fine equipment, making them quite formidable opponents. Moreover, there exists a hidden class known as the Phantom Wolf Assassin, and this team could indeed pose a formidable obstacle as we progress from the top 8 to the final 4. Below the stage, numerous players from Tianfeng City fervently cheered for their brothers on stage. The supporters of these teams were certainly not in short supply. At last, during the 5th match, Zhu Long made his entrance, facing off against a team named Tian Dao. Instantly, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, with many voices nearly frenzied, uniting in a chant of War God, War God, War God. Lin Yisun, He, and I exchanged glances, falling into a moment of contemplation. Zhu Yingluan had dominated the Chinese region for 2 years, regarded as the emblem of China's gaming industry. His reputation was undeniably beyond our current reach. Thus, in this pivotal clash, it was imperative to defeat Zhu Yingluan to alter his illustrious image in the eyes of Chinese players. With a smile, Zhu Yingluan ascended the stage, waving at the audience before donning his helmet and entering the competition room alongside 4 illustrious players from the CGL Hall of Fame, Bai Konghin, Lia Fenging, Piao Yunyan, and Xinji Wu. Each of these names instilled fear in opponents, and such a lineup was truly unparalleled. In contrast, the Tian Dao team consisted of several unfamiliar IDs. Although they possessed considerable skill, they might not stand a chance against Zhu Long. As the match commenced, Zhu Yingwan, Lia Fenging, and Bai Konghin struck like 3 daggers into the heart of their opponents, interweaving cover and assassination. The archer, Piao Yunyan, acted as a long-range sniper, each arrow finding its mark at the opponent's weakest points. Meanwhile, Xinji Wu wielded his staff, unleashing fiery blasts into the throng, transforming the arena into an inferno in an instant. In less than 2 minutes, the Tian Dao team faced a devastating defeat, not due to lack of skill, but rather the overwhelming strength of their adversaries. The 2 warriors in the Tian Dao team exhibited exceptional prowess, while the assassin's skills approached the realm of the extraordinary, even managing to stun Bai Konghin for 3 seconds. Yet, they could not withstand the onslaught of 5 opponents, leading to an inevitable collapse of their defenses with no means of resistance. The second match mirrored the first, concluding the battle in a mere 2 minutes. Moments later, Zhu Yingwan emerged from the competition room, greeted by thunderous applause, as Zhu Long once again validated his strength, vanquishing what could have been a dark horse contender. Lin Yisin gazed at Zhu Yingwan in the distance, pouting slightly, and remarked, "Actually, the Zhu Long guild possesses quite a bit of strength, doesn't he, Lu Chen?" I smirked and replied, "Do you really need to state that? If they lack strength, how could they have previously bested me so decisively? Hehe. Your chance for revenge has arrived. During the semifinals, as long as Gu Jianhunming and Zhu Long remain uneliminated, you will inevitably face each other. So, how do you feel? Nervous?" I clenched my fist and chuckled. Nervous? Not at all. I am rather exhilarated. If I can thwart Zhu Long from reaching the finals, I would relish witnessing how Zhu Yingwan, the war god, justifies his actions to Zhu Long. He chimed in with a light laugh. Indeed. We must strive to advance to the semifinals and eliminate Zhu Long. I glanced at Li Chengfeng not far away, and we exchanged knowing smiles. In truth, to defeat the Candle Dragon, both Li Chengfeng and I must operate as if we were 2 individuals. The skills of He Yi and Mu Rong Mingyue are evidently not on par with the players in the CGL Hall of Fame, and they are unlikely to contribute significantly. Bai Mingxue can at most hold her ground against Piao Yunyan. The remaining 4 must be managed entirely by Li Chengfeng and myself. Indeed, I intend to take on the shadow of the candle alone, leaving the other 3 to Li Chengfeng. It appears that this fellow will be under considerable pressure. Soon after, another match commenced. The near-water pavilion swept through the 7th heaven with ease. There was a notable disparity in the skill levels of the 2 teams. The near-water pavilion is also one of the top 10 guilds in the City of Divine Concealment, boasting formidable strength. Upon entering the arena, they swiftly dismantled the opposing formation and tactics through the aggressive assaults of their 2 warriors, followed by methodical long-range sniping, an unmistakably clear strategy. In the upper bracket, the final 2 groups matches were delayed, and at last, the Purple Lily Guild made their entrance. The capital city's goddess of the Luo, a quintessential femme fatale, donned a sleek black uniform dress, adorned with a competition badge. With a commanding call, she led her 4 teammates onto the stage. Nearby, Su Yang remarked, "The aura of the goddess of the Luo is undeniably impressive. It's no wonder she can hold her ground against the Candle Dragon in Tianfeng City." His eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. "Her legs are so fair." The Purple Lily consisted of 5 players, 4 of whom were female, all of remarkable beauty, while the lone male, known as Moonlight Beneath the Rocks, was a level 105 warrior. Among the women, the goddess of the Luo is a super sorceress. Kiss Moon is a hidden class assassin. Apparently a member of the CGL Hall of Fame, Xiang Rugi is a magical knight, and Pretty Little Fish is a healer, seemingly proficient in her craft, as the goddess of the Luo would not have included her otherwise. Conversely, the opponents of Purple Lily, a team named Dreaming Back to the Tang Dynasty, appeared equally formidable, boasting an average level of 105. Their equipment seemed to include at least dark gold gear for everyone. However, at this stage, dark gold gear isn't particularly impressive. The true strength lies not merely in possessing dark gold, purple gold, or spirit gear, but rather in having exceptional dark gold, purple gold, or spirit gear. Without exceptional star ratings, the attributes of the gear suffer considerably. It had been a while since I last saw the goddess of the Luo, and she had already reached level 107, a remarkable pace, especially with her busy schedule fighting the Candle Dragon. Purple Lily is truly impressive. I mused with a smile while sipping my tea. Lin Yisin pulled out her notebook from her handbag and began typing rapidly, seemingly searching for something. A few seconds later, she smiled slightly. The goddess of the Luo is incredibly strong. Her staff is called the Thunderclap Rod, a 2-star exceptional level 100 spirit gear. And Kiss Moon is no less impressive, wielding a 3-star purple gold dagger, the heart-chilling blade. I couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, the Purple Lily Guild is not to be underestimated. With such a lineup and strength, they are sure to make waves across the entire Chinese region, and their opponents are bound to be left in tears. Indeed, as the battle commenced, the assassin, Kiss Moon, unexpectedly charged forth, brandishing her dagger in a chaotic flurry. With her momentum, the city god of Luotian wielded the Thunder Rod, summoning a deluge of crimson fire rain that engulfed an area of approximately 20 yards, incinerating 3 adversarial players in unison. 4,984. 4,472. 5,102. The pain was excruciating. A single area spell had reduced the 3 warrior players to below half health. One more fiery assault would surely lead to their demise. Fortunately, the skill, Infernal Fire God, seemed to have a lengthy cooldown. The city god of Luotian, with a graceful flourish of her staff, executed a frost piercer, launching a warrior into the air and swiftly eliminating him. Suddenly, a blood-red dagger emerged from the void as the opponent's assassin initiated an ambush on the city god of Luotian. It was evident that everyone recognized the city god as the pivotal force. To secure victory against the Purple Lily, one must eliminate her at the earliest opportunity. If she was allowed to survive longer, the number of allies falling would only increase. With a soft huff, the city god of Luotian glided backward, searching for an opening to hurl fireballs at the assassin's face. At that moment, several underperforming warriors charged forth, rushing to attack. With a mischievous smile, the city god of Luotian stood her ground, surrounded by a peculiar magical shield. Not an ordinary mage's shield, but a formidable aura shield. Despite the relentless onslaught from the warriors, the shield remained unbroken, leaving the warriors in bewilderment. What is this? Hee, you have lost. Kiss Moon, brandishing her dagger from a distance, refrained from attacking. In the next instant, fire rain descended, consuming several players near the city god of Luotian. Another devastating infernal fire god strike. This skill had virtually no casting time, akin to an instantaneous spell, leaving the opponents with no opportunity to react. The sheer ferocity of such a mage was nothing short of divine. The score stood at 2-0 in favor of the Purple Lily. Lin Yisin and I fell into a contemplative silence, furrowing our brows in thought. How could our team hope to triumph against such an overwhelming mage? The performance of the city god of Luotian undoubtedly conveyed to all mages across the Chinese server that they could attain such extraordinary prowess. Effortlessly engaging in a 1v5 scenario without even shattering their shield, all while contending with exceptionally well-equipped elite players. The title of mage is indeed a striking one. And as the game progressed into the mid to late stages, the fearsome might of this profession would only grow. The city god of Luotian had merely revealed the tip of the iceberg. In the blink of an eye, they had dispatched their opponents. In truth, even if the city god of Luotian were not so formidable, victory would still have been theirs. Kiss Moon remained as enchanting as ever, an exquisite priestess. The few gathered beneath the moonlight were not novices. They could hold their own against renowned players from the Candle Dragon CGL Hall of Fame. After stepping off the stage, the city god of Luotian casually took a seat at the table adjacent to ours in the ancient Sword Soul Dream, smiling as she addressed us. Lu Chun, Lin Yisin. How do you find it? I nodded, acknowledging the strength of Lin Yisin. The team of Candle Shadow is entrusted to you, said the capital city goddess, who pursed her lips. Perhaps it's best to reconsider. In a 5v5 match against Zhu Long, our chances of victory may not even reach 30%. How is that possible? He exclaimed in disbelief. Even you, with such formidable strength, cannot triumph over Zhu Long? The capital city goddess smiled lightly. You cannot fathom the current prowess of Zhu Long and Candle Shadow. They have reached an extraordinary level. I too was taken aback, pondering for a moment. Rest assured, if Zihui cannot withstand Zhu Long in the quarterfinals, our ancient sword will undoubtedly eliminate them in the semifinals. The capital city goddess smiled slightly. Indeed, I will do my utmost to vanquish them. However, in truth, the only guilds with the strength to defeat Zhulong are Ancient Sword and Snow Silver Fur. For you possess renowned generals, while we do not. We have suffered greatly. Haha, indeed. Chapter 25. A display of power. The capital city goddess was right. The significance of renowned generals surpassed the expectations of many players. Everyone finally understood why this version was dubbed the era of renowned generals. The skills of these generals are destined to shine brightly on a continent rife with slaughter and glory. The Zhulong Guild boasts the renowned General Candle Shadow, while Ancient Sword has myself, and Snow Silver Fur is represented by Lin Yisan. The rivalry among these three illustrious generals is poised to unfold in the upcoming matches. In truth, Candle Shadow as general is exceptionally powerful in outdoor PK scenarios. However, in competitive matches, the so-called ghostly prophecy is rendered ineffective, achieving nothing. While they may eliminate opponents within 10 minutes, matches are destined to conclude within 5 minutes, a tragic realization for Candle Shadow. In contrast, my general skill is notably sharper, with a 40-point inspiration that, when enhanced, becomes nearly insurmountable. As for Lin Yisan's national beauty skill, it is best left unmentioned. Even I am left speechless upon hearing it. A 25-point boost to all attributes, sufficient to transform a Chihuahua into a Mastiff. The next match features Bianhua versus Righteousness in the Sky. Another intense showdown ensued, with both sides exerting their utmost effort. After 3 exhilarating matches, Bianhua emerged victorious with a score of 21, becoming the 8th team to advance to the top 16. Now, the matches in the lower bracket are set to commence. The first battle pits Mize Hen against the Moon Hunter Dynasty. The middle-aged man, Tian Dao, donned his helmet and took the stage alongside his comrades, the dominant knight and dominant mage. Opposing them were several players who appeared to be students, undoubtedly exceptional talents hiding somewhere in the vast land of China, as it is unfathomable for anyone else to rise above millions of competing teams. After all, the competition is fiercely intense. Teams like Huajian Sect and Crazy Dragon have advanced merely due to luck, having avoided strong opponents. One can only imagine the strength of the Peach Garden led by Qingqing Zijing. They are undoubtedly superior to Mize Hen at present. Yet, they failed to qualify for the offline matches, having been eliminated in the final second round by Zihui. It is truly a tragedy. A once-allied force against Zhulong now finds itself in a life-and-death struggle in the preliminaries. Tian Dao stepped onto the stage, locking eyes with the young captain of the Moon Hunter Dynasty. Unable to contain his laughter, he remarked, "Young man, quite impressive. To qualify for the offline matches at such a young age is indeed rare." The young man glanced up at the formidable Tian Dao, chuckling. "Not bad for someone of your age, still managing to compete in offline matches. That's quite rare." The laughter of Du Ba Fa Shin erupted, resonating with the crowd. As Tian Dao's attempts at bravado fell flat, like a tiger that turned out to be a dog, the facade of arrogance proved to be a cardinal sin. With a stern expression, Tian Dao grasped his helmet, retorting, "Let us see who truly excels in the match, kid." The members of the Ye dynasty nodded in agreement as they entered the competition room. The next grand battle was about to commence. On the large screen, the matchup between the two teams rapidly materialized. There was no need to elaborate on the players from the Annihilation God. However, the members of the Ye dynasty boasted impressive levels. Wei Jin and Bei Chao, a 106-level demon knight, Gui Ling Yao Dao, a 104-level assassin, Yimi de Yongguang, a 105-level mage, Zhun Tian Gong, a 105-level archer, and De Jiangji Feng, a 105-level strategist. Moreover, detailed equipment statistics accompanied each player's name, though the text was small. The faint glimmers of dark gold and purple gold were discernible. Notably, the assassin Gui Ling Yao Dao wielded a 3-star exquisite dark gold dagger, whose attack power rivaled my former weapon, the Inferno Sword. Truly formidable. I smirked, sensing an ominous premonition that Annihilation God was destined for misfortune. Lin Yisan and He nodded in unison. We have what it takes. The large screen displayed the swift onset of battle. Tian Dao charged forward with his blade, skillfully maneuvering to target the opposing archer and mage. Du Ba Qi Shun and Du Ba Zhan Shun executed a clever flanking strategy. Their tactics were clear. However, the Ye dynasty was no pushover. The young captain, Wei Jin and Bei Chao, wielded his spear and gracefully retreated, maneuvering between Tian Dao and Du Ba Qi Shun, poised to strike at any moment. Gui Ling Yao Dao emerged behind Du Ba Jianshun, launching a brutal assault with his dagger. After several rapid strikes, Du Ba Jianshun became the first player to fall. Fuming, Tian Dao was infuriated. Realizing the adversaries were employing a strategy akin to Tai Chi, melee combat, shielding ranged assaults, leaving him, a player who thrived on fierce confrontations, in despair. Within a few rounds, Tian Dao's health had already plummeted to half, as the opposing mage, Yimi de Yongguang, relentlessly employed frost magic to harass him, inflicting damage that was both insidious and inescapable. With a flurry of arrows, Zhun Tiangong unleashed a volley, shattering Du Ba Fa Shun's magical shield. In that instant, as the shield broke, Du Ba Fa Shun was abruptly immobilized, a dazed icon hovering above him. Gui Ling Yao Dao seized the opportunity with remarkable precision, striking twice with his dagger, leading to the demise of Du Ba Fa Shun. The subsequent battles held little suspense. In truth, the equipment of the Ye dynasty was not vastly superior to that of Annihilation God. Their victory stemmed entirely from the synergy and unique tactics of their team members. Tian Dao and his comrades had lost without any injustice. In 2 consecutive rounds, the Ye dynasty decisively triumphed over Annihilation God. Undoubtedly, in the next rankings of the Chinese guilds, Annihilation God would plummet, marking the end of their era, a complete tragedy. With a flourish, Lin Yisin rose, gripping her sporty bag, and cheerfully declared, "It's our turn to take the stage, heroes of Shuayinshan." The enigmatic mage, Chanel, alongside the indomitable warrior, the purple-robed duke, the formidable archer, Clearwater Fragrance, and the divine bard, Transient Beauty, graced the stage with their presence. A crowd, drawn by the exquisite leader, erupted into thunderous applause as Lin Yisin, clad in athletic attire and exuding youthful exuberance, stood casually on stage. Many in the audience fervently chanted slogans, declaring their admiration for Wind Color Fantasy and Fruit Knife Goddess. With a slight smirk, Lin Yisin greeted the host, Fair, before entering the competition room with several companions. The opponent of Shuayin-san, a team named Return of the King, consisted of individuals resembling middle-aged men. One rotund member, resembling a pregnant figure, seized the microphone from Fair and introduced himself. "I am Zhang Ingjun. I began my journey in 2001 with Legend, transitioned to Dream in 2002, and ventured into Mountain Valley in 2003. The comrades beside me were my fellow warriors back then, and now we return to fight for our dominion." He recited nostalgic verses, reminiscing about the glorious past, evoking the vigor of youth. Suddenly, an avalanche of items, soda cans, keyboards, mice, sloggy bras, and Safi sanitary pads, rained upon the stage, bombarding Zhang Ingjun and forcing his team to swiftly retreat into the competition room. Once the contest commenced, the prowess was indeed palpable. Lin Yisin executed the skill, National Hero, enhancing the attributes of the entire team by approximately 40, causing the archer, Clearwater Fragrance, to approach a health cap of 7,000 points. Zhang Ingjun relentlessly pursued the archer, only to realize his efforts were futile. Meanwhile, the enchanting Fruit Knife Goddess wielded her frost sword, gracefully weaving through the fray, single-handedly decimating the Return of the King team. Remarkably, the enigmatic mage, Chanel, and the divine bard, Transient Beauty, did not even engage. It was solely Lin Yisin and the purple-robed duke who swiftly dismantled the opposition, achieving a decisive victory of 20-0. Shuayin-san's performance was commendable, embodying the essence of a true champion. Certainly, in this grand contest of supremacy, numerous champions emerged. Ancient Sword Soul Dream reigned as the northern king of the Dragon Bone Mountain region. Zhu Long held the title of Server King, and Purple Lily guarded the central region of Tianfeng as the Middle Kingdom King. However, ultimately, only one team could claim the coveted throne of supremacy. Emerging from the fray, Lin Yisin, accompanied by her subordinates, smiled and inquired, "What do you think?" I replied in X. The petite beauty's cheeks flushed. Damn. In truth, neither the enigmatic mage nor the divine bard had engaged in battle, likely a deliberate strategy by Lin Yisin, who was concealing her strength. The prowess of the Fruit Knife Goddess was undeniable, while the other 2 classes served as Shuayin-san's secret weapons, reluctant to reveal their true capabilities until the very end. In the next match, the rather mysterious team, Junlin, executed a striking victory over their opponents, triumphing 20-0 without any suspense. Following that, It was the turn of the ancient Sword Soul Dream's second team to compete. Gue Guzi, donning his helmet, ascended the stage alongside Su Yang, Wan Yu, and the gallant members of the Yuyan 18 Riders, murmuring softly, I have heard that this team, known as 0 Degree Symphony, is quite formidable, featuring 2 mages and 3 archers who have fought their way into the finals. Su Yang replied, remain composed. Victory is within our grasp. Du Jianyang interjected. Why do we call ourselves the ancient Sword Soul Dream Team too? I can't shake the feeling that it's rather absurd. Why not name ourselves the ancient Sword Soul Dream Imperial Guard or something of that nature? Su Yang scoffed. The name originated from a little ghost. It has nothing to do with me. Luan Yu sighed. No wonder Du Shursen often remarks that Gue Guzi is a bit foolish. Gue Guzi retorted. The Yuyan 18 Riders chuckled. All right, enough bickering. Let's hasten our actions and take down this entirely ranged team. Conveniently, we are all melee fighters. The competition is currently being broadcast live on CCTV's gaming channel. Let us demonstrate the prowess of melee combat to players across the nation. No matter how strong they may be, we will break through their ranks and defeat them one by one. Indeed, let us adhere to this strategy. Gue Guzi nodded with a smile. I will be the first to charge forth to draw their fire. Each of you, focus on your target and pursue relentlessly. Do not allow them the chance to unleash a volley that could eliminate us in an instant. We cannot tarnish the reputation of our team, understood? Du Jianyang affirmed, understood. Prepare for battle. Thus, an extraordinary confrontation between a fully ranged team and a fully melee team was set to commence. Chapter 26. United in purpose, that female mage is mine. Su Yang declared emphatically, brandishing his infernal sword. Du Jianyang inquired, there are 2 female mages. Which one do you desire? The one with ample bosom. Are you referring to Morong Mingyue? Get lost. She is a priest. In the audience, Morong Mingyue clenched her teeth in frustration. These bastards will be sent straight to the slaughterhouse after this match. As the competition commenced, Gue Guzi brandished his spear and charged forth, directly locking onto the opposing captain. With steady steps, he unleashed his spear in one fluid motion, exhibiting a grace that could only be likened to flowing water. The arrows from several archers clashed against his titan shield, creating showers of sparks. Yet they failed to inflict significant harm upon Gue Guzi, whose defense exceeded 2,000 points, a truly formidable presence. Furthermore, his health was estimated to be nearing 15,000 points. Such a death knight was a sight no team wished to encounter. The opposing mages gasped in panic, urgently calling out, You fools, do not engage Gue Guzi. He cannot be killed. Focus on eliminating Du Jianyang and Lai Ri first. Alas, it was too late. Once the conflict ignited, Gue Guzi surged forward, his spear thrusting forth as he executed an aurora stab that shattered the shields of the 2 mages, cleaving the enemy formation in twain. Su Yang, Du Jianyang, and the others charged in, their swift and decisive strikes rendering the opponent's strategy utterly futile. In a mere 3 minutes, the battle concluded, and the ancient Sword Soul Dream Team, too, emerged victorious, securing a point in their favor. The second round exhibited little change. Guzi launched a relentless assault, and the aurora stab compelled the opponents to defend themselves. Guzi's offensive power proved commendable, rendering the enemy, composed primarily of archers and mages, incapable of disregarding his attacks, which inflicted considerable distress upon them, sealing their fate to endure relentless defeat. In the end, Team Ancient Sword Dream 2 triumphed over their adversaries, advancing into the top 16. Ha ha ha, Guzi was truly formidable. I smiled faintly and reached for my cup, only to find a delicate white hand clasping it as well. As the cup was lifted, I turned to see a young lady clad in a stylish coat, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, exuding a refreshing charm reminiscent of Baiming Shui. With a cheerful smile, she addressed me. Hello, Lu Chun, I am Shui Yunyao, the leader of the Soul Returned Battle Robe. May I inquire if you are interested in joining our guild? We offer exceptionally generous benefits. Oh, it's this little girl again. I picked up Lin Yisen's cup and took a sip, exclaiming, Oh dear, your black tea is quite bitter. I can't believe you can tolerate it. Lin Yisen chuckled softly. One must learn to appreciate the bittersweetness of life. Shui Yunyao stood behind me, her eyes wide with surprise. How dare you ignore me again? Humph, indeed it is you I am disregarding. At that moment, 4 players approached Shui Yunyao, stating, Leader, it is our turn to compete. What are you still doing here? Shui Yunyao glanced at the matchups displayed on the large screen. G Group matchup. Soul Return Battle Robe versus War Sky Alliance Furious Dragon versus Overlord Palace. H Group matchup. War Elegy versus Snow Moon White Emperor City versus Myth. Upon seeing this, the young lady parted her red lips and sighed softly. What a pity, encountering the War Sky Alliance in the first round. Otherwise, there might have been a chance to contest against Snow Moon. A member of the Soul Return Battle Robe chuckled awkwardly. Times have changed. Neither Snow Moon nor Soul Return Battle Robe remains a top-tier guild. I surmise Snow Moon will struggle against their next opponent. Shui Yunyao turned around. On what basis do you claim that? Do you know who leads Snow Moon? The Reckless Barbarian, a rather inept fellow. Their opponent is War Elegy, one of the top 10 guilds in the City of Divine Concealment. They stand no chance of winning. Sigh. As the Soul Return Battle Robe took the stage, their opponent was indeed the War Sky Alliance. Zhang Tian, a striking young man in reality, carried a backpack and wore a faint smile, accompanied by several individuals. Li Gu, Shout Song Tian, October Rain, and a priest named Yu Liani, a quintessential powerhouse ensemble, 3 of whom were celebrated players in the CGL Hall of Fame. It was evident that the Soul Return Battle Robe could not possibly be a match for them. Shui Yunyao was acutely aware of this reality, thus offering little resistance. Under Zhang Tian's command, they swiftly concluded the match in 2 decisive rounds, eliminating the Soul Return Battle Robe. As the players descended from the stage, Shui Yunyao departed in discontent, while Zhang Tian, along with a few members of the War Sky Alliance, approached us. Hello, everyone. Zhang Tian greeted with a gentle smile. I rose to my feet, extending a friendly hand. Zhang Tian, it is a pleasure to meet you. Lu Chun. As Zhang Tian extended his hand for a handshake, he chuckled. Indeed. This is the renowned Little King Luo Chun, adept at both holding on and letting go. Even if our in-game battles are gruesome, it won't affect our friendship in reality. Will it? I nodded with a smile, replying, of course, over the years, the only thing I've struggled to hold on to is my chopsticks. Ha ha ha, splendid. Zhang Tian regarded me with admiration and continued. The individuals behind me need no introduction, I presume? This is Li Gu, Shout Song Tian, October Rain, and Yu Liani. I believe you've encountered them in the game. I nodded. I have long admired your names. Li Gu grinned and suddenly gave me a thumbs up, exclaiming, Lu Chun. Your maneuvers during the PK in the Lihua Desert were indeed exceptional. In the entirety of the Chinese region, only legendary masters like Xu Sheng and Lin Fan could replicate such feats. I shook my head with a smile. It's all ephemeral. It primarily stemmed from my professional advantages and equipment. Without those, a 1v1 would have been impossible. Ha! Zhang Tian unceremoniously claimed a seat beside us, engaging in cheerful banter with Zi Yiho, Su Yang, and others. I must say, Zhang Tian possesses considerable charisma, which is undoubtedly why his guild rapidly rose to prominence in the Chinese region overnight. While online we battle fiercely, offline we can still be friends. This breadth of character is rare among most. I toyed with my phone, feeling somewhat contemplative. Indeed, Zhang Tian is exceedingly amiable offline. Yet in the game, we are bound to clash relentlessly. Moreover, the impending battle for Sky City is likely to escalate, for there are only a few territories available. Yet the number of contenders is in the thousands. At that moment, a young lady clad in a purple dress suddenly pulled up a chair and sat across from me. Gazing at me with a smile, Lu Chun, I froze momentarily, recognizing her as October Rain. Beside me, Lin Yisin and He exchanged teasing glances, refusing to assist me in evading the encounter, as if eager to witness the unfolding drama. Is there something you need? I inquired. October Rain chuckled softly. Nothing much. Just wanted to have a chat with you. What? Am I not welcome? Welcome. Welcome, I murmured. What would you like to discuss? Perhaps something inappropriate for children? October Rain teased lightly. I fell silent. She burst into laughter. Just kidding. Look, the leaders of Shui Yinsan and Gu Jianhun Meng are both present. Why don't we lay our cards on the table and discuss the future of Sky City? Lin Yisin perked up with interest, asking, oh, what does Miss Chen wish to convey? October Rain's real name is Chunyu, which is recorded in the CGL Hall of Fame. October Rain glanced at Lin Yisin and chuckled softly. Ah, so this is the legendary wind color fantasy. Truly exquisite. Your skin is flawless, your face is round and radiant, your eyes are filled with charm, and even your bosom is so perfectly shaped. Do you often practice the UPUP breast enhancement exercises? Otherwise, how could your figure be so admirable, surpassing even that of models? Lin Yisin's cheeks flushed crimson. I have never practiced any UP exercises. Let's discuss the future of Sky City instead. We shouldn't stray from the topic. October Rain smiled lightly. Right? I must remember. Now, let us speak of Sky City. Saying this, October Rain's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, her entire presence resembling that of a different person. In a grave tone, she stated, the next phase for Sky City will involve warfare among the Chinese guilds. I estimate that within the next 23 months, Sky City will establish around 5 guild bases, which will forge 5 super guilds. These guilds will serve as the ultimate backbone during national conflicts, possessing the power to influence the tides of battle. She continued with a playful smile, her beautiful eyes glimmering with mischief. Thus, the upcoming battles will still unfold among major guilds such as Ancient Sword Dream, Snow Silver Fur, Battle Heaven Alliance, Destruction God, Overlord's Hall, Mad Dragon, and Flower amongst the flowers. Regardless of the outcome, the first guild base acquired will designate its owner as the King of the Sky. Of course, no matter who secures a guild base, the 3 guilds, Ancient Sword Dream, Snow Silver Fur, and Battle Heaven Alliance, will inevitably possess their own guilds, which ensures that we will be the main force in the national war. Dipping her hand in the tea, October Rain sketched a grand map of Sky City on the table, smiling. The Chinese region is situated in the Central Plains, surrounded by formidable foes. Fortunately, the 3 main cities support each other, preventing us from being besieged on all fronts. However, Sky City faces the greatest threat, as we are adjacent to the Vietnamese main city, which is said to be quite substantial. Prior to the launch, the Vietnamese government invested heavily to recruit gaming talents from various countries, integrating nearly 100,000 skilled players, all coordinated by the state, for an impending online war. Thus, the pressure we face is immense. Lin Yisin looked at October Rain and smiled. What is it that you truly desire? October Rain felt a bit awkward. I merely meant that regardless of the outcome of our 3 guilds' disputes, once the national war begins, we must unite and stand against our enemies. October Rain immediately turned her gaze towards me, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, you are the man I have chosen. You understand me so well. Lin Yisin and He replied in unison. Come on. Chapter 27. The Sweet 16. In the midst of their conversation, Overlord's Hall had already swept aside Mad Dragon, and the 14th match in the round of 32 had concluded. The 2 assassins from Overlord's Hall, Little Pig and Sheng Wanwaner, shone brightly in the competition, particularly Little Pig, who single-handedly defeated Mad Dragon's twin stars and a cold moon rose. However, all of this seems to be within the expectations of Longxing Tianxia. This young scion remains unperturbed, displaying a calm demeanor at the moment of his defeat, which evokes a sense of unease. Over these past days, the struggle for supremacy in Sky City has been tumultuous. Yet the Guanglong Guild has maintained a low profile. Could it be that Longxing Tianxia is biding his time? It seems implausible. The strength of Guanglong is evident, and a cooked duck cannot simply take flight. At this juncture, the 15th match is about to commence. Shuiyue versus Zhangjing Wanga. Shuiyue is an established guild, once a legendary entity founded by the great Tian Wang. Regrettably, as time has passed, the main forces have nearly all departed. The 24 Iron Riders of Shuiyue now consist solely of a single Raging Barbarian, undoubtedly the weakest among them. Since the Raging Barbarian took over Shuiyue from the hands of the Ice Wanderer, the guild has been in decline, struggling even to make a living. In contrast, Zhangjing Wanga is a burgeoning guild, ranking among the top 10 in Shenin City. The guild leader, Piao Miao, is a formidable mage ranked 25th in the CGL Hall of Fame, leading a cadre of top-tier experts to establish a remarkable legacy in Shenin City. For Shuiyue to secure even a single point against Zhangjing Wanga would be exceedingly challenging. Upon entering the arena, the battle commenced with remarkable swiftness. In less than a minute, Piao Miao, showcasing exceptional skills and formidable magical destruction, effortlessly swept away 5 members of Shuiyue. Shuiyue is no longer what it once was. Observing the large 20 displayed on the screen, Lin Yisin lamented, when I entered Lingtong with the beautiful little Chili. Both Enying and Suifeng had yet to retire. Back then, Shuiyue could still dominate any nearby main city. Now, it struggles even to conquer a modest leveling ground. I chuckled softly, such is the nature of life. 5 years hence, can you still guarantee that your Ziyinsen can vanquish the other factions? I fear that even securing a place in events of such gravity may prove elusive. For Shuiwe to even participate in offline competitions is already quite remarkable. Lin Yisan nodded. Perhaps. Not long after, the 16th match commenced, Baidi City versus Myth. It is worth mentioning that Baidi City is also among the top 10 guilds in Shenin City, demonstrating formidable strength. Although Shenin City lacks super guilds, the existence of these 10 guilds in parallel dissuades any covetous ambitions towards this main city. Led by Sansheng Mo's Lian Hongchun, Tianming Sigui's Tianyi, Wei Jin Nanbei Chao's Limun Dynasty, and Piaomiao's Zhanjing Wanga. 4 of these guilds have secured a place in the offline competition. This illustrates the overall strength of Shenin City. One might say that in Tianfeng City and Sky City, the presence of several top-tier CGL Hall of Fame players has led to fierce competition, akin to a tripartite struggle reminiscent of the Three Kingdoms. In contrast, Shenin City is characterized by a multitude of mid-tier guilds vying for supremacy, reminiscent of the tumultuous Spring and Autumn period in the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms era. Furthermore, the active players in the CGL Hall of Fame have emerged one by one. The illustrious leader Ling Shueshang MM, the Violet Lily Assassin Kissing Moon MM, along with Wei Jin and Bei Chao, Piao Miao, and Tonight Watching Snow, have all made their presence felt. Ultimately, the 27 members of the CGL Hall of Fame from the Chinese region have nearly all participated in this decisive event, which further attests to the remarkable caliber of champions vying for supremacy. What accolade could possibly be deemed less prestigious when claimed from the hands of such esteemed Hall of Fame members? The contest swiftly determined its victor, with Baidi City achieving a 20-point KO against their opponent. The captain, a formidable Magic Knight MM, is a legendary figure within the CGL Hall of Fame, reputed for leading her faction on long, relentless campaigns against 3 major cities of a neighboring nation during the era of national wars. She embodies the quintessential warrior goddess, holding the 26th rank in the CGL Hall of Fame, with exceptional skills, top-tier equipment, and nearly maximum leadership capacity, akin to the likes of October Rain. After Baidi City vanquished their opponent, the matchups for the top 16 of the event were revealed on the grand screen, showcasing the confrontations between various teams. A group, Gu Jian Hunming versus Xian Jian Kuzhan Zhu Lu Zhongyuan versus Long Shindian. B group, Zhu Long versus Jin Shui Lu Tai Zi Bai He versus Bai Hua. C group, Lai Yuang Chao versus Shui In Shan Jun Lin versus Gu Jian Hunming 2D group, Zhan Tianming versus Ba Wang, Dian Zhan Zhengwan Gu versus Baidi City. The afternoon matches will directly determine the top 4, promising to be fiercely competitive as the elite teams clash, undoubtedly filled with fervor. I glanced up and remarked, our next opponent is Xian Jian Kuzhan. This shouldn't pose too much pressure. However, in the quarterfinals, we may encounter Long Shindian, which is a considerably stronger adversary. Their leader, Jiang Shanhua, is a level 106 soul fire warrior of a hidden profession, and the other 14 members are also exceptionally strong, posing a significant threat to us. Li Chengfeng chuckled, no worries, we'll face whatever comes our way. This time, we fear no adversary, do we? Indeed, that's the spirit, I replied, noticing the time. I saw it was already past 11 a.m. He inquired, shall we have lunch at the venue, or venture out for a private meal? After contemplating, I said, we must not separate from the crowd. Let us dine at the venue. Additionally, we can discreetly assess the strengths and weaknesses of the top 16 players. Knowing both ourselves and our opponents ensures victory in every battle. At noon, in the banquet hall of the venue, the players who made it to the top 16 were naturally overjoyed. The eliminated teams did not rush to leave. After all, they had food and lodging, enjoying the comforts of a star-rated hotel. Why would they choose to depart? Not far away, the likes of Zhu Yingluan and Lai Fengying were surrounded by a throng of players, inundated with questions. Many expressed a desire to ally with Zhu Long. This sentiment is hardly surprising, as Zhu Long has effortlessly dominated guilds such as Zi Baihe and Tao Yuan Shinchu in Tianfeng City, displaying the aura of a king and naturally attracting many guilds lacking firm allegiances to seek an alliance, for no one wishes to provoke an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. I delicately moved the fish on the plate before me with my chopsticks and remarked, Xiao Baiming, do indulge a bit more. This afternoon we shall thoroughly engage with Zhu Ying and Piao Yunyan. Baiming Shui chuckled lightly. I have eaten quite enough already. If I consume any more, I shall gain weight. Brother, do you truly fancy seeing elephantine legs? I cast a glance, noting that beneath her short skirt lay a pair of long, graceful legs sculpted to perfection. Thus, I shook my head repeatedly. Not at all. This is quite satisfactory as it is. Su Yang approached with a bowl in hand and inquired, Boss, Lu Chun, how confident are you for this afternoon? It is highly likely you will encounter Zhu Long in the semifinals. Should you fail to defeat him, we will have to rely on the snow silver fur from the lower bracket. Speaking of which, our two teams are rather unfortunate. We are bound to face the snow silver fur in the quarterfinals. Nearby, Lin Yisin sipped her soup while casting a teasingly beautiful smile in my direction. I glared at her. Come on, the snow silver fur is about to eliminate both our teams, and you can still smile? No need to say more. You are treating for supper tonight. Lin Yisin chuckled lightly. All right, I shall treat. Why the fuss? It is not my fault that both your teams will be vanquished. It is merely the result of the draw. He blinked and remarked, the competition begins at 2 in the afternoon. We can still take a nap after lunch. Forget it. The time is too short for a proper rest. We shall sleep after defeating Zhu Long. That will be more satisfying. Ha 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 indeed. After feasting, we arrived early at the competition venue, carrying our gaming equipment to demonstrate our earnestness, and there we sat, engaged in idle chatter. Gue Guzi stated, this afternoon's matches are divided into groups A, B, C, and D. Only one team from each group will advance to the top 4. Alliance leader, Old Big, and Li Xiaozai's team will be the first to compete. It is up to you to set the tone for a triumphant start and earn a spot in the top 4 for Sky City. Li Chengfeng patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, making it to the top 4 is absolutely within our grasp. Su Yang added with a grin, hee. Players who enter the top 16 will at least receive a reward of 50,000 RMB from CGL. How delightful. Participate in a few more competitions. And I could return home to marry. He looked at this loyal subordinate and remarked dryly, is that all you aspire to? Ha ha. Su Yang, scratching his head, replied, those are matters too distant for me to see. For now, if I can earn enough to buy a house, that will give me the means to support a wife. He's lips curled into a slight smile. Su Yang, both you and Lu Chun are the heroes of the reconstruction of ancient Sword Soul Dream. Soon, I shall gift each of you a house. Wouldn't that be even better? Su Yang was taken aback. Boss, you are truly wonderful. Ching water fragrance. Yinger Chanel and Prince Purple couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. To bestow a new house upon each hero of the guild is a promise not easily made. A privilege only someone like the vice president of GGS, could utter. At that moment, a thought struck me, and I inquired, Eve, during the Skull Castle battle, did you not receive a reward of a steed? Why do I not see you riding it? He smiled, I do have a mount. However, during the competition, pets and mounts are not permitted, nor may skills with cooldowns exceeding 30 minutes be used, which is why you do not see me riding. I understood, and I thought to check on your mount status after the competition concludes. How enviable it is. The magical knight and the ranger can ride their steeds, while I, as a mere swordsman, am destined to tread the earth as an infantryman for all eternity. A true tragedy. After a considerable wait, the afternoon matches finally commenced, escalating the intensity of the top 16 tournament. The venue was bustling with numerous players, and it was said that tickets for the much-coveted entrance were selling like hotcakes. Yet still unable to satisfy the fervent gamers outside, thousands of players congregated in the square, eagerly watching the live broadcast on the large screen. I must say, the youthful enthusiasm of these players is simply remarkable. Chapter 28. My dream dressed in casual attire. Fray stepped onto the stage to announce the commencement of the afternoon matches. First up was the competition in Zone A. The initial battle pitted Ancient Sword against the Immortal Sword Inn, followed by the contest between the Central Plains Hunters and the Dragon God Temple. The victorious teams would then engage in a best-of-3 match, with the winners advancing directly to the semifinals. With determination, I stood up, clutching my backpack. As the captain of the Ancient Sword Soul Dream team, I led Li Chengfeng and several female members onto the stage. We exchanged smiles with Fray before entering the competition room. The opposing team from the Immortal Sword Inn consisted of 3 young men and 2 young women. Although I hadn't observed their previous match in detail, they appeared to possess considerable strength. Upon entering the game, the system automatically transported us into the competition space. In a flash of white light, our 5-member team was teleported into the arena, while the members of the Immortal Sword Inn, composed of 2 warriors, 1 archer, 1 mage, and 1 healer, appeared on the other side, a well-balanced composition with both tanking and magical healing capabilities. Of course, our team was also formidable, boasting a sufficient number of warriors. We merely lacked a powerful mage, but that was inconsequential. The skills and prowess of Li Changfeng and myself would easily compensate for any shortcomings. First, we must eliminate the archer and the mage, I proclaimed, fixing my gaze upon the enemy. I will take out the mage, and Li Changfeng, you handle the archer. The healer is your responsibility. Eve, do not engage. Focus on protecting Mingyue and Xiaobei. Biming, use your shock arrow and ice arrow to control their two warriors. Mingyue, initiate self-detonation to provide Biming with a healing spell. With a swallow of anticipation, I rallied my team and activated the legendary skill, Martial God. In an instant, a colossal crimson shadow infused my being, greatly enhancing our attack power. The system began its countdown, and the expressions of our opponents turned grave. Clearly intimidated by the presence of ancient Sword Soul Dream, a sight no one wished to encounter. In the entire Chinese region, our strength was among the elite. I ranked 12th on the CGL Hall of Fame, a testament to my formidable prowess. Li Changfeng, the emerging dragon warrior, was a force to be reckoned with, while Biming, the dark archer, held a reputation that could rival even the likes of October Rain. He and Murong Mingyue were equally impressive, with top-notch equipment and skills, though their operational finesse was merely adequate. 3, 2, 1. The battle commenced. I surged forward, targeting the enemy magician, while their two warriors charged at me, evidently intent on eliminating me first. With my right hand wielding the stealing heaven sword and my left arm raised to defend, I prepared for the clash. With a clang, I deftly blocked and defended, swiftly bypassing two warriors beneath my feet. With a single hand raised, the dragon-slaying blade descended from the heavens. Thud! The mage, caught off guard, had his magical shield shattered, yet simultaneously summoned a frosty dragon that roared forth, sending a chill through my body and causing my health to plummet by 2463. This match had escalated to such a point that even a casual mage's attack was utterly devastating. I hastily activated Thunder Charge, determined to eliminate this mage. Given my current magic defense, if Li Changfeng were to be struck, the consequences would be dire. With a swift motion, the mage leapt back, employing the blink skill he had mastered as a 4th-tier mage, allowing him to shift in any direction up to 20 yards, greatly enhancing his survivability. A slight smile crept across my face as I raised my sword. In that fleeting moment of releasing the dragon-slaying blade, I charged forth without hesitation. The blade erupted just behind the mage, completely obstructing his escape route. By the time the mage realized my presence, I had already soared toward him, the stealing heaven sword striking like lightning. Splurt. 5783. With the enhancement of War God, even a standard attack was sufficient to obliterate this shieldless mage. Watching as the mage slowly succumbed, I turned to see that Li Changfeng had successfully dispatched the opposing archer. However, our rear line was in peril. He was valiantly blocking attacks left and right, utilizing skills like Knight's Glory, seemingly enduring a barrage of blows on behalf of Murong Mingyue, reducing his health to below half. Kill. Li Changfeng and I charged in unison, flanking the two opposing warriors. The two sides collided fiercely, swords drawn and tension palpable, crashing into one another once more. Clang, clang, clang. In a flurry of parries and blocks, I suffered some setbacks as the opposing warriors realized that matching wits with Li Changfeng and me would lead to no favorable outcome, prompting their retreat. Yet before they could escape, Li Changfeng and I seamlessly adjusted our positions, unleashing a dual barrage of skills, reverse scale slash and thousand ice slash, striking both foes with precision. Boom, boom. Ice shards and sword light erupted, and once again, two more opponents fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only one priest remained. The priestess appeared bewildered, gritting her teeth, and ultimately conceded. 10. A clean victory. We secured the point decisively, executing our strategy with clarity and leaving our adversaries no chance to retaliate. The disparity in skill was unmistakable. When the members of the Xianjian re-entered the fray, the captain chuckled in disbelief. It seems that Gu Jian Hunmeng's resurgence isn't merely fortuitous. The current Gu Jian Hunmeng is indeed worlds apart from a year ago. Even if we were to lose, we would do so with our heads held high. I nodded, smiling. You all performed admirably. It's just that your coordination needs refinement. Otherwise, you two would have had a fair chance. Hey, The match commenced anew, and within 3 minutes, the opposing team still could not withstand the ferocious onslaught from Li Chengfeng and me. Amidst their disarray, beaming snow arrow rained down, transforming the two warriors into pincushions, and the battle remained overwhelmingly one-sided. 20. We emerged victorious. He was grinning from ear to ear, her beautiful eyes gleaming with joy and excitement. Gu Jianhunming had made it into the top 8 of the national competition, a feat she had never even dared to dream of. With a flash, we were transported out of the arena, and we all logged off. Outside the competition room, the cheerful voice of the host, Fray, could be heard. Congratulations to Gu Jianhunming for winning this match. The young king, Luo Chun, is indeed unstoppable. Li Chengfeng was equally elated. Grinning widely as he exclaimed, I never thought I would reach this level in my lifetime. Haha, I've participated in several competitions before, only to be eliminated early. Without outstanding teammates, it's simply impossible. Now that I'm collaborating with Lu Chun, I realize how enjoyable it is to launch attacks alongside a master. I chuckled, indeed. After all, what allowed Gu Jianhunming to vie for the throne was none other than the combined efforts of myself, Li Chengfeng, and Bai Mingshui. With Li Chengfeng playing a critical role. As we descended from the stage, the flashes of cameras were incessant, allowing us to indulge in the thrill of stardom, albeit mostly basking in the glory of others. Most of the lenses were focused on He and Morong Mingwei, who stood close enough to me that they inadvertently stole some of the limelight. Upon returning to our seats, Lin Yisin raised her juice-filled cup from a distance and smiled. Congratulations. I returned her smile, opting not to say much. As I was surrounded by the girls from Xuanyun's studio, one mustn't engage in flirtatious banter. In the second match of Group A, Long Shendian faced off against Zhu Lu Zhongyuan. The victor would be our next opponent, a challenge not to be underestimated. I resolved to observe carefully, preparing strategies for the encounter. As both teams took the stage, moments later, the big screen displayed the roster of participants. Zhu Lu Zhongyuan appeared rather lackluster, while Long Shendian had several formidable members. Jiang Shanhua, a level 106 Soulfire warrior, Feng Boting, a level 105 mage, Zhan Shindaming Yi, a level 104 magic knight, and Shui Longyin, a level 105 mage, and Feng Yu Xiao, a level 104 priest. Notably, Jiang Shanhua, as the leader of Long Shendian, seemed exceptionally powerful, with his hidden profession always bringing a refreshing surprise. As the first battle commenced, Jiang Shanhua charged forward, colliding with an opponent of high rank. With a swift flick of his blade, purple light enveloped the sword, accompanied by faint ghostly wails. Indeed, the attacks of the Soulfire warrior were unique, reminiscent of my necromantic powers and Lin Yisin's sacred abilities, while Jiang Shanhua's strikes were imbued with Soulfire attacks. Boom, boom. 3,784. 4,120. With 2 consecutive blows, Jiang Shanhua had already repelled the opponent's highest-ranked warrior, closing in swiftly to deliver a lethal strike, denying the adversary even a moment to heal. Meanwhile, Feng Boting wielded his staff, astonishingly summoning a hexagram magic array. As the players stepped onto the array, a wave of frost emanated, significantly reducing the attack and movement speeds of several opposing players. Was this an area effect attack spell? The fierce charge of the war god surged forward, his spear dancing wildly, piercing the slowed archers into a sieve with a series of sharp thrusts. As if that were not enough, another mage unleashed a torrent of icy cone spells that left the opposing warriors bleeding profusely. The scene had unmistakably turned into a one-sided affair. The guild chasing the deer in the Central Plains put up a commendable fight. Yet their pinnacle-level experts proved utterly incapable of countering the onslaught, suffering a relentless retreat. In less than 3 minutes, the outcome was clear. The Dragon Temple had achieved a resounding victory. The second match mirrored the first with little variation. Chasing the deer in the Central Plains could not withstand the assault, culminating in a disastrous defeat. Thus, the Dragon Temple swept aside their opponents, advancing into the top 8. And so, our adversary emerged, the victorious Dragon Temple. Lifting my helmet, I smiled faintly and said to the women behind me, "Let us proceed. Our chance to reach the top 4 has arrived. If we can overcome the Dragon Temple, we shall secure our place in the top 4, which comes with a reward of 200,000 RMB each." Is that so? Li Chengfeng wiped his mouth, exclaiming, "This is fantastic. I've been on the brink of starvation lately." At last, There's money to be made. This competition is truly wonderful. I shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Come on, aren't you from the Ministry of Public Security? How can you be so broke?" Li Chengfeng's expression turned peculiar. Is the Ministry of Public Security so affluent? Do you think every public servant is a gluttonous fool? I have a life philosophy as a civil servant. What life philosophy? He inquired with a smile. To defend justice and safeguard the last remnants of light within humanity. Li Chengfeng declared, his fist clenched tightly. I nodded, quite right. My childhood dream was to become a righteous police officer, but after 24 years, I have only realized half of that dream. Li Chengfeng's eyes widened. You became a security guard? No, I replied. I became an uncle. Damn. Chapter 29. Blood Battle at the Dragon Temple. The grand screen displayed the final roster of the two teams in Group AS Showdown. Dragon Temple, Zhongshan Hua LV-106. Soulfire Warrior Feng Bo Ting LV-106. Mage Shiming's Name LV-104. Magic Knight, Shui Long In LV-105. Mage Feng Yu Xiao Xiao LV-104. Priest vs. Ancient Sword Soul Dream, Zhiji Qinsha LV-109. Necromancer Zai Shui, Yifeng LV-106. Magic Knight Bei Ming Shui LV-106. Dark Archer Mu Rong Ming Yu LV-106. Priest Legend of the Brave LV-106. Dragon Warrior. In terms of overall strength, Ancient Sword Soul Dream held a 12-level advantage, and they were also superior in equipment. My weapon was a 4-star exceptional spiritual artifact, and my armor was equally impressive. He possessed a spiritual artifact shield, while Li Chengfeng donned a full set of exceptional dark gold and purple gold gear, making our trio of warriors unmatched by their counterparts. However, we needed to remain vigilant against Zhongshan Hua's soulfire attacks and Feng Boting's ice and snow domain spells. Otherwise, we risked a humiliating downfall. After the host, Fei Air, announced the matchups, we were transported to our respective competition chambers, and the system whisked us into the arena, where the grand battle was poised to commence. Through the barrier, one could faintly perceive several individuals engaged in a strategic discussion. Zhongshan Hua wore a smile that suggested confidence, while the mage, Feng Boting, remained silent yet composed. The war god's representative pointed towards our direction, seemingly orchestrating their tactics. How shall we proceed? He inquired. Li Chengfeng responded. Zhongshan Hua's soulfire attack possesses a significant attribute that ignores defenses. He must be eliminated first, or he poses a grave threat to us warriors. Furthermore, those two mages exhibit remarkable synergy, launching spontaneous assaults. Should they focus their fire on any one of us, it could prove overwhelming. Thus, we should prioritize these three as our targets for elimination. I nodded, speaking solemnly. In a moment, Chengfeng will initiate the charge to disrupt the two mages' line of sight. Under your cover, I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate Feng Boting. We cannot allow him to cast Frosty Ground, or our offensive capabilities will be severely compromised. Our team, known for its aggressive tactics, cannot endure a prolonged battle. Agreed. At that moment, the system commenced its countdown. 3, 2, 1. The quarterfinals match begins. As I activated the War Goddess abilities, a notification chimed in. Battle alert. Player Zhongshan Hua has activated the strategic skill, Inspiration, Tier 4, enhancing Team 17's attack power. After factoring in strategic value, the effect totals 31. How formidable their strategic skill is. It can rival that of a high-level strategist, even without being a renowned general's technique. With a swift motion, Li Chengfeng surged forward. As he closed the distance to a sufficient 40 yards, he unleashed his charge, propelling himself toward Shui Longyin. Midway, he executed the reverse scale slash, targeting Feng Boting. The latter reacted with remarkable speed, blinking away. However, the center of the arena was enveloped in a cloud of energy dust generated by the reverse scale slash, providing optimal cover. My gaze hardened. I locked on a Feng Boting's position and unleashed Thunderous Strike. With a flash, lightning surged, and I found myself before Feng Boting in an instant. I raised my sword, and the Ice Radiant skill pierced through his magical shield. Feng Boting's expression shifted abruptly. What? So fast? With a sharp sound, my first strike failed to breach his magical barrier. I quickly followed up with another thrust, finally shattering it. Instantly, Feng Boting retreated, his face ashen, raising his staff to chant, Frost Barrier. Suddenly, the ground was cloaked in a layer of frost, a myriad of icy vapors rising from the surface. significantly hampering the movement and attack speed of several players from the ancient Sword Soul Dream faction. Grinding my teeth, I pressed on, relying on the speed advantage granted by my barbarian boots at level 15. Mages are inherently slow, and with their cloth armor boots rarely offering acceleration, Ting, despite the frost barrier's slowing effect, could not outrun me. With a swift flick of my sword, I executed Thousand Ice Slash. Not good, Ting exclaimed, hastily consuming a health potion, but it was to no avail against my relentless assault. Within the icy radiance of Thousand Ice Slash, Ting gradually succumbed. And once his shield was breached, the mage faced inevitable annihilation under my onslaught. As I turned around, a breathtaking scene unfolded before me. Li Chengfeng, despite his left and right defenses, could not withstand the onslaught of the war god's name and was suddenly struck with dizziness. Jiang Shanhua lunged forward, his longsword imbued with soul fire, delivering a rapid succession of 3 strikes, 2,907, 3,782, 3,193. Fortunately, Murong Mingyue managed to intervene with a timely heal. Yet it was insufficient to stem the tide of his dwindling health. The opposing mage, Shui Longyin, raised her staff high, summoning a massive azure dragon from the heavens with a deafening roar. 4,419. Li Chengfeng trembled all over and slowly collapsed to the ground. None of us had anticipated that Shui Longyin possessed such a formidable ability, and we were left at a disadvantage. I hurriedly retreated. Meanwhile, He had engaged 2 enemy warriors, sweeping through them with the soul-seizing spear, inflicting significant damage. However, Jiang Shanhua and the war goddess name were not to be underestimated. Bei Mingxue, her beautiful eyes clouded with frost, prowled from a distance, unleashing a rapid barrage of arrows from her Tian Dao, striking against Shui Longyin's magical shield. After a few exchanges, the shield shattered, forcing Shui Longyin to retreat rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, Bei Mingxue swiftly adjusted her aim, delivering a devastating shock arrow that struck Jiang Shanhua squarely in the chest, stunning him. In the team channel, she exclaimed, "Brother, let us combine our efforts to take him down." I charged forward, raising my sword and unleashing the forgiveness of heaven in a flurry of attacks that landed upon Jiang Shanhua's forehead, resulting in a series of damage numbers. Miss. 6,403. 2,984. Bei Mingxue followed suit with a shattering arrow, which exploded against Jiang Shanhua, dealing a fierce 4,294 points of damage. Our combined assault bore remarkable results, and the formidable soul fire warrior, Jiang Shanhua, let out a pained groan before collapsing, defeated. On the other side, however, the war god's name broke away from He and lunged towards Bei Mingxue, thrusting his spear through her delicate shoulder. 3,905, 3,467. He managed a double strike, and the dark archer was utterly incapable of defending against it. Even Murong Mingyue had no time to heal Bei Mingxue before she was mercilessly slain. A wave of dread washed over me as I realized the war god's name possessed such overwhelming power. "Eve, hold him off," I shouted. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Murong Mingyue, his soul-seizing spear unleashing a fiery jab that significantly reduced the war god's name's health. I turned my attention back to Shui Longyin, bracing myself against her magical onslaught. I raised the stealing heaven sword high and silently executed a dragon-slaying blade. Crash. 784. The blade struck, distorting Shui Longyin's magical shield and inflicting some damage. Before she could react, I unleashed a Thousand Ice Slash. Bang! The shield shattered, and Shui Longyin's health plummeted, leaving her with but a sliver remaining. The opposing mage hastily raised her staff to heal, but even at full capacity, Shui Longyin could muster no more than 4,000 health points, and with her low defenses, she stood no chance against my full-force strike. In the air, the resonant roar of the dragon echoed, as the water dragon's chant once again coalesced into a dragon's bellow. This was a level 100 mage skill, nearly invincible in single-target attacks, as I had gleaned from the official materials. However, none of the 9,999 mage players had managed to acquire this tome. Yet, unexpectedly, the water dragon's chant had materialized. Boom! The colossal dragon descended from the heavens, and I found myself unable to evade its onslaught. Bracing myself to withstand the blow while fixating on the dragon's attack directed at my opponent. 3,478. Indeed, my magical defense surpassed that of Li Chengfeng's, albeit only slightly. I still lost a significant portion of my health. The attack power of the Dragon God Temple's members was astonishing. With a thrust, the sky-stealing sword pierced through the chest of the water dragon's chant, eliciting a pained gasp as it collapsed to the ground. Another foe fell, leaving only 2 remaining. I decided to spare the priest, Feng Yuxiao, for the moment, intending to eliminate the embodiment of the god of war first. As I turned, I noticed Murong Mingyue was already gravely injured. The embodiment of the god of war unleashed a spear, and our beautiful priestess fell. Yet, at that same moment, He managed to reduce the embodiment of the god of war to critical health as well. From a distance, I unleashed a dragon's slashing blade. The embodiment of the god of war gazed upward at the azure blade coalescing above, letting out a low grunt, aware that its end was nigh. 4194. In a flash, the embodiment of the god of war crumpled before he succumbing as well. I turned again, launching a series of sword strikes to break the shield and vanquish the opposing priest, Feng Yuxiao. At last, victory was ours. He stood there, sharing a bittersweet smile with me, as neither of us anticipated the ferocity of this match. Li Chengfeng, Bai Mingshui, and Murong Mingyue had all perished, leaving only the 2 of us. Truly, it was a Pyrrhic victory. With a swift motion, we approached the sidelines, temporarily leading 10-0. Li Chengfeng, sword in hand, bore a serious expression and remarked, "In a moment of carelessness, I was caught off guard by Jiang Shanhua's counterattack and rendered incapacitated." However, Jiang Shanhua, the embodiment of the god of war, indeed possesses formidable attack power. No wonder this national tournament showcases such incredible talents. Each one is more formidable than the last, more challenging than the mainstays of the Battle Heaven Alliance. I chuckled softly. They are indeed strong. If Li Gu from the Battle Heaven Alliance were in peak condition and faced you in a duel, you would need to exercise caution. That assassin is exceedingly difficult to contend with. Yes, I am aware, he replied. The second game is about to commence. Listen. The cheers from the audience can be heard from outside. I wonder for whom they are cheering. Regardless, all I desire is victory. Indeed, 1 minute later, we were once again teleported into the arena, awaiting the countdown from the system. 3, 2, 1. The match point arrived. Attack. This time, both Li Chengfeng and I altered our targets. I set my sights on Jiang Shanhua, while he focused on the embodiment of the god of war. We instructed He to pursue the 2 mages while Murong Mingyue concentrated on healing both of us. After all, the explosive power of a warrior is fearsome, particularly that of Jiang Shanhua, the Soulfire warrior, while the opposing mages, though powerful, could not possibly eliminate He, the knight with high defense and health. Crack! The sword's edge sliced through armor, igniting a chain of flames. In this clash, it was evident that Jiang Shanhua had suffered greatly. He wielded soulfire attacks, while I commanded necromantic power. Neither of us was at a disadvantage. Chapter 30. Life and Death Decision. The searing flames of soul fire descended upon the obsidian dragon scale armor, inflicting a particularly agonizing pain and dealing 894 points of damage. To withstand such physical assault, which could deplete over 2,000 health points, is a rarity among warriors in the Chinese region, and Jiang Shanhua is undoubtedly one of them, showcasing the lethal prowess of a hidden class. In the team channel, I quietly announced, "Bai Mingshui, we shall unleash our combined strike in 3 seconds." Understood. I maneuvered my position, tracing a graceful arc before arriving at Jiang Shanhua's flank. My sword gleamed with a chilling light, and the ice light of pardon was unleashed. Miss. 904. Following this, I executed a regular attack, reducing my opponent to a critical state. Without allowing Jiang Shanhua a moment to recover, Bai Mingshui unleashed a rapid succession of arrows. Bang! Bang! 2 blood-tinged arrows struck Jiang Shanhua's chest, feathers quivering, revealing 2 substantial damage numbers, indicating that Jiang Shanhua had indeed fallen. Simultaneously, a dragon roar and an ice dragon's howl descended upon me from above, sending a shiver down my spine. The 2 opposing mages had clearly targeted me for elimination. 785. 042. I cast a glance, bracing myself against the attack from the warrior's name, as Li Chengfeng accelerated towards me with lethal intent, his spear thrusting directly at my arm. With a deft sidestep, I slid on the ground, pivoting to deliver a fierce kick to the arm of the warrior's name. swiftly following up with a blade that glided across his neck. 7. 894. Excellent, a critical hit. The warrior's name was taken aback, unable to react in time before Li Chengfeng's majestic sword descended, sealing the deal. With the two warriors down, only two mages and a priest remained. And those mages were evidently unprepared for my high magical defense. Even their combined assault could not fell me. To make matters worse, Murong Mingyue's healing output was astonishingly high, maintaining my health above 75 despite the pressure from the two mages, causing them to falter in frustration. Charging forward, we coordinated seamlessly, dispatching the remaining 3 adversaries without sustaining any losses. Without the protection of their warriors, those mages became mere targets, utterly incapable of resisting Bai Mingshue's ranged onslaught. This time, our performance was exceptional. Our cooperation and tactics had reached a new zenith. I strategically absorbed the mage's magical attacks, seizing the opportunity to eliminate both opposing warriors, while maintaining a solid formation that kept our ranged attackers safe in the rear. As long as Bai Mingxue and Murong Mingyue unleashed their full firepower, it would be a nightmare for our opponents. 20. We advanced to the top 4. In the moment of victory, everyone was exhilarated. He even turned to embrace me. No one was more joyous than He, for empowering the ancient sword soul dream had long been her unfulfilled aspiration. Now, our team had remarkably reached the national finals top 4, a feat she had never dared to dream of, yet we had achieved it. How could we not be thrilled? As we exited the competition room, we were greeted by thunderous applause. However, the instant I stepped off the stage, I noticed Lin Yisen's expression was not quite right. She cast me a resentful glance. Could it be that this little girl was feeling jealous of He? A medley of emotions swirled within me as I sat not far from Lin Yisen, gazing at her, yet at a loss for words. Lin Yisen returned my gaze and, after a moment, sent a text message. Moments later, my phone chimed, revealing a clear message. You idiot. I pressed my lips together, too embarrassed to look at Lin Yisen again, turning away to engage in conversation with Li Chengfeng. To my surprise, he was staring at the flickering candlelight in the distance, a hint of ire gracing his lips. What's wrong, Chengfeng? I inquired. Oh, it's nothing, he replied, his usual composure replaced by an uncharacteristic awkwardness. I sensed he was troubled but chose not to pry further. If he wished to remain silent, I would respect that. On the large screen, the victor of Group A was announced, Gu Jianhunming, claiming the first spot in the top 4, igniting fervor among the fervent fans of Gu Jian. Indeed, many in the audience were members of Gu Jian, predominantly hailing from the Yangtze River Delta, with numerous students from Shanghai making the effort to attend. Even if it meant skipping classes, the matches of Group B commenced, unfolding in a series of fierce competitions. Zhu Long faced off against Jin Shui Lu Tai. While Jin Shui Lu Tai possessed considerable strength, they were ultimately overwhelmed by Zhu Long, who hardly had to exert himself. Thanks to the formidable prowess of his 4 divine spirits, particularly the ranged attacks of Shun Ji Wu and Piao Yunyan, which were nothing short of lethal, delivering firepower that few could withstand. The score was a clean 20, and Zhu Long advanced to the top 8. In the second match, Zibaihe clashed with Bianhua. The foremost female mage of the China region, Jing Cheng Luo Shun, once again dazzled the audience with her fierce magical onslaught, leaving Bianhua's elite players in utter despair, as she secured consecutive victories and decisively triumphed over her adversaries. Thus, the top 8 of Group B was set. Zhu Long would face Zibaihe. As expected, fate had intertwined their paths. He chuckled. Zhu Long and Zibaihe, 2 rival guilds, have ignited a fierce battle in Tianfeng City. Jing Cheng Luo Shun is unwavering in her resolve, while Zhu Yingluan remains cold and proud. It seems even in this contest of supremacy, they must vie for dominance. Such is the nature of destiny. I smiled. Whether it is destiny or not, what I do know is that the next match promises to be thrilling. On the stage, Zhu Yingluan entered the competition room with several members from the CGL Hall of Fame, exuding an air of confidence, evidently prepared to confront Zibaihe. He seemed not to regard her as a serious contender, dismissing the foremost mage of the China region as inconsequential. Such an arrogant demeanor certainly stirred my desire to confront him, though I knew there would be an opportunity for that. The large screen displayed the matchup, revealing a total of 10 participants, 7 of whom were CGL Hall of Fame experts. This was undoubtedly a pinnacle showdown. In the realm of the capital, the players gathered. Zillion, the level 107 mage, Wenyue, the level 104 assassinator, Xiangrugi, the level 105 warlock, Yanshade, the level 105 warrior, and Peerless, the level 105 archer. Each participant possessed formidable skills, promising an exhilarating contest. The scene unfolded with Jingqing Luotian casting a piercing gaze at Ziyingluan, muttering under his breath, "A pack of traitors." Ziyingluan merely scoffed, accustomed to the silence expected from a leading figure in the Chinese gaming community. At the onset of the match, Ziyingluan darted forth like a lightning bolt, weaving through the throng with the grace of a butterfly, unleashing a series of rapid strikes that sent Xiangrugi, Wenyue, and Yanshade reeling back, effortlessly dismantling their formation. Riafenjing and Baiquangan charged ahead, brandishing their blades and shouting, "Attack!" Jingqing Luotian's expression hardened as he gently swayed his thunderstaff, raising his hand to deliver a devastating frost spike that struck Riafenjing squarely in the face, dealing 4,983 damage. The sheer potency of the magic proved too much even for the formidable magic knight. Baiquangan, gritting his teeth, maneuvered his sword, unleashing a sweeping arc of energy, the signature Qi Yuan slash. Simultaneously, Riafenjing coordinated an assault with a spear thrust, intertwining their attacks in a lethal combination that would surely spell doom for Jingqing Luotian. Yet, to their astonishment, a smirk graced Jingqing Luotian's lips as he deftly sidestepped, raising his staff to unleash the roar of the fire god's inferno. Baiquangan, evade! Ziyingluan shouted in alarm, but it was too late. The devastating magic struck, dealing 3,984 and 7459 damage, leading Baiquangan to crash to the ground, the first casualty beneath Jingqing Luotian's thunderstaff. Meanwhile, Peerless knocked her arrows, launching a barrage that forced the beautiful fish to retreat. In a flash, Shun's dance unleashed a powerful roar of the dragon, resulting in a mournful cry as the beautiful fish succumbed to defeat. On another front, with a clang and a shower of sparks, Wenyue deftly parried Ziyingluan's fierce assault with her dagger, sliding backward across the gravel. However, she lowered her stance, embedding her dagger into the ground to halt her momentum. With a swift motion, she pivoted and closed in on Peerless, her dagger striking like a viper. In an instant, Peerless found herself stunned, and Wenyue followed up with a deadly blade vortex, resulting in a swift elimination. Enraged, Shun's dance stomped her foot, summoning frost that encased Wenyue in ice. Raising her staff, she unleashed another roar of the dragon, stripping Wenyue of nearly 5,000 health points. Kiss the Moon, however, was unwilling to concede defeat. After downing a vial of blood, she opened her icy gaze and scattered luminous powder, vanishing into the air. Divine Dance, with a resolute stare, surveyed her surroundings and raised her staff to summon a flurry of polar ice rain. Unable to ascertain the correct position, she murmured caution, "Candle Shadow, be wary. Kiss the Moon is lurking." Meanwhile, Candle Shadow was slowly drawing a long sword from beneath the moonlight, while deftly evading a sword strike with a sudden crouch. With a swift kick, she sent the magical knight, fragrant as ever, stumbling backward. In a contest of skill and reflexes, fragrant as ever was no match for Candle Shadow. On another front, Gale Shadow pursued the city of Beijing's goddess of Luo, who wore a smile upon her lips. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a barrage of ice arrows, effortlessly dispatching Gale Shadow. The battle was fierce, and soon over half of the participants had fallen. Divine Dance, shielded by magic, exchanged blows with the city of Beijing's goddess of Luo, their clash of two elite sorceresses becoming the highlight of the skirmish. Meanwhile, Kiss the Moon, the striking assassin, danced around Candle Shadow for nearly half a minute. Her first ambush failed to achieve a lethal strike, allowing Candle Shadow to regain her composure. When her second attempt was thwarted, Kiss the Moon found herself kneeling. Upon witnessing Candle Shadow approach with a long sword and a significant loss of health, the city of Beijing's goddess of Luo felt a sense of resignation. "Alas, it seems we are destined to lose," she lamented. The ether shield, though resilient, could not withstand the brilliance of Candle Shadow, especially with Divine Dance's ranged assaults. With no opportunity to eliminate any opponent in a short span, the city of Beijing's goddess of Luo could only accept her defeat with bitterness. 1 o'clock, the Purple Lily suffered its first loss. In the second round, the Purple Lily adjusted their strategy, with Kiss the Moon and Fragrant as ever alternating to provide cover. Their plan was to eliminate Candle Shadow first. As this warrior was exceptionally formidable, and without neutralizing her, they could not hope to subdue the Dragon of Candlelight. Unfortunately, the city of Beijing's goddess of Luo miscalculated once more. Candle Shadow refused to advance, lingering in the rear and utilizing Divine Dance and Misty Cloud's attacks to wear down Kiss the Moon and the others. Eventually, Candle Shadow seized the initiative and decisively vanquished the Purple Lily. This round was equally brutal. The city of Beijing's goddess of Luo, through her exceptional skill and prowess, managed to slay the Dragon of Candlelight, but ultimately fell to Candle Shadow's blade. 2 o'clock, the Dragon of Candlelight triumphed over the Purple Lily, successfully advancing to the semifinals, while the Purple Lily was left to lament their defeat, halted at the quarterfinals. This outcome left the city of Beijing's goddess of Luo feeling deeply dissatisfied. Indeed, she was deserving of the title of the foremost sorceress in the Chinese region, her skills and equipment unparalleled. Even Candle Shadow felt compelled to avoid her brilliance. Regrettably, apart from Kiss the Moon, who was an elite talent, the rest of the team fell short compared to the 4 gods of the Dragon of Candlelight, leading to their overall downfall. As the members of the Purple Lily descended the stage, visibly disgruntled, Li Chengfeng remarked with a sigh, "Truly, the strength of the city of Beijing's goddess of Luo is formidable. If she were on our team against the Dragon of Candlelight, our chances would exceed 70%. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, but alas, Wang Luo is also a sovereign in her own right. It is improbable that she would compromise to join the ancient sword. Indeed. Immediately following was the competition in the lower bracket. The first 2 matches featured the teams of Moonlit Dynasty versus Silver Fur and Monarch versus Ancient Sword Soul Dream, where Lin Xiaoyo was set to take the stage against Moonlit Dynasty. The captain of this formidable team, Wei Jininbeiko, ranked 22nd in the CGL Hall of Fame, was a player of considerable prowess. His team comprised equally formidable members: the assassin Ghostly Demon Blade, the mage 1 Meter Sunshine, the archer Tremor Bao, and the strategist Generals Aura, each possessing exceptional skills, making them a formidable adversary. "Let us go," Lin Yisan said, giving my shoulder a reassuring pat as she donned her helmet and ascended the stage. I looked up and smiled. Do your best." Without glancing back, Lin Yisan replied, "Don't worry, I will fight my way to the finals to take you down." The members of Moonlit Dynasty also took to the stage. Wei Jininbeiko stepped forward, extending his hand in a gesture to shake Lin Yisan's hand, and smiled mildly. "It is a pleasure to be your opponent from Silver Fur. Hello, I am Wei Jininbeiko, a member of the CGL Hall of Fame and the leader of the Shenin City Guild." Lin Yisan cast a sideways glance at him, showing no intention of reciprocating the handshake. With a slight smile, she replied, "Let us see our true abilities in the match. I too am pleased to be your opponent." With that, the goddess of the fruit knife, her long hair flowing, entered the competition room alongside her subordinates. The proud and beautiful little pepper was unwilling even to shake hands, which only intensified the excitement of the spectators below. This was indeed the fearless goddess of the fruit knife in the game, showing no favoritism, not even towards a member of the CGL Hall of Fame. Wei Jininbeiko appeared somewhat awkward, his hands suspended in the air. Ghostly Demon Blade could not help but chuckle, swatting away the leader's suspended hand. "Let us go. After the match, you will know the true might of Silver Fur." A glint of murderous intent flickered in Wei Jininbeiko's eyes. After all, he was also a member of the CGL Hall of Fame and a dominant figure in Shenin City. The young girl had shown him no respect. It seemed he would have to teach Silver Fur a lesson in the match. The competition commenced instantaneously. Not far from us, core members of Silver Fur, Zichuan Yu and Fatal Sword, had also arrived, sweat beading on their brows as they commented on the match. "Wei Jininbeiko is not bad. He has already reduced Ziho to half health right at the start. What is this? Look at our leader's attack. With just one coordinated combo, he took him out? My goodness, Wei Jininbeiko is still a member of the CGL Hall of Fame. It's Lin Yisan who is too strong, did you not see?" While attacking, she continued to maneuver, blocking every path for Wei Jininbeiko, which allowed Ziho to strike so decisively. Wow, Chanel's magic attack is ferocious. With one strike, she can take out at least half of the opponent's health. Incredible. Haha. Are we to believe that the Shadow Language Mage is merely a name without substance? Amidst their chatter, Silver Fur had already achieved a score of 20, knocking out their opponents, while Moonlit Dynasty was eliminated at the top 16, allowing Silver Fur to progress to the top 8. I furrowed my brow. Lin Xiaoyo was being overly cautious. Even at this stage, She was reluctant to reveal her trump cards. Although the shadow maid Chanel had made her move, the divine bard, with her fleeting beauty, still refrained from attacking, merely casting ordinary spells, healing, and bolstering their strength. I firmly believe that Lin Yisan's decision to join the team was not merely motivated by the allure of her simplistic buffs. Such a notion is utterly implausible. With Shui Yinsan's victory, the next match will feature the Gu Jian Hunmeng 2 team. Su Yang, accompanied by Guguzi, embarks on the battlefield with fervor, alongside the formidable quartet of Wan Yue and the Yuyan 18 riders. Their opponents, surprisingly, are led by a female player, a rather enchanting one at that, adorned in a flowing azure dress, with a smile gracing her lips. This is none other than Ling Xueshang, the leader of Junlin, who also ranks as the 15th best archer in the CGL Hall of Fame. Together with Piaoyun Yin, Shuri Weiyu, and Baiming Shui, they will vie for the title of the foremost archer in the Chinese region. The large screen displays the profiles of the Junlin team members. Ling Xueshang, Level 106 Archer, CGL Hall of Fame member. Imo Xiaoxiao, Level 105 Warrior. Purple Wind Bell, Level 105 Warrior. My Sky, Level 105 Archer. Ice Lemon, Level 105 Archer. This team is a veritable force, comprising a trio of archers alongside 2 warriors. We had not previously paid much attention to their matches, but it appears that our second team is about to encounter a formidable opponent. We must secure a victory. As the battle looms, I issue a stern command. Guguzi turns back. We shall see if Ling Xueshang shows us any mercy. In any case, let us give our all. Shortly thereafter, both teams appear on the field. The level disparity is minimal, and both teams feature pure power compositions. The Gu Jian Hunmeng team consists entirely of warriors, while their opponents boast 2 warriors and 3 archers, all specializing in physical attacks. This confrontation promises to be a bloody clash. The battle begins. Hei grips the hem of her garment tightly, her nerves palpable as she gazes at the large screen, revealing her long, snow-white neck beneath her flowing hair. With each smile and frown, the ethereal charm of the beautiful leader shines through. I, too, direct my gaze at the screen, observing Ling Xueshang's composed command as she instructs her 2 warriors to hold the front line while the 3 archers unleash their full power. In an astonishing moment, all 3 archers release a barrage of multiple arrows, executing a fan-shaped area attack. I ponder the implications of the multiple arrows. This skill belongs to level 100 archers, and even Baiming Shui has yet to acquire the skillbook for it. How formidable is Junlin, having secured 3 copies of the multiple arrows skill. Ling Xueshang is indeed a remarkable player. With unwavering determination, I surge forward, darting between the 2 warriors, and with a fierce shout, I unleash the Xieji roar. A whirlwind ensues, causing the health of the 2 melee players on the opposing side to plummet. Guguzi follows suit, executing the Aurora Strike, combined with the rock-splitting slash from the Yuyan 18 riders. In a single wave of attack, the 2 enemy warriors fall lifeless to the ground. However, the situation quickly turns dire as the multiple arrows rain down in a relentless flurry, each strike inflicting approximately 1,500 points of damage. Our 3 melee players are enveloped in this onslaught, and within a mere 5 seconds, Su Yang, Dou Zhiyang, and Wan Yue all collapse in defeat. The spectators are left in awe. Is this what a raw and unembellished clash of brute force looks like? In less than 10 seconds, half of our team has perished. What manner of battle is this? Guguzi and the 18 riders of Yuyan launched a coordinated assault, particularly with Guguzi demonstrating exceptional prowess, wielding a spear and charging fiercely against the Titan's barrier. However, Ling Xueshang, possessing extensive combat experience, effortlessly eliminated the 18 riders of Yuyan with a swift tremor of her longbow, subsequently turning her attention to Guguzi. The arrows clanged against his shield, momentarily scattering, inflicting approximately 300 points of damage, a mere fraction against Guguzi's formidable defense of 2,000, far exceeding Ling Xueshang's expectations. With a swift motion, the spear sliced through the air, aiming directly at Ling Xueshang's chest. Before Guguzi could exert his strength, Ling Xueshang abruptly drew her longbow, encasing her steel arrow in a layer of frost, which struck Guguzi's chest with a resounding thud. Seizing the opportunity, she retreated gracefully, her leather boots gliding like a butterfly, swiftly distancing herself from Guguzi. I will hold him off. You attack. Ling Xueshang smiled faintly, raising her longbow once more. the arrow shimmering with a dark luminescence, which she released to embed itself in Gue Guzi's shield, corroding his armor as if poisoned. The screen displayed a message, Combat Alert. Player Ling Xueshang has used the cursed arrow, reducing player Gue Guzi's defense by 40 for 15 seconds. I slowly settled back into my seat, realizing that the second team of Ancient Sword, Soul Dream had indeed lost, completely outclassed in both technique and strategy. Nevertheless, Gue Guzi was unwilling to concede, maneuvering with his spear, only to be repeatedly slowed by Ling Xueshang's frost arrows. The other two archers relentlessly unleashed their magical and explosive arrows, inflicting grievous wounds upon him. Despite possessing nearly 15,000 health points, Gue Guzi was unable to withstand the relentless assault. With a powerful strike, Ling Xueshang unleashed a magical arrow, revealing her formidable attack prowess. Gue Guzi suddenly collapsed to the ground, defeated. The second team of Ancient Sword, Soul Dream reached the top 16 but could advance no further, as their opponents proved too formidable. In the second round, Su Yang resolved to alter his strategy, initially targeting the enemy archers, for Ling Xueshang's command capabilities were exceedingly formidable, rendering a straightforward approach futile. However, to his surprise, Ling Xueshang anticipated Su Yang's tactics and simultaneously adjusted her own strategy. The three archers unleashed frost arrows to slow their foes while skillfully maneuvering to maintain distance, allowing the two warriors to become lethal threats. Under the barrage of fire, players like Luan Yu and Do Zhiyang were unable to withstand the onslaught. Luan Yu was the first to be struck down, followed closely by Do Zhiyang. Both were warriors with full-strength builds, their defenses woefully inadequate against Ling Xueshang's archers, whose actual attack power exceeded 2,000. Furthermore, Ling Xueshang activated a 4th-tier morale boost, enhancing her attack power by nearly 37, while Su Yang's team suffered due to his activation of a 3rd-tier morale boost, leading to a significant disadvantage. Ultimately, the second team of Ancient Sword, Soul Dream met their fate in the top 16, facing a team as formidable as Junlin, making their defeat all the more understandable. A group of individuals emerged from the competition room, yet they did not appear excessively disheartened. Gue Guzi, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, grinned broadly as he patted Su Yang on the shoulder, laughter bursting forth, brimming with fighting spirit. The two members of the Yuyan 18 riders playfully teased the Ruan who, indifferent to their antics, retrieved an apple from her backpack and took a bite on stage. "How do you feel?" I inquired. Gue Guzi chuckled. "I feel as though I have been toyed with by Ling Xueshang." I couldn't help but laugh. Junlin is an established powerhouse, having participated in the former WSL, brimming with experience. Consider this as your training. There will be ample opportunities in the future. With a major competition each gaming season, rest assured, the stage will ultimately belong to you. Indeed. Gue Guzi nodded emphatically, pulling out a knife from his backpack to slice a watermelon, startling Ling Xueshang, who had just exited the competition room. The subsequent match, the C Group S quarterfinals, was yet another clash of titans, Shui Yinsong versus Junlin. This was a duel between the CGL Hall of Fame MM and the exquisite Little Spicy Pepper, leaving me curious about the outcome. However, with Shui Yinsong's morale soaring, she exuded an aura of unstoppable force, reminiscent of a deity slaying gods or a Buddha vanquishing demons, which made me anxious for both Junlin and Ling Xueshang. And indeed, having carved a path of destruction, Lin Yisin led Shui Yinsong to obliterate the Moon Hunter dynasty and the King's return. Yet she now faced a formidable opponent from the CGL Hall of Fame. If she could vanquish Junlin as well, Lin Yisin's ascent would be marked by stepping over the corpses of Hall of Fame elites. As both sides entered the arena, it was as I had anticipated. The tactical maneuvers alone were a highlight of this contest for supremacy. Ling Xueshang formed a mobile wall of two warriors to counter Shui Yinsong's assault, while Lin Yisin cleverly instructed the Shadow Mage, Ingzhe Chanel, to set several fire traps, retreating the remaining members into a corner of the arena, allowing the opposing warriors to absorb some pain, silently extending their front line. Observing the unfavorable turn, Ling Xueshang promptly commanded the archers to cross the fire wall and engage from a distance. Shui Yinsong found herself at a disadvantage as the purple-garbed Marquis lost nearly half of her health. However, Lin Yisin swiftly devised a new strategy, directing the purple-garbed Marquis to draw fire, gradually pulling the enemy's formation. when Ling Xueshang's trio of archers ventured into the danger zone. Lin Yisan unsheathed her frost sword with a decisive clang, commanding, "Kill." The battle, in its true essence, commenced, raging for nearly 5 minutes. Ultimately, through the martial prowess of Lin Yisan and the purple-garbed Marquis, they managed to subdue Junlin, albeit at the cost of the remaining 3 players. Ling Xueshang herself eliminated both Qingqing Xuexiang and Ingzhe Chanel, demonstrating her formidable strength. It was evident that every member of the CGL Hall of Fame was no mere candle in the wind. In the second round, the battle remained fiercely contested. At last, the spirit songstress, Xuanxuan Hanyan, could no longer contain herself. She pressed her jade flute to her crimson lips, her form levitating gracefully in midair. Surrounded by swirling currents that shimmered with light, she began to play a captivating melody, leaving her opponents utterly bewildered. Battle alert. The player Xuanxuan Hanyan has activated the skill, Surrounded by Enemies, causing a 10 reduction in attack power and attack speed for all targets within a 100-yard radius, with a 40 chance of missing each attack. This skill lasts for 25 seconds and cannot be interrupted unless the caster is killed. Goodness. The trump card has finally been revealed. A 40 chance to miss attacks. What does that even mean? In the next moment, Ling Xueshang's consecutive arrows missed their targets, causing her to stomp her feet in frustration, exclaiming, "How can such a skill exist? Is she trying to take my life?" Li Yisan came to her aid, wielding the frost blade, executing several elegant maneuvers to block Ling Xueshang's path, and seizing the opportunity to unleash a devastating strike, swiftly eliminating the enemy captain. Once Ling Xueshang fell, the morale of Jinlin plummeted, unable to withstand the onslaught from the likes of Ziyi Ho and others. In a mere minute, Shui Yinsand emerged victorious. I watched in astonishment, whispering, "Wow, the spirit songstresses surrounded by enemies is indeed formidable." He nodded in agreement, stating, "I initially believed that encountering Shui Yinsand would give us at least a 60 chance of victory, but now it seems fortunate if we even have 40. Li Chengfeng, sipping his cola, grinned and said, "No worries. As long as we can eliminate Xuanxuan Hanyan at the first opportunity, her surrounded by enemies skill will become useless. A songstress shouldn't be too powerful, logically speaking." I nodded, replying, "Chengfeng, let us focus on taking down Xuanxuan Hanyan immediately, while Baiming Xuahan's ice arrow restrains Li Yisan, ensuring she cannot attack without caution." Agreed. Everyone chimed in, then returned their attention to the ongoing match. The final group of 16 to 4 matches commenced. Zhan Tianming vs. Wangdian Zhang Gui vs. Baidi City. At last, the 3 renowned CGL masters of Zhan Tianming were set to clash with the up-and-coming team led by Xiaoxiozu and Shangwan Wanner, promising an exhilarating showdown. With a flourish, Li Chengfeng stood up, patting his belly. I've had too much cola. I need to use the restroom. Is anyone joining me?" I shook my head. "You go ahead. I'll team up with Mingyue later." Morong Mingyue retorted, "Who would want to join you, you little rascal?" Li Chengfeng laughed heartily as he departed. On stage, Zhan Tian led his team onto the battlefield, while Wang Dongliang of Wangdian, accompanied by friends Zhao Yufeng, Xiaoxiu, and Shangwan Wanner, also took their positions. After a brief moment of friendly yet intense gazes exchanged between the teams, they entered the arena, and the battle erupted instantaneously. In this clash of titans, the combat was exceptionally fierce and captivating. Xiaoxiozu showcased commendable skills, yet his opponent, Li Gu, was equally proficient. After several encounters, an opportune moment arose. Taking advantage of Xiaoxiozu's distraction while he attacked Xiaokangshan, Li Gu unleashed a rapid stunning blow, synchronizing perfectly with October Rain. Following a well-coordinated assault, Xiaoxiozu met his end, smiling as he fell. In 2 consecutive matches, the Battle Alliance triumphed over their opponents with a total score of 20, which is undeniably impressive. The Battle Alliance is indeed formidable, boasting 3 CGL Hall of Fame masters, particularly Li Gu, whose prowess as an assassin renders him, without question, the most formidable active assassin on the Chinese servers, even inspiring a degree of caution in me, let alone the likes of Xiaozhu. The next match pits War's Elegy against the White Emperor City. As the competition unfolds, I glance back, perplexed. Goodness, it's been nearly half an hour. Where on earth is Li Chengfeng? Has he fallen into the toilet and been swept away? Bei Mingxiu equips, "If that's the case, brother, you might have to search for him in the Huangpu River." After waiting a while longer, I furrow my brow. The match against Zhulong is about to commence. Li Changfeng is truly unreliable. Still not back? I suppose I should check the restroom for him. Indeed. He nods with a light laugh. There are about 15 minutes left until the semifinals. You should hurry. All right. Rising to my feet, I exit the venue, only to be approached by a staff member. Lu Chen, where are you headed? I'm off to the restroom to find the legendary hero. The staff member gasps. Mouth agape. Is there really a legendary hero in the restroom? The taste of heroes has certainly changed these days. I nod in agreement. Fortunately, I'm just heading to the men's room. Oh, I see. But do be cautious. This competition has attracted many participants from all walks of life. Just a moment ago, I spotted a male contestant lurking around the women's restroom. I asked who he was, but he remained tight-lipped. It turned out to be Xian Yuan Yichue from the Tyrant Hall. Humph, he's quite the unreliable fellow. Indeed. But I mustn't linger. I need to find Li Changfeng, lest I miss this splendid opportunity in the ancient sword spirit dream to claim victory. I dash towards the restroom, but before I can enter the men's room, I catch sight of two figures by the wash basin in the corridor, and I am instantly struck with shock. Water splashes around, and blood stains the floor. Li Changfeng clutches a gooseneck faucet, leaning against the wall, seated there with blood-soaked clothes, a wound visible on his arm, blood still oozing. On the other side, beside the mirror, a man clad in military garb is sprawled on the ground, coldly observing Li Changfeng, also wielding a faucet. His forehead bears a significant gash, blood mingling with his hair, creating a grim spectacle. His lips cracked as he glares defiantly at his opponent. It is none other than Zhu Yuan. I step forward, treading through the water, and calmly inquire, what on earth happened? Li Changfeng looks at Zhu Yuan and suddenly bursts into laughter. Oh, it's nothing. A sneer graces Zhu Yuan's lips as he regards me, saying, Lu Chun, you fool, do you still not understand? This individual joined the ancient sword spirit dream merely to exploit you. Haha, how foolish you are, having been clever all your life, yet now reduced to such stupidity. Ha ha ha, exploit me? My gaze shifts to Li Changfeng, who merely gazes back at me, silent yet tacitly acknowledging the accusation. Chapter 33. Cold-blooded Zhu Yuan, is it truly so? I stare at Li Changfeng in disbelief. Li Changfeng lowered his proud head and spoke softly. I apologize, brother. The flickering shadows of the candlelight leaned against the wall, and I couldn't help but chuckle lightly. How amusing. All you have ever done is deceive yourself. The legendary Luo Chen actually plays the role of a wedding dressmaker? Ha ha, how does it feel to be used? A surge of uncontainable anger rose within me as I pointed a finger at the flickering shadows, exclaiming, silence. Even if I have been used, what of it? As long as Li Changfeng has not harmed me, I willingly accept being utilized. That is what brotherhood means. Li Changfeng trembled all over, his face streaked with moisture. Though it was unclear whether it was water or tears. Leaning against the wall, he gritted his teeth, shaking in immense pain, cradling his head and emitting muffled, anguished sounds. I stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder, and inquired, what on earth is happening? Even if you have taken advantage of me, at the very least, you must help me understand the reason behind it. Li Changfeng nodded, lifted his gaze to meet the flickering shadows, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. He spoke in a fierce tone. 2 years ago, there was a girl from Beijing named Qiang. She was passionate about virtual competition and idolized the martial deity, Flickering Shadows. She traveled alone to Shanghai to meet her legendary idol. That very night, Flickering Shadows took advantage of her and subsequently ignored her completely. Qiang remained in Shanghai for nearly half a month, exhausting all her funds. On her way back to Beijing, she met with an accident and lost her life. As he spoke, Li Changfeng's body shook violently, laughter tinged with bitterness escaping his lips as he glared at the flickering shadows with immense hatred. Do you know? Qiang was my girlfriend. I could not dissuade her, and the day I touched her cold body, I vowed to drag you down from your pedestal. With trembling determination, Li Changfeng stood tall, glaring at the flickering shadows, his voice seething with anger. In reality, I could crush you with a mere flick of my pinky. But I will not do so. I intend to strip you of all your glory in the game, ensuring that the world knows of your disgrace. Turning to me, Li Changfeng expressed profound remorse. I am sorry. Lu Chun, I have indeed used you. Only with your assistance can I hope to overturn the dragon of the candle. I clenched my teeth and replied, there is no need for apologies. Overthrowing the dragon of the candle is one of my goals as well. I willingly accept being utilized. For we were once brothers. No, we still are. Suddenly, Li Chengfeng leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, and with a disheveled smile, said, "My leg seems injured. I can barely stand. Could you lend me your support? The match is about to begin." Of course. The flickering shadows also stood, expressionless, casting a cold glance at us before remarking, "I am aware of that girl Qiang. Her skin was quite fair. However, it was mutual consent. One cannot blame others. Should you wish to challenge me, to challenge the dragon of the candle, I await your arrival, provided you possess the capability." With that, the flickering shadows turned and limped away, not faring much better than Li Chengfeng himself. Supporting Li Chengfeng, we made our way to the arena. I noticed a fresh wound on his arm, likely from a sharp edge of the faucet. The flickering shadows had shown no mercy. Yet, Li Chengfeng had evidently held back. Had he unleashed his full strength, the flickering shadows would have been a lifeless corpse by now. I tore a strip from Li Chengfeng's white shirt and deftly bandaged his wound. Li Chengfeng glared at me and exclaimed, "Why is it that the drama depicts tearing one's own clothes, yet you choose to tear mine?" I scoffed. "My attire is rather expensive. Besides, I am a person of dignity. You initiated the altercation. Why should I bear the shame? Come on, brother. This is quite ungrateful of you." Ungrateful? If a fight breaks out, at least give me a heads up. A simple message would suffice. I could have come to assist you in the fray. But by the time I arrived, you had already finished, I retorted, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as I hesitated to intervene. Li Chengfeng managed a wry smile. "Regardless, I apologize for concealing this matter from you. No worries, as long as you consider us brothers. Everything else is trivial," I assured him. "Indeed. Let us discuss our victory in the semi-finals after we defeat the Candle Dragon. Should we apply a bandage first?" "No need. Let us dive right in." "Excellent." The arena buzzed with excitement, and the contenders from Group D had emerged, none other than the formidable Zhang Tianming, a powerhouse boasting 3 members from the CGL Hall of Fame, easily sweeping aside the other 2 teams. The most intense semifinals were about to commence, and the big screen displayed the matchups: Gu Jianhunming versus Candle Dragon, and Shui Yinsan versus Zhang Tianming. The anticipation was palpable. Under the spotlight, amidst the converging gazes and focused cameras, 3 figures staggered into the venue. At the forefront was Zhu Yingluan, battered and bruised, his white military uniform stained with blood, and a sizable wound atop his head, presenting a disheveled appearance. Behind him, I supported Li Chengfeng, who was in no better condition, limping with a hastily bandaged arm. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Everyone understood what had transpired. The host, Fray, approached with concern. "Lu Chun, what happened?" "According to the rules, any fighting during the competition results in disqualification." I chuckled softly. "Fray, we reached the semifinals. If we are disqualified, who will take our place in the finals?" Fray was taken aback. "What exactly happened?" "Oh, they were unaccustomed to your flushing toilet and fell while attempting to use it," I replied, fabricating an excuse to evade repercussions. Ultimately, with my ludicrous explanation, we managed to slip through unscathed, and everyone gathered their belongings to enter the competition room, ready for the semifinals. Just before entering, the demeanor of Bai Konghen, Lai Fengying, and Piao Yinyan was evidently hostile, even resorting to curses directed at Li Chengfeng and me. I merely shot them a fierce glare and muttered, "If you have the guts, confront us during the match. If it comes to blows, we are more than willing to oblige." Eventually, Fray intervened to smooth things over, allowing for a temporary truce. However, this match was destined to be charged with tension. Before the competition began, with Li Chengfeng's tacit agreement, I confided in He Morong Mingyue and Bai Mingshui about Li Chengfeng's girlfriend, Qiang. The result was a barrage of expletives directed at Zhu Yingluan, as anger clouded reason. Yet it also fueled our competitive spirit. With a rush, we entered the game, and at last, we could confront our rivals head-on. The long competition barrier stood between us and the Candle Dragon team. Zhu Yingluan brandished his weapon, clad in armor, his eyes glinting with menace as he fixated on me and Li Chengfeng. He softly cautioned, "Be wary of Zhu Yingluan's moves. His weapon is a silver blade, a 2-star exceptional spiritual artifact with formidable attack power. Furthermore, the bow in Piao Yunya's hands is a 1-star exceptional spiritual artifact, possessing a defense-ignoring effect of 9, inflicting severe damage on warrior classes. We must tread carefully." I nodded in agreement, stating, "I will engage Zhu Yingluan while Li Chengfeng attempts to eliminate Piao Yunya. Bai Mingshui will suppress Xin Zhuwu, and Eve will confront Bai Konghen, leaving Liu Fengying for 2 against 1. Hiyi's mouth fell agape, astonished as she gazed at me. You want me to fend off 2 members of the CGL Hall of Fame? Isn't that a bit excessive? Fear not. Sister Mingyue will heal you. You can manage it. Remember, they are merely human, and their skills are not infallible. Just charge forward and handle them. Is your soul-snatching spear merely a toy? Oh, I understand now. The plan was set, and we prepared for battle. Tension hung in the air as both sides were eager to rend each other into pieces. And the system cleverly began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. The semifinals commenced. As I employed the warrior general technique, Zhu Yingluan activated his strategy skill, not the general's ghostly prophecy, but a 7th tier inspire, enhancing his overall attack power by nearly 40 points. It was impressive. Who knew where he acquired such a high-level strategy skill book? Perhaps from defeating a spirit-level boss. I refrained from charging. Engaging this caliber of expert in such a manner would spell disaster. Li Qingfeng opted to avoid the charge as well, and we approached our foes along separate paths. Suddenly, Bai Konghen could no longer contain himself and launched his charge. Midway through, I bent low and executed a swift sweep with my stealing heaven sword. Moving with such speed, it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. With a sharp sound, Bai Konghen's charge was abruptly interrupted, causing him to stumble forward. He seized the moment and unleashed a flurry of attacks. In the air, arrows flew. Piao Yenya's shock arrow struck He in the chest, stunning the beautiful leader. Zhu Yingluan approached with a confident smile, his silver blade transforming into a silver lightning bolt aimed at my chest. His attack flow was seamless. As I deflected the silver blade, he gracefully slid to the right, launching another assault as if he had anticipated this move during the previous attack. Indeed, that was the case. Clang, clang, clang. We exchanged blows, neither of us managing to land a fatal strike, yet we shifted positions. Suddenly, I raised my arm, invoking the dragon slashing blade. Whoosh! The azure blade descended, striking Bai Konghen from a short distance away. 4673. Bai Konghen let out a pained groan, unexpectedly succumbing rapidly to the combined assault of He and me. Meanwhile, the figure known as Piao Yunyan uttered a mournful groan as Li Chengfeng's long sword pierced through his chest and abdomen. In the absence of any warrior to shield him, Piao Yunyan attempted to ensnare Li Chengfeng, but he forgot that his opponent was a legendary hero, a dragon warrior of unparalleled skill. With a few deft maneuvers, he closed the distance, and when he launched his assault, Piao Yunyan found himself utterly unable to defend against it. TCH. Zhu Yingluan let out a low grunt and swiftly retreated, unexpectedly setting his sights on Baiming Shui. Baiming, be cautious. Before I could finish my warning, Zhu Yingluan unleashed a barrage of rock spikes, a multitude of sharp stone pillars erupting from the ground, catching Baiming Shui off guard. 6784. Such a staggering attack power. This move was undoubtedly on par with my Dragon Slayer. In the instant Baiming Shui was eliminated, He rushed forward to protect Murong Mingwei. Yet, Zhu Yingluan's lips curled into a cruel smile once more as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, executing a nearly flawless arc to arrive at He's flank. The silver blade ignited in flames. This was the Inferno Purgatory Slash, a triple strike. 4895, 4627, 4194. He stood there in a daze, completely unable to withstand the onslaught. And in an instant, he was reduced to a wisp of white light, expelled from the arena. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Yingluan had dispatched 2 of us. Like Li Qingfeng, I sprang into action, executing a combined attack to vanquish the Gale Shadow. Li Qingfeng pursued the dance of the gods, while I confronted Zhu Yingluan. Chapter 34. Reveling in this feeling break. The silver blade carved through Zhu Yingluan's shoulder, tearing a gash in his obsidian dragon scale armor. Blood gushing forth as his health plummeted by 400 points. Zhu Yingluan, having gained the upper hand through a spiraling maneuver, pressed forward. The sound of my barbaric boots crunching over gravel filled the air as I thrust the hilt of my sword into Zhu Yingluan's chest, following through and gliding past him. The edge of the stealth blade naturally aimed for his neck, but despite his swift reflexes, he was grazed by the blade's sharpness against his helmet. Clang! Sparks flew as a significant damage number of 4574 soared into view. Zhu Yingluan bore a cruel smile as he approached me like a specter. Undaunted, I met him head-on, each of us moving in different directions, alternating strikes. In the clash of our blades, the sound echoed as the stealth blade met the silver blade. In the next moment, we simultaneously unleashed our iron fists. Boom. Each landed a blow, staggering back. I charged forward once more, the sand flying around me, my blood-red cloak billowing in the wind. The light of the stealth blade intensifying. The cooldown for my ice slash had finally reset, yet I scorned the need for skills to defeat my foe. I would vanquish Zhu Yingwan through sheer weapon prowess, eager to see how he claimed the title of the King of Operations on the Chinese server. Hey! Zhu Yingwan's gaze sharpened, swinging his silver blade, his feet dancing erratically. In that brief moment of contact, he leapt high, descending with a sword from the heavens. I observed with clarity as my feet propelled me forward with great speed, my resolute figure tracing two intertwined S-shaped paths upon the earth. This was precisely the spiral tactic employed by Zhu Yingwan moments ago. This exceptional technique demands formidable reflexes and judgment. With movements akin to an arc, each pivot can unleash a lightning-fast assault, representing an upgraded version of the butterfly step tactic. Yet, while Zhu Yingwan requires approximately 1 second to complete a spiral maneuver, my current prowess allows me to execute it in a mere 0.75 seconds. A soft murmur escaped Zhu Yingwan's lips, surprise flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, I had already positioned myself at a 30-degree angle behind him, the sword of stealing heaven crashing down upon his exposed back with the force of thunder. There was no defense, no parry, only an assault against his unguarded vulnerability. Damage figures soared, 3,764, 2,981. Despite suffering significant losses, Zhu Yingwan did not turn, for time was not on his side. My next strike, the Qian Koan toss, was potent enough to send his weakened self out of the arena. With a sudden shift, Zhu Yingwan's right leg propelled forward like the wind. While I raised my sword to meet him, the clash rang out as his battle boots struck my blade, sending me sliding backward. His equipment was remarkably superior, even more so than mine. In a direct contest of strength, I would gain no advantage. One could only imagine the audience outside, breathless with anticipation. This was a clash of titans, a battle between peak-level players, especially as the spiral tactic had not graced the game in over a year. Two elite players employing this technique to outmaneuver one another in search of weaknesses was a spectacle long awaited. Not far off, Li Chengfeng pursued the wounded Shen Jiwu. But the situation was dire. Shen Jiwu's magical shield remained intact, while Li Chengfeng had already depleted much of his health in previous skirmishes. The main issue lay with He Yi and Bei Mingxue, whose rapid defeats had left them inexperienced against a player of Zhu Yingwan's caliber. They had suffered grievously from the outset. Roar! The dragon's roar descended, and Li Chengfeng executed a graceful Z-shaped evade, only for Shen Jiwu to raise her staff and summon a ferocious tempest. He had nowhere to escape, suffering a loss of 3,500 health before slowly kneeling to the ground. It was over. I was the last one left from our team. Shen Jiwu raced towards me, whispering, "Zhu Ying, I'm here to assist you." Zhu Yingwan licked his lips and commanded, "Kill." I gritted my teeth and unleashed a thunderous charge, surging towards Shen Jiwu with the energy of lightning. Intent on eliminating this mage first, then dealing with Zhu Yingwan at my leisure. Shen Jiwu anticipated my approach, nimbly evading my assault. In the team channel, Li Chengfeng reported, "Vice leader, Shen Jiwu's blink cooldown is roughly around 10 seconds. She used it against me not long ago." Understood. I pressed forward towards Shen Jiwu, sweeping my sword to deflect her fireball. Magic could indeed be blocked, though it would only mitigate up to 40 damage, making her attacks still quite painful. At that moment, I felt Zhu Yingwan pursuing from behind. The earth trembled as he unleashed a fierce rock spike attack, the massive stone spear erupting from the ground. Here it comes. Suddenly, the barbaric boots scraped against the ground, sparking a brilliant display as I swiftly shifted my direction and speed. In an instant, I leaped into the air, tracing a zigzag pattern like a bolt of lightning. The heavenly sword struck fiercely against the chest armor of the shadow of the candle, and I could see the astonishment in his eyes, clearly unprepared for my rapid counterattack amidst the onslaught of the rock spike. Miss. 6,094. The strike following the moment of mercy successfully landed, and even the mightiest warrior, Shadow of the Candle, with barely 10,000 health points, was instantaneously obliterated. However, my own health was dwindling, and I felt a chill behind me, silently cursing my misfortune. I turned around and hurled the Dragon Slayer. Roar of the Dragon. Ice and Fire combo. 3 consecutive spells drained away nearly half of my remaining health. In the moment I collapsed, I realized that the Dragon Slayer had also successfully vanquished the Dance of the Gods, though she fell about half a second after me. How tragic. Ding. System notification. You have died. Your team has lost this round. 0. 1. The Ancient Sword Spirit has lost a point in the first match. Clang. Stepping off the stage, I plunged my long sword into the ground, gritting my teeth. Damn, we were so close. Li Changfeng observed the stage calmly, remarking, yes, just a hair's breadth away. This time, Candle Dragon was fortunate. We shall reassess our strategy for the next round. We can certainly reclaim the victory. It's merely a minor setback. If we win the next 2 rounds, we can turn the tide. I turned to Baiming Shui and He, saying, Eve, do not be anxious. Little Baiming, your priority is to break the Dance of the Gods' magic shield at the earliest opportunity. This time, while I deal with Shadow of the Candle, I will also take down the floating cloud smoke. Eve, focus on entangling the azure sky trace. Sister Moonlight, please provide me with a healing boost after the start. Is that clear? The 3 ladies nodded in unison. We're following your lead, handsome. Soon after, we were teleported back to the platform. Opposite us, Shadow of the Candle wore a grim expression, filled with murderous intent as he gazed at me. Despite their victory in the last round, the fact that I had defeated him through sheer skill was an affront he could scarcely bear. Shadow of the Candle was a proud individual, unable to tolerate such humiliation. A subtle smile graced my lips as I reveled in this very humiliation. I would repay every insult he had ever directed at me, not only for myself, but for for the comrades who had endured humiliation alongside us in the past, and for my ally Li Changfeng standing behind me. Floating cloud smoke, armed with her longbow, glared fiercely at Baiming Shui, perceiving her as a significant threat. Meanwhile, the Dance of the Gods glared daggers at me. Their previous victory had been precarious, and had I released the Dragon Slayer just half a second earlier, the outcome might have been drastically different. Yet, under such extreme circumstances, I could not have accomplished that. Perhaps even a deity would falter. The system began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. The life or death battle, the second round, begins. Swish. Morong Mingwei bestowed upon me a restoration spell, allowing me to regain 50 health points within a mere 30 seconds. This is a remarkable boon, especially when combined with my undead regeneration. It is as if I have been gifted wings, enabling my health recovery to inflict considerable distress upon my adversaries. With a decisive stomp of my battle boots, I surged forward, my sights set on Zhu Yingwan. As I approached within 10 yards, I raised my sword, unleashing a fierce thousand ice slash. The ground erupted in dust, shards of ice scattering in every direction. Zhu Yingwan emerged from the haze, but I swiftly redirected my momentum, accelerating like lightning to position myself beside Pia Union. Startled, Pia Union had not anticipated that I would target him. He hastily retreated, weaving a serpentine path to evade the fierce wind shadow, which stood ready to shield its ally. I had no intention of confronting the heavily armored demon knight. With a powerful leap, I executed 2 overlapping S-shaped maneuvers, spiraling past the fierce wind shadow with elegance. My sword pressed firmly against Pia Union's back, and with a sudden surge of power, I unleashed a brilliant flash of sword light. Miss. 7,843. The ordinary strike, following my mercy, successfully eliminated the opposing archer. At that moment, I sensed a searing energy approaching from behind. Without turning, I knew it was Zhu Yingwan's Inferno Crucible Slash, 3 consecutive ferocious fire attacks capable of annihilating He's formidable skill. In a swift motion, I horizontally positioned my Stealing Heaven sword, activating my defensive skill to absorb the blow. Clang. 275. The first strike failed to inflict substantial damage, but the real peril arrived as my opponent executed a combination attack. The crumbling strike of Bai Quangan descended, a rapid assault. My heart raced, and my reflexes peaked. I pivoted my sword to cancel my defense, causing the opponent's crumbling strike to result in a miss. Simultaneously, I maneuvered the Stealing Heaven sword through the air twice, my arms growing cold as I deftly parried the remaining 2 fire attacks from Zhu Yingwan. Zhu Yingwan's Inferno Crucible Slash was completed in a single second, with each strike spaced approximately 0.3 seconds apart. Yet, I managed to deflect each one through sheer reflex, a feat that nearly overwhelmed my heart. Such intense exertion left me on the brink of collapse. In the distance, Li Changfeng laughed heartily. Well done, deputy leader. Indeed, even I felt inclined to applaud my own performance. The tide of battle shifted rapidly. I had single-handedly drawn the firepower of Zhu Yingluan, Pia Union, by Quangan, and the fierce wind shadow, while the remaining 4 players of the ancient sword continued their assault. Under the coordination of Bai Mingshui, Li Chengfeng swiftly eliminated the divine dance. While he charged forward to stun Bai Quangan, Bai Mingshui drew her longbow, unleashing a barrage of chaotic arrows that shattered the enemy's formation. I was merely entangled with Zhu Yingluan, engaging in a fierce contest. Before long, Li Chengfeng and his allies dispatched Bai Quangan and the fierce wind shadow. In the next moment, the shock arrow, reverse scale slash, and ripple slash all descended upon the battlefield. Despair filled Zhu Yingluan's eyes. How could this be happening? Li Chengfeng's blade pierced through the chest of Zhu Yingluan, and he kicked him fiercely, gazing coldly at the gradually lifeless body that was transforming into starlight. Savor the sensation of losing everything, you scoundrel. Chapter 35. Domain of Wind and Cloud. In a moment of adversity, the ancient sword reclaimed a point with remarkable tenacity. Upon returning to the sidelines, the atmosphere had lightened considerably. Li Chengfeng, with sword in hand, patted my shoulder and laughed heartily. At last, I have witnessed why Luo Chun ranks 12th in the CGL. Such divine maneuvers. To overpower Pia Union under Zhu Yingluan's pressure, and to continuously block his and Bai Konghan's assaults while maintaining over half health. Joining the ancient sword has undoubtedly been my wisest decision. There's nothing quite like the thrill of not backing the wrong boss. I turned to him and remarked, "You seem quite disheveled." Li Chengfeng laughed heartily, seemingly oblivious to the millions of players watching us live, as if he had forgotten that every word and action was on display. Glancing towards the resting area where Zhu Long and his companions were, I spoke earnestly. The next match will be the decider. Whether the ancient sword can reach the finals hinges on this performance. In the previous round, everyone performed admirably. Xia Baiming's relentless barrage was impressive, Eve effectively drew fire, and Sister Mingyue's timely healing was crucial. Without those critical instant heals, I would have struggled to withstand the onslaught from Zhu Yingluan and Bai Konghan. The ladies smiled modestly, captivatingly beautiful. Li Chengfeng, somewhat dazed, commented, "Deputy guild leader. Forming the Frost Cloud studio with 3 beauties, don't you feel like the world is spinning?" I nodded. I am generally online 90% of the time when I am lucid, and I don't focus on them. That truly is a waste, Li Chengfeng lamented. He chuckled lightly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Indeed. At that moment, we were teleported back to the competition arena. The decisive round was finally commencing. The fate of the ancient sword's 2-year-long grievances would be determined in this confrontation. It is essential to note that in prior encounters, the ancient sword had never triumphed over Zhu Long. If we could secure a victory this time, we would undoubtedly ascend to the top 10 of the Chinese guild rankings. A feat we must achieve if we are to rise in the city in the sky. Upon entering the arena, the expressions of the opposing team were far from pleasant. Zhu Yingluan, brandishing his silver blade, glared at me coldly, declaring, "Just wait and see. You will be astonished." I frowned but remained silent. Yet, given Zhu Yingluan's audacity, he must have a hidden trump card. "Everyone, be cautious," I cautioned. "Understood," the ladies nodded in unison. Our prior victory in the second round was too effortless. If we were not careful in the third round, we could easily jeopardize everything. At that moment, the system began its countdown. 3, 2, 1. The decisive round commenced. A slaughter was about to unfold. The instant the barrier dissipated, Zhu Yingluan charged forth, his sword lowered, uttering a low command, "Domain of Wind and Cloud." A radiant halo emerged beneath my feet, swiftly followed by a chilling gust of wind as the shadows of the candle flickered, revealing a domain-type attack skill. Ding. Combat notification. Player Candle Shadow Chaos has activated the skill, Stormy Domain. Within a radius of 20 yards, his attack power is increased by 20, while that of opposing targets is reduced by 20. Damn, this is Peerless. He possesses such a formidable ability. No wonder he is so audacious. I hurriedly advanced, calling out, "Everyone, keep your distance from Candle Shadow Chaos. He is mine." Bai Mingshui and he retreated hastily, unleashing their attacks upon the distant gunners, Pia Union and Goddess Dance. We must eliminate these 2 ranged assailants. Otherwise, we would find ourselves in dire straits. Meanwhile, Candle Shadow Chaos approached fearlessly, his silver blade gleaming with an icy radiance as he charged forth. Reluctantly, I was left with no choice but to brace myself. Clang. After the fierce clash, I staggered back repeatedly, sensing a grave predicament. Within the stormy domain, my attack power was diminished by 20, while his was augmented by 20. In this exchange, my strength paled significantly in comparison to his. The mechanics of defense are designed for balance among players of equal attributes. If my attack power is considerably weaker, the effectiveness of my defense diminishes drastically. Consequently, after this block, I still suffered nearly 1,000 points of health loss. Candle Shadow Chaos smirked. Where has your momentum gone? The silver blade enveloped in flame suggested that his fiery 3-hit combo could strike at any moment. Even if I managed to block it, I would still find myself in a most precarious situation. At that moment, Bai Konghan also drew near, seemingly intending to replicate a previous tactic and eliminate me in conjunction with Candle Shadow Chaos. In the team channel, I whispered, Chengfeng, let us execute a combined strike against Bai Konghan. Excellent. I am of the same mind. Li Chengfeng chuckled heartily, stealthily pursuing from behind. The instant Bai Konghan realized the threat, I abruptly altered my speed and direction, executing a graceful extended S-curve to glide alongside him. With a flick of my stealing heaven sword, I unleashed the move Heaven and Earth Cast. The deadly strike was upon him. Bai Konghan reacted swiftly, immediately entering a defensive stance. However, Li Chengfeng struck from behind with a crushing blow that shattered his defense. At this moment, the disparity in skill between peak-level players became apparent. Bai Konghan was no novice, yet he could not match my lightning-fast transition between offense and defense, resulting in a tragic outcome. For 1783, Heaven and Earth Cast shattered his armor, and Bai Konghan let out a dying gasp as he fell to the ground. Candle Shadow Chaos let out a disdainful grunt and rushed towards me with blinding speed, deftly evading my intercepting strike. In the next instant, he materialized beside Li Chengfeng, unleashing a fiery execution upon the dragon warrior. 6,742, 1,109, 274. Fortunately, Li Chengfeng promptly activated a defensive skill, narrowly escaping the lethal blow. At that moment, Murong Mingyue arrived as a savior, delivering 2 healing spells in quick succession for 1,109, 3,182, instantly restoring him to full health. Truly remarkable. Candle Shadow Chaos must have been seething with regret, decisively abandoning his assault on Li Chengfeng. His spiral tactic shone brightly as he successfully bypassed Li Chengfeng's intercept, launching a series of icy normal attacks, catching Murong Mingyue off guard. 1,674, 5,783. The first strike shattered the shield, and the second strike was a lethal blow. In this moment, Zhu Yingluan had become utterly bloodthirsty, his movements erratic and unpredictable, leaving even Li Chengfeng unable to ascertain his next move. After several missed attempts, Li wasted his own firepower, inadvertently allowing Zhu Yingluan to close in on Bai Mingshui, who was met with a devastating Earth Splitter, a fan-shaped area attack. 7,102. Bai Mingshui let out a muffled groan and collapsed, utterly defenseless against Zhu Yingluan's onslaught. Desperation surged within me as I charged towards Shen Zhiwu, my sword raised and successfully executing a kill. I swiftly pivoted to target Pia Union, who anticipated my choice and leaped back in haste. However, my thunder charge accurately locked onto him. A single thrust followed by a basic attack of icy brilliance resulted in his demise. The battlefield swirled in chaos, with the actions of Pia Union, Shen Zhiwu, and Lai Fengying completely unraveling. At that moment, it was a test of who could remain more composed in assessing the situation, and it became evident that only Zhu Yingluan, Li Chengfeng, and I could maintain our calm amidst the turmoil. Lai Fengying stumbled about like a headless fly, falling victim to the chaos, and simultaneously drained He's health to the brink. Zhu Yingluan approached and delivered a decisive strike, causing He to be eliminated once more. Clang! Zhu Yingluan and Li Chengfeng clashed, sending Li stumbling backward, clearly indicating that he paled in comparison to Zhu Yingluan's prowess. With a resounding roar, a blue sword blade struck Zhu Yingluan's forehead, the Dragon Slayer executing a surprise attack. 3,987. Zhu Yingluan was left with around 2,000 health, facing off against a similarly weakened Li Chengfeng. The scene was somewhat awkward, as it was evident that Zhu Yingluan's defeat was inevitable. With Li and I positioned strategically behind him. Swish! The silver blade hung low as Zhu Yingluan cast a cold glance back at me, saying, "This time, Even if the ancient sword soul dream claims victory, what of it? Do you truly believe you can overpower the Zhu Long in the forthcoming city championship? Do not indulge in fantasies. Await the day Zhu Long descends upon Sky City, for it will herald the end of the ancient sword soul dream. Crack! The stealing heaven sword suddenly pierced deeply into the junction of Zhu Yingluan's neck, and I replied coolly, "Let us see if you live to reach Sky City." Li Chengfeng similarly swept in from behind with a strike, and at last, Zhu Yingluan slowly knelt down. Having lost the match as a prominent figure in the Chinese gaming community, I let out a deep sigh, sharing a smile with Li Chengfeng. Victory at last. This match was truly hard-won. Ding. The system notification chimed. Congratulations, your team has triumphed over the opponent, Zhu Long, successfully advancing to the finals of the Who Will Dominate competition. The sound of the system bell was so melodious that as I teleported out, He Yi and Bai Ming Shui excitedly leapt into my embrace, making me feel like the happiest person in the world. Bai Ming Shui's excitement stemmed from the substantial prize money, while He Yi was thrilled that the ancient sword soul dream had never been this close to the throne of champions before. We had finally defeated Zhu Long, and this victory was hard-earned. After more than 2 years of trials and tribulations, He Yi's eyes were now misty with tears. As I logged off, I turned to see He Yi wiping her tears of joy that were truly heartwarming. I stowed the helmet into my backpack and patted He Yi on the shoulder, smiling as I said, "All right, let us hasten outside for a brief respite before preparing for the finals." I wonder who our opponents will be. However, with Zhu Long already defeated, I believe humanity can no longer impede our progress. Li Chengfeng laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Let us storm into the finals and seize the championship." Indeed, a throng of us, brimming with excitement, exited the competition arena. Outside, Su Yang, Guguzi, and Duzhu approached us, their spirits soaring, akin to players rejoicing after a goal. Embracing us in celebration, Duzhu mistakenly wrapped his arms around Li Fengying, exuberantly shouting, "Fantastic! We have finally vanquished those rascals from Zhu Long." Li Fengying maintained a stoic expression, wanting to cry yet unable to shed a tear. Chapter 36. Inquire of the Sword. Outside the arena, applause thundered. The outcome of this match had undoubtedly taken many by surprise. The formidable Zhu Long, reigning supreme on the Chinese server with 5 Hall of Fame experts, suffered a staggering defeat at the hands of ancient sword soul dream. In the subsequent 2 matches, Zhu Long scarcely found any genuine opportunity, completely subdued by the players of ancient sword soul dream. In the crowd, numerous fans of ancient sword soul dream brandished banners emblazoned with slogans like "Soul Dream Intertwined" and "Inquire of the Sword." Their voices hoarse from fervent cheering. Ancient sword soul dream is mighty. In the water's edge, we are formidable. The shattered sands are valiant. The legendary heroes stand tall. The defeat was utterly gratifying. The arrogant youth of Zhu Long had finally hit a wall. Ha ha ha, Zhu Yingluan. Retreat now and spare yourself further humiliation in the tides of fate. You are unworthy of kingship. Undoubtedly, Zhu Yingluan's loss in this match equated to a significant loss of popularity, shaking the Zhu Long Guild's status as the kingpin within the Chinese region. Thus, Zhu Yingluan could ill afford this defeat. Supporters of Zhu Long only saw their triumphs and strengths, who would rally behind a faltering Zhu Long. After all, Zhu Yingluan thrived on skill, not on mere appearance. Once the match concluded, not far away, the enchanting Luo Shun from the capital approached, smiling, "Congratulations. He Yi and Lu Chun, you truly obliterated Zhu Long. What a delight." I nodded with a smile. Thank you. Thank you." Many from various guilds came forth to offer their congratulations, including the leader of Junlin, Ling Xueshang, the leader of Baidi City, Jintian Lei Kingsu, and several other guild representatives from Shenin City. These were astute individuals. As the 3 main cities opened, it was imperative for various factions to maintain harmonious relations. Otherwise, chaos would ensue, leading to mutual destruction. Zhu Long's guild, basking in its glory in the Sky City, would undoubtedly feel the repercussions when the guild battles commenced. Adhering to the principle of forging distant alliances while engaging in nearby conflicts, the top 10 guilds of Shenin City must cultivate strong ties with super guilds like Ancient Sword Soul Dream and Shuiyin-san, preparing diligently for the potential invasion from Zhu Long. In the aftermath of the Tides of Fate, perhaps the guild residence system would soon be activated, heralding the dawn of a fierce contest among heroes on the vast landscapes of the Sky City, Shenin City, and Tianfeng City. Dinglingaling, Lin Yisin, with a backpack in hand, descended the steps with remarkable lightness, her pristine white flats gliding gracefully. The forthcoming match between Zhi Yinsen and Zantianming loomed ahead, and Lin Yisin exuded confidence. Her chest proudly held high as her long hair cascaded elegantly behind her. She approached with a smile, saying, "Lu Chun, you actually won. Quite impressive. I was prepared to assist you." I shot her a glance, retorting, "Come on, couldn't you wish me some luck?" With a playful giggle, she replied, "Hee hee, I'm off." "All right," I said, as we brushed past each other. Suddenly, I turned back to catch her gaze, only to find Lin Yisin looking at me as well. Her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of shyness, evidently surprised that I was watching her too. "Let us do our best to conquer Zantianming. The championship shall be ours," I remarked with a smile. Lin Yisin nodded, affirming, "Yes, I will." The enchanting alliance of Zi Ho, Chanel, and Qingqing Shuixiang quickly followed their captivating leader into the competition room, while I returned to my seat with He Yi and Baiming Shui. Soon after, the next round of the semifinals commenced with fervor, Zhi Yinsen versus Zantianming. Having forged their path to glory, Zantianming surged forward with unstoppable momentum, first annihilating the soul-returning battle robe, then overpowering the thriving Tyrant Hall, and ultimately defeating the War Elegy, one of the top 10 guilds in Shenin City. Their aura was reminiscent of a divine force, unyielding and relentless. Zantianming stood as one of the elite super guilds in Sky City, making this confrontation a significant clash between Zhi Yinsen and Zantianming. Thus, Lin Yisin was resolute in her determination not to consider defeat. At this juncture, only 3 teams remained: Gujian Hunming, Zhi Yinsen, and Zantianming. What had begun as a contest for supremacy had morphed into an internal conflict among the guilds of Sky City. No one anticipated such an outcome, as the favored team, Zabaihe, had been eliminated early by Zhulong, and the championship frontrunner, Zhulong, suffered a shocking defeat at the hands of Gujian Hunming. This match was akin to a transition between old and new champions. As I gazed at the large screen, both teams had entered the arena, tension palpable. The battle on the brink of eruption. He, seated beside me, sipped tea made from inexpensive leaves and asked, "Lu Chun, what do you think Zhi Yinsen's chances of victory are?" "At least 70%, I replied solemnly. "Oh." He looked up, her beautiful eyes glancing at me with curiosity. "Are you lacking confidence in Zantianming, Tianyue, Xiakangshan, and Legai, or do you simply have faith in Lin Yisin?" I shrugged, a faint smile gracing my lips. "Eve, I haven't sparred with Lin Yisin for nearly 2 months. Her strength must have improved significantly. Furthermore, her capacity for learning and comprehension is exceptionally high. From our initial encounter at the Icebound Post to her current prowess, she has transformed remarkably. Back then, I barely managed to defeat her with a latency of nearly 1 second. Now, even with a 2-second brainwave delay, I might struggle to overcome her." He nodded, chuckling lightly. "Indeed, Lin Yisin is exceptionally formidable. Otherwise, why would super experts like Zi Ho, Chanel, and Qingqing Shuixiang willingly follow her?" I smiled. "Yes. She possesses a special charisma that draws others to her." "Oh, do elaborate." "It's difficult to articulate." With a casual glance, he remarked, "The semifinals will likely be between us and Shui Yinshan. Pay close attention to Shui Yinshan's combat prowess and devise a strategy early on." Indeed, on stage, the countdown had commenced, and the moment the isolation barrier dissipated, an offensive was launched from the flank of the competition arena. Zi Ho engaged Xiao Sangtian and Zhang Tian head-on, while the enchanting Hong Yan, under the protection of Lin Yisin and Zi Ho, began to unleash the skill surrounded by enemies, significantly diminishing the combat effectiveness of the opposing 5, reducing their attack speed by 10%. However, the most critical aspect was the staggering 40% chance of attack misses. With a series of 3 arrows resulting in misses, Shi Yu gasped, exclaiming, "Is it even possible to survive with such a high miss rate?" Zi Ho chuckled, deftly evading Xiao Sangtian's pursuit of Shi Yu with a Z-pattern step. Unfortunately, Xiao Sangtian was no novice either. He skillfully maneuvered to trap Zi Ho's position. With a flourish of his spear, he bellowed, "Die, you beast." A peculiar smile crept onto Zi Ho's lips as he suddenly darted in from an unpredictable angle, positioning himself behind Xiao Sangtian. In an instant, he raised his sword, unleashing a vacuum sword energy that sliced against the opponent's shield, followed by a chilling, ordinary attack. 3,984, 3,678, 2,488. Ziyiho's formidable attack power left Xiao Sangtian astounded. Without hesitation, he retaliated, his spear sweeping across Ziyiho's chest, inflicting nearly half of his health. However, in the next moment, Xiao Sangtian found himself dumbfounded. Not far away, the shadow mage, Chanel, smirked as she raised her staff, summoning a colossal purple dragon's energy phantom into the air, its roar resonating. In the blink of an eye, the dragon unleashed a powerful breath, Thunder Dragon Breath, a level 100 advanced skill, enhancing magical attack power by 150. 7,134. Xiao Sangtian collapsed, utterly unprepared for the swift demise of his high-health magic knight in the first round of attacks. He also did not anticipate the seamless coordination between Ziyiho and Chanel. Their attacks spaced no more than half a second apart. Even a master from the CGL Hall of Fame would have been unable to consume a health potion in time to survive. Meanwhile, Lin Yixin engaged Zhan Tian with her Frostblade. In just a few exchanges, she executed 4 perfect parries, reducing Zhan Tian's health to under a third. Though Zhan Tian was a skilled expert, he found no chance of victory against the deity of blades. Suddenly, a beam of moonlight enveloped Lin Yixin's eyes as the killing move arrived, Moon Eye and Shattered Dual Kill. Zhan Tian shuddered and retreated, shouting, "Xiao Yu, save me!" Shi Yu swiftly drew her longbow, dazzling light flickering as arrows whistled forth. Lin Yixin smiled faintly, her dagger raised before her chest, accurately deflecting the incoming arrows. Utilizing the powerful recoil, her beautiful voice glided along the stone railing, deftly delivering the fully charged Moon Eye effect onto another warrior's forehead, the dagger plunging mercilessly into their throat. Thud! With a mere glance, the formidable level 105 warrior was swiftly vanquished, leaving Zhan Tian in a state of distress. However, at that moment, the true counteroffensive was just commencing. From the rear, the Saint Spirit Chantress let out a startled cry, already ensnared in a daze as the cold figure of Li Gu emerged. With a flurry of daggers, he unleashed a series of strikes, a vicious blade vortex followed by a brutal double slash, instantly eliminating the fleeting beauty. Lin Yixin exclaimed, "This is dire, see. Block Li Gu." Yet, in the next instant, Li Gu vanished in a flash of fluorescent pink. Within a mere 3 seconds, having regained his energy, he surged forth once more, his sights set on Ziyiho. Although Ziyiho was mentally prepared, he could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the blade vortex and the malevolent intent, collapsing with a muffled groan. In the blink of an eye, 2 main forces of Shui Yinsong lay defeated, further affirming that Li Gu, the first assassin in the CGL Hall of Fame, was indeed formidable. Grinding her teeth, Lin Yixin fiercely struck down Zhan Tian. Upon turning, she realized that Qing Shuixiang had also fallen, leaving only herself and the dark language mage, Chanel. Although Chanel's Thunder Dragon Breath was powerful, it required a 24-second casting time, and in such a brief span, Li Gu had ample opportunity to stealthily eliminate her. In an instant, Lin Yixin resolved to first eliminate October Rain, then focus on Li Gu. October Rain's beautiful eyes narrowed. "Humph, it's you again, little girl." Lin Yixin replied with a sweet smile, "Here I come, sister." The sword gleamed as it swept through the air, and October Rain fell lifelessly to the ground. When Lin Yixin turned around, she discovered Li Gu withdrawing his blood-red dagger from the chest of the shadow mage, Chanel. Indeed, despite the strength of the dark language mage class, it was naturally countered by Li Gu, the high-level assassin, and defeat was inevitable. Chapter 37. The final battle. Facing the fruit knife goddess in a duel, Li Gu felt a considerable amount of pressure. However, the calmness in his eyes indicated an unwavering resolve. He was not alone. He needed to defend the assassin's profession, uphold the honor of the Assassin King, and protect the dignity and glory of the Zhan Tian alliance. With a swift motion, he charged towards Lin Yixin, but midway, his figure suddenly vanished. His stealth skill was enhanced, even I could not detect it, and it was likely that Lin Yixin would find it equally challenging to counter. At that moment, Lin Yixin halted, her frost blade hanging low in her hand, her violet eyes scanning her surroundings with vigilance. The pointed ears of the shadow demon twitched adorably, clearly indicating that Lin Yixin was entering a heightened sensory state, perceiving everything around her. Indeed, the ground suddenly stirred with dust, while the stealth skill rendered him invisible. The footprints left behind could not be concealed. In their previous encounter, I had similarly utilized footprints to unveil his stealth. There, A smile crept onto Lin Yisan's lips as she launched her attack. The frost blade, imbued with the flames of the Holy Spirit, cut through the air, swiftly forming a beautiful crescent. With this sweeping strike, Li Ge would undoubtedly be unable to evade. Miss. A resounding miss echoed, and Lin Yisan was momentarily taken aback. She had miscalculated. Li Ge was not here. On the ground, a round vial of life potion rolled about, leading to Lin Yisan's misjudgment. At that moment, the young beauty smartly sidestepped a few paces, her eyes glimmering with a murderous intent as she raised her frost blade once more, alertly parrying to her side. Clang! Sparks flew as the ambush skill of Li Ge was unexpectedly detected. Lin Yisan's judgment was astoundingly precise. The first attack missed, indicating that Li Ge had cleverly opted for a disruption tactic, throwing objects to stir up dust on the ground, luring Lin Yisan into a trap. However, Li Ge had never anticipated that Lin Yisan's discernment and vigilance would be so formidable, reacting in a mere 0.2 seconds to accurately deflect the ambush damage. Li Ge chuckled, raising one hand as phantom images emerged beneath her feet, activating a new skill, Shadow Dance. With an attack power of 25, attack speed of 25, and movement speed of 50, it would last for 60 seconds. Oh no, this is dire. I couldn't help but stand up. Never expecting Li Ge had such a card up her sleeve. With Li Ge's peak-level maneuvers combined with such a powerful buff skill, it seemed improbable for Lin Yisan to withstand it. Even with her extraordinary capabilities. At least, with my current strength, confronting Li Ge in her shadow dance state for 60 seconds would undoubtedly be an arduous task. In the arena, Lin Yisan moved swiftly, maintaining a strategic distance from her opponent, her right hand gripping the frost blade while her left held a gleaming dagger. A single strike might suffice to eliminate Li Ge, yet Lin Yisan dared not attack recklessly, for Li Ge's stunning assault still loomed. Bolstered by a 25 increase in attack power and a third-tier encouragement strategy. Even with her keen focus on the renowned general's technique, Lin Yisan might struggle to withstand Li Ge's relentless strikes. Li Ge too was exceedingly cautious, weaving in and out, searching for new opportunities. Both she and Lin Yisan refrained from hasty movements. In a clash of peak-level masters, victory could hinge on a mere moment. Clang! After intense exchanges and 2 probing attacks, Li Ge grew impatient. She had to strike before the shadow dance state dissipated, or her chances of victory would dwindle. After a fierce clash with the dagger, Lin Yisan swiftly closed the distance, maneuvering in an S pattern. Completing half a spiral, she brought the frost blade crashing down just as Li Ge prepared to parry. Simultaneously, Lin Yisan lifted her delicate right leg, delivering a powerful kick with her exquisite battle boots. Bang! Li Ge successfully defended, her arms trembling as she collided against the map's zone, nearly spitting blood. Despite her successful defense, she was still struck by the goddess of the fruit knife, losing over 1,000 health points from the brutal kick. Had Li Ge been struck head-on by a sword, she might have met her end. What? Lin Yisan's attack rhythm was alarmingly frequent. She lunged forward with her sword, the blade enveloped in flames as she unleashed the ice flame /skill. Li Ge hurriedly sidestepped to evade it, but upon glancing up, her heart nearly stopped. A breathtaking visage was mere inches away, and a searing pain coursed through her chest as Lin Yisan plunged the dagger into her heart, her snow-white battle robe billowing as she swiftly swung her long sword. Splurt! The song of departure softly faded away, vanquished by the formidable fruit knife goddess. With a score of 1 o'clock, Snow Silver first successfully secured the first point. Winning was no easy feat, yet we prevailed, I remarked with a smile. Li Chengfeng responded with a gentle smile. That fellow Li Ge is truly powerful. He managed to eliminate 3 opponents in succession and still maintained his full health to contend with Wind Color Fantasy for such an extended period. Such assassins have become exceedingly rare. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, during the era of the King of Assassins, Bei Su Qingfeng, Li Ge was but a fledgling assassin. Now that Bei Su Qingfeng has retired, Li Ge has ascended with strength. Individuals of his caliber are indeed remarkable. If only we could have such a top-tier assassin in our ancient sword soul dream. Su Yang grinned and suggested. How about I delete my account to practice as an assassin? He replied. Even if you practiced, you wouldn't reach the pinnacle, so why waste your efforts? Morong Mingyue concurred. Exactly, your training would be in vain. However, you might consider training as a priest. Simply focusing on healing without the need for intricate maneuvers would suit you quite well. The burlap sack added, come on. Let us defend the dignity of the healing priest together. Su Yang lamented, I refuse. At that moment, the second round commenced, Snow Silver Fur against the Battle Heaven Alliance. Lin Yisin, wielding the frost sword, approached and casually stated, You few go deal with Li Gu, leave the other four to me. As a result, members of Battle Heaven, including October Rain, Laughing at the Sky, and another warrior, were left in tears, unable to bear the disdain of the fruit knife goddess. Once the battle began, Lin Yisin charged forward, skillfully maneuvering amidst Battle Heaven, October Rain, and Laughing at the Sky, evading a barrage of attacks and successfully diverting their focus. With the collaboration of Zi Ho and Chanel, they forcefully cornered Li Gu and eliminated him. The anticipation for this round was minimal. Lin Yisin returned with just 20 health, yet managed to slay Laughing at the Sky, achieving a remarkable victory that significantly dampened the morale of Battle Heaven Alliance. Their top-tier assassin, Li Gu, had been defeated, leaving the remaining members powerless against the fruit knife. Soon, the big screen displayed a score of 2 o'clock. Ultimately, Snow Silver Fur triumphed, decisively overcoming their opponents and advancing to the finals. As Lin Yisin and her companions exited the competition room, the audience erupted in cheers. When the big screen showcased the matchup between Ancient Sword Soul Dream and Snow Silver Fur, it ignited a thunderous applause. A fierce contest awaited, as these two guilds would witness the birth of a new champion, and everyone present would bear witness to this momentous occasion. The members of Battle Heaven also exited the venue, yet they bore no resentment akin to that of Zhu Long. Instead, they appeared remarkably composed. Battle Heaven stepped forward with a slight smile. Let us see how you perform among yourselves. We shall discuss heroes over wine in the Sky City. I too smiled. The Battle Heaven Alliance proved to be a commendable opponent. Battle Heaven, renowned as the benevolent leader, possessed an admirable magnanimity. In the realm of the game, rivals, in reality, friends, such a spirit is rare, especially considering the repeated defeats the Battle Heaven Alliance had suffered at the hands of Ancient Sword Soul Dream. October Rain requested a bottle of cola from the staff, leaning against the wall, sipping quietly, seemingly in a state of melancholy. In a casual ensemble of black, Li Gu sauntered to the side of October Rain, arms crossed in a laid-back manner, and with a faint smile remarked, Little Rain, we have lost the match. Our fate seemingly detached from the championship. Do you not wish to utter a word? October Rain glanced sideways. What is there to say? For instance, lamenting our defeat against the Wind Color Fantasy for the championship? I have faith in Lu Chun. And then, there is nothing more to say. Do not inquire about my opinions on Wind Color Fantasy. That girl has bested me thrice. I have my pride, after all. Alas, how could one be wounded by a woman who was misidentified the moment she entered the fray? Li Gu, with a detached demeanor, took a hearty swig of cola and remarked, What a pity, she is a woman. Were she a man, one might as well marry him after being slain thrice. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Tsongtian conversed with another player about the rewards for 3rd and 4th place. It seems the highest prize is an epic great equipment draw, with each participant receiving 2 luck points and a reward of 200,000 RMB. What do you think? Not bad at all. At least I can return home with a satisfactory explanation from my wife. The boss seems a bit displeased. He is quite content. He mentioned on the plane that he only hoped to make it to the top 8, and now that we've reached the final 4, he can hardly contain his joy. At that moment, the host, Fray, adjusted her skirt and took the stage, her face radiating enthusiasm as she proclaimed, Good afternoon, esteemed players and audience. After a lengthy competition, we have finally entered the most exhilarating phase of the CGL-hosted Who Will Dominate tournament, culminating in a fierce battle for the championship between the super teams Ancient Sword Soul Dream and Snow Silver Fur. Who shall emerge as the ultimate victor? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Please welcome the members of both teams to the stage. We, a motley crew, casually made our way up, backpacks in tow. Remarkably, despite the championship battle, the enmity between the players was not particularly intense, yet this did not imply a lack of fighting spirit. The purple-clad Ho, hoisting his backpack, cheerfully declared, It seems our odds for victory are somewhat higher. Li Chengfeng grinned. Let us see who truly excels in the match. I am eagerly anticipating a duel with you in Wind Color Fantasy. After a pre-match photo, Fray smiled and signaled that it was time to commence the competition. At last, the battle for supremacy began. Chapter 38. Absolute Zero. With a flurry of brilliance, both teams entered the arena. Opposite us stood Lin Yisan, clad in silver armor, brandishing the frost sword, her beautiful eyes fixed upon us, her cloak billowing dramatically behind her. Beneath her sweet smile lay a hidden intent to kill. I understood her well. What shall we do? Li Chengfeng inquired. Bai Mingshui replied, Sister Lin Yisan is formidable. Her Shattered Moon's ice flame/combo attack could likely breach even Sister Eve's defenses and health. I nodded. Then we shall prioritize taking down Lin Yisan. I will lead the charge while Bai Mingshui supports me. Chengfeng, you are responsible for clearing the obstacles in our path. Be cautious of the purple-clad ho's exceptional maneuvers, and also beware of the formidable Thunder Dragon's breath attack from the Shadower Chanel. Bai Ming and Sister Mingyue must exercise caution and avoid being eliminated instantly. That move requires at least 2 seconds of casting time. So preemptive warnings for a miss should not be overly difficult. Agreed. The two ladies nodded in unison. He inquired, what about me? Go pursue the bard and swiftly eliminate the beautiful visage. All right. The plan was set, and we did not have to wait long. Soon, the countdown from the system echoed, each beep resonating as if striking against my heart. This exhilarating moment had finally arrived. Today, Shui Yin-san, one of the ancient Sword Soul dreams, was destined to ascend to the throne of the 5-player team battle on the Chinese server. 3, 2, 1. Begin. I raised my arm and unleashed a Dragon Blade strike, targeting the purple robe Marquis. As the Marquis's expression shifted, retreating with caution, I charged forth with my sword, locking my sights on Qingqing Shuixiang. In truth, Lin Yisan was guarding Sun Qingqing's side. My intention was merely to create a diversion, a feint to achieve my goal. Oh, that scoundrel Lu Chen actually intends to kill me? While retreating, Qingqing Shuixiang drew her longbow, icy arrows flying towards me. I deftly utilized the stealing sky sword to intercept, producing a sharp clang as the hastily fired arrows missed their mark. The purple robe Marquis returned, his sword gleaming menacingly, executing a vacuum slash with blinding speed and an acute angle, leaving me no chance to evade. A sudden pain shot through my shoulder. My health had plummeted significantly. Beep. Combat alert. Player purple robe Marquis used skill, vacuum slash, dealing 2,829 points of damage. Damn it. Indeed worthy of being Lin Yisan's premier general. Such attack power was formidable. To inflict nearly 3,000 points of health damage with physical attacks was a rarity. After all, my ghostly armor and skeletal enhancement skills had significantly bolstered my defenses. My actual defense exceeding 2,000 points, not inferior to He. A glint of murderous intent flashed in the purple robe Marquis' eyes as he chuckled. Brother Lu Chun, see you in the afterlife. The blade surged with renewed vigor, and around the Marquis, a cosmic pattern emerged. In the next instant, 2 fierce sword strikes launched from different angles, rapidly approaching. The Marquis executed his signature move, the chaos of heaven and earth. This skill increased his attack power by 20, delivering 2 swift strikes, a deadly combination. In the blink of an eye, I responded, sidestepping to evade. The stealing sky sword feigned twice, successfully blocking both of his chaos strikes. I swiftly maneuvered to his right side and delivered a fierce kick. Boom. The purple robe Marquis was sent staggering back, and before he could regain his footing, a valorous charge from the legendary dragon warrior knocked him off balance. My successive normal attacks from the reverse scale dragon bone struck repeatedly. Even though one of the attacks missed, the Marquis was caught off guard and was swiftly eliminated. Without a glance at the fallen Marquis, I charged towards Qingqing Shuixiang. Meanwhile, Lin Yisan came rushing in, determined to protect Sun Qingqing. With a resounding thud of my savage battle boots kicking up dust, I abruptly halted, pivoting into a zigzag pattern to evade Lin Yisan's assault. The stealing sky sword descended, radiating with the brilliance of cosmic power. Wow, you truly intend to kill me. Lin Yisan, with her delicate lips parted, flashed a fleeting smile at me. The frost sword, having been anticipated, deftly parried my sky-stealing sword. Simultaneously, her graceful form leaned forward and suddenly collided against my chest, the sound of dragon-scale armor resonating with a thunderous impact. Goodness, this enchanting beauty possesses an incredible strength. Just as Lin Yisan prepared to shatter the unparalleled, I executed a sudden maneuver, swiftly grasping her shoulders, and, with a powerful pull, swept behind her, enveloping her in my embrace. With the sky-stealing sword resting against her left breast, I smiled slightly and said, farewell. The war-shattering blade's ordinary strike activated, unleashing a 5-hit skill. Bang, 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 bang. The battlefield erupted in chaos as the energy shards from the war shattering scattered around. Numbers danced above Lin Yisan's forehead. 3,198. Miss. Miss. 4,103. Miss. I stood there dumbfounded. What was this? 3 out of 5 attacks had missed. With the attribute enhancement of a national beauty at level 40, Lin Yisan's health exceeded 10,000, and her defense was astonishingly formidable. Even my martial god would find it challenging to contend with her. Do you truly have the heart to strike? Lin Yisan chuckled softly in my embrace. Suddenly twisting her body, her snow-white arm, encased in armor, swung back forcefully, delivering a powerful elbow strike to my neck that was excruciatingly painful. As I lunged forward, I retaliated with an elbow strike of my own. Aren't you equally merciless? Hee hee, hitting you is one of my greatest pleasures. Amidst our playful banter, we exchanged more than 10 sword strikes. I had the advantage of Murong Mingyue's healing support, while Lin Yisan benefited from the buff of the Holy Spirit songstress, surrounded by allies. Furthermore, the momentary red beauty also bestowed her death battle and valor buffs upon Lin Yisan. In truth, Lin Yisan's attributes had far surpassed mine, rightfully making her a formidable assassin-like powerhouse. In the team channel, Li Changfeng lamented, "Damn, the 40 miss rate is terrifying. I can't even defeat a shielded mage." First, take down Lin Yisan, I whispered. Changfeng, coordinate with me. Eve, you target the momentary red beauty. It's in your hands. Biming Shui, assist me and Li Changfeng in eliminating Lin Yisan. Understood. In the next moment, I charged once more towards Lin Yisan. Just as we were about to collide, I suddenly altered my speed and direction, executing a complex and exquisite S-shaped maneuver beneath my feet, a veritable spiral tactic. The instant the spiral lines intersected marked the opportune moment to unleash my lethal strike, potentially generating 2 or even 4 attack routes. Even Lin Yisan might struggle to defend against it. Here it comes. In an instant, I launched my offensive, the sky-stealing sword, imbued with a radiant brilliance, surged towards Lin Yisan. The little beauty retreated calmly. However, she was unable to anticipate Li Changfeng's attack from behind. Moreover, I had deliberately left an opening for her. Just as Lin Yisan stepped at a 30-degree angle to the right, she was unexpectedly struck by the thousand illusion / descending from above. Lu Chun, you scoundrel. Lin Yisan lamented her misfortune, having been deceived and instantly encased by the thousand illusions / In the next moment, I charged forward, unleashing a warbreaker. Li Changfeng's dragonbone stab was executed with unparalleled ferocity, and despite a 40 chance to miss, Lin Yisan could not withstand the onslaught, transforming into a beam of white light as she was ejected from the arena. At that very moment, Murong Mingyue emitted a muffled groan, having been swiftly eliminated by the shadow mage, Chanel. However, there was solace in the fact that Hejian had succeeded, as the Ice Radiance Emerald / effectively dispatched Qingqing, Shuixiang, and severely wounded the Holy Spirit Bard. Faced with such a formidable female knight, Qingqing Shuixiang was rendered helpless, enduring a relentless barrage of arrows, while He remained in peak fighting condition. In a desperate counterattack, a series of decisive strikes led to the swift downfall of both the Radiant Beauty and Chanel. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. Your team has triumphed over the opponent, Shui San, earning 1 point. We secured this round. Outside the arena, the thunderous applause of the spectators resonated. I nodded and smiled at Li Changfeng. Well done. Taking down the purple robe marquis at the first opportunity was crucial, or our chances of winning would have been exceedingly slim. Li Changfeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin Yisan's allure is formidable, compounded by the buffs from the Holy Spirit Bard. We would need to combine our efforts to have any chance of defeating her. Previously, I had felt fortunate that Shui San had not encountered the Candle Dragon, but now it seemed that even if they did, Shui San could still dominate the Candle Dragon. Yes, let us strive for the next round. We are ever closer to the championship. Shortly thereafter, we were transported back into the arena. Across from us, Lin Yisan stood, sword crossed over her chest, glaring at me with an intensity that suggested she longed to pummel me into submission. 1 minute later, the system began its countdown. 3, 2, 1. King S battle, round 2. Li Changfeng and I once again took the initiative, refusing to grant our opponents the opportunity to organize their assault. Otherwise, we would have no chance whatsoever. This round mirrored the previous one closely, as I engaged in combat with Lin Yisan while Li Chengfeng faced the purple robe marquis. However, once the tides began to shift, trouble ensued. The purple robe marquis swung his sword, sending Li Chengfeng reeling, and with blade lowered, he charged directly at me. Li Chengfeng rushed to my side, urgently warning, "Lu Chun, be careful. The purple robe marquis is coming." I glanced back momentarily, shaking off Lin Yisan before deciding to eliminate the purple robe marquis first. But in that fleeting instant, a glimmer of amusement flickered in the purple robe marquis's eyes as he suddenly raised his sword high, shouting, "0° freeze." Crack! The temperature plummeted around us, rendering both myself and the purple robe marquis immobile, thick frost forming upon our armor. Even he fell victim to the attack. None within a radius of 1,010 yards from the ancient sword soul dream were spared. Beep. Combat alert. Player purple robe marquis has used the skill 0° freeze, ensnaring you in a frozen state, which boosts your defense by 100 for 3 seconds. Damn, this is bad. I silently cursed my fate. Although my defense had increased by 100, what did that matter? Any defense would be rendered inconsequential under Lin Yisan's moon eye. A fleeting glance sent a chill through my heart. Indeed, Lin Yisan's enchanting eyes were illuminated by the moonlight, and the purple-robed marquis had also arrived. Chapter 39. Determination of victory and defeat. The fruit knife swayed, slicing through my obsidian dragon scale armor, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through me. My defenses plummeted. And what was even more perilous was the relentless assault of broken duality, which inflicted severe agony. The purple-robed marquis brandished his long sword as well, executing a devastating combination of the skill chaos in the void, clearly intent on my demise. A violent tremor surged through my body as my health plummeted. 3,784, 3,452, 3,809, 4,102. Murong Mingwe hastily provided a momentary healing, preventing my defeat, but it could not shield me from Lin Yisan's sweeping blade as she brushed past me. At that moment, her soft laughter danced in my ear. "Dearest, you have lost." Damn, my body relaxed as I was propelled out of the arena. The undying body could not revive me, and my fall was utterly desolate. Within 3 seconds, another figure materialized beside me. It was Li Chengfeng. "What brings you here?" I inquired. Li Chengfeng scratched his nose and replied, "MLGBD, the combined assault of Fengsa Huanshang and the purple-robed marquis is truly formidable." I nodded in tacit agreement. Lin Yisan's prowess was unparalleled. While the purple-robed marquis was also a top-tier expert, equipped with powerful skills and gear, not to mention the extraordinary PK-specific general skill of the country. Even Li Chengfeng, despite his strength, could hardly contend against such formidable foes. As for me, well, my defeat spoke for itself. Moments later, He and Baiming Shui appeared nearby, both with expressions of helplessness. He chuckled. "It seems that in this second round, fate has shifted. We have been utterly vanquished. All 5 of us defeated without inflicting a single wound on them." I shrugged. Victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. In the third round, we must guard against the purple-robed marquis' 0° freeze, a skill that affects within a 10-yard radius. If we can withstand it, our chances will significantly improve. Indeed. Soon after, Murong Mingwe had also been eliminated. 1-1. Both sides were momentarily at a standstill. Outside the competition arena, applause thundered and cheers erupted. This was the essence of true competition, an exchange of blows where victory and defeat hung by a thread. This contest tugged at the hearts of many. Some rallied behind Gu Jianhunming, while others supported Shui Yinsan, all fervently shouting for their dream teams. Such is the allure of virtual competition. The third round commenced swiftly, with both teams teleporting into the arena, awaiting the system's countdown. I gazed at Lin Yisan from a distance. She was watching me as well. We were both resolute, prepared to clash for the championship. In truth, if it were just a battle between Lin Yisan and me, conceding the title would not matter. However, behind me stood He, Baiming Shui, Li Chengfeng, and the entire Gu Jianhunming. For the dreams of many, I had no choice but to confront Lin Yisan. And she too was determined to give her all for Shui Yinsan. Lin Yisan bit her lip and suddenly sent me a message. "Be careful, I'm coming for you again." I couldn't help but smile and quickly replied, "You should be cautious too. This time, I will show no mercy." Soon, the system began its countdown. 3, 2, 1. The final battle of the champions. The outcome hinges on this moment. Everyone is on high alert. Li Changfeng and I launch our attacks from either side, determined not to allow the purple robe lord to freeze us once more, as the pain from such an encounter is unbearable. Suddenly, a cold arrow from Baiming Shui asserts her presence, sending shockwaves above Lin Yisin's head. An opportunity to eliminate the fruit knife maiden has arrived. I dash forward, the stealing sky sword pulsating with necromantic energy, as the skill of War Shatter is on the verge of activation. Just then, the purple robe lord charges at me with ferocity, colliding with such force that I am sent staggering backward, losing the prime chance to slay Lin Yisin. However, taking down the purple robe lord will suffice. With a swift flick of my sword, I unleash the thousand-eye slash. In that very moment, the purple robe lord raises his long sword in retaliation, casting 0-degree freeze. I cry out in alarm, trapped within a vortex. 3764. The purple robe lord is encased in ice by my thousand-eye slash, yet I too am frozen for 3 seconds. At that moment, Lin Yisin breaks free from the shock arrow's effects and approaches with a dagger, truly perilous. In a flash, Li Changfeng retreats to evade the 0-degree freeze, exhibiting remarkable mastery over distance. He then locks onto me, charging forward while maintaining his momentum, defiantly meeting Lin Yisin's dagger with his own sword in a clash of equals. Clang! Lin Yisin swiftly retreats, only to switch to her long sword and collide with Li Changfeng, executing the shattering strike, which pushes him back 5 yards and inflicts a half-second of vulnerability. Yet, within that brief interval, disaster strikes as the dark mage Chanel unleashes a lightning dragon breath. 6894. This is dire. Li Changfeng is doomed. As I regain consciousness from my daze, I see Lin Yisin's fruit knife piercing Li Changfeng's chest as he collapses to the ground. He's fallen. Fueled by fury, I charge at the purple robe lord, who also advances. Having awaited this opportunity since our first encounter, where he found himself at a disadvantage. Alas, I grant him no chance. I execute a rapid spiral maneuver, my fast-paced tactics bewildering him. The Qianquan throw of ice light fortuitously does not miss, and from afar, Baiming Shui delivers another arrow. Success. Thud. The purple robe lord slowly kneels, astonished, seemingly unprepared for the vast gap between our strengths. Under my spiral tactics, he stands no chance of resistance. Meanwhile, Lin Yisin does not retaliate. She approaches Baiming Shui with her frost sword. With a graceful maneuver, Baiming Shui is forced into a corner, lacking the cover of the terrain, leaving the archer at a severe disadvantage. In close quarters, it is the domain of melee players, and with a single ice flame slash, Baiming Shui is sent flying. Next, it's Muro Mingwei, and then He. Lin Yisin's exquisite visage remains calm as she dispatches her opponents one by one. I too am relentless. The stealing sky sword ruthlessly striking down Qingqing Shuixiang and the shadow mage Chanel, leaving but a fleeting beauty in my wake. 2 minutes later, as I turn, Lin Yisin rushes toward me, sword in hand. With a light laugh she declares, I have arrived. I advanced resolutely, yet after a flurry of strikes, I found myself at a significant disadvantage. Lin Yisin not only boasted a remarkable 40 enhancement across all attributes, but also possessed a formidable 40 physical evasion, resulting in a succession of missed attacks on my part. The encounter lacked any semblance of fairness. In truth, it was not a duel at all, for my adversaries were a celestial bard and a radiant ranger. It was evident that during my confrontation with the purple robe marquis alongside Li Changfeng, we had suffered losses, depleting our health to such an extent that our combat efficacy had waned in subsequent skirmishes. A delicate frost enveloped me, and the effects of Lin Yisin's mystic ice armor significantly diminished my attack and movement speeds, further exacerbating my predicament and elevating the demands of precision in my maneuvers. Once more, I charged with my sword, though I swiftly pivoted to target the fleeting beauty, determined to eliminate her first. Oh, you deceitful cad, Lin Yisin exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration as she pursued me, just as I ensnared the fleeting beauty with my thousand-eye slash. Lin Yisin's ice flame slash descended upon me as well. The pain was excruciating, 4,102 damage. Her assault was alarmingly potent. Yet, amidst the turmoil, I found solace in the fact that the fleeting beauty had succumbed. Gulping down a health potion, I turned once again to face Lin Yisin, whose beautiful eyes sparkled with intelligence, affording me little time to recuperate. She aimed to dispatch me before my potion's cooldown expired. Parry. defend, strike. In a flash, our offensive and defensive roles shifted, and as I maneuvered out of a spiral, Lin Yixin adeptly evaded with swift turns and accelerations, proving herself far more astute than the purple robe marquis. With a surge of vitality, my Death's resilience restored a significant portion of my health, and my undead regeneration revealed its formidable attributes. At level 10, it restored 2 health per second, allowing me to fully recover in just 50 seconds, a boon for prolonged combat. While Lin Yixin's bloodline surge offered her comparable healing capabilities. Glancing at the countdown on the interface, I noted that only 4 minutes and 45 seconds of the 5-minute battle remained. A victor must be determined in the next 15 seconds. Both Lin Yixin and I felt the urgency. After an intense exchange, we were both utterly exhausted, yearning for a resolution. Let us end this. I'm so tired. Lin Yixin chuckled, brandishing her frost sword as she charged at me, her ice flame slash raining down from above. I swiftly retreated, preparing to defend. 1398. My defense was nearly flawless, but the moment Lin Yixin unleashed her strike, I withdrew my guard, executing 2 swift slashes with my blade. Lin Yixin adeptly parried, resulting in yet another clash where neither of us could inflict significant damage upon the other. Neither of us desired defeat, yet neither could gain the upper hand. I couldn't help but lament that had I been granted a North mysterious snow, a mere shock arrow could have concluded the battle. Alas, I lacked any stunning abilities, and the range of my thousand-eye slash was too short, making it exceedingly vulnerable to evasion. The system's countdown echoed. 8, 7, 6. In a frantic moment, Lin Yixin and I charged towards one another once more, forsaking defense and evasion for a direct confrontation. With a piercing thrust, our swords clashed against each other's armor, both of us losing a portion of health. In that instant, Lin Yixin brazenly collided with me, unleashing her breakthrough slash. For a brief moment, I was engulfed in dizziness, reeling backward from the impact. In the instant that Lin Yixin's dagger flew toward me, I instinctively seized her arm, rolling on the ground and pinning her against the azure stone railing of the competition zone. With the blade of the stealing heaven sword pressed firmly against her fair neck, I found myself locked in an intense gaze with her beautiful eyes. Yet, at that very moment, the system alert chimed unexpectedly. Ding. System notification. Match time has concluded. Player Zhiji Qinsha has 43 health points remaining, and player Feng Sahuanxiang has 47 health points remaining. According to the match rules, Shui Yinsan is the victor. Frustrated, I released Lin Yixin and looked up at the sky, feeling a sense of helplessness. I had been relegated to the position of runner-up merely due to the expiration of time. Lin Yixin straightened herself, dusting off her cloak, and quietly whispered in my ear. Thank you, Lu Chen. Truly, thank you. Chapter 40. The God-suppressing necklace. In truth, when I held the stealing heaven sword against Lin Yixin's neck, there was but 1 second left before the match concluded. With my reaction speed, I could have easily eliminated her. Yet, gazing into her clear eyes, I found myself inexplicably unable to strike. I bore no significant remorse for this. After all, what is fated must come to pass, and what is not meant to be should not be forced. Ding. System announcement. Attention players, the champion of the Who Holds the Power match has been decided, Shui Yinsan. With team captain Feng Sahuanxiang and team members Zi Ho, Yingzhe Xiangnai and Xingqing Shuixiang. Ding. System announcement. In this Who Holds the Power match, the player who survived until the final moment and achieved the highest damage output is Zhiji Qinsha. Congratulations to this player for being awarded the MVP title. Outside the arena, the atmosphere shifted from despair to joy in an instant. Not bad. Although we didn't secure the championship, we at least earned an MVP title. Hee. Lu Chen performed admirably. He remarked with a comforting smile. Li Qingfeng added, the runner-up is commendable too. We were just a tad unlucky this time, but next time, we'll surely win the championship. Ultimately, our goal has been achieved. We took down Zhu Long and Zhu Yingwan. So who claims the championship is inconsequential, isn't it? Bai Mingshui nodded. Yes, indeed. Brother has once again secured the MVP title. The rewards must be quite substantial, right? Indeed. Lu Chen, don't forget to treat us. Absolutely. Definitely. As we logged off, a group of us exited the competition room, while Lin Yixin and her companions from Shui Yinsan also emerged, exchanging smiles with our players. We were met with thunderous applause, with many exclaiming praises for the breathtaking duel between the 2 peak-level experts in the 3rd match. The absence of lethal skills allowed for greater maneuverability, significantly enhancing the match's appeal. If only I could have utilized the Purple Dragon's Roar, the match would have concluded much earlier. The host, Fray, beamed as she announced, "First, congratulations to Shui Yin-san for winning the championship. Second, congratulations to Lu Chun for earning the MVP title. You both are truly deserving." Feeling somewhat fatigued, the group and I stood on stage for half a minute before taking our seats below, as the most exhilarating part of the event was yet to come, the offline lottery, where no one knew what prizes awaited them. Under the auspices of Fray, the lottery commenced with a team of 732 participants. Members from teams such as Huajianpai, Huanglong, and Hanjing ascended the stage, confirming their identities through iris scans at the apparatus. One by one, they drew their prizes, and to everyone's astonishment, the finest reward, a level 100, 3-star exquisite dark gold longbow, was won by an archer from Hanjing, boasting formidable attack power. Additionally, each participant, regardless of their level, received a monetary reward of 20,000 RMB, equivalent to a generous appearance fee. Next, the lottery for the 916th team, comprised of members from the Hunting Moon dynasty, the Overlord Palace, and Junlin, unfolded. This time, fortune seemed to favor the crowd even more, with the least impressive reward being a 1-star exquisite dark gold item. Notably, the leader of Junlin, Ling Xueshang, remarkably drew a pair of 4-star exquisite dark gold leather boots, showcasing immense strength. Fray, standing on stage, smiled gently and invited members from the teams Zibai, Long Xinshan, Gujian Hunming II, and Zhangjing Wanga to come forth and claim the rewards for the 58th position. Su Yang led his team, accompanied by Luan Yu, Geguzi, and Duzhu, as they approached the stage with high spirits. I stood at the back, giving them a thumbs up and cheerfully remarked, "Let us go. May your luck be exceptional, and may each of you draw a jackpot." Luan Yu turned back with a light laugh, "Just wait and see." These 5 individuals were the absolute core of the Gujian Hunming team. Naturally, I hoped they would draw powerful equipment, as their enhancement in strength would directly elevate the prowess of the top-tier team. On stage, the members of Gujian Hunming II lined up, each resting their palms on the verification device. In the next moment, a series of data illuminated the large screen. Geguzi won the reward, Obsidian Necklace, exquisite dark gold stamina 80, strength 77, strategy 5, enhancing the user's physical attack power by 11, with an extraordinary trait that increases maximum health by 20. Liar Eyes obtained the reward, Candle Legs, exquisite dark gold stamina 75, strength 72, strategy 7, boosting the user's defense by 150 points, with a special attribute granting a 3 chance to reflect full damage back to the opponent. Luan Yu drew the reward, Death Lord's Wristbands, exquisite dark gold stamina 82, strength 75, strategy 11, increasing the user's hit rate by 24, with an extraordinary property that inflicts an additional 10 damage to life-based targets. Duzhu received the reward, Forgotten Warrior Helmet, exquisite dark gold stamina 85, strength 77, strategy 10, enhancing the user's attack power by 9, with a critical hit rate increase of 4. Yuyun Shiba Chi obtained the reward, Earth Lizard Hatchling, dark gold level mount pet. The array of rewards was so bountiful that it nearly made everyone drool. The competition organized by CGL truly proved to be extraordinarily generous. The rewards for the 5th and 8th positions were remarkably lavish. One could only imagine how astonishing the prizes for the champions would be. It was simply delightful, as the 4 pieces of equipment drawn were no less than 3-star exquisite dark gold items, all boasting exceptionally powerful attributes, perfectly aligned with the user's levels. The team from Ancient Sword 2 reached the quarterfinals, a mistake on Yezi's part, mistakenly elevating them to the ranks of the top 8. However, let us regard this as a delightful error, allowing everyone to assume that Su Yang and his companions have indeed secured a place among the elite. Meanwhile, other players began their lottery draws. Z100's Kiss of the Moon received a 4-star exceptional dark gold cloak, while the capital's Luo Shun acquired a super necklace with an additional 25 magic attack, inciting envy among many. Indeed, the final lottery proved to be the wellspring of excitement. Shortly thereafter, the 3rd and 4th place teams commenced their draws. Members of the Battle Sky Alliance and Zhu Long took turns to step onto the stage. However, Zhu Yingluan's expression was less than favorable. They had aspired for victory, but found themselves halted at the top 4, failing to even qualify for the finals, marking a considerable setback for the Zhulong Guild. Following the distribution of rewards, the atmosphere surged even more. Battle Sky obtained a 3-star exceptional purple gold sword, while Zhuing Luan received a 4-star exceptional purple gold battle armor, boasting an astonishingly high defense. In essence, even the least fortunate among the group received a 4-star dark gold item, with Zhuing Luan's 4-star purple gold piece being the pinnacle. Each participant also gained 2 levels, 2 points of luck, and a reward of 200,000 RMB. Moments later, the exhilarating time arrived as Fei Er cheerfully announced the next to take the stage, the skilled members of the runner-up team, Ancient Sword Soul Dream. Rising from my seat, I rubbed my hands together and grinned, wondering aloud if the second place could draw a spiritual artifact. Bei Ming Shui chuckled softly, stating that ordinarily that would not be the case, but luck could indeed play a role. During our earlier conversation, Fei Er mentioned that the second place also had a chance to obtain a spiritual artifact, with an approximate probability of 10, while the champion held a 40 chance. With that, I said, let us go. Accompanied by several young ladies, I made my way to the stage, where Li Qingfeng, after downing a large can of cola, joined us. The 5 of us stood before the system apparatus, placing our palms on the luminous interface. A shiver coursed through us as our thoughts melded with the mainframe. And, under our self-imposed command, the lottery commenced. With a beep, the screen displayed He's lottery result. Soul-holding necklace, exceptional spiritual artifact, strength, 100 stamina, 92 strategy, 21 additional. Increases user S attack power by 22 additional. Enhances user S magic resistance by 35 exceptional trait. Precision technique. Making physical attacks difficult to miss slot count. 3 required level, 110 wow. A 3-star spiritual artifact? He gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief and joy. Never having anticipated such fortuitous luck to draw a spiritual artifact, especially one of 3 stars. The odds of 10 proving true, He's luck was indeed remarkable. At that moment, the rewards for Bei Ming Shui, Li Chengfeng, and Murong Mingyue also flashed on the screen. Li Chengfeng obtained Grinning Skull Battle Armor, Exceptional Dark Gold Artifact Defense 355, Magic Defense 320, Stamina 96, Strength 85, Strategy 11, enhancing his self-defense by 17. With an exceptional trait, Intimidation, granting a chance to instill fear in the target, causing them to retreat. Bei Ming Shui acquired the Frostthorn Bracers, Superior Dark Gold Artifact Defense 275, Magic Defense 220, Agility 95, Stamina 88, Strategy 12, enhancing the maximum health by 20. With the exceptional trait, a 7 increase in critical hit rate. Murong Mingyue obtained the Scorching Kiss Chain, Superior Spirit Artifact Stamina 100, Intelligence 95, Strategy 14. Enhancing healing output by 37, with the exceptional trait, Compassion, increasing healing critical hit rate by 20. The group was astounded. After he drew a 4-star spirit artifact. The Soul Chain, Murong Mingyue received a rather ambiguous spirit necklace, showcasing an extraordinary stroke of luck. Furthermore, each piece of equipment significantly augmented the strategy value, which bodes well for future development since equipment that enhances strategy is indeed scarce. Even my Stealing Sky sword lacks such enhancements. The equipment rewarded in this CGL tournament, which determines the dominant force, primarily adds strategy value. Such items are rare and elusive. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. Zhu Yingluan's failure to qualify for the championship group would surely leave them regretting it immensely. Then it was my turn. As I commanded, a series of data continued to flicker, seemingly endless. Just as my patience waned, finally, a melodious chime echoed. System notification. Congratulations, player Zhiji Qinsha, for obtaining the God-subduing necklace. God-subduing? Necklace. I found myself puzzled. The name of this necklace is remarkably similar to He's soul necklace. I glanced up at the big screen showcasing the attributes of the God-subduing necklace, and an overwhelming joy enveloped me. God-subduing necklace, superior spirit artifact, strength, 120, stamina, 115. Strategy, 24 additional, increases the user's attack power by 30 additional, enhances the user's physical defense by 30 additional, boosts the user's frost magic resistance by 50 slot count, 5 exceptional trait, Divine Fury. When activated, the user enters a berserk state with a 100 chance of critical hits for 60 seconds. Required level, 110. Goodness, such a necklace? Li Changfeng gazed up at the god-subduing necklace, murmuring, "This is simply outrageous. 60 seconds of 100 critical hits. Who could possibly rival you?" I found myself in silence, taken aback that, while narrowly missing out on the championship, I could still acquire such a formidable piece of equipment. Coincidentally, my previous necklace was an 85-level non-superior dark gold blazing flame necklace, which I had long desired to replace. The god-subduing necklace arrived just in time, making our struggles over the past few days worthwhile. Chapter 41. The new rankings of CGL on the grand screen. The attributes of the divine necklace lingered in the air, leaving the gathered players and spectators in awe, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and admiration. A 5-star exceptional piece of equipment? Such an item truly exists. A level 110 chain that grants an astonishing 30 points in both attack and physical defense. This is beyond extraordinary. Furthermore, it bestows an additional 24 points in strategy. Goodness, this chain is utterly remarkable. What could be more astonishing than its attributes? Perhaps its extraordinary characteristics? The effect of Divine Wrath, once activated, grants a staggering 100 critical hits for a duration of 60 seconds. Wearing such a necklace during a player-versus-player encounter would render one nearly invincible. Oh, how fortunate is the one who can wield this. If only it had been available sooner, he could have single-handedly swept through the entire team of Snow Silver Fur. Indeed, this chain is incredibly rare. If placed in the auction house, its price would surely soar to over 5 million. Truly, it would ensure a lifetime of financial security. Amidst the enthusiastic discussions, I exchanged a smile with He Yi and Bei Ming Shui. "Let us go," I said. "The draw for the runners-up has concluded. Our luck has been remarkable. We've managed to obtain 3 spiritual artifacts, equivalent to a 60 chance of acquiring such treasures." He, with her enchanting gaze and a playful bite of her lip, responded with a light laugh. "I believe this probability isn't merely arbitrary, but rather tied to the circumstances of the competition. Although we lost to Snow Silver Fur, it was a narrow defeat, especially in the final round where victory hung by a thread. Thus, the system likely elevated our chances significantly." "Indeed, that is quite plausible," I nodded, leading our group off the stage while turning back with a smile. "Besides the prizes, we have also received 500,000 RMB deposited into our account. What are your thoughts?" Li Changfeng's face beamed with excitement. "We no longer need to resort to corruption to achieve wealth." He Yi and Mu Rong Mingyue smiled silently. Bei Ming Shui, with a dreamy expression, remarked, "I want to send 250,000 to my mother." I nodded approvingly. "You are such a good girl, Shui." Bei Ming Shui blushed deeply. On stage, the host, Fei Air, radiated excitement and color, twisting her waist gracefully as she approached the center. With a resonant voice, she announced, "Now, let us welcome our new champions, the victorious team of Snow Silver Fur, to the stage for their award presentation." Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, many holding banners proclaiming "I love you, Fengse Fantasy," and "Fengse is invincible." Without exception, this crowd consisted of true gentlemen, ranging from youthful boys of 12 or 13 to bearded men in their 40s. The goddess of the fruit knife, with her captivating beauty and charm, indeed captivates all ages. Lin Yixin rose, donned in casual athletic attire, her pristine white sneakers echoing as she ascended the stage. Following her were the alluring Xiang Nair, Sun Qingqing, and the enchanting Zhuan Shunhongyan. Ziyiho maintained his usual composure and steadiness, being the last to step onto the stage, his gaze lingering on Xiang Nair. It was common knowledge that Ziyiho harbored a crush on Xiang Nair, yet both parties feigned ignorance, making Lin Yixin's light teasing serve to redden the faces of his 2 esteemed companions, rendering them bashful and flustered. The championship lottery has commenced, with radiant beams flashing as the results appear on the grand screen. The illustrious Ziyiho draws the Sword of the Sunflower, exceptional spirit artifact, attack 550, 745, strength 95, stamina 82, strategy 17, enhancing attack power by 24, with an exceptional trait. When attacking an opponent, there is a chance to inflict 2,000 points of Sunflower burn damage. The enigmatic Chanel receives the Robe of Persuasion, exceptional spirit artifact, defense 240, magic defense 175, intelligence 92, stamina 85, strategy 15, enhancing fixed damage by 2,000. With an exceptional trait, a 9 increase in magic attack critical hit rate. The graceful Qingqing Shuixiang draws the Fire Lizard Bow, exceptional spirit artifact attack, 475, 620, agility 95. Stamina 87, strategy 14, enhancing physical attack power by 15, with an exceptional trait, a 10 chance to unleash Fire Lizard's breath, dealing an additional 50 points of flame burn damage to the target. In a fleeting moment, Hongyan draws the Scorching Sun Staff, purple gold artifact magic attack 440, 595. Intelligence 85, stamina 80, strategy 12, enhancing magic attack power by 17, with an exceptional trait, enhancing fixed health by 2, 500. Fengsa Huanxiang draws the Armor of Chaotic Storm, exceptional spirit artifact defense 500, magic defense 475, stamina 115, strength 110, strategy 22, enhancing both defense and magical resistance by 25. With an exceptional trait, absorption, providing a 25 chance to absorb 50 points of damage currently received. The crowd erupts in astonishment among the 5 lottery participants for have drawn exceptional grade spirit artifacts. It is well known that since the release of the new version, the appearance of equipment with exceptional attributes has been rare, with the likelihood of a high-tier dark gold equipment possessing such attributes being less than 5, while for spirit artifacts, it stands at merely 20. Yet, the stakes of the Who Rules the Roost competition are undeniably impressive, with nearly every participant receiving exceptional rewards. Notably, Lin Yisan's reward is the most prestigious. A 4-star exceptional spirit artifact. The attributes of the Armor of Chaotic Storm are formidable indeed, boasting a 25 chance to absorb 50 damage, rivaling the effects of Guguzi's Undying Shield, leaving the Death Knight in a precarious position. Additionally, the enhancement of both defensive and magical resistance by 25 makes this armor exceptionally sharp. I smile faintly from the audience. Indeed, in this CGL hosted Who Rules the Roost tournament, Shui Yin-san, Gu Jianhunming, Lin Yisan, and I are the greatest victors, our brilliance overshadowing Zhu Long and Zhu Yingwan. I can only imagine the turmoil within Zhu Yingwan's heart. He must be feeling quite disheartened. At that moment, the host, Fei, suddenly turns her gaze toward me, smiling. Next, let us invite our MVP player, Zhuji Qinsha, to the stage to receive the MVP reward. Friends of Shui Yinsan need not descend. There is another announcement to make. Oh, I rise, and he beside me casts an approving glance my way, chuckling softly. Go on, go on. I wonder what the MVP reward entails. Though you may be the runner-up, your reward will surely rival that of the enchanting Ime. Indeed, I strode onto the stage with great confidence, as the large screen confirmed my identity, the prominent MVP title flashing incessantly. At Fei's indication, I reached out and pressed the start button on the luminous screen. Subsequently, data danced across the display, and Fei chuckled softly behind me. Lu Chun, the top reward of the MVP lottery surpasses that of spirit artifacts. Oh, I was momentarily taken aback. What could possibly exceed a spirit artifact? Perhaps an immortal artifact, a terrestrial artifact, or a celestial artifact. The latest patch had introduced new equipment tiers: silver artifacts, gold artifacts, dark gold artifacts, purple gold artifacts, spirit artifacts, terrestrial artifacts, celestial artifacts, and immortal artifacts. An unknown tier. Could the first terrestrial artifact be birthed here? At that moment, the screen abruptly halted its motion, and my reward materialized on the large display. Level 4, Luck 5, 2 renminbi, 000,000, along with an additional piece of equipment, God-suppressing helmet, exceptional spirit artifact, defense, 520 magic defense, 465 strength, 120 endurance, 115 strategy, 20 additional, increases the user's fixed health by 2400 points additional, enhances the user's defense by 20 points exceptional trait, frenzy, increasing the user's attack power and speed by 15. Slot count, 5 required level, 115 in an instant. I was nearly petrified. Goodness gracious. Had I truly struck it rich? Another 5-star exceptional spirit artifact, and it belonged to the same series as the God-suppressing necklace. The attributes were so formidable they were almost maddening. Impressive defense, attributes exceeding 110, 20 points in strategy, along with an additional 2,400 points of fixed health and 20 in defense. The exceptional trait was even more ferocious, boosting attack and attack speed by 15. The combined attributes of this helmet were simply transcendent, akin to a divine-level piece of equipment. I gasped in disbelief. Could this match, where the tides turn, be my turning point? With such powerful gear, if I were to face Zhu Yingwan again, my chances of victory would surely exceed 80. With a soft thud, the system announced that the god-suppressing helmet had dropped into the player's bag. Behind me, the sweet laughter of Lin Yisan chimed. Lu Chun, congratulations. You've acquired such remarkable equipment with such formidable attributes. I turned to smile at her. Thank you, E. Then, we all turned our attention to Fayer, who mentioned there was another event, though its nature remained a mystery. Fayer chuckled. Please hold on a moment. The new rankings for the CGL Hall of Fame have been calculated, and we have invited the Vice President of the Moon Hung China Division to announce these rankings. Before long, a group of individuals emerged from backstage, leading with a captivating beauty clad in a coffee-colored uniform, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards. To my surprise, this was Qin Yun, the very person who once helped me find blood sources in Nanjing. Hi, Lu Chun, it's been a while. Qin Yun smiled at me, then cast a meaningful glance at Lin Yisan, remarking, the legendary beautiful little spicy pepper is indeed stunning. Lin Yisan was momentarily taken aback. Who are you? Qin Yun cast another silent glance at me before gesturing for Fayer to continue with the announcement. Fayer picked up the microphone and proclaimed, the MVP player who determines the outcome of this event will be inducted into the CGL Hall of Fame. However, as Lu Chun has already secured a spot in the hall, the system will calculate the next tier of MVP players. Now, I invite President Qin Yun to unveil the new members of the CGL Hall of Fame. A ceremony attendant stepped forward, holding a glowing operation board. Qin Yun gracefully approached, lifting the red cloth to reveal a line of text clearly displayed on the board. Feng Se Huan Xiang, originally known as Lin Yisan, previously under the ID Pretty Little Spicy Pepper. I couldn't help but chuckle. Congratulations. You've finally made it into the CGL Hall of Fame. Lin Yisan nodded, laughing softly. Yes, now I can take you down anytime. At that moment, the large screen behind us displayed the new rankings of the 28 members of the CGL Hall of Fame, prompting a wistful sigh from Qin Yun. I was once a member of the CGL Hall of Fame as well, back in those glorious days. The new CGL Hall of Fame rankings were as follows. 15th, Chongquang Shu Sheng, Qingkai Bai Yutang, Murong Shan Shan, Qixing Deng, Qingfeng Fei Shui 610th, Zhuing Wan, Zheji Qinsha, Qingfeng Lanyu, Ziyan Air, Dongli Huoguo 1115th, Ligu, Jingcheng Luo Shen, Feng Se Huan Xiang, Ling Shui Shang, Ilichun AI 1620th, Wen Yu, Shunji Wu, Lai Feng Ying, Shi Yu Yu, Bai Kong Hen 2125th, Gu Fun, Xiao Tsang Tian, Shui Hong, Piao Yunyan, Piao Miao 2628th, Jing Yi Lai Kan Shui, Wei Jin and Bei Chao. Tian Ming Suao Gui Chapter 42. A kiss with the new rankings announced. The fruit knife goddess made a powerful entry into the CGL Hall of Fame, instantly claiming the 13th position. Her strength was indeed impressive. Additionally, my ranking and that of Zhu Yingwan saw significant improvements, with Zhu Yingwan rising from 7th to 6th, while I ascended from 12th to 7th, closely pursuing Zhu Yingwan. The rankings in the CGL Hall of Fame are dynamic, fluctuating with players' performances in various competitions, national wars, and guild battles, accumulating points as they rise or fall. Naturally, retired players see their rankings decline over time, adhering to the law of natural competition. Figures like Gu Fun and Shui Hong, once prominent, have now fallen beyond the top 20, which is quite lamentable. Moreover, Li Gu, Wen Yu, Jing Cheng Luo Shun, and others showcased commendable performances in the determining event, each improving their ranks, particularly Li Gu, whose prowess as the top assassin caught many eyes, making him one of the fastest climbers in the rankings. After Qin Yun announced the results, she hurried away, reportedly with numerous matters to attend to. As the Who Dominates event drew to a close during the curtain call, Fayer walked between Lin Yisan and me, smiling, as the final contender for the championship. Does the beautiful Lin Yisan have anything to say to Lu Chun? He is your most direct competitor, having nearly snatched the championship from you. Goodness. Fayer certainly knows how to stir things up. Lin Yisan looked at me, her stunning eyes glimmering with mischief, and said, You rascal. Fayer was taken aback and handed the microphone back to me. Lu Chun, do you have anything to say to the beautiful Lin Yisan? As laughter erupted throughout the venue, a magical aura seemed to envelop the legendary duel between Lin Yisan and me. With the grand competition officially concluded, and after the evening banquet, the players from Shanghai returned to their respective homes, while we decided to rest for the night before heading back to Suzhou to continue our relentless pursuit of excellence, be it leveling up or vying for territory. We could not afford to be complacent. The runner-up title was merely a temporary victory. To secure our place in the Sky City, we had much work ahead of us. That evening, none of us felt inclined to practice, and ultimately, spurred by the suggestion of Wanyu, our group ventured to a KTV to sing and drink. As it had been ages since we had gathered together, the Rose Scent KTV, located in one of Shanghai's most vibrant districts, Zhujiaoui, found us stuck in traffic for half an hour before we alighted from the taxi and walked the remaining distance, which took us a mere 20 minutes. We booked a private room and ordered an abundance of beer, soft drinks, fruits, and snacks, filling the table to the brim. Soon, the guys began to indulge, with beer bottles being popped open in a show of bravado. Li Chengfeng bit down on a beer bottle cap and with a satisfying pop, opened it effortlessly, exuding an air of coolness that made Wanyu clap and giggle. Dragon Warrior, what impressive teeth you have. Li Chengfeng chuckled modestly. It's nothing. Back in the day, I could crack open a shell casing with my teeth. I shot him a sidelong glance. Brother, could you please keep your chin up while speaking? Su Yong, eager to imitate, grabbed a bottle of beer and, with a loud pop, opened it, simultaneously breaking half of his front tooth in the process. The broken fragment spun endlessly on the table before he and me, resembling a totem from Inception, albeit one that we never expected would be Su Yang's. Li Chengfeng raised his beer bottle and grinned at me. Lu Chen, shall we toast? To celebrate our victory over the Candle Dragon and the rise of ancient Sword Soul Dream. Absolutely. I nodded with a smile, lifting my beer bottle and downing it in one go. Meanwhile, he looked at me with concern. Take it easy, be careful not to harm your liver. Morong Mingyue chimed in with a laugh. It's fine, Eve. If your liver suffers, as long as your kidneys are good, it won't matter. Why is it okay as long as the kidneys are fine? At a nearby table, the spirited group of Yuyan 18 riders belted out songs, their raucous voices akin to a torturous serenade. I quickly urged Wanyu, hurry and grab the mic. This cannot stand. Stars get paid to sing, but these rascals are singing for their lives. With a playful grin, Wanyu dashed over and snatched the mic from the spirited group, declaring, off to drink. This is not your battlefield. Thus, the spirited trio retreated, clutching their bottles and engaging in a drinking contest. Today, everyone was in high spirits. In this tournament, 2 teams from Ancient Sword Soul Dream had entered the top 16, an unprecedented achievement. Moreover, each of us had obtained remarkable gear, which is typically elusive in our daily endeavors. Even the equipment dropped by bosses rarely yields exceptional quality without a stroke of luck, yet today, everyone present had secured impressive exceptional gear. The melodic voice of the enchanting maiden was delightful and sweet as she sang and danced, compelling us to retreat to a corner and drink in solitude. This maiden was quite the tease. Nonetheless, sipping on our drinks while savoring the spicy duck neck purchased from Giguzi and glancing up to see a slender beauty performing was indeed a pleasurable experience. Clink. The bottle collided with Li Chengfeng's for the nth time, and I downed another shot. Beside me, he had already adopted a nonchalant demeanor, encouraging me to drink on, as long as I wouldn't meet my demise from it. Before long, it became a bit excessive, with empty bottles strewn before me. Not far away, the spirited duo, Yuyun Shibaki, leaned into each other in a display of affection, their eyes closed, and one even boldly wrapped an arm around the waist of the other. Morong Mingyue pouted and remarked, "Are those two engaging in something more intimate?" I rolled my eyes, heaven knows. Li Chengfeng burst into laughter, raising his bottle once more. Come on, Lu Chun, let us toast to their intimacy. I nodded, casting him a sidelong glance. Why do I feel you are intent on getting me drunk today? Haha, not at all. I am a warrior tested by alcohol. Today, I merely wish to assess my own prowess. Cheers. We continued drinking until past 11 at night. Fortunately, this KTV operates round the clock, and those few were rendered incapacitated, likely to spend the night there. Li Chengfeng, once a warrior of alcohol, had now transformed into a soldier beneath the table, sprawled on the ground in slumber. I licked my lips, feeling a bit dazed, and shakily stood up. Nearby, Morong Mingyue lay on the sofa, soundly asleep, her form elegant and proud. He quickly stood, supporting me. Where are you going? Feeling a bit stuffy. I need some fresh air outside. Oh, I'll accompany you. Don't sleep in the hallway. Haha, it's fine. He insisted on escorting me out. Together, we arrived at the outdoor balcony on our floor, where a recent rainfall had left the air particularly refreshing. The bright moon hung overhead, and as the cool breeze swept over us, I felt a bit more alert. I still held a bottle in hand, leaning against the railing, sipping from it while gazing at the beauty beside me. He, clad in a delicate lavender dress, radiated confidence, her fair face glimmering in the moonlight, exuding a hint of playful reproach. You've had too much to drink today. I merely smiled. It's nothing. A glance revealed that the collar of He's white shirt had inexplicably loosened at 2 points, exposing a stunning expanse of fair skin, as if the fabric was on the verge of bursting from its confines. Moreover, in the moonlight, her long, shapely legs were particularly enchanting. Raising my head, I marveled silently at the wonders of creation, pondering which goddess had crafted such an exquisite beauty as He. She snatched the bottle from my grasp, taking a sip, her expression a mix of laughter and sorrow. Standing before me quietly, Lu Chun, is it true that the ancient Sword Soul Dream attained second place in the competition? Please tell me, is it real? I nodded. Yes, it is true. Suddenly, He's delicate shoulders began to tremble slightly, and 2 streams of crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks. She tilted her face towards the starry sky and murmured, I have finally fulfilled her wish. What is wrong, Eve? I reached out to support her shoulders. Today, He seemed remarkably unusual. You know, I am not the original creator of ancient Sword Soul Dream, she said softly. I was taken aback. How is that possible? Aren't you the original creator of ancient Sword Soul Dream? Yes, he nodded, her tears flowing uncontrollably as she whispered. I did this to honor a promise, to fulfill someone's desire. Today, I have finally accomplished it. I inquired, who is it exactly? What is the past of ancient Sword Soul Dream that I am unaware of? He gazed at me through her tears, and with a pleading voice, she said, Please, don't ask me. I don't wish to recall that time, okay? All right, I replied without pressing further, simply enveloping He in my embrace, genuinely feeling her body tremble slightly. No one could have predicted that this formidable figure in the business world, renowned as the genius girl Eve, could cry so sorrowfully. What could possibly have caused her such distress? I refrained from asking more, choosing instead to be by her side, to fulfill her promise. For this was also my vow, to join in the covenant and realize the dream of ancient Sword Soul Dream conquering the world, while simultaneously honoring my own pledge. In my arms, He's delicate form felt somewhat feverish. After a long while, she lifted her face and playfully breathed into my ear. Have you missed me during my time abroad? I think I might have, I stammered. Perhaps the wine had rendered my tongue somewhat stiff. In the next moment, He gazed up at me, her exquisite face illuminated by the moonlight, her rosy lips and deep-set eyes creating an enchanting sight. Wrapping her arms around my neck, she leaned in closer, enveloped in a fragrant warmth, and we shared a kiss. Both of us were novices in this art, yet we savored the moment with delight. He closed her eyes tightly, pouring her heart into the kiss, her entire being pressed closely against me, the warmth intoxicating. After what felt like an eternity, we finally parted. He looked at me and, with a gentle smile, asked, Lu Chun, do you think you love me? I was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit lost. I don't know. I just want to be with you, afraid that you might feel sad or hurt, to fulfill the promises of the past, to overcome all adversaries. He chuckled lightly. You can't even be certain about your feelings for a girl, yet you dare to kiss her? I murmured. It was you who initiated the kiss. I have something urgent to attend to. I must take my leave. Where are you going? He inquired. To the restroom. I replied. He's face flushed crimson, stomping her foot in frustration. You've gone to the restroom 11 times already. Have you been cursed by the moon? Chapter 43. The royal way. In the early hours of the next day, we each parted ways, bidding farewell to the host, Fray. Our group was set to return to Suzhou. Fortunately, the traffic was quite pleasant, and we arrived back at the studio by a little past 9 in the morning. It was time to log on and see how the competition gear had fared. In the ethereal realm of Sky City, I have ascended to level 115. With a commendable achievement of 2 levels from the runner-up prize and 4 levels from the MVP award, totaling a remarkable 6 levels. This is bound to evoke envy in Jiying, who would have to labor tirelessly for countless days to catch up. Meanwhile, I can utilize this time to further hone my skills, thereby widening my lead, or engage in alternative endeavors to bolster the strength of our guild, preparing diligently for the impending conflicts. As I opened my inventory, the divine necklace and the divine helmet lay quietly within, shimmering with brilliance. 2 5-star exquisite artifacts, truly astonishing. I donned the equipment, and an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through me. Upon examining my attributes, even I was taken aback. ID, Zhi Chen Xia, title, Infernal Thunder, class, Necromancer Swordsman, Dark Gold Swordsman, level, 115 health, 12, 200 attack, 16, 742, 130 defense, 1, 920 magic defense, 1, 715 reputation, 120, 764 strategy, 119 luck, 22 how formidable. My health has soared to an impressive 12, 200 points, bolstered by the divine helmet's fixed health boost of 2, for 100 points. My attack power has surpassed 2, 100, while my defense approaches 2, 000. With the enhancement from my equipment and skills, my effective defense has subtly exceeded 3, 000 points, rivaling the shielded prowess of He E and Gue Guzi. Additionally, my luck has surged to 22 points, granting me a distinct advantage in attack fluctuations and monster drop rates. More importantly, my strategy value has reached 119 points, signifying that the effectiveness of my strategic skills has increased proportionately. The War God-S inspiration, with a boost of 40, now elevates my attack power by an astounding 876. How majestic! Feeling exhilarated, I discarded the Inferno necklace and the Infernal battle helmet into the Air Force One convenience store. Both pieces of equipment are reasonably decent and should fetch nearly 100 coins. Ultimately, following this journey of dominance, my overall strength has undeniably ascended to a new echelon. At that moment, a beautiful knight emerged from the Sky City Inn. It was He E. With a radiant smile, she approached and said, "Lu Chun, don't you wish to see my steed? Indeed, let us take it for a spin." "Absolutely," He E declared, extending her snow-white fingers to summon a magical array. Instantly, a 6-pointed star manifested before her, followed by the resounding roar of a warhorse. Before my eyes appeared a magnificent white steed, the prized purple gold mount. The Snow Domain Wind Chaser, won during the Skull Castle battle. "Have you learned the riding skill?" I inquired. "Of course," He E replied with a light laugh. Gracefully mounting the horse, with her left hand gripping the reins and her right hand wielding the soul-snatching spear, she exuded an aura of valor, her gleaming armor radiating brilliance. The Snow Domain Wind Chaser was extraordinarily majestic. Indeed, the spring of the knight profession has arrived, heralding a time of great prominence for this class. Around us, numerous players from Sky City cast astonished glances. Although the mount system has been activated, allowing magic knights and rangers above level 100 to learn riding skills, mounts remain exceedingly rare. Even the fruit knife lacks a steed, let alone others. At this moment, the enchanting knight He appeared in the city atop a strikingly handsome steed, naturally capturing the attention of many. People marveled at the grandeur of the warhorse, as well as the extraordinary beauty of the female knight. "Eve, could you display the attributes of the mount?" I inquired, gripping the reins of the steed of the wind. "Certainly," he replied with a smile. After forming a party with me, she shared the mount's attributes, which left me in awe. Snow Domain Wind Chaser, purple gold tier mount, strength, 240 stamina, 220 attack power increase, 14 defense power increase, 10 attack speed, 35 movement speed, 75 attack range, 25 yards health limit, 4,000 centrifugal force, decreased by 70 mount resilience, 30 additional. Movement state is not easily interrupted. Ice magic resistance, 40 required level, 100 required reputation, 40,000. Gazing at the mount's attributes, I fell silent for a considerable time. A mount can fundamentally alter a player's power level, especially one of such high caliber as the Snow Domain Wind Chaser, which significantly enhances attack, defense, and health. Moreover, it grants the knight the ability to engage in ranged attacks. The era of cavalry charges has finally arrived. "What's the matter? Don't you have anything to say?" He teased, observing my reaction. I shook my head. What more is there to say? I can only lament not choosing the war knight profession from the start. He chuckled, dismounting and linking her arm with mine. "It's all right. I checked the official information. It is indeed possible for other warrior class players to ride mounts. though the requirements are quite stringent. They must reach level 150 and undergo 6 class advancements, becoming a renowned general to automatically gain a slot for a mount pet. Really? I exclaimed with excitement. Now that I am a renowned general, I just need to reach level 150 to transform my life. Of course, why would I deceive you? He smiled lightly. That's fantastic. I embraced He exuberantly and asked, is it still early? Do you have any plans? Are you going to level up? He replied with a grin. It's somewhat unrealistic to find leveling maps right now. My experience is already at 99. I plan to head to the Sky Forest to slay a few monsters and aim for level 109. Alright, go ahead. I glanced at my experience points. I had plenty of time ahead of me. It might take me 3 days to reach level 116, so I decided to take it slow. As we progressed further, leveling would become increasingly challenging. I had just surged 6 levels in Who Controls the Fate, and while it was exhilarating, it was time to focus on the grind. First things first, let's elevate my cooking skill to level 10, as I have ample time on my hands. I'm used. To reach level 10 in cooking, I would need to prepare a level 9 dish, which required a new ingredient, dragonfish meat. Of course, this dragonfish is far from the genetically modified oil of the golden dragonfish. It is a deadly aquatic predator. Opening the official forum to search for dragonfish, I found that many others were on the same quest as I, indicating that there were indeed numerous high-level chefs in the game. Shortly thereafter, I discovered a crystalline coastline within the realm of the Sky City, where dragonfish thrived in the shallow waters. It is said that dragonfish are a hybrid of the prawn fish and lower-tier dragon species, known for their ferocity and amphibious nature, capable of surviving on land. This carnivorous species possesses an alarming offensive capability, and many intrepid fishermen have met their demise, reduced to mere fish waste. Even after such a long time, the 3 major cities, Sky City, Hidden God City, and Wind City, still have not seen a trace of a level 9 magical chef. Oh, now I find myself as a level 116 super expert. It is time to challenge the dragonfish. After equipping my gear, replenishing my potions and culinary supplies, I summoned the celestial howling wolf and set forth. Passing through the Sky Forest, I continued onward. The crystalline coastline was still quite distant, likely an hour's journey. However, the prospect of collecting dragonfish meat while leveling up made it worthwhile. Bai Mingshui and Murong Mingwei joined my party. Murong Mingwei remarked, Eve, are you not with Lu Qin? What are you up to? He's voice brimmed with excitement. Oh, I'm currently engaged in a one-on-one battle with a 110-level Dark Gold boss, the Glorious Boar King. I've already whittled down 1/3 of its health. What? Murong Mingwei exclaimed in astonishment. Our Eve is so valiant. Where are you? Let me assist you. Don't get defeated. No worries, he replied confidently with a smile. My current defense and health are such that, with my defensive capabilities and the War God's revival skill, I can take on this boss solo. Indeed, He's defense was more than sufficient to withstand a 110-level Dark Gold boss. Furthermore, the 100-level Magic Knight's signature skill, War God's Revival, could restore 100 health points within 60 seconds, granting him formidable vitality. With the powerful attributes of the Snow Domain's Swift Warhorse, he boasted nearly 20,000 health points and a defense exceeding 3,000, making it nearly impossible for him to perish. I continued my journey, and soon the salty breeze of the sea greeted me. The crystalline coastline had arrived. In the distance, clusters of translucent crystals, each standing about 2 men tall, sparkled beautifully, truly worthy of the name crystalline coastline. Stepping onto the sandy terrain, I advanced, wielding the stealing heaven sword. Beside me, the celestial howling wolf crawled forward, baring its teeth and emitting a low growl, clearly sensing a formidable beast ahead. Indeed, behind a cluster of crystals emerged a creature adorned with golden scales, resembling a fish, yet possessing 2 legs. Its tail propelled it swiftly, and as it opened its maw, rows of menacing teeth clashed together like miniature engines. Its black eyes glinted with lethal intent as they fixed upon me. This was undoubtedly the fabled dragonfish, a formidable entity capable of shattering steel armor with its razor-sharp teeth. A fleeting glance revealed the attributes of the crystal dragonfish before me. Indeed, they appeared quite formidable. Crystal dragonfish, shadow-level monster. Level, 140 attack, 15, 501 to 17. 800 defense. 1, 550 health. 100, 000 skills. Frenzied strike, devour, rend description. a ferocious beast of the Crystal Coast. These crystal dragonfish possess a remarkably powerful attack and a tempestuous nature. Their insatiable appetite leaves them in a perpetual state of hunger, ensuring that they spare no potential prey from their voracious grasp. Upon observing the attributes of the dragonfish, a smile crept across my face, fortuitously. I was also in search of sustenance. This time, we shall see whether the dragonfish's teeth are sharper or if my stealing sky sword proves sufficiently keen. I locked onto the dragonfish and unleashed a thunder charge. With a swift motion, I dashed forward, successfully stunning this shadow-level monster. The stealing sky sword was raised, and with a mighty arc, I executed a dual strike of icy brilliance, first freezing it in place. 5012. 6435. 2 damage figures soared into the air, indeed. Ever since acquiring the God-subduing necklace and God-subduing helmet, my attack power had surged tremendously. After all, the God-subduing necklace boasts an attack power of 30, while the God-subduing helmet contributes 15 to both attack and speed. These figures are vividly etched in my mind. With a flurry of sword strikes, I inflicted grievous wounds upon the dragonfish, its anguished cries reminiscent of a melancholic lament, almost excruciatingly painful to hear. The dragonfish retaliated, yet my defenses remained unperturbed, inflicting a mere 700 points of damage at most. My regeneration rate kept my health well above 90, ensuring my safety. At that moment, a sudden system notification rang out across the coastline. Ding! System announcement. Player, in the Water 1 side, Sky City, has successfully defeated the Dark Gold level boss, the mighty Spike Boar King, rising to level 109, triggering the general system, and becoming the 4th general in the China region. Permanent luck, 1, permanent strategy, 3, and acquiring the exclusive general skill, Royal Path. Chapter 44. Insight. What the defeating a Boar King leads to ascension as a general? What kind of luck does he possess? Opening the general leaderboard, I confirmed that there were indeed 4 generals in the China region, and He's unique skill was named Royal Path. Upon examining its attributes, I was taken aback. Royal Path. With the majesty of a ruler, it intimidates foes, enhancing allies' overall attributes by 15, while simultaneously diminishing the selected enemy target's attributes by 15, all exclusive to the player in the Water 1 side. With a 15-point enhancement to all attributes for oneself, while simultaneously reducing the opponents by 15, this truly is a dual-edged general skill. Compared to Lin Yisan's national beauty, the attributes of Royal Path are equally matched. One could assert that the effectiveness of both ladies' general skills is on par. However, when it comes to leveling efficiency, my martial god with a 40-point inspiration truly embodies the essence of the Royal Path. Within the team channel, several female players erupted into laughter. Morong Mingwe. Eve's luck is truly exceptional. To ascend as a general right after defeating who holds the power is quite fortunate. Bai Ming Shui chimed in with a smile. Indeed, the attributes of Royal Path are impressive. In terms of PK, it rivals Lin Yisan's national beauty. He chuckled softly, acknowledging that it was indeed merely a stroke of luck. You all should strive as well. The experience required for ascension must be earned through defeating bosses. This significantly enhances the likelihood of achieving elevation. I expressed my congratulations briefly, then returned to my leveling efforts. The famous generals of the world version had been activated for some time, and this arrangement assured that players who ascended to become famous generals would emerge as the future mainstays of combat. The command of famous generals was doubled, meaning that a level 100 player who had undergone 4 promotions could form a team of 20, while a level 100 famous general could assemble a formidable group of 40. Amplifying the attributes of 40 players, an impressive advantage indeed. In guild wars or national battles, famous generals would undoubtedly serve as superlative forces. Upon reaching level 120 with 5 promotions, ordinary players could form teams of 100, while famous generals could command 200. After achieving level 150 with 6 promotions, ordinary players could create teams of 200, whereas famous generals could lead 400. Imagine a valiant famous general activating their superior skills, leading an elite force of 400 through the tumult of battle. What a magnificent spectacle that would be. I sensed that future faction wars and national battles would hinge not on the quantity of elite players, but rather on the number of famous generals. The more famous generals a guild possessed, the greater their destructive capacity. Thus, it was imperative for ancient Sword Soul Dream to cultivate its own cadre of famous general players. According to the parameters set for famous generals, players ranked 115th in the main city leaderboard had the opportunity to attain ascension qualifications upon leveling up. Naturally, as those ahead had already ascended, the ranks would shift accordingly. Presently, in the Sky City, both Lin Yisan and I had achieved the status of famous generals, making the true frontrunner the player ranked third, the purple-robed Marquis. This indicated that the purple-robed Marquis had an exceptionally high chance of ascending to become a famous general. Contemplating this, I conveyed in the guild channel, Li Chengfeng, Baiming Shui, Gaguzi, and Wan Yue, you have witnessed the guild leader's ascension to a famous general. It is now your turn. Remember, once you reach 99 experience points, halt immediately and seek out a boss to defeat. Any boss will suffice. Within a month, the number of famous generals in Ancient Sword Soul Dream must exceed 5. A chorus of enthusiastic affirmations ensued, and everyone dispersed to continue their leveling endeavors. However, encountering a boss was no trivial matter. Lower-tier bosses would be swiftly vanquished by novice players, while higher-tier bosses posed significant challenges. He had merely been exceptionally fortunate to ascend to a famous general so swiftly. Regardless, I remained focused on defeating monsters to gather materials, hoping to elevate my cooking skill to level 10 by day's end, marking the beginning of a new journey. After grinding until noon, I joined a few ladies for a meal at a Hunan restaurant, then returned to the studio in the afternoon to continue leveling, diligently persevering. Around 4 in the afternoon, a chime resonated in the sky. Ding. System announcement. Player, purple-robed Marquis, Sky City, has successfully slain the dark gold-level boss, the Fire Rabbit, reaching level 110 and triggering the famous general system, ascending as the 5th famous general in the Chinese region. Luck permanently increased by 1, strategy permanently increased by 2, and awarded the exclusive famous general skill, Insight. Insight, effect. A 30 chance to discern the opponent's strategic skill, rendering them unable to utilize such tactics for 600 seconds. With a maximum effectiveness cap of 70, contingent upon the player's strategic value. To my astonishment, the purple-robe Marquis has ascended to the rank of a renowned general, showcasing an astonishingly rapid progression, now on par with Lin Yisan in level. Truly deserving of the title of the foremost divine general among players of Shuyin Shanshan. This insight ability, a hallmark of a renowned general, possesses a certain intrigue. It can unveil the opponent's strategic maneuvers, with a peak probability of 70. This is akin to the 7 injuries fist strategy, a self-deprecating trade without any augmentative benefits. However, with a sufficiently high strategic value, a 70 chance becomes rather formidable, incapacitating the opponent's strategic skills for a full 10 minutes. Quite ruthless indeed. The guild erupted in astonishment, each member taken aback by the purple-robe Marquis' ascension to a renowned general. What an impressive feat. Estimating strategically, the current strategic points of the purple-robe Marquis hover around 60, resulting in an approximate insight probability of 50, which remains quite terrifying. While he seals the opponent's strategic abilities, he simultaneously substitutes it with a higher tier encouragement, boosting his own attack power by around 20, truly incisive. Nevertheless, I shall not dwell on him. I will continue leveling up, eager to witness the multitude of formidable players in the Chinese region. Today, let them all emerge. In truth, the likelihood of triggering the renowned general system after completing a decisive battle seems to have increased. Otherwise, he and the purple-robe Marquis could not have ascended so effortlessly. This is indeed a fortuitous development. One must seize the opportunity to ascend while holding a leading level. For no one knows if there will be a cap on the number of renowned generals. Perhaps it is limited to hundreds, thousands, or possibly infinite. In any case, the sooner one ascends, the better. In the evening, around 7 p.m., the Chinese region erupted in a spectacular fashion, accompanied by the melodious sound of the system notification. The 6th renowned general of the Chinese region was born. Ding. System announcement. Player, Baiming Shui, Sky City, successfully defeated the dark gold-level boss Shadow Weaver, ascended to level 109. And triggered the renowned general system, becoming the 6th renowned general of the Chinese region. Luck permanently set to 1, strategic value permanently set to 1, and acquired the exclusive renowned general skill, Bao God. Bao God, effect, summons the power of the ancient Bao God, bestowing divine strength, enhancing allies' ranged physical attack power by 50 and attack speed by 20, specifically for player Baiming Shui. I widened my eyes in astonishment. 50 in ranged attack power, and an additional 20 in attack speed, with Baiming Shue's strategic points nearing 100. Such augmentation translates to an approximate increase of 100 in attack power and 40 in attack speed. This is indeed extraordinary, truly unprecedented. It must be noted that the 3 renowned general skills thus far in Ancient Sword Soul Dream are remarkably potent. The Martial God S40 collective attack is noteworthy, while the Sovereign S30 overall effect is equally formidable. As for Baiming Shue S Bao God effect, it has undeniably reached an astonishing level of strength. The guild buzzed with excitement. Su Yang exclaimed, "What a fortuitous day it is. So many players in the Chinese region have ascended. The legendary hero, just now. I consulted with the Yueheng Company, and they informed me that the day after the conclusion of Who Holds the Power, the probability of legendary generals being triggered has increased a staggering 7-fold. This is a hidden reward. Currently, servers from various countries around the world are also witnessing the emergence of numerous legendary generals. This 7-fold probability lasts until midnight. So let us forego sleep today and strive for victory. Guguzi, I shall strive with all my might. Luan Yue, I shall do the same." I smiled and remarked, "Baiming Shue's prowess as the Bao God is indeed remarkable. It seems the time has come for Gujian Soul Dream to establish a formidable archer team, centered around Baiming Shue. Does anyone have any good suggestions?" The legendary hero. Well, Lu Chun, there is a 4th-tier guild in Shenin City that boasts 2 exceptional archer players. We could recruit them at a reasonable cost. If you agree, I shall approach them. Me. All right, I leave it to you. Yuyun Shiba Chi. I have a former colleague who resigned to become a professional player, albeit from the Liyue dynasty. I will send him a message to see if he is willing to join us. If not, I shall eliminate him. Me. Understood. Then, he spoke up. We shall formally redefine the Legion structure. I have prepared a plan for the guild. The first Legion will consist of magic knights and rangers, with a projected strength of approximately 2,000 members, led by Guguzi. The second Legion will comprise warriors and assassins, along with beast tamers, under the leadership of Lu Chun. The third Legion will primarily consist of mages and priests, led by Murong Mingyue. The fourth Legion will focus on cultivating our archer team, led by Baiming Shue. Does anyone have any objections? The leader is wise. Everyone is quite eloquent. In the team channel, Murong Mingyue expressed her sorrow. All 3 of you have ascended to legendary generals, yet I remain. Do not worry. You will inevitably become a legendary general. Your beauty assures it. I consoled her. Murong Mingyue sighed even more. Zi Ho and Zhu Yingwan, despite their lack of looks, have ascended as well. Soon after, news arrived that Li Changfeng had indeed recruited the 2 ace archers from the 4th-tier guild in Shenin City, one at level 107 and the other at level 106, both equipped with formidable gear and skills. In Gujian Soul Dream, aside from Baiming Shue, there are hardly any archers capable of rivaling their prowess. With this, our guild's archer team is indeed well equipped for leveling up. Baiming Shue, utilizing her legendary skill, the Bao God, assembled a team of 40 high-level archers and ventured forth, sweeping through any map of equal level. We even managed without priests, relying purely on brute force, multi-shots raining down, capable of obliterating even the highest-level monsters. We trained until after 8 in the evening, with a sizable haul of dragon fish meat, sufficient to elevate our culinary skill to level 10. Our weapon's durability had also diminished significantly, indicating it was nearly time to return to town. As I turned around, another sound echoed, "My goodness. The 7th legendary general has been born." Ding. System announcement. Player, Little Pig, Sky City, has successfully defeated the dark gold level boss, the silver-scaled wind snake, and has ascended to level 108. Furthermore, they have triggered the legendary general system, becoming the 7th legendary general in the Chinese region. Their luck and strategy values have been permanently enhanced by 1, and they have acquired the exclusive general skill Vajra. The effect of Vajra, it elevates the defense of allies by 40, exclusively for the player Little Pig. Is this the famed Golden Bell Shield? A defense boost of 40 perfectly counters my Martial God S attack power of 40. Is it mere coincidence that fate has destined Little Pig and I to be adversaries? I couldn't help but smile. Well, when I clash with the Overlord Hall, it will be a fitting time to test whether my sword is sharper or his shield sturdier. At that moment, he sent me a message. "Lu Chun, get to bed early tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will take you and Su Yang to the GGS headquarters in Suzhou for your onboarding." What? Onboarding at GGS? I was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 44, Culinary Master indeed. He chuckled lightly. You can't play games forever. After you retire, you need to find something to occupy your time, right? Having a skill in hand is always beneficial, wouldn't you agree? However, GGS is a software development company. I had long since returned anything related to Java to my computer teacher. What could I possibly do at GGS? Don't worry, you don't need to know software. He laughed. Being capable in life and work is enough. I have faith in you. Just think. If even someone as clueless as Su Yang can be recruited by GGS, surely you are not inferior to him? I rubbed my hands together in anticipation. All right then. It feels good to have someone paving the way. He replied. So it's settled. We'll be going to GGS for onboarding tomorrow. As for what exactly you'll be doing, I'm not certain, but it's of little consequence. He has considerable influence in the Asian division of GGS. Even if she assigns me as a security guard, I could surely manage to rise to the position of head guard, couldn't I? Returning to town, I set forth on my culinary journey at level 9. With a flourish, I arrived in the bustling Sky City and, in a corner of the square, raised my voice to gather green peppers, garlic, and salt, 3 low-level ingredients that are quite inexpensive. Currently, players gathering these items are merely looking to earn a meager living. After a day of gathering, I collected around 40 sets of garlic, selling for less than 50 gold pieces, equivalent to earning less than 50 renminbi daily. Unfortunately, many aspire to earn a living through gaming, yet those who can truly make a profit are fewer than one. Without inherent advantages, one cannot rise to the top of the food chain. This is the law of survival. After purchasing a substantial amount of green peppers, garlic, and salt, I embarked on my cooking adventure. I opened my level 9 cooking skill, combined 20 portions of dragonfish meat, 25 portions of green peppers, 25 portions of garlic, and 25 portions of salt. With all materials in place, I began the synthesis. A radiant glow enveloped my hands, and in the next moment, a purple magical pot appeared in my palm, resembling a miniature sushi, portable and delectable. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have created Dragonfish Pot, X5. Producing 5 at once is quite impressive. As a level 9 chef, a Dragonfish Pot can instantly restore 1,500 points of magic for its user, which is considered quite advanced in the current phase. However, it is evidently still insufficient, as the cooldown for consuming a dish is 60 seconds, which is far from adequate for many mages and priests. Take Murong Mingyue for instance. Her maximum magic capacity is 7,000 points, and a level 10 large healing spell consumes 200 points of magic, while a level 10 restoration spell uses 120 points. The benefits of consuming a pot that restores 1,500 points of magic are negligible, especially during player killing or boss battles. Running out of magic equates to being incapacitated. Thus, for high-tier mage players at this stage, the demand for level 10 culinary creations is exceedingly strong. Now, my opportunity has arrived. With most chefs only at level 7 or 8 in their cooking skills, I must seize this window to earn a substantial profit and simultaneously establish the reputation of my small shop, Air Force One. Continuing to craft. After a full day of gathering dragonfish, I have amassed 300 sets of dragonfish meat in my inventory. My materials are undoubtedly sufficient to reach level 10 cooking. The remaining ingredients can be acquired at a low cost, and this frenzied cooking experience is quite exhilarating. Moreover, each level 9 cooking session consumes 90 points of magic, and with a total of approximately 2,000 points of magic, I can conveniently consume a dragonfish pot once depleted, relishing the anticipation of my level 9 culinary prowess. After a solid half hour, I have produced 334 sets of dragonfish pots, with each set containing 20 portions. According to my predetermined retail price, each dragonfish pot is set at 5 renminbi, making a single set worth 100 renminbi. This accumulation of 334 sets translates to over 30,000 RMB, reinforcing the fact that as long as one stays ahead of the crowd, earning money becomes remarkably easy. The material cost for a single dragonfish pot is astonishingly low. The dragonfish meat was sourced from my own hunting, and the combined cost of green peppers, garlic, and salt amounts to less than 50 silver coins. In truth, the cost of a single dragonfish pot is less than 1 gold coin, yet it is sold for 5 gold coins. This quintuple profit margin is simply staggering. At that moment, a notification chimed. Congratulations, your skill, cooking, has successfully reached level 10, and you have earned the title Culinary Master. Finally, I have reached level 10, and I have acquired the esteemed title of Culinary Master. This title is quite advantageous in the future when I venture out to level up or engage in player killing. This designation will lead others to believe I am a dedicated support class, allowing me to impress and perhaps even attract admirers with my newfound status. Delighted, I stood in the center of the plaza with a collection of level 9 dragonfish pots, calling out loudly, level 9 culinary dragonfish pots. A remarkable item that restores 1,500 points of magic. Selling by the set, 20 portions per set, each for 5 gold coins, a full set for 100 gold coins. Friends in need, come quickly for retail on-site. As soon as the words left my mouth, players from near and far turned their astonished gazes upon me. And several chefs sporting cooking titles expressed their surprise. Wow, that person is a culinary master. How extraordinary. They managed to acquire dragonfish meat. Could there be a formidable ally assisting them in gathering materials? Soon after, a young mage stepped forward, offering 500 gold coins with a smile, saying, "Hey there, could you prepare 5 sets of dragonfish pots for me?" "Thank you." I nodded and completed the transaction, transferring 5 sets of pots. With the deal finalized, I felt a rush of satisfaction as 500 renminbi landed in my hands. A gratifying sense of achievement in earning and spending my own money washed over me once more. For context, a large blue potion costs 5 coins, and I hope no one gets caught up in the details. After all, those who can afford it are typically wealthy. The opulence of the affluent is beyond our imagination. For instance, in a web game Yeji played recently, every click on the brush function cost 10 renminbi. And I witnessed some individuals spend as much as 5,000 renminbi in a single morning. So, let's remain calm and not mistake unfamiliar realities for bugs. Not long after, a level 106 female warrior approached, radiant and enchanting, her bright eyes fixed on me. She drew her sword and greeted, "Hi, chef. I would like to establish a long-term trading relationship with you. Is that all right?" "Sure," I replied with a smile, casting another glance her way. Her ID was Purple Wind Bell, a name that rang a bell. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a guild emblem floating on her shoulder, the unmistakable insignia of ruling. It dawned on me that she was the warrior from the Who Holds the Power offline competition. No wonder she looked so familiar. "You're purchasing cooking supplies on behalf of your guild, aren't you?" I inquired. "Oh, how did you know?" She responded, surprised since she couldn't see my level or ID. I chose not to elaborate and asked, "So, after confirming the trade, how much cooking do you need, and within what time frame?" Purple Wind Bell smiled. "Right now, I need 200 sets of level 9 magical dragonfish pots. What do you think?" "Fair enough. Indeed, that's quite generous. However, there must be some conditions attached," I replied. "Hee. You're quite astute," she said with a slight smile. "It's simple. We wish to pre-order your level 10 dragon meat pots, which add 2,500 magic points. Each dragon meat pot costs 10 gold coins, and we would require 200 sets from you each week. What do you say?" I nodded with a grin. "Sounds good. Let us finalize this agreement." "Hee. May I add you as a friend?" "Sure." I promptly sent a friend request, and to my surprise, Purple Wind Bell's mouth formed an A shape as she gazed at me, murmuring, "Wow, you're the new MVP. Luchin, why are you hiding your name? Just keeping a low profile." I replied with a smile, then shifted the conversation. "Given the significant demand for magical cooking supplies by ruling, it seems you have grand ambitions in Sky City?" "That's Snow's idea. I wouldn't know. I'm merely the messenger." I chuckled. "All right, let us proceed with the trade." "Sounds good." Upon opening the trading panel, I placed 200 sets of dragonfish pots, while the purple wind chime was exchanged for 20,000 gold coins. A mere second later, the transaction was complete, allowing me to profit handsomely once more. In the fierce competition of who will dominate, I secured the runner-up position, earning 500,000 RMB. Subsequently, the MVP garnered a grand total of 2 million renminbi, bringing my total winnings to 2.5 million. My bank account now teetered close to the 10 million mark, which was more than sufficient for purchasing a house and marrying a wife. Yet, the woman I wished to marry was far from ordinary. A mere 10 million would hardly suffice. Thus, I resolved to continue my efforts in accumulating gold coins, for this is my life's pursuit and joy. After selling off 200 sets of dragonfish pots, I retained 100 in my inventory. As I could not sell them further, I had to look after my own. I promptly sent a message to Murong Mingwe. "Sister Mingwe, do you need level 9 cooking? If so, come to the east square of Sky City. Of course I do. Wait for me. Shortly thereafter, the graceful priestess appeared within my line of sight, approaching with her staff in hand, exclaiming, Lu Chun, have you finally found time to elevate your cooking to level 10? Indeed, I have reached level 10 cooking. Tomorrow, I shall begin gathering level 10 ingredients and commence mass production of level 10 dishes. Haha, splendid. I have high hopes for you. With that, I submitted the trade, presenting 100 sets of dragon fish pots to Murong Mingyue, causing her cheeks to flush. Ah, this is far too much. My inventory is almost full with only 80 slots remaining. I replied, there's no helping it. Let us wait until Murong Mingyue has stored some away. After 2 transactions, I finally delivered the goods. Murong Mingyue's face radiated joy as she suddenly leaned forward, wrapping her arms around my neck and planting a gentle kiss on my cheek, saying, Thank you, our handsome chef. I shall continue leveling up now. As I watched her release me, an overwhelming sense of tranquility washed over me. She was just that kind of girl. Her playful demeanor was nothing new to me. I had experienced her lightheartedness countless times in reality. What significance did this hold within the game? Glancing at the time, I noted it was getting late. Level 10 cooking required dragon meat, and it was evident that the flesh of high-tier sacred dragons was unattainable. At my current level, I would be obliterated. Thus, I had no choice but to opt for lower-tier earth dragons as the source for dragon meat pots. These lesser dragons scuttled about like large lizards and would likely be challenging to procure, and I was still uncertain where to find them. Never mind. I shall sleep and address it tomorrow. After tending to my small shop and transferring my level 9 cooking skills to the lovely shop assistant, who began independently acquiring materials, I embraced my role as the blissful hands-off manager. Having completed all tasks, it was midnight, and the names of the girls in the studio dimmed. Well, it's time for me to sleep. Chapter 45. My love for campus recruitment the following dawn. While still entwined with the daughter of the dream realm, my door was nearly blasted open by Murong Mingyue's voice. Lu Chun, did you forget that Eve is taking you to the company today? Get up immediately, or I shall come in and lift your blanket for a photo. Startled, I sat upright, as Murong Mingyue's wake-up calls were always so effective. After completing my morning routine, it was evident that I would not be indulging in any gaming for the day. According to He Yi's arrangement, I would merely be making an appearance at work in the morning, with gaming to commence in the afternoon. In truth, it was merely a matter of wasting 23 hours. A trivial impact, really. Once in the car, He Yi drove his double-seat Lamborghini with remarkable speed to the Gujin base. In the distance, a sharply dressed gentleman awaited us. It was Su Yang. He gradually brought the car to a halt, glancing at Su Yang and then at me. Unable to suppress a chuckle, what a disparity in attitude. Look at Su Yang, impeccably dressed for business, and then look at you, dressed like a ruffian. I smiled in response. Su Yang merely appears to be a salesman. Su Yang, just entering the car, nearly spat in laughter. Among the numerous core players of Gujin Soul Dream, He Yi chose to include both Su Yang and me in the company. And we were acutely aware that in He Yi's eyes, the 4 of us, sun, moon, stars, and dust, were undoubtedly superior to the other players. Hence, Murong Mingyue, Su Yang, and I were to be integrated into GGS, while Lien Xin, due to her circumstances abroad, would have to delay her entry. As he drove, he glanced at Su Yang through the rearview mirror and remarked, Su Yang, what's wrong? Your eyes are as red as a rabbit's. Su Yang grinned sheepishly. I only managed to sleep past 3 in the morning after leveling up, but I haven't grasped the general skill. I scoffed. You haven't even broken into the top 15 of the leaderboard. What gives you the right to claim a general skill? Why didn't you mention this sooner? How was I to know you were in such dire straits? Su Yang let out a frustrated groan, lamenting, most players leveling up today have not grasped the general skill. Yesterday was simply insane. 5 players from Sky City ascended to become generals. Oh, I was slightly taken aback. Eve, Baiming Zi Ho, and Little Pig. Those 4 are the only ones, right? Su Yang added. The beautiful strategist of the War Sky Alliance, October Rain, also ascended to become a divine general. What general skill? I inquired. Mind attack. Every member gains a 5 lifesteal effect in close combat, and with the addition of strategy value, it nearly reaches a 10 lifesteal effect. I couldn't help but shudder. That general skill is indeed formidable. It seems the War Sky Alliance will remain our most formidable adversary. October Rain mastering that skill is like adding wings to a tiger. Su Yang nodded. Indeed. Giguzi mentioned that October Rain possesses greater intelligence than us, and her general skill is sharper, making her quite a challenge. I retorted, while it is true that October Rain's intellect surpasses yours and Giguzi's, please do not include me and Eve in that comparison. Suyang, perhaps I am not mistaken. October Rain's cunning is indeed rare in Sky City. However, he and I are by no means inferior. After all, when Gujian's Soul Dream faced the overwhelmingly powerful Zhu Long, the disparity in strength was vast, rendering any strategy futile. Yet now, we are well-equipped and brimming with confidence. It is the perfect time for strategic conquest. I have faith in my intellect. And he is a remarkably astute woman. The future of the struggle for supremacy among heroes promises to be tumultuous. By the way, which department does Eve intend to assign Su Yang and me to? Currently, there are 2 vacancies, one in human resources and the other in the supervision department. It depends on which you would like to choose. So what will it be? I found it amusing. All right, Su Yang, which one will you choose? Su Yang, with a naive demeanor, replied, you choose first. I'll take the remaining one. After a moment of contemplation, I chuckled. Then I shall opt for the human resources department. It shouldn't be too exhausting, and I can engage in campus recruitment to interact with the students. To conduct campus recruitment for students. He shot me a sidelong glance and laughed lightly. Are you truly resolved to join the human resources department? Indeed, it's settled. I affirmed joyfully. Splendid. He smirked mischievously, adding, the vacancy in the regulatory department is for a department director, while the one in human resources is for a document organizer. I nearly choked with laughter, yet accepted my fate. Very well, an organizer it is, I concede. Rest assured, I shall look out for you, he chuckled softly. Upon arriving at the GGS headquarters, I gazed up at the towering building, soaring into the clouds, a testament to its status as a renowned multinational corporation. He produced 2 files for Su Yang and me, stating that the necessary documentation was prepared, and we simply needed to report to our respective departments. Clutching my file, I inhaled deeply. He was right. One cannot play games for a lifetime. I needed to learn the ways of life and work, for she could not remain alongside a gaming prodigy indefinitely. If I wished to stay by her side, I needed to establish myself at GGS. All right, I have some matters to attend to. I shall meet you for lunch shortly. He waved cheerfully from the elevator entrance before ascending. After a brief search, I discovered the Human Resources Department on the 10th floor, B-Zone, and followed suit. Su Yang retrieved the director's badge from his file, affixing it proudly to his chest. While I felt somewhat inferior in comparison, upon reaching the Human Resources Department, I placed my file on the front desk and addressed the receptionist. I am here for my onboarding. Oh, please hold on. She responded, taking the file to review. After a moment, she smiled and said, I'll pass this to the director, and you will be called in shortly. Please wait a moment. I stood there as men and women passed by, glancing at me curiously. I noticed they were all clad in G2000 work uniforms, while I was dressed in casual Jack Jones attire, which indeed made me feel somewhat out of place. To put it another way, I felt rather inadequate. After approximately 15 minutes of waiting, impatience began to set in. Was this human resources director being overly pretentious? Was it necessary to take so long merely to review a file? Could it be that, due to my newness, they felt the need to assert some authority over me? Just then, the receptionist returned, smiling. All right, you may proceed to the director's office. It's the last one down the left hallway. I nodded and strode confidently into the office. Upon reaching the director's office door, I knocked gently and cautiously pushed the door open. Instantly, I felt a shiver run through me. Could this truly be my superior? A square, imposing desk occupied the center of the office, behind which sat a woman of approximately 35 years. She held a pen in her hand, weighing it thoughtfully as she raised her gaze to meet mine. Her appearance was passably decent, barely maintaining a semblance of charm. Yet her eyes conveyed an unappealing coldness, void of emotion, reminiscent of a woman who had long existed in a state of desolation. It was needless to surmise. Such a visage often harbored a sharp and acerbic disposition. As anticipated, the Human Resources Director spoke, her voice slicing through the air with a sharpness I had envisioned. You must be Lu Chun. I am aware that you have come here through connections. However, I care not for your affiliations or your past credentials. What matters to me is your competence in this role. In our Human Resources Department, there are no other rules, only 2. Dedicate yourself to your work and obey management. Do you comprehend? I nodded affirmatively. Understood, Director. My response was measured, neither obsequious nor arrogant. Despite having the formidable He shielding me, there was no cause for pride. To do so would render me no different than the privileged offspring of wealthy families like Lu Chao or Li Lo. The director nodded, by the way. I am Wang Rong. You may address me as Director Wang. Very well, Director Wang. At that moment, she pressed a button on her phone and called out, Yu Jia. Please come in. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open to reveal a striking young woman clad in a black uniform, adorned with a name tag that read, Human Resources Assistant. Lin Yujia. Wang Rong introduced, Lu Chun. This is Lin Yujia, the assistant in the Human Resources Department, who will also be your direct supervisor. She will arrange your tasks. Yes, Director Wang. As I followed Lin Yujia out of the office, she turned back with a smile. Welcome aboard. You'll be working in the archives. The previous administrative staff member is on maternity leave, which opens this opportunity for you. I smiled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Upon arriving at the archives office, I discovered that in addition to electronic files, there were also physical records, documents pertaining to all personnel at the Suzhou GGS headquarters. My responsibilities would entail managing the receipt, dispatch, and updating of these files, an undeniably tedious and monotonous task. The onboarding process was swiftly completed, and soon I donned my work badge, taking my seat before the computer, feeling somewhat lost. Thankfully, Lin Yujia remained to guide me for nearly an hour, providing clarity as I began to organize the files. However, an urgent report awaited my attention, which was quite daunting. An hour later, I approached the Human Resources Director with the report. After a mere glance, Wang Rong slammed the report onto her desk, her expression darkening. What is this? It's a disarray. Do it again. Though I had never worked in the Human Resources Department before, I could certainly comprehend the report, if even I could decipher it. How could it possibly be so chaotic? Clearly, Wang Rong was merely seeking fault. Suppressing my frustration, I picked up the report and replied, Very well, I will redo it. Another half hour passed before I submitted the revised report, which was significantly more organized. To my surprise, Wang Rong once again slammed the report down upon her desk, glaring at me. This is scarcely different from the previous version. Do you even wish to keep this position? I was taken aback, pointing at the spreadsheet. Boss, the data has been meticulously verified twice. Such minute discrepancies are imperceptible. Oh, do you still have a leg to stand on? The HR director glared at me. Take it back, redo it, consolidate last month's reports, and bring me a new one. I restrained my anger, clenching the report as I turned around and returned to the office. Lin Yujia looked at me with a mix of sympathy and amusement, saying, Lu Chun, don't be upset. Director Wang recently went through a divorce and is in a rather foul mood. It's best not to take her too seriously. She has been with GGS for a long time and has strong connections with both the Shanghai and Beijing branches. You're just a newcomer. I nodded, understanding that under someone else's roof, one must endure. I've experienced the harshness of the world. Enduring a few scornful glances is trivial. By the time I prepared the third report, it was already 11:30. I approached the HR director's office with the new report, submitting it with care and respect, saying, Director Wang, it's ready. Wang Rong took the report, glanced at it, then looked up at me with a sardonic smile. A person devoid of any work capability. I truly wonder who arranged for you to join the HR department. I can responsibly inform you that, given your abilities, you are utterly unfit for this position. I was taken aback. How brazen. That woman was insufferable. Wang Rong clearly looked down on me. I was introduced by someone higher up, but that person surely held no significant power. Otherwise, I wouldn't be relegated to a minor clerical role in HR. Hence, Wang Rong felt emboldened, showing no fear of my connections, which fueled her arrogance. Just then, the office door swung open, and two young women entered, both clad in GGS uniforms and wearing name badges, He and Murong Mingyue. Murong Mingyue stepped forward, glanced at the crumpled report on the desk, and instantly grasped the situation. She turned to the HR director and calmly said, Wang Rong, you are no longer capable of fulfilling the responsibilities of HR director. Effective this afternoon, please hand over your duties to Lin Yujia. You will receive 3 months' salary and may leave. I was taken aback once more. Such a proclamation was astonishing. A quick glance revealed that Murong Mingyue's name badge bore the title of General Manager of GGS Suzhou Branch. Chapter 45. The chalk wasteland. Wang Rong stood there, stunned and silent. It was only upon seeing He that she realized the magnitude of her mistake. Murong Mingyue placed a hand on the desk and said softly, I understand that your personal troubles have caused you considerable distress, which is excusable, but you should not allow your emotions to interfere with your work. Therefore, GGS can no longer extend your contract. I hope you can take some time to regain your composure and return to me once you have sorted yourself out. Wang Rong stood there, bewildered and speechless. The events unfolded too swiftly, far exceeding her expectations. She had never fathomed that my backing would be the general manager of the Suzhou branch, Morong Mingyue. However, another realization struck her, plunging her further into despair. He stepped forward, picked up the report from the table, and casually linked her arm with mine, smiling. All right, don't be upset. Let us go have dinner. And we can continue our efforts this afternoon. I'll help you review the report tonight, and you can finish it tomorrow. I replied, Why did you arrive so late? Were you busy this morning? Indeed, we had 7 partners visiting, so I couldn't get away, she explained. With that, he led me out the door. At that moment, I cast a glance and was pleased to see the personnel director, Wang Rong, looking utterly dejected. Slumped in her chair. She must recognize her prominence in the Suzhou branch is well known. Given the ambiguous demeanor between he and me, I could only imagine how distressed Wang Rong must be feeling. I felt a secret satisfaction. This woman, so adept in the workplace, was finally facing adversity. Oh, I could hardly wait for the new employees to vent their frustrations on her. What a downfall. Upon exiting the company, we dined at the restaurant downstairs. Suyong, with a radiant expression, cheerfully remarked to Morong Mingyue, the people from the regulatory department are quite approachable. This morning's work has truly boosted my confidence. By the way, where's the boss? Morong Mingyue shrugged. She asked with the unfortunate Lu Chun, just behind us. Is Lu Chun really in trouble? Suyong asked. Indeed. Our genius was nearly reduced to a mere subordinate by the personnel director. As I entered, Suyong immediately greeted me with a wide smile. Lu Chun, how is the work going? I replied, do we have to discuss this? I have something to attend to. He and Morong Mingyue laughed heartily at my response. After a while, as we enjoyed our meal, he said, Lu Chun, Mingyue has decided to appoint Lin Yujia as the personnel director. That young lady is quite clever and adept at handling various matters. You shall be promoted to personnel assistant. Learn as much as you can from Lin Yujia and meet more people. It will certainly benefit your future development. I felt a silent sense of relief. I had finally received a promotion. Whether I became wealthy or not was irrelevant. I could not bear to be subjected to the likes of Wang Rong again. It was quite an unpleasant experience. In the afternoon, upon returning to the studio, I found Baiming Shui just putting down her takeout. Poor thing. When everyone is absent, she nearly loses the motivation to eat. Even her meal was a meager 8 yuan box lunch. How pitiful. Brother, what are you doing this afternoon? Baiming Shui inquired. I'm off to slay dragons. Won't that turn you into dragon dung? I nearly choked on her words. I dashed into the room, quickly logged in, and hurried to find a territory that could yield dragon meat. Although I was at level 115 and nearly at a standstill. Even if it took 2 days to level up once, I had to practice diligently. Many others were closing in on me. Once online, I glanced at the general leaderboard. Indeed, there were already 9 distinguished players on the Chinese server, including Liwen Shadow from the Zhulong Guild, who had also ascended to prominence. He had mastered the general skill Fierce, increasing his attack power by 25, essentially a scaled-down version of the War God, only slightly more potent than the 7th tier Encouragement. The strategy of Encouragement is categorized into 17 levels, with a maximum enhancement of 18 to attack power, embodying the aspirations of tacticians. A level 100 tactician can roughly accumulate around 200 strategy points. If one is fortunate enough to acquire a 7th level strategy book, it would approximately elevate the team's attack power by 54, rivaling the prowess of my War God. Of course, with the enhancement of War God strategies, I remain a formidable force in combat. However, aside from augmenting their strategies, tacticians are often deemed ineffective unless they possess exceptional talent, which, to date, has yet to manifest. Upon entering the forum to seek news of the Dragon Clan, I was met with a plethora of search results. Dragon Domain, once the dwelling of the Dragon Clan. It was ravaged during the Divine and Demon War on the Tianzong continent, reducing it to ruins. Black Dragon Abyss, a high-level training ground located on the outskirts of the Sky City, with monsters ranging from level 180 to 200, classified as a death level map. Fiery Dragon Abyss, a high-level dungeon map, not yet accessible. Chalky Wasteland, situated directly north of the Sky City, this desolate expanse was once the habitat of low-tier dragons. After eons, the chalky wasteland has once again become home to low-tier dragons, as some lizards have consumed dragon bones and are gradually evolving into lower-tier draconic beings. This area is fraught with peril and is best avoided by the uninvited. Thus, I resolved to venture forth to the chalky wasteland, where the documentation indicated monster levels between 140 and 170, with a predominance of shadow-level creatures. While I may struggle against the 170-level shadow monsters, dispatching the 140-level ones should pose little challenge, especially considering my semi-divine artifacts are no mere trinkets. With confidence, I embarked on my journey, repairing my stealing heaven sword and other equipment, and preparing potions only to discover my level 8 potions were nearly depleted. It was time to contact my potion supplier. I promptly sent a message to Linnies and E. Yes, what is it? I miss you. Oh, really? Just kidding. Hey, I chuckled and continued, by the way. I'm running low on level 8 potions. Do you have any new stock? I wish to explore the new map. All right, I'll meet you in the city. Perfect. A few minutes later, the teleportation array shimmered, and Fengsa Huansxiang approached briskly, her frost sword in hand, her flowing robes captivatingly graceful. She opened the trade interface and presented me with 20 sets of potions, smiling. These are freshly brewed potions, no charge this time. I glanced at the items, astonished. Life Potion, LV9. Instantly restores 3,500 health points, requiring player level 100. I was taken aback by the enhanced level 9 potions, which restore an impressive 3,500 health points. I exclaimed, wow, level 9 life potion. Sun Qingqing's alchemy skills must be nearing level 10. Indeed, Linnies confirmed. She has reached level 10, but unfortunately, I can't find where the level 10 herbs grow, so for now, we only have level 9 potions. Otherwise, the level 10 potions are even more potent, instantly restoring 5,000 health points, making it nearly impossible to perish. Well then, keep up the good work. I shall also seek level 10 ingredients. Oh, what ingredients? Dragon meat. I shall embark on a quest to slay dragons, to become a valiant dragon slayer. Raising the celestial sword, I declared with fervor. Linnies gazed at me, her beautiful eyes brimming with mockery, as if she beheld not me, but a steaming pile of fresh dragon dung. She quipped, well, I wish you good luck. I'm off. Thank you for the potion. Let us dine together when you're free tonight. I replied, I might be occupied. Let us see how the map turns out. If all goes well, I'll summon you. After 5 o'clock, you should dine without waiting for me. All right, she consented and turned away. As I exited the city, I glanced back to find Linnies still standing there, watching me. I sent a message, what's this? Can't bear to see me go? She replied, I'm perusing the forum. What are you contemplating? Cursing my own sentimentality, I departed, only to notice Linnies waving her fair arm with a smile. Swiftly disappearing around the corner of the city. Embarking on my journey, I summoned the celestial wolf, eager to elevate it to level 115. In the upcoming contest of supremacy, pets were prohibited. However, they were permissible in guild wars and territorial conquests. The prowess of one's pet was a metric of a player's strength, and the celestial wolf must prove formidable. Traversing the sky forest, I received numerous party invitations from players along the roadside. Although my level was obscured, my equipment and pet were evident. Many players around level 100 looked upon me with awe, yet there were also those who cast envious glances, though none dared to act. At that moment, Li Chengfeng suddenly sent me a message. Lu Chen, did you see? A player power ranking has appeared in the leaderboard details. Oh, a power ranking? What does that entail? It means that excluding the factor of level, it ranks players based on their current equipment, skills, pets, and combat proficiency, along with past PK records. This ranking is rather fair, showcasing a player's true strength, and you are currently at the top. Damn, I need to stay low-key. It's hard to be discreet when you're at the pinnacle. I perused the rankings, and indeed, I found myself proudly occupying the foremost position on the strength leaderboard for the Chinese server. 1. Zhiji Chen Xia, Class, Necromancer, Alliance, Ancient Sword Soul Dream 2. Zhuing Wan, Class, Warrior, Alliance, Kindle Dragon 3. Feng Se Huanxiang, Class, Light Ranger, Alliance, Snow Silver Fur 4. Jing Cheng Luo Shun, Class, Mage, Alliance, Purple Lily 5. Li Gu, Class, Assassin, Alliance, Battle Heaven Alliance 6. Chuan Shua Zhong de Yongzhe, Class, Dragon Warrior, Alliance, Ancient Sword Soul Dream 7. Zi Ho, Class, Warrior, Alliance, Snow Silver Fur 8. Xiao Xiao Zhu, class, Cold Wind Swordsman, Alliance, Overlord Palace 9. Wen Yu, class, Assassin, Alliance, Purple Lily 10. Bei Ming Shui, class, Dark Archer, Alliance. Ancient Sword Soul Dream. It is undeniable that this ranking holds more credibility than the CGL Hall of Fame. Within the realm of the Chinese server, these 10 individuals are undoubtedly the most formidable characters, the elite of the active players. Perhaps due to the shifting tides of power, I astonishingly found myself ranked above Zhu Yingwan, claiming the top spot. Fruity Knife is positioned 3rd, while the super mage Jingcheng Luo Shun from Tianfeng City holds the 4th place. The elusive Li Gu surpasses the armored warriors Li Chengfeng, Zi Ho, and Xiao Xiao Zhu, achieving a higher rank, while Wen Yu, as the 2nd assassin, merits a place on the list. Bei Ming Shui stands as the sole archer. A commendable achievement. Unquestionably, the unveiling of the strength leaderboard signifies that the more players a guild has represented in the rankings, the greater the advantage they possess in the competition among top players. Should another contest akin to who dominates arise, the stakes would be even more critical. As I scanned the leaderboard while hastening my journey, an hour and a half slipped by, and I found myself beyond the Dragonbone Mountains. Upon reaching the foot of the mountains, my battle boots touched a desolate expanse of land. Excellent. I had arrived at the chalky wilderness. Chapter 46. The thunderous unicorn dragon. Before me lay a barren landscape, the black earth stretching across the horizon. Amidst the wilderness, towering dragon bones, several meters high, jutted into the air, their pale skeletons reflecting the blinding sunlight. These were the remains of low-tier dragons from the Cretaceous period. One could only imagine the immense size of these ancient creatures. Beneath the skeletal remains, fat maggots wriggled, burrowing into the decaying carcass of a hyena. Suddenly, a scavenging vulture swooped down, pecking up a large, plump maggot, swallowing it with ease before hastily devouring a second. One after another, more vultures descended, swiftly transforming the hyena's putrid body into a bloodied skeleton. The scene was almost too vivid, causing me to swallow hard. Uncertain if I would still be able to enjoy dinner, with the stealing heaven sword in hand, I treaded upon the blackened, decaying ground, startling a few scavenging vultures. Yet I still failed to catch sight of any low-tier dragons. Continuing forward, approximately 5 minutes later, the sounds of intense combat emerged from behind a barren hill ahead. Was it players or NPCs engaged in battle? The words of the player undoubtedly indicate a master, for as I traversed this path, I encountered formidable creatures of the highest level, reaching 155. Ordinary players would scarcely survive this journey. As for the NPCs, a knowing smirk crosses my lips, for it signifies that I am now able to accept quests here. With a resounding thud, my barbaric boots trample over the desolate stones as I swiftly ascend the hills. Surveying the scene from above, there, I behold approximately 20 NPC soldiers enduring the relentless assault of the night spirits. They have constructed a rudimentary wall of stones for defense, with archers launching arrows while warriors, wielding massive shields, staunchly defend the exits against the onslaught of the night spirits. Clang! The sharp fangs of the hellhound pierced through the heavy shield, as the ferocious beast, standing around 150 centimeters tall, desperately twisted its neck, flinging the warrior, shield and all, aside. Instantly, a chorus of anguished howls erupted from a pack of hellhounds, devouring the warrior mercilessly, their cries echoing in the air. A glance reveals that these NPCs are adventurers from the Sky City, proudly displaying the Sky City's emblem upon their shoulders. I cannot stand idly by, they must be rescued. Observing the hellhounds, I note they are level 137 shadow creatures, with a maximum attack power of 1700. However, this poses little threat to me, as my own defenses have become quite formidable. The hellhound's defense of 1650 is negligible. Empowered by the war god, I can easily breach their defenses. Creatures below level 170 can no longer withstand my might. To the wolf pack, we charge, I command, leading the celestial wolf down the hill, launching a surprise attack from the flanks. With a flick of my stealing heaven sword, I unleash 1,000 mirage slash upon the mob of creatures, instantly freezing nearly a third of the 100 hellhounds. Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly maneuver to the entrance of the stone encampment, brandishing my sword to provide cover for the NPCs behind me. Truth be told, these elite level 130 NPCs stand no chance against the hellhounds. The brilliance of the stealing heaven sword surged forth as I executed a war shatter, sending a throng of wounded hellhounds crashing to the ground with anguished cries. Oh. The experience from these level 137 shadow creatures is substantial. My long-dormant experience bar flickered to life. It seems today's leveling will be quite fruitful. The hellhounds roared, their claws slashing against my armor, igniting sparks and revealing damage numbers. 375, 411, 424. Such damage fills me with delight. It is exhilarating. With a base defense of 1920, enhanced by the ghostly armor S35, the Guardian Necklace S30, the Guardian Helmet S20, and the Obsidian Dragon Scale Armor S14. My total defense is increased by 99, nearly doubling my protection to almost 4,000. It is hardly conceivable for these hellhounds to significantly breach my defenses. Had they not been shadow level and 22 levels above me, they would likely inflict mere double-digit damage. With damage numbers like these, my undead rebirth coupled with the stealing Heaven's lifesteal effect suffices to manage the situation without the need for potions. After all, my health cap now exceeds 12,000. With a higher base, the health restored through undead rebirth is substantial. This restorative skill is gradually revealing its true potential. After nearly 10 minutes of relentless combat, I successfully vanquished a horde of hellhounds, earning a commendable 2 experience points. It was gratifying to see my progress. Where there is experience, there is hope. With the celestial wolf at my side, I momentarily retreated to a safer position. At that moment, several NPC archers emerged from the stone encampment, approaching the fallen beasts. They seized arrows embedded in the corpses and yanked them out for recovery. However, a few archers discovered that the arrowheads had gone missing. Alas, we are severely lacking in weaponry, one archer remarked, furrowing his brow. These merciless hellhounds will undoubtedly seek revenge on us. We have angered their kin and have nowhere left to flee. From behind, a knight wielding a heavy sword stepped forward, with the title Captain Boer floating above his head. It appeared he was the leader of this band of adventurers. Captain Boer approached me directly, bowed in gratitude, and said, "Young warrior, thank you for your assistance. Without your timely intervention, we would have surely perished at the jaws of those hellhounds." I nodded and smiled, responding, "It was nothing. By the way, you have ventured beyond the Dragonbone Mountains territory, outside the realm of the Sky City. What brings you to this forsaken place?" With a heavy sigh, Captain Boer replied, "We were originally a scout team from the 4th Legion of the Sky City. During our mission, we inadvertently wandered into this area, a place we would never wish to revisit in our lives." "What place?" I inquired. "The Dragonbone lands, just 10 miles ahead. There, we encountered traces of low-tier dragon kin, specifically a fearsome one-horned earth dragon. Such a terrifying beast. After this encounter, our scout team dwindled from 100 members to just 23, and we lost all of our horses. As we retreated to this location, we were besieged by hellhounds. We are surrounded by these dreadful creatures." Captain Boer's eyes brimmed with despair. "It seems we shall never return to the Sky City. We have lost all hope of going home." I couldn't help but chuckle as I stepped forward, eager to assist. "Fear not, my lord. Since I have come this far, I shall do my utmost to aid you. Tell me, how may I assist? You? Can you truly help us?" The NPC appeared skeptical of my abilities. I pointed to the scattered hellhound carcasses and replied, "Do you truly doubt my capacity to withstand these beast assaults?" Captain Boer seemed relieved, and a glimmer of hope flickered in his despondent eyes as he exclaimed, "Splendid. Indeed, our magical scrolls were lost in the Dragonbone lands. I implore you to retrieve them. Once we have the scrolls, we can activate them to access a teleportation array and escape this dreadful place." "Magical scrolls?" I mused. "Oh, they were lost along with our supplies in the Dragonbone lands, which may harbor more than just one low-tier dragon. You must exercise caution. We cannot endure for much longer. So please return swiftly." "Understood," I declared, brandishing my sword as I made my way out. A countdown appeared on my interface. For 59. 5 hours should suffice for me to retrieve the scrolls. There is no need for haste. My primary quest is to hunt dragon meat, and this task is merely a secondary endeavor. As I opened the vast map, task markers appeared, and the location of the Dragonbone land was revealed just ahead. However, I had to traverse the densely populated territory of the hellhounds, which posed a considerable challenge. Never mind, I would charge straight through, repeatedly dashing to create distance from the monsters. The hellhound's speed was comparable to mine, so evading them was not overly difficult. I sprinted forward, and in the blink of an eye, I was being pursued by a throng of hellhounds. I had no intention of stopping to fight. Instead, I continued my frenzied dash, locking onto the nearest hellhound and initiating a charge, instantly creating a 40-yard gap. I pressed on, and thus unfolded a dramatic scene within the high-level map. A warrior clad in formidable armor was being chased by a pack of massive dogs, yet remained remarkably composed as he continued to sprint. The moment I exited the hellhound territory, I executed a sudden evasive maneuver, shedding all aggro. Indeed, it was a piece of cake. Continuing my journey, I encountered a vast valley, finally free from the oppressive gloom. Instead, vibrant greenery blanketed the ground, and I occasionally spotted wild rabbits, hyenas, and porcupines, indicative of a thriving ecosystem. It was no wonder that dragons could flourish here, with an abundance of food. Survival was certainly not a concern. With a flourish, I summoned the celestial wolf, maintaining its peak combat readiness as I advanced. I sensed that the forthcoming battle would be of considerable intensity. After all, even low-tier dragons were still dragons, and they would not be easily vanquished. The soft crunch of my boots against the sand and stones echoed lightly as I ventured deeper into the valley. Just ahead, a colossal figure emerged from the mist, letting out a deep rumble. To my astonishment, it was indeed a thunder unicorn dragon, a creature of formidable size, weighing an estimated 7 to 8 tons. Its body was covered in dull, lifeless scales, and it lay on the ground like a rhinoceros, a single sharp horn glinting with faint electrical energy atop its head. Thunder Unicorn Dragon, Shadow Level Monster. Level, 150 Attack, 2100 to 2350 Defense, 3100 Health, 250,000 Skills. Ground Smash, Stab, Thunder Strike. Description: once the Thunder Lizard. After consuming the bones of the Unicorn Dragon, these creatures evolved into low-tier dragons. Though not acknowledged by true dragons, they possess the bloodline of giants, and their strength continues to grow, becoming an increasing threat to humanity. I couldn't help but gasp in shock. A level 150 shadow creature, indeed. I had stumbled upon a formidable opponent, standing a full 35 levels above me, and it was a dragon to boot. Charging forth, I had no thoughts of retreat. As I closed within 40 yards of the Thunder Unicorn Dragon, I suddenly launched my charge, determined to secure my level 10 culinary achievement at any cost. Chapter 47. The Mangy Wolf with a Flash. Lightning rained down, and predictably, my thunder charge missed due to the creature's excessively high level, severely diminishing its accuracy. Crack! My stealing sky sword surged forward, shattering the battlefield with another strike of heaven and earth. 2,677, 2,349, 2,472, 3,109. Damn it! Even the heaven and earth strike could only inflict 3,000 points of health. The monster's defense is indeed extraordinarily formidable, living up to its reputation as a formidable earth dragon known for its defensive prowess. Fortunately, despite the odds, I managed to breach its defenses. The stealing heaven sword tore through its scales, inflicting some damage upon the one-horned dragon. At that moment, the thunder one-horned dragon raised its head and let out a deep, resonant roar, its massive forepaw crashing down, the sharp claws scraping against my dragon scale armor. The impact resonated with a clang. 2,784. Such power. This attack is almost otherworldly. The disparity in levels is immense, likely causing an attribute impact of at least 80 or more. My formidable attributes are rendered insignificant against this creature, and it is evident that my overly ambitious desire to challenge a higher-level monster was misguided. Practicing against the level 137 Hellhound would be a far more prudent choice. I continued the assault, casting the Ice Ray of Mercy. Miss. 7,642. Quite impressive. The defensive reduction effect of Mercy is remarkably pronounced, particularly effective against such robust monsters. Just then, the Thunder One-Horned Dragon charged forward suddenly. I swiftly raised my sword to block, only to hear a clang as I was sent sprawling, skidding along the sand for over 10 meters, my health plummeting by nearly 3,000 points. My movement slowed. This was the creature's piercing skill. How powerful! An even greater threat loomed. Before I could regain my footing, the Thunder One-Horned Dragon charged again, its sharp horn crackling with potent lightning, emitting a cacophony of thunderous bursts. In the blink of an eye, the thunderous strike descended upon me. I was caught off guard, a sharp pain coursing through my shoulder, as my health drastically diminished by 7248. Damn! I was left astounded. A mere thunderous strike could drain so much of my health, bringing me perilously close to depletion. Such an attack is formidable indeed. I must not rely solely on my 3 spiritual artifacts to confront this monster head-on. That would be exceedingly unwise. Death Resilience, Heal, 3050. Gulp, 3500. By employing skills and health potions in quick succession, I regained half of my health bar. I must admit, after increasing my health cap, the effectiveness of Death Resilience has sharpened considerably, swiftly restoring 3000 health, comparable to a potion-S effect. Such skills are my ultimate weapon for victory. I swiftly maneuvered on my feet, sliding to the right side of the monster, my sword slashing repeatedly, causing the Thunder One-Horned Dragon to howl in agony. I circled around the creature, searching for its weak points. Soon, I was elated to discover that while the Thunder One-Horned Dragon's defense, attack, and health are incredibly formidable, its greatest flaw lies in its poor turning ability. This so-called turning ability refers to the speed at which it can pivot. Its massive body takes considerable time to turn around. I could exploit this weakness, utilizing my skills to defeat it. Against such a creature, an average player could at least evade 20 of its attacks through maneuvering, while with my abilities, I could evade at least 70 of its output. This way, I would not waste too many health potions. For nearly 2 minutes, I maneuvered with precision, gradually depleting the health of the Thunder Unicorn Dragon by an impressive 50. Unable to suppress my rage, I unleashed a fierce dragon roar. Just as I turned, the Unicorn Dragon resorted to its old tactics, its thunderous horns crackling with electricity, signaling yet another strike was imminent. With a resounding clap, my battle boots kicked up a storm of dust as I abruptly changed direction and speed, executing a nearly flawless Z-shaped maneuver across the creature's forehead, resulting in a resounding miss. Just as the guidance time for the thunderous strike was about to expire, I skillfully evaded the attack lock, rendering that ferocious blow a complete miss. The 15-second delay proved to be a game-changer. I couldn't help but feel ecstatic. I had truly accomplished the feat of dodging the thunderous strike through sheer skill. It dawned on me that such a near-bug-like reaction speed was rare. Even within the Chinese server, few could replicate it. Indeed, the adage desperate times call for desperate measures proved to be an undeniable truth. A boss that could not be defeated through brute force could be vanquished with a modicum of strategic thinking. In less than 5 minutes, the Thunder Unicorn Dragon's health was entirely depleted, and with a mournful wail, its massive form collapsed, sending dust swirling into the air. To my delight, it dropped a gleaming helmet that rolled to my feet. Upon inspection, it was an armor helmet, dull unicorn helm, Xiantai equipment, defense, 278 magic defense, 185 strength, 40 additional, increases the user's attack power by 2 required level, 125. A Xiantai item, it was clearly intended for sale in shops, with a prohibitively high level requirement of 125. At this stage, most high-end players hovered around levels 100 to 110, rendering it unusable for anyone. I tossed the helmet into my inventory, disregarding it for the moment, and approached the monster's carcass to utilize my auxiliary skill, hunting. This skill allowed me to extract flesh from the corpse, distinct from Death Grasp, which was merely for harvesting meat. After nearly 30 seconds of digging, just as despair began to set in, I suddenly heard a chime. System notification. Congratulations, you have harvested low-grade dragon meat. X117. Astonished, I found myself in disbelief. 117 pieces of dragon meat in one go. What astounding efficiency. The 5 minutes spent slaying the beast had not been in vain. Furthermore, upon completion of my hunting, the dragon's remains transformed into a magnificent skeleton, its flesh entirely excavated. Next, I executed Death Grasp. With a flourish, 3 scales appeared in my hands, remarkably high-grade crafting materials, perfect for forging armor and shields. In the ancient Sword Soul Dream Guild, Bag Mama's crafting skills are quite reliable. With a higher level of expertise, she should be able to forge armor. Regardless, I decided to collect the Unicorn Dragon scales and later hand them over to Bag Mama to craft dozens of sharp armors, enhancing the equipment standards for our guild's elite players. Continuing onward, I ventured for another 3 minutes, and amidst the wilderness fog, another colossal dragon materialized, a Thunder Unicorn Dragon once more. Excellent, let the slaughter continue. 1 dragon yields 100 pieces of dragon meat. This was beyond my wildest imagination. It seems that mass production of level 10 cooking dragon meat pots is no longer a mere dream. While slaying the Earth Dragon, I glanced at the guild chat. Suyong, I wonder how the mounts for the magic knights in our guild are coming along. Gue Guzi, it's quite challenging. The number of tameable creatures is exceedingly scarce, and only rare types have any chance of being tamed. The probability is less than 1%. Last night, I encountered a rare skeleton horse and attempted to tame it 10 times without success. Eventually, the skeleton horse went berserk and leveled up, and I had to put it down with a single strike. Suyong, when will we warriors be able to ride mounts? I saw our guild leader riding the Snow Domain Wind Chaser yesterday. It was stunning, and I felt an overwhelming mix of envy and admiration. He chuckled. Don't fret. After reaching level 150 and undergoing the 6th transition, warriors can learn to tame and acquire a slot for a mount. Yu Yun Shiba Chi. I actually obtained my first mount this morning. Luan Yu excitedly asked, what kind of mount? Show it off. Yu Yun Shiba Chi. I'll share my screen, but you mustn't laugh. Luan Yu Alright, whoever laughs is a little dog. In the next moment, Yu Yun Shiba Chi shared his gameplay screen in the guild channel. Upon viewing it, I couldn't help but chuckle. This stalwart man, armed with a long sword and donned in elite battle armor, was riding a scruffy, hairless dog. As the dog galloped, its tongue flopped out as if it were on the verge of collapse. Yu Yun Shiba Chi, with his long legs, was already on the ground, gripping the dog's fur, racing across the verdant fields. Luan Yu laughed heartily, likely shedding tears from her amusement. Yu Yun Shiba Chi, incensed. Come on. We agreed not to laugh. Wu Guanfeng Yu 18, where did you catch that dog? It's a hairless wild wolf. A member of the wolf clan from the wilderness. Yu Yun Shiba Chi, blushing, defended his beloved mount. Luan Yu nodded. Clearly, it's a Chinese rural dog. Wu Guanfeng Yu brother 18. I heard you had a spirited encounter in the offline competition of who holds the power? Yu Yun Shiba Chi. As a result, amidst the boisterous laughter of 2 female players, several men retreated in defeat. However, this made me realize that while the mount system has been activated, the actual number of players who possess mounts remains remarkably low. Reflecting on it now, HE's acquisition of the Snow Domain Wind Chaser, a purple gold level boss reward during the Skull Castle battle, was indeed a stroke of fortune, a rare treasure that cannot be sought after. Based on the attributes of the hairless wild wolf shared by Yu Yun Shiba Chi, its strength and stamina attributes even fell short of the 20+ of the Snow Domain Wind Chaser, which underscores the excellence of purple gold mounts. This is indeed a positive trend, as he has seemingly become the foremost knight in our guild. For now, as a low-tier infantryman, I shall not dwell on such matters. My immediate goal is to reach level 120 and complete the 5th transition, then strive for level 150 in the 6th transition. I aim to secure a pet space as soon as possible. Otherwise, in the impending guild wars and national battles, lacking a mount would put me at a significant disadvantage. After all, as a man, what is gaming for if one cannot charge into battle on horseback, sword drawn? The battle raged on until past 6 in the evening, causing me to miss the dinner appointment with Linison. She went ahead alone while I continued to hunt the earth dragons, gradually advancing with the singular goal of locating the magical scroll to complete my quest. A life filled with purpose and aspiration is undeniably fulfilling. As I pushed through the mist, a caravan finally emerged in the distance, revealing that Captain Bude and his team had found their lost belongings. Beside the wagon, 2 thunderhorn dragons loitered, seemingly guarding the supplies. How shameless, I thought. These items cannot be consumed, so what is the point of their guardianship? Taking a deep breath, I contemplated the peril of challenging both thunderhorn dragons simultaneously. The likelihood of defeat was significant, as with multiple foes, it becomes increasingly difficult to maneuver. If both dragons unleashed a thunderous strike, even my 3,000 defense points would be rendered futile. After much deliberation, I resolved that my sole intention was to retrieve the magical scroll. There was no need to risk my life against these 2 formidable foes. I decided to burrow underground, employing my stealth skills to seize the scroll and make my escape. A true hero stands tall in the face of adversity, knowing when to retreat without resorting to brute force. With this conviction, I grasped my stealth sword and moved forth. I immersed myself into the earth, progressing at a sluggish pace of 10. I must admit, the speed of this burrowing ability was disappointingly slow. If it could exceed 50, it would rival that of true stealth. This skill had remained unused for far too long due to its minimal utility. As I cautiously approached the supply wagon, I sifted through the contents, which consisted of various weapons and rations. After a thorough search, I finally uncovered a golden scroll nestled at the bottom of a crate. The system confirmed that my quest was complete, and I had obtained the teleportation scroll. However, at that moment, both Thunderhorn dragons detected my presence and roared in unison, launching a thunderous strike. In a flash, I reacted, assuming a defensive stance. The impact of their strikes sent me tumbling backward into the grass. Without a moment's hesitation, I sprang to my feet and fled. It was utterly irrational to confront two powerful level 150 shadow monsters alone. I summoned the celestial wolf to draw the dragon's ire, seizing the opportunity to escape. From a distance, once the threat dissipated, I returned the celestial wolf to my pet space. The two dragons, now devoid of a target, resumed their aimless patrol. Wiping the cold sweat from my brow, I realized how fortunate I was. My defense had succeeded, yet I still lost 4,000 health points. Had I been struck directly, I would have lost at least 15,000 health points, an instant death sentence. Gazing upon the golden scroll nestled within the package, I realized that my task was complete, allowing me to proceed with the submission. This was a task of S rank, albeit of the lower tier, and I must admit, the challenge was quite formidable. It is fortunate that it was I who undertook this endeavor. Had it been another navigating this treacherous map, they would likely have been swiftly vanquished by the thunderstorm unicorn. After all, my defense of 3,000 was penetrated, losing 7,000 health in a single strike. If it were someone like the spirited warriors with a defense barely surpassing 2,000, they would have undoubtedly suffered a loss exceeding 14,000 health in an instant. Such a fate would be hardly surprising. With a sense of satisfaction, I counted the dragon meat in my pack, an impressive total of 124 sets. I planned to enjoy a hearty dinner before resuming my hunt, determined to return to the city before midnight, as the first LV-10 dragon meat stew in the Sky City, and indeed, the entirety of the Chinese region, was on the verge of completion. As I traversed the Hellhound Woods, I arrived at the edge of the hills, only to discover that the adventurers' camp in the distance was once again under siege by a horde of hellhounds. Drawing my sword, I swiftly dispatched the beasts with ease. I then approached Captain Bud, retrieving the teleportation scroll and announcing, "My lord, I have brought back the scroll you misplaced." My heavens!" Captain Bud exclaimed, his face alight with astonishment as he grasped the scroll. "Young warrior, your audacity astounds me. I never imagined you could reclaim the scroll from those savage lizards. Come. This is a reward for your bravery. The royal family of Sky City will be grateful for your contribution." Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have completed the S-rank lower tier task. Retrieve the teleportation scroll, earning 1.8 million experience points, 40,000 gold coins, 4,000 reputation points, and a task reward, Knight's Lava Leggings. Oh, a reward of equipment? In my excitement, I hastily opened my pack, and in the center lay a pair of dark crimson armored leggings, glowing with an ethereal light, clearly not an ordinary item. Upon examining the equipment data, I was further astonished by its formidable attributes. Knight's Lava Leggings, exquisite golden item, defense, 405 magic defense, 320 strength, 99 stamina, 105 bonus, increases user S defense by 20 bonus, enhances user S evasion by 120 exceptional trait, increases health cap by 2,000 required level, 110 required class. Magic Knight. I stared in disbelief, unable to fathom the magnitude of what lay before me. An S-rank lower tier task had rewarded me with an exquisite golden item, a rarity indeed. Such equipment is typically acquired only from bosses. The quality of this task reward transcended the realm of mere luck. After much contemplation, I concluded that the sole explanation was my extraordinary luck rating. With 22 points of luck, I stood unparalleled, as evidenced by the favor I garnered from NPCs. Indeed, luck is a rare and precious asset. Clutching these exceptional leggings, I pondered whom to bestow them upon. He or Gue Guzi. In summary, I find myself unable to utilize this equipment. It is solely suited for players of the Magic Knight class. After much contemplation, I decided to pass it on to Giguzi. He already possesses commendable gear and has acquired a high-tier mount. Thus, it is imperative that he bolsters his equipment advantage. I shall hold on to it for now and discuss it further upon returning to town. Glancing at my experience bar, I noted that a single quest granted approximately 7 experience points. There is still a considerable journey ahead. Leveling up to 116 today is beyond reach. After reaching level 115, advancing further feels more arduous than childbirth, which is indeed frustrating. Returning to the Dragonbone realm, I continued to slay the earth dragons, leveling up while gathering dragon meat, and even collecting some dragon scales for crafting armor from linen sacks, an endeavor yielding multiple benefits that I found quite exhilarating. After logging off briefly to enjoy a boxed meal from Baiming Shui, I resumed my vigorous training and continued my slaughter until nearly 10 p.m. Having ventured deep into the Dragonbone territory, with the Stealing Heaven sword in hand, I inspected my inventory, which held nearly 300 stacks of dragon meat. In fact, I could prepare an array of dishes. Perhaps it was time to return to town and embrace my culinary pursuits. As I prepared to crush a scroll of return, a sudden, clear dragon roar echoed from afar. Instantly, I felt a surge of adrenaline. This sound differed from the usual thunderous cries of the lightning unicorn dragon. Could it be a boss? Surely it must be. After lingering here for so long without encountering one, I had finally stumbled upon it. However, this boss was at least level 155, a spiritual grade entity. What was I thinking? Was I merely courting death? With this thought, I hesitated momentarily. After some reflection, I resolved to proceed, seeking any opportunity to exploit a bug to defeat the boss. If that failed, I could resort to maneuvering and kite tactics. The boss is destined to perish, while I am alive. There are countless methods to vanquish a boss. It's merely a matter of whether one has the courage to act. With the Stealing Heaven sword in hand, I cautiously advanced, parting the underbrush. Suddenly, the sight before me rendered me momentarily speechless. In a clearing amidst the trees stood a majestic black earth dragon, resplendent in ebony armor, its scales sharp as blades. Its dark eyes surveyed the surroundings, exuding an aura of dominance. Yet, this did not appear to be a boss, as the black earth dragon lacked the menacing energy typical of such entities. Upon closer inspection, its attributes materialized before me, leaving me utterly astonished. Ironclad sword-backed dragon, rare creature, level 150 attack, defense, health. Traits, tameable, tamer level 110 description, a fearsome powerhouse thriving in the depths of the jungle. The ironclad swordback dragon possesses formidable defenses and has endured even the great cataclysm. Moreover, its resilience makes it an excellent mount. In ancient times, many heroic knights rode upon ironclad swordback dragons. I rubbed my eyes in disbelief, reconfirming that this dragon was indeed tameable and required a tamer level of 110. Without a moment's hesitation, I opened my friends list and messaged Giguzi. Little ghost, come to the Sky City map, 90867-117673, quickly. Boss, I'm currently tanking and farming monsters. Cut the chatter and get over here immediately. Alright, I'll be there in an hour and a half. Very well. And indeed, one would think of farming monsters. Yet even the most formidable boss pales in comparison to such a steed. Although it is merely a low-tier earth dragon, it is still a member of the dragon lineage. If Giguzi could tame this earth dragon, he would at least be a dragon knight, albeit a lowly one. I checked my friend S attributes. Splendid. Giguzi had just reached level 110 10 minutes prior. This fellow is quite diligent in his leveling. His speed of advancement is remarkable. The distance to Sky City is considerable. And even with Giguzi's speed, his arrival cannot be hastened. I shall wait patiently. I reclined upon a nearby log, sword in hand, and settled in to guard this rare earth dragon. Anyone who dares to approach shall meet their demise at my hands. From the moment I first laid eyes upon the ironclad swordback dragon, its visage has been inscribed with the essence of the ancient sword spirit. Even in the event of a failed taming, it must perish by my blade. No one else shall have the chance to lay claim. Lying upon the log, the dense foliage provided me with an excellent cover. Ordinary players would be unable to detect my presence, while I could observe every subtle change around me. Thus, I reclined there, perusing forum materials, stealing glances at the ironclad sword-backed dragon's condition, while also inviting Giguzi to join my party. This fellow was still far away on the opposite side of the Dragonbone Mountains. He had quite a way to go. Before long, over an hour had passed, and Giguzi had traversed the Dragonbone Mountains, panting and entangled with the creatures along the way, his plight quite miserable. However, with his defense and health, he should have no trouble surviving to this point, especially since I had already dispatched most of the earth dragons in the area, leaving only the lesser threats behind. Anyone who cannot reach this place has no right to claim the title of Death Knight. At this critical moment, the leaves nearby began to rustle, and soon after, 9 players came into view. They were also from Sky City, their guild insignia prominently displayed. It was none other than members of the Extermination Guild. What an unfortunate coincidence to encounter adversaries here. Dominating the front was the renowned rider, holding a sharp blade, declaring, "We can't see the attributes of this dragon. Who knows if it can be tamed? If not, it shall be rendered useless. After 10 failed attempts, it will degrade from a rare creature to a shadow-level monster." From behind, the sword-wielding Tian Dao remarked with a grin, "What is there to fear? Just tame it." Chapter 49. The struggle for rare monsters. What a grave situation. Without a moment's hesitation, I leaped down from the tree, stumbling into the grass with a thud, my heavenly cloak fluttering behind me as I charged forward, brandishing the stealing sky sword. The 9 members of Extermination were all core experts of their guild, led by Tian Dao, evidently here to slay high-level monsters. Likely the 137-level Shadow Hellhounds. If they were to face a unicorn dragon, their tank would hardly withstand the assault. Tian Dao's defense could not exceed 2,000, and he would be doomed to fall. A few of them noticed my presence and abruptly turned around. The icy gaze of Duzhu arrows hardened. "Zhiji Qinsha? What on earth is he doing here?" I stepped forward, my gaze sweeping across the scene. Before me stood the formidable Tian Dao, alongside the 5 elite members of the Dominance Guild, the Dominance Knight, Dominance Archer, Dominance Mage, and Dominance Warlord, complemented by 2 priests and 2 mages. Their offensive prowess and healing capabilities undeniably formidable, which explained their ability to survive in this realm. Pointing to the iron-armored swordback dragon, I spoke in a low tone. I was the first to discover this rare creature, having guarded it for over an hour. I hope that the friends from the Annihilation Guild will seek out another mount to avoid unnecessary conflict. With the arrival of Guguzi imminent, I wished to avoid any mishaps. Although I was unafraid of facing 9 adversaries alone, I lacked the certainty of victory. The possibility of being consecutively stunned by their shock arrow was a considerable risk. The Dominance Warlord's eyes gleamed with resentment as he raised his sword, exclaiming furiously, "Why should it be your claim? Just because you arrived first. Does that grant you precedence? Does the forehead of this iron-armored swordback dragon bear your name, signifying your triumph?" With a sudden motion, I drove my Tian sword into the rocky ground, standing resolutely before the iron-armored swordback dragon. Calmly, I stated, "Who arrived first is known to you all. I wish not to elaborate further. I shall remain here. If you wish to tame the swordback dragon, you must step over my lifeless body. Of course, I hope you will reconsider." The Dominance Warlord, seething with anger, retorted, "You are being overly aggressive, Lu Chun. Surely, you do not regard us with such disdain." My gaze remained icy as I regarded him in silence. Tian Dao interjected sharply, "Warlord, cease your words. We shall withdraw. Since Lu Chun discovered the swordback dragon first, we shall seek another. This is not a boss. It cannot be the sole one available." But the Dominance Warlord attempted to protest. Yet upon receiving a sharp look from Tian Dao, he was compelled to turn and vanish quietly into the depths of the forest. I exhaled in relief and opened the large map, only to discover that the blue dots had not retreated far. They lingered in the nearby thicket, undeterred. To my dismay, these individuals had not given up. Were they perhaps awaiting reinforcements? A sense of foreboding washed over me. Alone, I faced the elite players of Annihilation, evidently organized for a leveling expedition. If they were not merely 9 in number, I would be hard-pressed to withstand them. After reaching level 100 and undergoing their 4th class transition, players had access to formidable skills. The Archer's shock arrow could stun. The Knight's charge skill doubled in accuracy, and the Mage's ice arrow technique increased its slowing effect. Each was a powerful threat. In the team channel, I whispered, "Little Ghost, accelerate your pace and avoid any entanglements with monsters." "What's wrong, boss? Members of Annihilation are here. The Dominance Knight appears intent on taming this Earth Dragon. I can hold them off for now, but more will surely arrive shortly." "Understood. I'll arrive in 10 minutes. All right, be cautious and prepare for battle." "Okay." Just as I switched off the communicator, Tian Dao and his companions reappeared. As I had anticipated, a swarm of blue dots populated the map within 100 yards. At least 30 Annihilation players, all 4th transition players. This was a dire predicament. "Have you finally made your decision?" Gazing at the Dominator blade, I smiled serenely. At this moment, maintaining composure was imperative, for losing my footing would lead to a swift defeat. The Dominator blade, wielding its sharp edge, grinned widely. After deliberation, we decided to reclaim the dragon-back sword. The majority must prevail, and it seems that the God-Slayer indeed requires this mount more. Oh, is that so? I replied with a faint smile. Amidst the forest, a cacophony of fallen leaves revealed several scattered footprints, indicating the presence of enemy assassins. I could not perceive their approach until they were within 5 yards, relying solely on my surroundings for judgment. However, I must not allow them to close in. Once they are near, their ambush and strike skills could stun me. Despite my superior equipment, the likelihood of being stunned exceeds 10%, which would be perilous indeed. Suddenly, I shifted my stance. With the enhancement of the War God strategy, I swiftly raised the Stealing Heaven sword, aligning my angle, and unleashed a mighty thousand-eye slash. Boom! The sword energy shot forth, and ice shards danced wildly as the figures of 4 assassins were torn asunder, simultaneously breaking their stealth and eliminating them. Given my current attack power, I estimated that no more than 10 assassins across the entire server could withstand my full-force strike. Furious at the sight, the Dominator blade charged forward, brandishing his weapon, and bellowed, "All together now. Do not give him a moment's respite. Kill him." With a swift motion, he activated his charge skill. I deftly maneuvered, retreating rapidly, evading the Dominator blade's assault, while simultaneously raising my sword to block the fierce strike of the unrivaled warlord. I turned and delivered a thunderous kick against the unrivaled knight's shield. Though I wielded no weapon, the force of my strike compelled the unrivaled knight to stagger back. Illustrating a stark reality, even unarmed, my strength surpassed that of my adversary. As the opposing warriors closed in, the air crackled with tension. Leading the charge, the unrivaled archer and his band of archers unleashed a volley of tremor arrows. This was a truly lethal assault. With a sudden crouch, I evaded the Dominator blade's edge while seizing his chainmail, delivering a knee strike to his chest. The Dominator blade was no novice, unable to reach me with his sword. He raised his arm and struck down heavily with an elbow to my shoulder guard. It was painful, yet I laughed despite the pain. Using the Dominator blade's body as cover to successfully evade the tremor arrows from the unrivaled archer and his companions. When the Dominator blade realized my intentions, his frustration boiled, and with a swift horizontal swing, his fiery sword erupted, crashing down upon my armor, causing me to stagger backward. 2,894. Quite impressive. The Dominator blade's attack power remains formidable. As the leader of the God-Slayer Guild, his equipment is indeed formidable. Simultaneously, a deluge of frost descended upon me. I maneuvered swiftly. Although I managed to evade over 50% of the spells, I was still struck by a barrage of magic. And a series of damage numbers erupted above my head. 164, 498, 183, 1072. Gazing upon the numbers depicting damage inflicted, I could not suppress a chuckle. Aside from the ferocious onslaught of the Dominator God of War, the remaining mages struggled to significantly breach my magical defenses. After all, I boasted an exceptional set of gear, including 3 extraordinary spiritual artifacts, particularly the God-subduing necklace, which endowed me with a remarkable 50 frost magic resistance. What could I possibly fear from your frost dragon's roar? As I planted my feet firmly on the ground, I unleashed the devastating war shatter, causing the Dominator blade to retreat in terror. However, the 4 unfortunate god-slaying warriors fell to the ground in unison, their health hovering between 6000 and 8000, utterly incapable of withstanding the triple kill effect of war shatter. Yet, my own health was dwindling too rapidly, plunging below 50 in the blink of an eye, as the opposing archers and mages overwhelmed me with their sheer numbers. Dozens of ranged attackers simultaneously unleashed Frost Dragon's roar, rendering any defense futile. The blade of the Stealing Heaven sword gleamed brightly as it suddenly pierced the chest of the Dominator God of War. I summoned my strength once more, unleashing a frost effect that manifested as 2 damage numbers, 4102 and 5087. With a muffled groan, the Dominator God of War collapsed. His health and defense were commendable, yet they remained insufficient to withstand my relentless assault. After forcing the Dominator blade back, I soared through the air, locking onto a distant wild deer monster, and swiftly activated Thunder Charge. In an instant, I created distance, hastily retreating underground. A series of blood-red beams sank into the earth, causing the members of the God-slaying guild to lose their target. This infuriated the Dominator blade, who brandished his sword and shouted, "Mages, cover this area with ice rain. We must flush out the one who has sunk our ships." In an instant, a dozen mages began to chant their spells, and moments later, icy rain fell from the sky. Though the spell's attack power was modest, its coverage was extensive. My underground movement speed was only 10, which was rather awkward. I would undoubtedly be swept away within 3 minutes. Refusing to sit idly by, I pressed forward instead of retreating. 70 seconds later, my health was fully restored under the effect of undead rebirth. I suddenly erupted from the ground, executing the 1,000 ice slash, which shattered the magical shields of 5 or 6 mages. The stealing heaven sword flashed like lightning, tracing beautiful arcs across the necks of 3 mages. With a series of swift strikes, I eliminated 3 enemies in quick succession. Like a voracious wolf, I pounced from the edge of the jungle, systematically dispatching the opposing archers, plunging the battlefield into chaos. I did not engage the enemy's main force directly. Instead, I maneuvered with the stealing heaven sword at the periphery, seeking opportunities for ambush. One by one, the opposing mages fell, utterly incapable of mounting a defense. As my warrior's blessing granted me an impressive 87 attack power, 2 strikes were often sufficient to shatter their shields and slay the mages. The Dominator Blade appeared increasingly beleaguered. In the realm of outdoor PvP, positioning and seizing the right moment became paramount. Despite the experience of the main force from the Godslaying Guild, they still fell significantly short of elite players. My relentless tactics distorted their formation, stripping them of their intimidation factor. With my formidable defenses and health, I was nearly impervious to their assaults unless they coordinated a lethal strike. Although the Dominator Blade and the Dominator God of War possessed considerable attack power, they lacked the opportunity to converge upon me together. The Dominator Mage, brandishing his staff, sprinted forth, commanding loudly, "Archers, unleash your shock arrows." I refuse to believe he can evade them all. "Sorcerers, prepare your fire burst spells." With the 50 ice resistance from Lu Chen's God-subduing necklace, our fire magic will be even more effective. At that moment, I felt a jolt coursing through my body. Damn it! The Dominator Archer had struck true, and unexpectedly. A shock arrow had left me dazed. The Dominator Mage raised his staff high, unleashing a fearsome dragoness roar, a high-tier magical skill with terrifying attack power. Crack! Crack! 2 brilliant melee attacks erupted beside the Dominator Mage, and immediately after, a glimmering spear pierced through his chest. 5,783. What? The Dominator Mage looked down at the spear embedded in his chest, slowly collapsing. Behind him stood Giguzi, clad in formidable battle armor and wielding a long spear, coldly remarking, "It's quite disgraceful to have so many attacking one." Chapter 50. Giguzi's display of power. The arrival of Giguzi sent shockwaves through the ranks of the destroyers. An assassin, dagger in hand, wore a pallid expression and muttered, "Damn it, we couldn't handle one, and now we have an undead knight. Giguzi, how are we supposed to fight? Boss, let us retreat." Tian Dao was already contemplating retreat, yet still felt reluctant, brandishing his blade and declaring, "Follow me to hold off Giguzi and Lu Chun for just 30 seconds. Steed God, you need not concern yourself. Go tame the Ironback Sword Dragon. Damn it, even if we, the destroyers, cannot claim it, it shall not fall to the likes of ancient Sword Soul Dream." I, with a chilling gaze, replied, "You little rascal, go seize the mount while I handle everyone else." Understood. Giguzi and I passed each other. He surged towards the Ironback Sword Dragon while I charged towards the Dominator Steed God. If I could eliminate this foe, the destroyers would have no knights or rangers left, solidifying Giguzi's monopoly over the Earthwalker Dragon. "Steed God, be cautious," Tian Dao warned, darting towards me in a zigzag manner, suddenly cutting in front of me with his long sword ablaze. Clang! I did not defend myself, allowing his sword to strike my chest, while I swiftly thrust the stealing heaven sword into his torso, executing the skill, Universe S Toss. With a resounding explosion, Tian Dao staggered back, bloodied and weakened. But the priest behind him quickly restored his health. My attempt to eliminate him instantly was now unlikely. However, my objective had been achieved. The 2 individuals who posed a significant threat to me, the Dominator Mage, had been dispatched by Giguzi, and Tian Dao was pushed back. Now, nothing could prevent me from slaying the Dominator Steed God. Seeing he could not catch up, Tian Dao shouted, "All priests, pay attention. All healing spells, focus on the Steed God." 2 more archers, Go and stun Giguzi with shock arrows. We must not let them succeed. All pets, attack Giguzi. In an instant, a swarm of wasps, mantises, purple butterflies, and greedy wolves surged towards Giguzi. However, given Giguzi's formidable defense, I held no doubts about his ability to withstand the onslaught. Rushing directly towards the Dominator Knight, the stealing heaven sword gleamed with a terrifying brilliance, leaving my intentions painfully evident. The Dominator Knight's face darkened. Back in the days of Icebound City, he was utterly no match for me. Now, armed with 3 exceptional spiritual weapons and clad in top-tier equipment, I have ascended far beyond his capabilities. With a swift retreat, I raised my shield and began to employ the knightly profession Sacred Shield skill, significantly enhancing my defense and magical defense, though its purely physical defense was inferior to that of defensive skills. The Stealing Heaven sword suddenly shifted tactics, unleashing the Shattering Strike skill. 7042. The 10th level Shattering Strike truly made the Dominator Knight tremble, closely followed by the granting of a consecutive attack with the Forgiveness skill. Miss. 8072. With a wretched cry, the Dominator Knight collapsed to the ground, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at me. Clearly, their plan to seize the rare mount had been completely thwarted. The Overlord Blade was equally infuriated, never anticipating that despite their numbers, they could not contend with me and Giguzi. Turning around, I noticed Giguzi casting a magical array, attempting to tame the ironclad swordback dragon. However, he had failed 4 times in a row, not least due to being attacked simultaneously. Suddenly, a hexagram magic circle appeared beneath the ironclad swordback dragon, which raised its head and let out a wretched howl, desperately struggling against Giguzi's taming spell. Yet, Giguzi, a level 110 magic knight, possessed superior attributes, making it exceedingly difficult for the dragon to escape his grasp. Furthermore, the swordback dragon was merely a rare creature, not a rare boss-type monster, thus not particularly challenging to tame. On the 7th attempt, Giguzi's health had dwindled to around 25. At that moment, a faint sound echoed, and the ironclad swordback dragon vanished, transforming into a dark, ethereal light that soared into Giguzi's pet space. Success! I was overjoyed, positioning my sword protectively behind Giguzi, deflecting a barrage of arrows and unleashing the Thousand Eyes slash to obliterate countless mantises and wasps. I laughed heartily. Little ghost, seize the opportunity to retreat to the city. Continuing to tangle with them serves no purpose. Giguzi smiled slightly. Why should we diminish our own spirit to elevate theirs, big brother? Just watch. With that, he produced a large health potion and downed it, restoring a significant portion of his health. He then raised his hand, and the magical array reappeared. In the next instant, a massive ironclad swordback dragon manifested, and Giguzi mounted it, instantly lengthening his health bar, a clear indication of the mount's effect. Children of the Godslayer, I am coming. Giguzi charged forth at an angle, brandishing his spear, which released a piercing beam that struck through the 3 opposing archers. 7,834, 6,728, 5,902. Astonishingly, he could eliminate 3 foes in one blow. I stood in stunned amazement. I had previously learned that while mounted, a player's single target skills transformed into area attacks, capable of affecting up to 35 targets, should they be closely clustered, making the slaughter all the more exhilarating. Additionally, the efficacy of area skills would be significantly enhanced, at least in terms of range. Little ghost, do not let yourself be slain, he warned, having just dispatched a warrior with a single strike. Giguzi chuckled heartily. Fear not, my leader. My health has now surpassed 20,000, and my defense exceeds 4,000. These mere mortals are hardly worthy of bringing me down. As he spoke, Giguzi demonstrated his prowess, brandishing his spear as he charged forth. Mounted on the iron-armored swordback dragon, he moved as if through uncharted territory. Goodness, he appeared far more gallant than I, a lowly infantryman. The blade of dominance could not contend with Giguzi. Both of its charges missed their mark, while the arrows from the opposing archers were little more than a jest, clattering harmlessly off his shield and inflicting less than 100 points of damage. Even the mage's spells were disregarded by Giguzi. What a remarkable transformation had occurred, thanks to the attributes bestowed by the iron-armored swordback dragon, enabling him to defy the attacks of the elite members of the Destruction God Guild as he charged relentlessly. The dragon's sharp claws struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble, while the luminous arcs of his spear danced among the throngs, rendering the battlefield a realm of his own. In the next instant, the Destruction God Guild was in retreat. The Blade of Dominance, wielding his weapon, seethed with jealousy and rage, perhaps contemplating how much stronger he would be if he possessed such a mount. Alas, the victors and the vanquished are determined in battle for rare steeds, and they must now taste the bitter fruit of defeat. Brothers, retreat. We shall reclaim our honor another day. The Blade of Dominance, humiliated, withdrew with a handful of battered comrades from the thicket. Their staggering defeat stemmed from a more direct cause. Guzi was benefiting from my war god strategy skill enhancement. With an attack power of 87, a force that these individuals could scarcely withstand. Guzi inquired through the team channel, "Boss, what should we do? Pursue or not?" I smiled, "Little ghost, allow me to witness the speed of the iron-armored swordback dragon. Go forth, leave none alive, annihilate them all." Understood. Within my sight. Guzi urged his steed and charged forth with the speed of the wind. Goodness, the might of a mounted knight player is truly formidable. Crack. The spear pierced through the armor of the Blade of Dominance, lifting the leader of the Destruction God Guild skyward. The death combo erupted in a blaze of light, and after shedding a piece of armor, the Blade of Dominance fell. One by one, the members of the Destruction God Guild, unable to break free from combat, perished beneath Guzi's spear. In less than 3 minutes, the ground was strewn with the corpses of Destruction God Guild players, compelled to confront the grim reality of their defeat. After acquiring his mount, Guzi unleashed his power, a force far beyond their capacity to resist. As the battle steed returned, Guzi dismounted from the swordback dragon, grinning, "Boss, this mount is truly exceptional. It feels incredible. Its attribute enhancement is only slightly inferior to that of Lord Heyi's Snowy Wind Chaser. I am immensely grateful to you. Had it not been for the coordinates you provided, I might not have secured such an exceptional mount within a month." I smiled faintly as I retrieved the knight's lava greaves from my package and tossed them to him, saying, "Here, equip this. Be prepared. The gear and mounts in Eve are exceptionally formidable, and their tactical prowess is rapidly advancing. You are the main knight of my blood-red mercenaries, so do not disappoint the guild leader. Put in your best effort." "All right, I shall strive to bring glory to the blood-red mercenaries." Guzi grinned and added, "By the way, boss, how is your relationship with the Eve guild leader progressing? Also, it seems that the enchanting Lin Marin from Zuyinsing has some interest in you. What are your thoughts on that? Have you considered how to arrange things? Which will be the main consort, and which the secondary? Both are extraordinary women. It would be a shame for either to be relegated to a lesser role." I shot him a glance and retorted, "When did you become so gossipy? Have you been overly influenced by Bag Mama?" "Haha, I'm merely inquiring for her sake. She is quite anxious about this matter." "All right, enough of the gossip. I'm not entirely sure about my situation with Eve, but for now, I am quite content, and that is what matters. I assent. Indeed." Guzi nodded, smiling. "I wholeheartedly agree. Since I left Wuxi for Suzhou, my time with the blood-red mercenaries and an ancient sword spirit dream has been incredibly fulfilling and joyful. This is what life should be about, right? You know too much. I'm heading back to the city. What about you? Will you continue leveling up here?" "I'm going back so that Brother B and Su Yang can witness the might of the ultimate knight. With your level, what qualifies you as an ultimate knight?" I pulled out a return scroll and declared, "Return." After gathering some ingredients, I began preparing level 10 dragon meat stew, feeling particularly excited and gratified. The prowess displayed by Guzi and Hei, both advanced knights, was already remarkable, and I estimated that it wouldn't be long before they would conquer the outpost. With these two elite knights as the spearhead of ancient sword spirit dream, we would surely be unstoppable. Chapter 51, The Tyrant Ding. System notification, congratulations. You have crafted dragon meat stew level 8. Ding. System notification, congratulations. You have crafted dragon meat stew level 7. Ding. System notification, congratulations. You have crafted dragon meat stew level 10. The results were quite gratifying. 20 portions of dragon meat had essentially yielded 610 servings of stew, with each portion priced at 10 gold coins. It appeared I was on the brink of a significant fortune. After approximately half an hour, I spent a considerable amount of gold purchasing ingredients such as green peppers and garlic, depleting much of the dragon meat. To my delight, my inventory now boasted 200 sets of dragon meat stew, each set containing 100 portions. When selling, I could split them into groups of 20 or 10. making them more affordable for customers. Otherwise, 100 portions at once would cost 1,000 RMB, potentially deterring many clients. I opened my friend's list, found the charming Zai's foamling, and sent her a message. Freshly made level 10 stew. Would you like some? How many would you like? Moments later, she replied, I'm in the city, coming right over. I'll take 2,000 portions at 10 gold coins each, correct? Yes. Perfect. Shortly thereafter, the figure of purple bellflower graced the city, accompanied by another enchanting maiden clad in leather armor. Her exquisite form was accentuated by the contours of the armor, and her striking visage left onlookers momentarily entranced. Yet, such a woman was undoubtedly formidable, for she was none other than Ling Xueshang, ranked 14th in the CGL Hall of Fame and the leader of the Junlin Guild. It seemed likely that Purple Bellflower's intention to purchase magical cuisine was influenced by Ling Xueshang. Ah, good evening, Xueshang. I greeted her warmly, as she was an esteemed client, deserving of utmost courtesy. As a professional merchant, it was paramount to nurture returning customers. Moreover, under Ling Xueshang's leadership, the Junlin Guild had established a presence in Sky City, yet they remained discreet, abstaining even from the contest for the 4 divine relics. This behavior appeared somewhat incongruent with Ling Xueshang's status as a member of the CGL Hall of Fame. However, I was acutely aware of Junlin's formidable strength, rivaling even the might of the destroying gods and closely pursuing the alliance of battle. It was said that Junlin's main guild had ascended to level 4, with 5,000 elite players under Ling Xueshang's command, an impressive force indeed. As her leather boots clicked against the cobblestones, Ling Xueshang, with her longbow slung over her shoulder and her battle cloak billowing, smiled slightly and remarked, I never imagined that the little celestial king, Lu Chun, would resort to cooking himself. He must feel quite honored to serve his culinary creations to us, no? Feeling a touch of embarrassment, I replied with a chuckle. As a businessman, one must earn a living, right? These days, even boxed meals are exorbitantly priced. How can one survive in this game without making a living? Ling Xueshang chuckled softly, saying, Since I have come personally, Lu Chun, do us a favor and sell us a few more dragon meat stews, would you? I had a total of 20,000 portions of dragon meat stew in my inventory, more than enough, and nodded in agreement. Of course, fair Xueshang. Just tell me how many you require, and I shall accommodate. Very well, we would like 5,000 sets, if that is acceptable? She inquired, turning to confer with Purple Bellflower. I pondered for a moment and replied, Certainly, though the demand is substantial, I can meet it for now. 5,000 dragon meat stews at the agreed price amounts to 50,000 gold coins. Ling Xueshang smiled, but said nothing, promptly opening the trading interface. In the next moment, 50,000 gold coins appeared before me, a sight to behold. I folded the magical cuisine and completed the transaction, feeling a rush of satisfaction. Remarkably, selling less than a quarter of my dragon meat stew not only recouped the costs of purchasing ingredients like peppers and garlic, but also netted an additional 40,000 gold coins. The thought of lounging in my inn room, counting gold coins, filled me with immense happiness. After the transaction was finalized, Ling Xueshang and Purple Bellflower did not depart immediately. I inquired, Xueshang, with such a large quantity of magical cuisine purchased, what is it intended for? How many high-level mages would it take to consume all of it? Oh, that is a guild secret. Ling Xueshang replied, her smile enigmatic. If you wish to know, you might consider joining our Junlin Guild. I assure you, I, along with 458 other lovely ladies, would warmly welcome your arrival. As I felt a slight twitch in the muscles of my face, I couldn't help but chuckle. 2,458 beautiful women? I fear I may be overwhelmed. Perhaps it's best to refrain. I shall remain in the realm of ancient sword soul dream, where the camaraderie of 8,000 pure warriors is decidedly more harmonious. Hee hee. Ling Xueshang chuckled lightly, casting a meaningful glance in my direction, and said, In truth, it is not so daunting. Junlin has recently been grinding in a high-level map, where every 12 hours, for level 130 purple gold quasi-boss monsters emerge. Thus, to ensure our firepower and healing capabilities, we are in dire need of this level 10 culinary skill. Oh, such a lucrative map exists? How delightful. Where might it be? I shan't tell you, Ling Xueshang replied, pursing her red lips as she retrieved her longbow from her back. She turned to the nearby purple wind chime and said, Let us go. The others are urging us. You should repair your sword armor. We may need to grind through the night, and as the main tank, your equipment must remain intact. Indeed. The two of them shared a knowing smile before saying, Luchun, see you later. As I observed the retreating figures of the two ladies, I fell into a contemplative silence. Junlin undoubtedly represented a formidable force within the Sky City. The previous contention for the 4 divine relics had merely been a buff and had yet to significantly influence the overall battle. Thus, many powers remained concealed beneath the surface. However, once the garrison system is activated, these guilds will inevitably be stirred into action. It is conceivable that Junlin may evolve into a future adversary, or perhaps an ally. Depending on how events unfold, the allies of ancient Sword Soul Dream are few, only Shui Yinsan and no one else. It appears that fostering a good relationship with Junlin could prove beneficial. During the era of Ling Tong, ancient Sword Soul Dream was merely a third-rate guild. While Junlin had already made a name for itself, they had looked down upon us then. Now that ancient Sword Soul Dream has flourished, it would not be unwise to ally with some capable guilds. I opened my friend's list and summoned Murong Mingyue, providing her with 10,000 portions of magical cuisine. She retained a portion for herself, distributing the remainder among the high-level mages and priests in our guild. It was high time I contributed to ancient Sword Soul Dream. Wealth is inexhaustible, but strengthening our guild to seize territory is the true path to prosperity. Subsequently, I placed 5,000 portions of magical cuisine into the Air Force One convenience store for buy who to sell, pricing them at 15 gold coins each. It wouldn't do to undercut the price, considering this was a high-level food that could enhance magic points by 500. For ordinary mages, this sufficed. But for those who had learned Dragon's Roar, a single skill could consume 200 magic points. Without level 10 magical cuisine, sustaining full firepower would be impossible. Once everything was settled, I logged off, as I was in no rush to level up. However, just as I approached the inn, a sudden system notification reverberated through the main city. System announcement. Player, Zhan Tian, Sky City, has successfully slain the dark gold level boss, Wilderness Wanderer, and has ascended to level 110, triggering the legendary general system, thus becoming the 10th legendary general in the China region, with a permanent strategy value of 1, and has acquired the exclusive legendary general skill, Overlord. Overlord effect summons the earth-shattering power of the Overlord, enhancing allies' critical strike rate by 15, with a maximum increase of 40. By heavens, Overlord, I was momentarily taken aback, with a critical hit rate of 15. The strategic value of the current battle heaven should allow it to accumulate to a staggering 30. Truly extraordinary. A critical hit every 3 strikes. Those who have played games are acutely aware of how terrifying such odds can be. Goodness, the Battle Heaven Alliance is poised to become formidable once again. Last October, the Alliance had already mastered a heart-striking technique with a 5-group lifesteal, and now they have grasped a critical hit general skill. This is simply astonishing. Ding. He sent a message. The Battle Heaven has comprehended a general skill. This ability is quite impressive, isn't it? Indeed, it is remarkably advantageous. Whether for player versus player combat or leveling up, it appears that the overall strength of the Battle Heaven Alliance is set to significantly enhance, which is quite vexing, especially at this crucial juncture when the territory system may be activated at any moment. He smiled gently. All right, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. The ancient Sword Soul Dream has also acquired 3 general skills, Martial God, King's Path, and Bao God, each a super offensive strategic technique. If there's anyone who ought to be worried, it's the folks at Battle Heaven. They must be at their wits' end. Haha, indeed. It's best to get some rest. We have to head to the company tomorrow. After logging off, I took a refreshing cold shower, feeling quite elated. As soon as my head touched the pillow, I surrendered to slumber. When I awoke, it was already the following morning. In the early autumn light, birds chirped on the branches outside the window, prompting me to entertain the whimsical thought of using a slingshot to silence them. After rising, washing up, and having breakfast, I set out with He and Murong Mingyue. I heard that Su Yang drove himself, while Bai Mingshui remained at the studio. Just as we were about to leave, Bai Mingshui caught up with me, tugging at my wrist with a wistful expression. Brother, once you're familiar with the HR department, please help me get in as well. It's so lonely leveling up alone every morning. I couldn't help but smile. All right, I promise, within half a month, I won't leave you behind. With a resigned smile, I headed to work. Upon arriving at GGS, He proceeded to the headquarters office for a meeting, while I followed Lin Yujia to inspect the HR department. The entire floor was filled with our personnel, including several foreigners. Lin Yujia pointed to a black man, approximately 155 centimeters tall, and said, "This is Tariq, just transferred back from India by General He. In ancient Indian, it means star. He will be your assistant from now on." I glanced at him and remarked, "Yujia, are you sure he is from India and not from Africa? However, I must say, the name Tariq is quite fitting. I like it." Tariq looked quite puzzled, and Lin Yujia shared a similar expression of bewilderment and helplessness. Returning to the office, Lin Yujia assigned me a plethora of tasks before heading off to entertain guests, leaving me to work alongside Tariq. Clearly, Tariq was quite sociable. He brought me a cup of coffee and, with a hesitant smile, asked in broken Chinese, "Sir, I just arrived in China. May I ask, what is the coolest, most classic phrase in Chinese? Can you teach me?" I pondered for a moment, contemplating many classic phrases, and finally settled on one I believed to be quintessential. "Your mother." Tariq picked it up quickly, which pleased me greatly. As the workday concluded, we gathered in the restaurant downstairs, accompanied by Tariq. I noticed Su Yang was also with an Indian assistant. It appeared that the two Indians were quite familiar with each other. Tariq, perhaps feeling quite confident, approached his Indian colleague and exclaimed, "X your mother." In a classic exchange, the Indian responded calmly with, "Your mother X. Murong Mingyue," and he laughed uncontrollably. And I thought, indeed, Su Yang must have taught him. It seems the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. At that moment, my phone rang. It was Biming Shui. "What is it, Biming?" I asked. "Brother, you all need to come back quickly. Something significant has occurred." "What is it?" I inquired. The territory has refreshed." I was jolted with excitement. Finally, the long-awaited territory system had been activated. "Biming, what are the details regarding the territory?" I asked eagerly. "I don't know yet. The coordinates haven't been announced." Biming Shui chuckled, "Don't rush, brother. There is still time. An hour from now, a spirit-level boss, the Death Lord, will randomly appear on the map. Players must first defeat this Death Lord. Only then can the player who defeats it use the territory decree, prompting the system to refresh the territory, which will initially belong to that player's guild. It must be held for over 8 hours to finalize its ownership." "Ah, I see," I said. "Then we should head back immediately. Biming, you take charge of the guild situation online for now, all right?" "No problem. Just take your time on the way back. There's no need to rush." After hanging up, the two ladies beside me were already aware of the situation. Tariq inquired what was happening, and I told him to mind his own business. We hastily consumed a bit of food, and then a few of us dashed out to the car. Heading back to the studio, it was clear that we had a busy day ahead. Everyone understood the significance of the first Sky City territory. The guild that captured the inaugural territory would undoubtedly gain an advantage over others, greatly benefiting its future development. This time, Gujian Soul Dream was determined to seize this new territory. Losing it would equate to losing the very first step in the War of Factions. In the car, Murong Mingyue expressed her excitement, saying, "The spirit-level boss, the Death Lord, should drop some excellent rewards upon defeat, right? However, I anticipate thousands would vie to slay this boss. Competing with so many for it is quite daunting." I nodded. "Let us not rush. This boss may not necessarily need to be slain by us. We can't expend too much energy in the early stages. Of course, if an opportunity arises, taking down the boss would be wise. Strike first to gain the upper hand. That is a sound strategy," Murong Mingyue remarked, casting a deep glance in my direction. "Kid, if we find ourselves in a rivalry with Shui Yingshan during the territorial war, you won't hold back like you did in the final match, will you?" Feeling a bit awkward, I assured her, "No, absolutely not. This time, the stakes are different." He accelerated fervently while laughing. "Mingyue, do not press this poor fellow Lu Chen too hard. It's only natural that he cannot act against a girl as beautiful as Lin Yisan. If he were truly ruthless enough to be so callous, he would no longer be our Lu Chen, would he?" Murong Mingyue chuckled lightly. Indeed. Lu Chen possesses many admirable qualities. Yet Eve, your protectiveness is rather excessive." He responded, "Let us return to the studio and log in swiftly." With a flourish, they found themselves in the hotel of Sky City, the heavenly sword sheathed behind them. They dashed out the door, and soon, He sent a request to form a party. They quickly joined, recognizing He's commendable prowess as a prominent general. Following along with him was advantageous. With his current strategy points, they would see an increase of 30 in all attributes. defense, health, and more, making them exceptionally formidable. Particularly, with a health boost of 30, their total health approached 16,000 points, akin to an indomitable tank. Reflecting on it now, Lin Yisan's team had experienced an increase of nearly 40 in all attributes, which was indeed remarkable. Losing was hardly unjust. Brother, you have finally arrived. Bai Mingshui remarked with a smile in the party chat. We have successfully scattered the crowd around Sky City with Geguzi's assistance. As soon as the boss respawns, we shall locate it at the quickest pace. I interjected, that may not be the best approach, Bai Ming. Let us consolidate our forces, gathering the core players of the guild at the center of the sky forest for mobility. Regardless of where the boss may respawn, we must ensure we can reach it within 20 minutes. With nearly 500 high-level players on our side and 3 esteemed general skills, we shall not fear losing the boss. Understood. I will relay the message. In the next moment, Bai Mingshui commanded in the guild channel, all archers ranked in the top 100. Gather at the sky forest coordinates, 10,000, 10,000. Warriors, magic knights, mages, rangers, and priests in the top 100 rankings must also proceed. We shall form a mobile force, ready to seize that boss. The Dark Archer held considerable prestige within the ancient Sword Soul Dream, being one of the top-ranking figures and a commander of all archers in the alliance. They were perhaps second only to me, He, Su Yang, and Murong Minghua. The players of ancient Sword Soul Dream were well aware that the guild leader He and the 2 vice leaders, along with Bai Mingshui, all resided together, forming a core studio. This information had spread widely, leading to incessant rumors. Consequently, unrelated female players often approached me with wistful glances, inquiring if I had indeed managed to woo Bai Mingshui, which became quite tiresome. Let us proceed and clear the monsters first. I unsheathed the stealing heaven sword from my back and, accompanied by He, Murong Minghua, and Bai Mingshui, ascended the Eastern Gate Bridge. As we descended from the Sky City and landed at the edge of the jungle, He raised her hand to summon her mount. In the next moment, the Snow Domain Wind Chaser warhorse let out a resounding neigh. The enchanting guild leader swiftly mounted her steed, brandishing her long spear, and cheerfully proclaimed, I shall lead the way. You all must keep up. We 3 watched in envy as He charged towards the gathering point. Along the way, low-tier wild bears and wolf monsters were no match for the full force of He's strikes, which were executed with ranged damage. With each sweep of her spear, dazzling beams of light cut through the jungle and the monsters, inflicting nearly 8,000 points of damage with each hit. He's attack power had become quite formidable. Indeed, a knight upon a steed was an awe-inspiring sight, evoking a sense of envy. Bai Mingshui, with her longbow slung across her back, darted gracefully through the jungle, her petite form moving with astonishing speed, evading obstacles effortlessly. This exemplified the archer's prowess, dominating in jungle combat, truly deserving of the title Jungle King. Murong Minghua, however, lagged slightly behind. As a cloth armor class, her footwear offered little enhancement to her speed, a matter beyond her control. With a swift motion, I placed my hand on Murong Minghua's waist, applying some force to hasten her pace, while saying, Your movement speed is quite sluggish, Sister Minghua. She playfully twisted her waist, laughing softly. Don't do that. It tickles. I remarked. Could you please maintain your composure? Murong Minghua replied. Before long, our quartet approached the designated location. With He already in the fray, her spear dancing wildly as she dispatched dozens of level 125 elite bear monsters. The ground was strewn with their lifeless bodies, and the precious magic stones dropped were left uncollected until the spirited members arrived to tidy up the battlefield. As more players gathered, including Li Chengfeng, Su Yang, Geguzi, Wan Yue, and Yu Guangxi, it became evident that the ancient Sword Soul Dream was brimming with talent, albeit lacking a super mage like the one from the capital, Luotian. In truth, nearly every guild, barring Zihua, yearned for such skilled individuals. High-level mages were rare, and those with unparalleled prowess were even more elusive. Su Yang, wielding his long sword, laughed heartily. Only 20 minutes until the boss spawns. I am so excited. Luan Yue cast him a sidelong glance. Have you taken something? Su Yang replied, What? Li Chengfeng drew his long sword, laughing joyously. It's been a while since we've truly engaged. I wonder if this spirit-level boss will be formidable. If we can first defeat the Death Lord, we can secure the Lord's order and strive to be the first guild to enter the territory. I nodded in agreement. Everyone must exert their utmost effort. Victory is our only option today. Agreed. The players of Ancient Sword Soul Dream nodded in unison, united in their resolve, which was truly heartening. At that moment, a message arrived from Lin Yisun. Lu Chun, has Ancient Sword Soul Dream begun to assemble as well? Yes. Do you have any insights regarding the boss? None. Why do you ask? As the territory emerges, it is undoubtedly destined to ignite a series of bloody battles. What are your thoughts? Lin Yisun chuckled lightly. Are you concerned that we might become adversaries? Indeed, it is inevitable that we shall become foes. However, that is of no consequence. Lin Yisun smiled and proposed, before we officially acquire the territory, let us join forces to eliminate the remaining factions. Once the territory is secured, we shall engage in a fair battle. The victor shall claim the territory. What do you say? Excellent. I responded resolutely. This time, I shall show no mercy. Neither will I. It was clear that both Lin Yisun and I understood the significance of the territory to our guilds. This contest would inevitably be fraught with bloodshed, as we fought for the future and dreams of our respective guilds. 20 minutes later, a system notification resonated through the skies of the city of Heaven. Ding. System announcement. Attention players, a level 145 spirit grade boss, Lord of Death, has appeared at coordinates 27,842, 762, with the Lord's command. The first to slay the boss and seize the Lord's command will gain access to the first teleportation array. Damn, that's quite a distance. I cursed under my breath, feeling a wave of despair. The distance to the boss was daunting, and seizing the Lord's command meant the potential to activate the teleportation array, allowing fallen players to rejoin the battle, a significant advantage that seemed almost insurmountable. I wondered which guild would manage to eliminate the boss first. Gue Guzi commanded, everyone, follow me. We shall rush to slay the boss. He, with a captivating glimmer in her eyes, calmly remarked, the coordinates are too far apart. It will take at least 15 minutes to reach there, and others will likely beat us to it. What shall we do? Gripping the sky's stealing sword, I said, Eve, you and Gue Guzi should leverage your speed to get there first. It would be best to encounter the boss ahead of time and secure ownership. That way, we won't be at a disadvantage when we arrive. Understood. In the eyes of the crowd, He mounted her snow domain's swift wind and vanished into the horizon like a bolt of lightning, even outpacing Gue Guzi. Many gazed at the beautiful guild leader's retreating figure, no longer filled with envy for her beauty, but rather a sense of pride. Proud to have such a formidable female knight leading them. Chapter 53. The invincible Bao God. To the southeast of the city of Heaven lay a broad canyon concealed within the mountains, shrouded in mist. It was the early hours of the game, and visibility was severely limited. Beyond 20 meters, nothing could be discerned. Such an environment was a veritable nightmare for archers and mages, as skills could not be targeted without line of sight, rendering ranged attacks utterly ineffective. For melee players, the situation was scarcely better, as they could not even ascertain the presence of monsters ahead. Clang! I unsheathed the sky-stealing sword and declared loudly, activate the mini-map. Pay attention to any bright spots in the surroundings. Everyone, gather around me immediately. The arrival of nearly 1,000 elite players from various guilds in the realm of Ancient Sword Spirit Dream is indeed a source of great comfort, as their combat prowess cannot be underestimated. Even when faced with a formidable power guild, we possess the strength to contend. In the distance, a multitude of blue dots emerged. These represented players not affiliated with our guild, moving with remarkable speed towards the direction of the boss, which lay at the heart of the canyon. No one anticipated that this boss would respawn in such a location. Within the guild channel, the voice of Gue Guzi resonated. Boss Eve, you should fall back a bit. Xiao Xiaozhu seems intent on eliminating you. Understood, he replied. A palpable tension gripped the group as we realized that the members of the Overlord Palace had arrived first and were already clashing with He and Gue Guzi. As I hurried forward, I inquired, Gue, what's the situation? Gasping for breath, Gue Guzi responded, I encountered the boss with Boss Eve. But suddenly at least 1,000 players from Overlord Palace surged forth, closing in rapidly and initiating a PK. We lost the boss's aggro. There were too many of them, and we could only fight while retreating. If it comes to that, we will flee. Our main force will arrive within 5 minutes. Agreed. Dashing into the mist. A few minutes later, I traversed the rocky terrain, my shoulders laden with withered leaves. Armed with the steel sky sword, I led the charge, the speed boost from my barbaric boots proving quite beneficial. Behind me, Around 20 meters away, the valiant members of the Yuyan 18 riders, including Su Yang, followed closely. At last, we arrived. Not far ahead, a dense cluster of blue dots appeared alongside a massive crimson glow, undoubtedly the location of the boss. Within the fog, a white warhorse burst forth. It was He. As he fled, he raised his spear and executed a reverse thrust. The spear's glow intensifying as he pierced an encroaching archer with lethal precision. Following closely, Gue Guzi stumbled out, his spear stained with blood, the extent of his kills unknown. His name glowing ominously red. In pursuit of Gue Guzi, a group of players from Overlord Palace followed, and then a striking figure emerged, a beautiful silhouette wielding a dagger, instantly rendering Gue Guzi incapacitated in a daze. It was a well-timed ambush by Shangwanwaner. Simultaneously, Xiao Xiaozhu sprang into action, brandishing a sharp sword, gracefully leaping onto the back of a dragon clad in iron armor. His movements were nothing short of spectacular, as the sword transformed into 3 icy spikes, relentlessly striking the back of Gue Guzi. This was Xiao Xiaozhu's signature move, the Ice Spike Barrage. With resounding impacts, Gue Guzi's health plummeted. 3,762, 3,651, 3,409. Regrettably, while Gue Guzi possessed over 20,000 health points and was bolstered by He's formidable King's Champion skill, he withstood the onslaught. Even as 10,000 health points were lost, the Undying Shield absorbed 5,000 back, leaving Xiao Xiaozhu in despair. However, a group of mages from the Overlord's Hall appeared directly behind, incessantly chanting their incantations. In the blink of an eye, frost roared down upon us, rendering Guzi utterly exasperated, with his health plummeting to below half. This was intolerable. I let out a low grunt, brandishing my long sword as I charged forward, bellowing, onward. With a sudden thunderous dash, I plunged into the throng of mages. At the moment of entry, I firmly planted one foot on the ground, unleashing a radiant explosion of warfare. Despite the mages having summoned their magical shields, they were still torn apart, collapsing to the ground amidst their pitiful cries, and my name grew ever more crimson. With keen vision, being a level 115 player, I possessed a broader perspective than most, and I discerned through the mist the faint silhouettes of yet another group approaching, clearly reinforcements from the Overlord's Hall. I stepped forward without hesitation and unleashed a devastating 1,000 ice slash upon the crowd. Boom! The cries of agony harmonized into a cacophony. Behind me, the diminutive figure of Xiao Xiaozhu, empowered by divine might, activated the Diamond General technique and charged at me with his long sword, exclaiming, buried in the sands of defeat, "Do you remember me, Xiao Xiaozhu? Ha ha ha, begone." I swiftly pivoted, raising my sword with both hands, launching a powerful thrust. The blade of my stealing heaven sword transformed into a lethal gleam, crashing towards Xiao Xiaozhu. Yet, Xiao Xiaozhu's reflexes were remarkably swift. He attempted to block with both hands, pressing down on his longsword. Alas, I was employing an offensive general technique while he resorted to defense. The disparity in our power was vast, making it nearly impossible for him to withstand my full-force strike. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed as Xiao Xiaozhu was jolted back, his feet carving a deep trench into the ground. Before he could regain his footing, Li Chengfeng launched a surprise attack from the side, sweeping his sword in a horizontal arc, delivering 3 or 4 vicious blows against Xiao Xiaozhu, resulting in a flurry of damage notifications. Yet, regrettably, he failed to secure a kill. 1,763, 1,678, 1,548, 2,172. To my dismay, Xiao Xiaozhu had fortified himself with the diamond skill, a general technique providing 40 defense, which, when enhanced with strategy points, granted at least an 80-point defensive boost. Thus, it was understandable that Li Chengfeng could not achieve an instant kill. Ding! Using the rebound from Li Chengfeng's blade, Xiao Xiaozhu deftly retreated, vanishing into the fog and leaving behind a parting remark. "The boss belongs to our Overlord's Hall. If you dare come at us, Shangwanwaner, we retreat." In the next moment, Xiao Xiaozhu and Shangwanwaner faded into the mist, indeed making their escape. Li Chengfeng, Su Yang, and several others remained composed, refraining from charging in immediately, while Guzi and He rapidly regained their health with the assistance of a group of priests. Gripping the stealing heaven sword, accompanied by the celestial wolf Tian Dao, I declared, Eve and Giguzi will continue leading the charge while we cautiously explore our way in. Let us not rush. There is no need for haste. A level 145 spirit class boss is not easily vanquished, and with the Overlord's Hall pursuing Xiao Xiao Zhu and Shangwan Waner, we lack the main force to defeat the boss. Indeed, he urged the warhorse forward, brandishing a shield at the forefront, closely followed by Giguzi, while the others, under the leadership of Li Chengfeng, advanced cautiously, wary of their surroundings. With visibility limited to approximately 20 yards and the archers and mages capable of striking from 40 yards away, an ambush could spell disaster. Not far ahead, the sounds of chaotic movement and battle echoed, and the boss's light on the map drew nearer, indicating our imminent arrival. Suddenly, Bai Mingshui raised her arm. The purple eyes of the shadow demon scanning ahead, its pointed ears twitching slightly. There are many foes ahead. Magic knights, raise your shields. Instantly, dozens of magic knights emerged, forming a rudimentary line as they advanced steadily. Indeed, within moments, a rain of arrows descended from above, striking the shields of the magic knights with a cacophony of sounds. Thankfully, Bai Mingshui's shadow demon possessed keen senses. Otherwise, we would have sustained injuries before even engaging the enemy. A thick fog enveloped the area, and ahead loomed a dark mass of archers and mages, while 2 rows of shield-bearing magic knights stood guard. The Bawang Hall was prepared for our arrival, with at least 1,000 warriors on alert. I glanced at Bai Mingshui, who, with a knowing smile, signaled 100 elite archers to advance. Activating the renowned skill Bao God, they achieved an attack power of 50 and an attack speed of 20, enhanced by strategic points, bringing their effective power to approximately 100 and speed to 40. Truly formidable. Draw your bows, unleash a barrage, and annihilate them. Bai Mingshui commanded. Instantly, the bows twanged in unison as 100 high-level archers from Gujian Soul Dream released a volley of multiple arrows. The chaotic barrage struck the shields of the enemy magic knights, causing the holy shield skill to resonate with sharp sounds, and in a single wave of attack, nearly half of the enemy's knights fell, unable to withstand such overwhelming force. The frequency of attacks from Bai Mingshui and her archers surged, following up with another round of multiple arrows. Although this fan-shaped area attack boasted only around 50 attack power before enhancements, the addition of their renowned skill doubled it to 100. With numbers on their side, the cumulative damage was beyond what the enemy knights could endure. Within a mere 30 seconds, the enemy's defensive line crumbled, leaving Wang Dongliang astonished. Damn, how fierce. I raised my long sword, smiling. Charge, break their defenses. A group of warriors surged forward like tigers into a flock of sheep, and in perfect unison, they unleashed their area attack skills. Thousand Ice Slash, Reverse Scale Slash, Xieji Roar, By Bow Slash, Rock Breaking Slash. This relentless series of assault skills shattered Wang Dongliang's morale. Nearly half of the hundreds of mages and archers were obliterated in an instant. The frontline warriors of Gujian Soul Dream were undeniably powerful, a fact recognized across the entire server. Even the top-tier guilds like Zhan Tianming could not withstand their might, let alone a second-rate guild like Bawang Hall. At that moment, a ray of morning light pierced through the clouds, finally dispersing the fog at a rapid pace. In the distance, the Death Lord, clad in iron armor, rode a fierce skeletal steed, wielding a sharp sword that cleaved through the air, igniting trails of flames as he mercilessly dispatched the frontline warriors of the Overlord Hall, leaving them utterly demoralized. Moreover, the Death Lord still retained over 70% of his health. Even if we did not intervene, the Overlord Hall would likely struggle to vanquish this formidable boss. With fervor, wielding his battle axe, he declared, "Let us proceed and reclaim the boss that rightfully belongs to us." Wait. The dragon warrior raised his hand, saying, "Look over there." Gazing into the distance, they spotted a throng of players clustered on the hillside of the canyon, each bearing the same emblem. Leading them was a beautiful archer, bow in hand, observing the battle unfolding in the canyon with a smile. With millions vying for a single boss, such a boss cannot withstand the pressure. Let us hold our horses for now. Chapter 54. The chaos of the basin. This vast canyon resembled an expansive basin, with at least 2,000 players from the Battle Heaven Alliance stationed on the mountainside, their eyes fixed on the prey. The Overlord Hall found themselves trapped, besieged by nearly 1,000 high-level players from the ancient Sword Soul Dream in front, while the Battle Heaven Alliance loomed hungrily behind. To make matters worse, The boss's onslaught was relentless. The sword winds howled fiercely as the Death Lord unleashed his devastating attacks, inflicting damage in a radius of approximately 33 yards, leaving the members of the Overlord Hall in utter despair. As dawn broke, the mist within the canyon dissipated, restoring visibility. This situation is quite dire. He furrowed his brow and remarked, "Once we engage the boss, the Battle Heaven Alliance will undoubtedly take action. They will not remain idle. This is troublesome, especially since this boss cannot be defeated in a mere moment. It has become a hot potato." I nodded in agreement, stating, "Let us temporarily withdraw and create distance from the Overlord Hall, observing the Battle Heaven Alliance just as they do, waiting for the opportune moment to strike." Understood. At Heyi's command, the members of Ancient Sword Soul Dreams swiftly retreated from the front line, granting the Overlord Hall a moment of respite as they focused their efforts on the boss. Heyi led the way, galloping up a small hill, a splendid vantage point from which to survey the battlefield. From this position, a charge towards the boss could be executed within 5 minutes, offering a defensive advantage. He demonstrated astute awareness of the terrain. As the group ascended the slope, concealed by the trees, the players below were unlikely to spot them. Yet they had a clear view of everything unfolding below. "When the boss's health reaches 25%, we can make our move," he stated. Agreed. I, along with Li Chengfeng, Bai Mingshui, and Su Yang, nodded in unison. Just then, shortly after our retreat, another group of players surged into the canyon. Led by a 107-level mage knight riding a fiery red wolf, clad in formidable armor and wielding a resplendent spear, accompanied by a stunning archer. This was none other than the long-absent leader of the Dragon Alliance, Longxing Tianxia. Heyi's lips curled into a charming smile, revealing an enchanting dimple. Observing the situation below, she remarked, "I initially thought the wild dragon would soon vanish from the Sky City. But it appears that this dragon of the world is merely biding its time. Given the current levels and skills, they have certainly improved significantly. The wild dragon has refrained from participating in any PvP during this period, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of their strength." I nodded, glancing at the members of the Wild Dragon Guild below. I was surprised to see that the dragon of the world had acquired a mount, which looked quite satisfactory. Although it did not compare to the Earth Dragon of Giguzi or Heyi's Snow Domain Warhorse, it was still commendable. Clearly, this individual had exceptional luck. Taming such a steed was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. Additionally, Han Yumei, as a woman of the Dragon of the World, boasted impressive equipment, adorned in gleaming golden leather armor. From my assessment, she possessed 3 pieces of dark gold gear, 2 pieces of purple gold gear, and her bow appeared to be of purple gold as well, albeit lacking the shimmering hues of rainbow colors. Indeed, few items were of superior quality. Behind Han Yumei, the long-absent twin stars of the Wild Dragon reappeared. The Dark Knight, shrouded in shadows, rode a mottled wild wolf, seemingly identical to the mounts of the 18 riders of the Ghost Cloud. Clad in radiant battle armor, the warrior Dan Shu Tai Chi held a long sword, calmly surveying the surroundings. These two were the main combatants of the Wild Dragon Guild, a fact that the Dragon of the World was undoubtedly aware of. Indeed, many had gathered to contest for the northern underworld snow. Shui Xiao Xiao remarked, "As soon as the base emerges, even the Wild Dragon cannot resist. It seems the base system truly is a significant catalyst for war." Li Chengfeng chuckled, "Looks like we have a spectacle ahead." Meanwhile, below, the Dragon of the World brandished a long spear, galloping to the front lines. With a swift motion, he shouted, "Friends of the Overlord Palace. This Death Lord belongs to all players of the Sky City. It seems rather inappropriate for your guild to hoard it." Guo Zhidong, with a face full of fury, stepped forward, demanding, "Dragon of the World, what do you mean? Are you attempting to seize this boss? And if so, what of it? Huh? If you wish to devour this juicy morsel, then come forth. I wonder if you possess the necessary prowess." With a flourish of his spear, the Dragon of the World commanded, "Brothers of the Wild Dragon Guild, charge forth and annihilate the Overlord Palace. This boss rightfully belongs to us." Instantly, the air was filled with the sounds of battle cries as a dark wave of Wild Dragon players surged into the canyon, rushing towards the Overlord Palace. Astonishingly, the number of Wild Dragon members seemed inexhaustible, with over 5,000 players flooding the battlefield in an instant. Good heavens, has the Wild Dragon Guild gone mad? Su Yang inhaled deeply and remarked, "Indeed, just as the legends foretold, the Wild Dragon Guild has been lying low, amassing strength. Rumor has it that the Dragon of the World has been actively recruiting, spending lavishly to enlist players from Tianqing City and Shenin City, even forming 4 additional alliances of 2,000 members each, all at the 3rd guild level. Li Chengfeng smirked. In terms of numbers, we are indeed nearing the point of being outmatched by the Wild Dragon. With a spirited countenance, wielding his battle axe, he grinned. However, we thrive on individual strength and skill, and in this regard, the Wild Dragon cannot hold a candle to us. The 18 riders of the cloud chuckled, proclaiming that even 10 combined forces of the Mad Dragon Guild could not rival them. Just wait and see, they said with confidence. Although the Mad Dragon boasted numerous members, they were not necessarily a match for the Overlord Hall. I too smiled, thinking this was a perfect opportunity to enjoy the spectacle without the need for PK. Laughter filled the air as we settled in to watch the unfolding drama. Below, chaos erupted as the formidable duo, Dan Shu Tai Chi and Fan Yun Fuyu, swiftly dispatched a frontline priest named Xian Yuan Chue, who was rumored to be a vice leader. Little Pig mourned over Xian Yuan's lifeless body for a moment before channeling her sorrow into strength, wielding her sword against 2 of the Mad Dragon's elite. In an unexpected turn, within merely 7 exchanges, both Dan Shu Tai Chi and Fan Yun Fuyu were knocked out. Little Pig surged forward, unstoppable, slicing through the ranks of the Mad Dragon Guild with unmatched valor. The National Pillar, filled with delight, patted Little Pig on the back, exclaiming, "You are truly my Han Xin." However, the Mad Dragon's strength lay in their numbers. Under relentless fire, Little Pig had to retreat temporarily. Meanwhile, the enigmatic Shangguan Wanner vanished for a brief moment, only to reappear behind the Mad Dragon ranks, swiftly eliminating over 10 mages and priests. Her dagger's unique shield-breaking effect left Long Xingtian in despair, and as he commanded a relentless assault on her, she vanished once more. While Shangguan Wanner's equipment and skills may not have rivaled the renowned assassins like Li Gu or Wen Yu from the CGL Hall of Fame, her prowess was undeniable. In one-on-one confrontations, it was likely that no one from the Mad Dragon Guild could withstand her might. Observing the battlefield, Su Yang licked his lips and remarked, "Little Pig is truly fierce, daring to charge into the enemy ranks and emerge unscathed. Her strength is astonishing." Misty Moon countered, "Su Yang, you don't understand. Little Pig can only charge back and forth because the Mad Dragon Guild lacks any formidable first-rate experts. If we were to place our Baiming Shui, Li Chengfeng, Geguzi, or Zhugo vice leader among their ranks, Little Pig wouldn't even know how she met her end." Unconcerned, Wind and Moon chuckled. Indeed, in the absence of a tiger, the monkeys claim kingship. Su Yang conceded, nodding, "You two are truly sharp-witted and exceptional." The 2 ladies reveled in their victory. Before long, the Overlord Hall found themselves overwhelmed. The opposing sea of players was relentless. With the Death Lord's health dwindling to 57, a sense of despair washed over the National Pillar. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, declaring loudly, "Little Pig, Wanner, cease the entanglement. We must retreat and temporarily relinquish our claim to the boss." Subsequently, the members of the Overlord Hall swiftly took refuge in the basin's center. Determined to annihilate the Overlord Hall, Long Xingtian dispatched a group to pursue them. The National Pillar regretted not sending more reinforcements. Had they done so, the Mad Dragon would never have forced them to retreat. The members of the Wild Dragon Guild surrounded the boss in overwhelming numbers. Despite suffering heavy casualties, it was evident to the naked eye that the boss's health was steadily diminishing. Whether they could vanquish this formidable foe was merely a matter of time. To defeat the Death Lord, the Wild Dragon would need to sacrifice another 3,000 lives, Li Chengfeng asserted with conviction. Su Yang chuckled heartily, "That is a necessity, and we are ever ready to strike. Even if they lose 3,000 men, they shall not obtain the Lord's decree." At that moment, a tumultuous change swept through the scene, as a cacophony of battle cries erupted from the periphery of the basin. A multitude of troops surged forth. A vast army from over a dozen guilds finally arrived. "A chaotic battle has begun," I murmured. Li Chengfeng was taken aback. "It has become even more lively. The Huajian sect, the Extermination Guild, and others are among them, along with smaller guilds like the Cold River Snow and 0 Degree Melody. The era of fierce competition among heroes has officially commenced." The air was filled with the clamor of conflict, and the gorge was transformed into a sea of blood. The boss stood at the center, as the throngs charged forth to engage anyone who was not from their own guild. Even the infamous Batian Blade rushed to the forefront. his eyes ablaze with fervor. He observed the chaotic battle below and remarked, somewhat at a loss, "In this situation, can we even charge in?" At that moment, Li Changfeng suddenly interjected, "Have you all noticed that the Fighting Heaven Alliance, the Extermination Guild, and the Overlord Palace have appeared? Yet, one guild is conspicuously absent. It seems they have forsaken the contest for the boss." Shui Yinsong? The crowd echoed in unison. Chapter 55. Unyielding. I opened my friends list and sent a message to Lin Yisan. "Shui Yinsong has not come to contest the boss. This seems rather uncharacteristic of you." Lin Yisan's voice rang through the communicator like silver bells. "Silly Lu Chun, do not forget, I am a strategist. Just how many fine pieces of equipment can a level 145 spiritual boss yield? Who knows? With so many guilds vying for it, regardless of who seizes it, the losses will be tremendous. Sacrificing thousands of lives for equipment that may not even be obtained is not worth it. Therefore, I have decided to wait until someone clears the guild territory before we make our move." "That's truly uncharacteristic of you," I exclaimed. "Hee, primarily because what? Because I haven't had lunch yet. I just returned from the hospital. It's not easy, you know. I'll log off now and eat my boxed meal first." "What do you think?" He inquired. Having sensed my conversation with Lin Yisan, I turned around and replied, "Lin said that Shui Yinsong won't be competing. They plan to wait until the territory spawns before they make their move." "Oh, a strategy of waiting for the weary. Indeed. What shall we do?" I glanced down at the boss, whose health was dwindling to less than 15. Drawing my stealing heaven sword, I smiled and declared, "Regardless of what Shui Yinsong decides, this boss is ours for the taking. Come, everyone, charge down with me." "All right." The crowd erupted with excitement, having watched others fight for so long. They were eager to finally join the fray. The blade pointed directly down the mountain, and I commanded, "Remember, do not linger in battle. Our formation should charge forth at an acute angle, sending a few of our members ahead to seize the boss. Otherwise, we will suffer greater losses. Everyone is striving for level 5 advancement, and we cannot afford to lose levels here." Indeed, the members of the Phantom Cloud 18 riders brandished their weapons, riding on shaggy wild wolves, licking their lips and grinning. It's a pity that the mount rewarded for the last CGL event requires level 115. I can't ride it yet. Otherwise, I would be a formidable asset. I chuckled. There's no rush. Your moment to shine has yet to arrive. While the Phantom Cloud 18 riders possess commendable attack and defense stats, they are not yet unparalleled. However, should they acquire a high-tier mount, the situation would change dramatically. I secretly hoped he would soon ride that young earth lizard. This would add another powerful force to the ancient sword spirit dream. A thunderous battle cry erupted as we charged down the mountain. He and Giguzi led the charge at the forefront. Both knights possessed exceptional defense and health, further bolstered by He's strategic prowess, making them even more formidable. How could the ragtag group of the Mad Dragon Guild possibly withstand such an assault? As the ancient sword spirit dream initiated its charge, the guilds surrounding the basin, which had been merely observing, could no longer hold back. October Rain from the Battle Heaven Alliance pointed down the mountain, declaring, "The ancient sword spirit dream has moved. Our time has come. Let us seize the boss and claim the Lord's decree." It drops. On the opposite side of the basin, an archer appeared, revealing herself as Ling Xueshang, the leader of the ruling alliance. Behind her followed the warriors Zizi Fengling, Imo Xiaoxiao, and others. At Ling Xueshang's command, the players from the ruling alliance cascaded down the mountain, eager to contest the boss as well. The ancient sword spirit dream is coming. A low-tier player from the minor guild shouted, drawing the attention of numerous level 100 elite warriors who gathered around, brandishing their swords and shouting, "Kill them. Drive the ancient sword spirit dream back." He surged ahead, brandishing his spear to unleash a wave of the azure tide slash, which erupted in a vibrant green light amidst the crowd, dealing damage numbers of 6,743, 4,892, and 5,729. In an instant, the warriors were left with minimal health. Giguzi soon followed, sweeping his spear to unleash a straight-line attack that felled dozens of high-tier warriors, leaving them cold and lifeless on the ground. I swiftly locked onto the front line, initiating a wild charge to catch up with the two knights. With a powerful stomp, I unleashed the War Shatter, creating a thunderous sound that echoed throughout the battlefield. The Mad Dragon Guild suffered significant losses as I cleared a vacuum of space, causing their members to recoil in fear, as if they had seen a ghost. He skillfully incorporated players from guilds such as Guanglong, Bawangdian, and Huajian into the overarching goal, resulting in a 15 reduction in their overall attributes. This feat required exceptional dexterity and quick reflexes, which He accomplished, showcasing her improved gaming prowess. However, feeling somewhat displeased with the excess, she included every guild except for Gujian Huanming and Shuesi Yunggong into the overarching goal. This meant that any player approaching her within a close distance would experience a staggering decrease of up to 30 in their overall attributes. Not far away, Hanyue Megawei swayed her curvaceous figure, bow in hand, and commanded loudly, "Together, unleash your strongest firepower." Arrows flew like a swarm of locusts, prompting He and Giguzi to rush to the forefront of the line, activating the Holy Shield to absorb most of the oncoming attacks. The arrows struck against the shield, producing damage numbers of less than 100, which brought immense joy to onlookers. The overarching goal was indeed formidable, not only augmenting their defense and health by 30, but also diminishing the archer's attack power by the same amount. The probability of these archers being able to eliminate He or Giguzi was virtually nil. After successfully blocking the attacks, the shield was lowered, and alongside Li Chengfeng and Su Yang, we charged forward with unwavering determination, unleashing group attack skills such as Icebreaker. Lacking a group attack skill, Su Yang resorted to using fire, and within a single round, the enemy's magic knights fell en masse, with none surviving. In the rear, Bai Mingshui commanded dozens of archers who unleashed a flurry of arrows. Enhanced by the Bao Goddess strategic skill, this cohort of archers exhibited extraordinary prowess. With a 100 increase in attack power, their multi-arrow shots and random fire were more than sufficient to bring the enemy to their knees, creating a vast area of devastation in an instant. At this moment, Gujian Huanming's strategy, formations, and tactical arrangements reached unprecedented heights, leading to the swift collapse of the Guanglong Guild, which had been biding its time. Hanyue Megawei, visibly frustrated, lifted her longbow and declared, "Retreat with me. We cannot hold this position any longer." As the Guanglong Guild fell back, we pressed on, driving them toward the boss's vicinity, nearly within 100 yards. At this proximity, with the boss's health hovering around 8, I felt reassured. There was no way the boss could escape our grasp now. A single charge would bring us right to its feet. "Lu Chen, are we here to slay the boss or to seize the Lord's decree?" Su Yang inquired. I replied, "We must slay the boss and claim the decree. Otherwise, our brothers who joined us would be left out in the cold. We must be accountable to everyone. All right, let's activate the guild experience sharing mode. If we succeed in defeating the boss, let's allow everyone present to share in the experience, which will also significantly boost our guild's experience." Okay, I'll set it up. Su Yang's proposal is indeed quite plausible. Currently, none among us is in urgent need of an upgrade. The experience gained from the level 145 spirit boss is significantly more abundant, shared among thousands, albeit resulting in modest individual returns. Nevertheless, it has considerably boosted the guild's experience. In the distance, October Rain commands the Battle Heaven Alliance, which is now perilously close to the boss. On the opposite side, Ling Shueshang of the Junlin faction has also reached striking distance of the boss. Countless guilds, Guanglong, Mieshun, Huajian Sect, Hanjing Shui, and Tiansa Mansion, are embroiled in fierce combat. After a relentless assault, the final line of Guanglong has crumbled. Longxing Tianxia, accompanied by Hanyue Rose, retreats only to be overwhelmed by Mieshun's forces. Our front line has approached the boss's attack range. Under He Wangdao's control, the boss's attributes have been diminished, though the effect is only about 75 effective, resulting in a mere reduction of around 8. This is to be expected, as negative strategy skills are generally weakened against bosses, much like the prophetic abilities of Zhuing Wan, which can be applied to the boss yet cannot vanquish it. They merely inflict a reduction of 10 health points within 10 minutes, while preventing the boss from regaining health. Nonetheless, this formidable technique has indeed enabled Zhuing Wan to eliminate several otherwise invulnerable bosses, showcasing a prowess that rivals my own impressive gear. The Death Lord emitted a deep, resonant roar, its scythe-like strikes causing the first magic knight of the Battle Heaven Alliance, Shout Songtian, to stagger back, nearly shattering his shield, with his health plummeting by 800. Another hit would spell his doom, prompting him to retreat in search of aid from the healing players. Giguzi surged forward, launching a fierce assault to draw the boss's aggro. If we could lure it into our ancient sword soul dreams territory and execute our strategy effectively, we would surely capture the boss. The boss swung its blade once more, cleaving through Guguzi's shield with a shocking triple strike, inflicting a barrage of damage. 7,844, 3,922, 7,902, 3,951, 7,129, 3,564. Guguzi faltered but did not retreat. With a deft maneuver, he struck the boss again. Remarkably, his health had exceeded 20,000. Even with the triple assault, the boss failed to eliminate him, especially with the undying shield absorbing 50 of his health. Such resilience left Shout Songtian, watching from a distance, pale, muttering, "Damn, Guguzi, that Death Knight, is truly formidable." Behind him, Murong Mingyue and Yu Lu, among the priestesses, swiftly healed Guguzi, ensuring his health stayed above 80. He coordinated attacks defensively, while I, along with Li Chengfeng, Luan Yu, and other primary attackers, prepared ourselves without launching an offensive. We would wait for the moment the boss's health dwindled to 1, ready to unleash our ultimate strike and secure the boss for the ancient sword. Bai Mingshui, leading a cadre of archers, became the backbone of our assault. The arrows flew like lightning, swiftly depleting the boss's health. In a mere 2 minutes, the boss's health astonishingly dwindled to a meager 2. In the distance, October Rain cast a chilling glance and commanded, "Zhan Tian, Shout Songtian, charge forth and bring me the boss." At last, the final moment had arrived, and everyone was prepared to give their all. Chapter 56. Thunderblade. With a swift motion, Zhan Tian and Shout Songtian launched their charges. October Rain, displaying great cunning, decided to unleash a powerful attack when the boss had only 2 health points remaining, effectively disrupting Gu Jian Hunmeng's control rhythm. Such an adversary was indeed a source of great frustration. Not far off, a group of elite players from Junlin also surged forward, while Xiao Zhu and Sheng Wanwaner appeared from seemingly nowhere, ready to seize the opportunity. With the heavenly stealing sword lowered, I hastened forward and whispered, "Let us go all out and take down the boss. Li Chengfeng, hold off Zhan Tian and the Tyrant Hall. I will use the purple dragon roar to eliminate the boss. The task of claiming the Lord's order is entrusted to you, Wan Yu, Su Yang, and the 18 riders." Understood. The crowd nodded in unison. At that moment, I charged toward the boss, positioning myself right at its feet. My single foot struck the ground. The precursor to the war smash skill was unmistakable, causing Zhan Tian, Shout Songtian, and Xiao Zhu to hesitate, each afraid of being swiftly eliminated by my attack. Li Chengfeng leaped forward, his blade slicing through the air with 3 swift strikes, forcing Zhan Tian and Shout Songtian to retreat. Xiao Zhu was blocked by He, unable to advance. Seizing the moment of their hesitation, I slid back 2 steps to hide behind Gue Guzi and called out, "Little devil, cover me." "All right." Gue Guzi urged his war steed, positioning his shield in front of me as I raised the heavenly stealing sword and unleashed the purple dragon roar. In the next instant, a resounding dragon's roar echoed, and waves of magnificent purple energy coalesced around me, quickly forming a massive purple dragon that spiraled around the sword's edge. With a commanding shout, I swung my sword, and the purple dragon shot forth, instantly engulfing the Death Lord's body, unleashing a barrage of terrifying attack numbers: 18,674, 19,832, 18,308. With over 10 devastating hits, even the Death Lord, no matter how much health it possessed, could not withstand such onslaughts. Letting out a final wail before collapsing to the ground, its soul dispersed into countless beams of experience light, soaring towards every participant of Gu Jian Hunmeng. Although the experience gained was not substantial, I saw the experience bar brighten slightly, increasing by approximately 2 points. Quite commendable. As the boss fell, an abundance of equipment and items erupted forth. I, positioned on the ground with remarkable agility, swiftly maneuvered around Gue Guzi, reaching down to collect several pieces of loot dropped by the boss. Just as I intended to look for more, I found myself engulfed in a sea of flames. The mages from Zhan Tian Alliance were attacking, and October Rain, with her longbow raised, stunned me with a shock arrow. This was dire. Internally, I cursed my misfortune, scanning the area until my gaze fell upon a glimmering token in the nearby grass. Indeed, it was the Lord's order. A fleeting shadow swept by, seizing the Lord's token, instantly shattering hearts without a trace. It was an assassin, a stealthy figure who evaded the gaze of us all. "Leave the token for me." Suddenly, the fierce Wanyue appeared, her sword sweeping across with a clang, forcing the opponent out of their concealed state. To our astonishment, it was the rogue Ligay. Clutching the token in one hand while brandishing a dagger to parry Wanyue's attack with the other, a faint smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Unfortunately, this territory does not belong to Gujin Huanming. It is claimed by our Zhan Tian alliance." "Get lost, you fool." Su Yang surged forward from behind, unleashing a fierce strike. If it connected, it would at least leave Ligay severely injured. Alas, Su Yang's opponent was Ligay, the 11th-ranked super assassin in the CGL Hall of Fame. Ligay gracefully evaded Su Yang's attack, activating his shadow dance skill with remarkable speed. A sudden, piercing thrust left Wanyue stunned, as he deftly sidestepped the assaults of several key players from Gujin Huanming, quietly positioning himself beside Shuriwei, who had disengaged from combat. Slowly, he raised the Lord's token and commenced its use. Time was of the essence. I remained incapacitated by the stun effect, while Li Chengfeng struggled against Zai Kangshan. And the trio of Zhan Tian and He Yi were entangled with the little pig. Gujin faced an entire alliance. With a resounding chime, Ligay activated the Lord's token, prompting an announcement that resonated throughout Sky City. Ding. System announcement. Player Ligay has used the Lord's token. The first territory of Sky City has been refreshed. This territory is the City of Death, located near coordinates 769-846-0948. The teleportation array has been activated, and the initial holder of the territory is the Zhan Tian Alliance. Members of the Zhan Tian Alliance can teleport to the territory through the system, and after defending it for 5 hours, they will obtain ownership. Damn it. The Zhan Tian Alliance truly seized the opportunity. With a command from Shuriwei, the members of the Zhan Tian Alliance hastily returned to the city, while those still in combat were mercilessly beaten to death by our group in a fit of rage. Time was pressing. If we could not capture the territory within 5 hours, it would belong to the Zhan Tian Alliance. Opening the large map, I surveyed the area and remarked, "This territory is approximately an hour and a half's journey from Sky City, situated at the intersection of the Sky Forest, Dragonbone Mountains, and Black Coast. 3 prime leveling zones, a truly advantageous location sure to attract many players." "Indeed," he nodded, stating, "Let us immediately change direction and head there without wasting any more time." All right. Under He Yi's leadership, the group departed the basin, marching towards the territory, while Su Yang contacted our main alliance's core faction. I also reached out to Duzhu. As the blood-colored mercenaries had now become a level 4 guild, a sprawling assembly of 5,000 members, certainly a considerable aid in this endeavor. Concurrently, news arrived that the main forces of Shui Yinsan were gathering within the Sky Forest and had already commenced their advance, likely to arrive at the destination even faster than us. Undoubtedly, the territorial conflict was merely at its inception. "By the way, Lu Chun, what did the boss drop?" Moron Mingwei inquired. It suddenly dawned on me, and I opened the package to find 5 pieces of equipment quietly nestled within my inventory, a delightful surprise. Although the Lord's order had been pilfered by Ligay, the gear, stones, and materials dropped by the boss had all been secured by me. Burning Justice Boots, exceptional artifact level 130 armor, for slots, defense 420, magic defense 280, strength 107, stamina 102, exceptional trait. Reduces incoming attack damage by 14. Deceptive leggings, exquisite artifact level 130 leather armor, 2 slots, defense 285, magic defense 220, agility 92, stamina 90, exceptional trait. Increases agility by 11. Olivia's cloak, exquisite artifact level 130 cloak, 2 slots, defense 300, magic defense 215, strength 104, agility 100, exceptional trait. Increases attack power by 9. Miracle staff, exquisite artifact level 130 staff, 1 slot, magical attack 440675, intelligence 102, stamina 89, fiery trait. Enhances fire magic damage by 20. Thunderblade, exceptional artifact level 130 blade weapon, attack 620800, strength 100, stamina 97, increases user's attack power by 25, exceptional trait. Thunderous. Has a high probability of inflicting a burning effect on opponents upon attack. Filled with satisfaction, I acknowledged that despite not acquiring the Lord's order, I had obtained remarkably fine equipment, including two 2-star exceptional artifacts, which was already of considerable worth. This was primarily due to the fact that the boss had fallen at my hands, and that 22 points of luck had played a significant role. Had a player with 0 luck attempted the kill, they would have likely ended up with numerous dark gold or non-exceptional exquisite artifacts. And even acquiring a single ordinary artifact would have been a stroke of fortune. After consulting with He, I proposed, Eve, let us distribute these items according to the DPS scores of each class from this battle. We shall not keep any for ourselves. Indeed, he chuckled softly. Enhancing everyone's equipment is a splendid idea. I defer to your judgment. With that, I reviewed the DPS scores of our guild members from the recent skirmish. Among the warrior players, my score was the highest. The Burning Justice boots surpassed my Heavenly Barbarian boots in quality, yet I chose not to claim them. I had long observed that Li Chengfeng, who ranked second in DPS, was still clad in a pair of non-exceptional dark gold boots, a situation too unjust to overlook. Thus, I relinquished my pursuit of the Justice boots and directly offered them to him. Upon receiving the boots, Li Chengfeng tossed them into his inventory and nodded with a smile. Thank you, Lu Chen. Don't mention it. I replied with a chuckle. Next, I bestowed the deceptive leggings upon Baiming Shui. As the 11 agility attribute was a treasure not to be squandered on other assassins or archers. Currently, the ancient sword spirit, Gu Jian Hunming, required a central figure. And Baiming Shui was the embodiment of agility. She must be forged into a formidable goddess. I gifted Olivia's cloak to Luan Yu, who was overwhelmed with joy, repeatedly expressing her gratitude and loyalty. It was fortunate she was not merely a fleeting fancy. Otherwise, she might have even been willing to offer more than mere service. The miracle staff has bestowed upon me the Moonstone, and as the most formidable mage in the realm of ancient sword, soul dream, strength is imperative. Ultimately, the Thunderblade presents a significant challenge. This level 130 weapon is exclusively designed for the Ranger class. Players of this class can gain up to a 30-point specialization attack bonus when wielding the Thunderblade. Thus, such a dedicated weapon is better suited for the Rangers. Observing the leaderboard, it is indisputable that the foremost Ranger of Ancient Sword is the esteemed Yuyun 18 Riders. This Earth Ranger, albeit a hidden class, is indeed the one. As a pivotal warrior of Ancient Sword, possessing an exceptional spirit weapon serves as a testament to his prowess. Approaching Yuyun 18 Riders, I handed him the Thunderblade and said, according to the DPS rankings, this blade rightfully belongs to you. Take it, do not hesitate. Upon seeing the Thunderblade, Yuyun 18 Riders was taken aback, tumbling down from the back of his scruffy wolf steed, clutching the weapon with astonishment. He gazed at me incredulously. Vice Guild Leader. You cannot be serious. This splendid spirit weapon is truly for me. I smirked. If you do not wish to accept it, simply return it to me. I shall gift it to Lin Yisan and earn some goodwill. Absolutely not. I must return to town first, secure the blade, and then catch up, Yuyun 18 Riders declared, resolutely clasping the sword. Very well, go ahead. The few who received their equipment returned to store it with remarkable synchrony, but Yuyun 18 Riders did not. He promptly spent 70,000 on a simple gem to enhance the Thunderblade, making it ready for equipping. In the current Sky City, the competition in levels is exceedingly fierce, with countless players at level 110, and Yuyun 18 Riders is among them. Remarkably, he had just reached level 110 while vanquishing the Death Lord, an auspicious turn indeed. Chapter 57. A fair game. Shortly thereafter, Yuyun 18 Riders arrived astride his wolf steed. Though a low-tier mount, it significantly augmented his speed, allowing him to easily catch up to ordinary players. With one hand grasping a tuft of fur atop the wolf's head and the other brandishing the Thunderblade, Yuyun 18 Riders exuded an impressive aura. Clearly, with his current attack power, he has emerged as one of the elite players in the realm of Ancient Sword, Soul Dream. Having joined forces with the guild's mainstay, Ancient Sword, Soul Dream had already ascended to a level 5 guild yesterday, becoming the first in the entire server to achieve such a milestone. With a membership cap of 10,000, and now incorporating the Blood Mercenaries, we have reached a total capacity of 15,000 members, predominantly consisting of veteran and professional players with an exceptionally high online presence. According to statistics, at this very moment, 13,000 participants have joined the fray, a force that should not be underestimated. Furthermore, 3 players possessing extraordinary general skills can inspire numerous adept players. The strength of Ancient Sword, Soul Dream prompted a shared smile of satisfaction between he and me. Clattering hooves echoed as Giguzi rode in on his armored dragon, whispering, Zhuji Guild Leader, he Guild Leader, I just surveyed the new territory, and it is indeed a city of the undead. The War Heaven Alliance, along with its branch guilds, has likely settled at least 20,000 members there. Just moments ago, War Heaven went offline, only to return half an hour later. And there have been some rather subtle shifts within the factions. Subtle shifts? I furrowed my brow and inquired, what kind of transformation? Guzi grinned and replied, the Huajian sect, the Wild Dragon, and the Godslayer guilds have resolved to assist the Battle Heaven Alliance in safeguarding their territory. Just moments ago, the four guilds successfully formed an alliance. I suspect that after Battle Heaven logged off, he must have made calls to the leaders of several guilds, negotiating promises and mutual benefits to reach this consensus. Su Yang, taken aback, exclaimed, goodness, this is serious. With Huajian sect, Wild Dragon, and Godslayer joining forces with the Battle Heaven Alliance, that lad will not rest until he gathers 100,000 defenders for the city. Do you think our mere 10,000 can breach its walls? I chuckled, no need to fret. We shall proceed without hesitation. Rest assured, while the defenders may form alliances, so too can the attackers. Moreover, our allies will multiply. Everyone wishes to partake in the spoils. With the Battle Heaven Alliance having claimed the stronghold, they have become a target for many. It is we who find ourselves in a safer position, poised to act. Murong Mingyue smiled lightly. Indeed, Lu Chun possesses foresight. Our opportunity has just arrived. Let us move forth and adapt our strategy upon reaching the new territory. To be truthful, our chances are greatest in this contest for the new domain. Everyone must exert themselves. Once the battle commences, it shall be fight to the death. A chorus of men chuckled in agreement with Murong Mingyue's words. She shot them a glare. Where are your eyes wandering? Focus on the path ahead. The 13,000-strong army of the ancient sword dream passed beneath the Dragonbone Mountains. Not far off, members of several smaller guilds were also hastening towards the new territory, but with only a few hundred to 1,000 members. They were no match for the might of the ancient sword. Those guild leaders, displaying their wisdom, raised their weapons and declared loudly, we shall head west to evade the brilliance of ancient sword dream. I felt a surge of satisfaction as I led the way with the stealing heaven sword in hand, while he and Guzi hastened ahead to scout the path. In times like these, the reconnaissance capabilities of assassins and archers paled in comparison to theirs. The era of cavalry warfare had dawned, and elite cavalry was the true essence of dominance. Before long, the vista ahead became expansive, revealing the howling winds of the plains at the junction of the Black Coast and Dragonbone Mountains, with the newly minted territory situated atop this plain. The crowd surged forward, and soon, a modest village emerged on the horizon. As I arrived, every individual was taken aback. Was this the undead castle? A dark wooden fence enclosed the entire territory, which was not overly vast. Each cardinal direction boasted a grand entrance, constructed from rusted iron plates adorned with skull motifs, suggesting formidable defenses. Within the territory, every 10 paces along the perimeter wall stood a rudimentary arrow tower, each manned by 3 level 125 shadow-grade NPC skeleton archers, boasting commendable attack power. Within the territory, the blacksmith's forge, slaughterhouse, apothecary, and clothing shop were strategically scattered in every corner. The NPCs were all skeletal beings, and at the very heart of the domain stood a grand hall, approximately 20 meters tall, exuding an imposing presence. Surrounding the hall were level 125 shadow-grade necromancer swordsmen standing guard, while Zhan Tian lingered at the entrance, conversing with Shi Weiyu. I stood outside the territory, licking my lips, and smiled. What a magnificent city of the undead. Splendid. I shall claim this city and transform it into the most formidable fortress of the undead. He nodded with a light chuckle. Indeed, let us seize it first. No one made a move, for although the territory appeared rudimentary, it was defended by tens of thousands of players, including powerful guilds like Zhan Tianming. A direct assault would likely leave our 13,000 members insufficient to withstand the tide. According to the system's rules, any player who fell in the territory war would be barred from re-entering. Thus, every life was precious, and we must cherish each member's existence. At that moment, Shui Yinsong approached, saying, the people from Shui Yinsong are here. We turned to see Lin Yisan clad in silver armor, wielding the frost blade, accompanied by her generals, Ziyi Ho, Ingzhe Xiangnair, and Qingqing Shui Xiang. He and I exchanged a smile. Let us go and meet them. We walked forward, and I remarked, you arrived rather early. Lin Yisin smiled faintly. Not too bad, but I didn't expect you all to be here so soon. So what strategies do you have? Zhan Tianming is determined to seize this territory. Well, do you have any plans? Not at the moment, but Zhan Tianming is gaining more allies, Lin Yisin replied, turning her gaze towards the territory. One by one, smaller guilds were aligning themselves with Zhan Tianming, their names transforming to a blood-red hue before our eyes. It was evident that Zhan Tian had meticulously orchestrated this, enticing numerous guilds, leaving us to wonder what benefits had been promised. The territory was bustling with guards, and some minor guilds had even stationed themselves outside, which was rather disheartening. At this point, Luan Yu remarked, I found out that Zhan Tian promised those guilds that if they helped defend the territory, all allied guild members would receive a 50% discount on repairs, purchases, and teleportation fees within the territory. Goodness, no wonder so many are tempted, Su Yang said, speechless. I furrowed my brow. A 50% discount. If that is the case, Zhan Tian may not be able to afford the exorbitant taxes for the main city. Remember, guild territories belong to the main city and must remit a significant tax daily. If their income is not sufficiently high, will Zhan Tianming pay the taxes out of their own pockets? Lin Yisin chuckled. Foolish Lu Chun. Do you truly believe Zhan Tian will honor such promises for every guild? Just wait and see. They will find countless ways to circumvent this hurdle. Shuri Wei Yu is not a simple woman. Yes, I understand that. But what shall we do now? Simple. Summon the other guilds. Let us launch an assault for 2 hours to deplete Zhan Tianming's strength, and then we will begin our full-scale attack, storming the hall and claiming the territory. Okay. At this moment, he stepped forward and remarked, there is a matter to discuss. Only one guild can claim dominion over the territory, Gu Jian Hunming or Shuiyin Shan. Who shall seize it? Lin Yisin appeared somewhat bewildered, glancing between me and He before shaking her head. I haven't given it much thought. He chuckled lightly. How about this? Let us establish a gentleman's agreement. Whoever first breaches the territory hall shall claim the land, whilst the other party must assist in its defense. What do you think? Lin Yisin's eyes sparkled with realization. So, the one who enters the territory first becomes the king? That is a splendid idea. I nodded in agreement. Then it is settled. Whoever first breaches the territory hall shall claim ownership. Indeed, Lin Yisin affirmed, and promptly began to rally the players. After acquiring 500 gold coins from me, she dispatched a system announcement costing 5,000 gold coins. Ding. System announcement. Player Feng Sei Huanxiang to all friends in Sky City. The Zhan Tian Alliance has seized a new territory and gathered a band of allies to defend the stronghold. Now, Shuiyin Shan and Gu Jian Hunming have formed an alliance, and we shall launch an assault on the territory. We hope everyone will join us in this endeavor. Do you remember the tyrannical reign of the Mieshin Guild in the Poison Bee Forest? Do you recall the bullying of the weak by the Huajian sect? Do you remember the vengeful acts of the Kuang Long Guild outside the novice village? Do you remember the Zhan Tian Alliance's ruthless appropriation of leveling grounds? If you recall these injustices and refuse to languish under the yoke of tyranny, join us in taking up arms to fight for freedom and fairness. I promise. If Shuiyin Shan secures the territory, we shall not monopolize leveling areas in the Sky Forest, Black Coast, or Dragonbone Mountains. And we will combat such practices to ensure a harmonious and equitable gaming environment for all. Though the words were few, they were profoundly stirring. In truth, over 90 of players engage in gaming merely for leisure. None wish to be oppressed by powerful guilds through PK and clearing. This sentiment resonates deeply within many players. And Lin Yisin's simple yet impassioned speech ignited the fervor of those smaller guilds often subjected to bullying. The moment to demonstrate their resolve had arrived. Gu Jian Hunming attacked the east gate, while Shuiyin Shan besieged the west gate. Lin Yisin flashed me a smile. For the first 2 hours, let us feign attacks without engaging in earnest. This will exhaust the allies of the Zhan Tian Alliance. After 2 hours, we shall strike with full force. Understood. Lin Yisin departed with Zi Ho and others. I surveyed the rudimentary east gate of this undead city and grinned. Brothers, gather around. Let us not attack just yet. Fix your gaze upon October rain and cold moon rose until they feel embarrassed. Chapter 58. The temptation of attack, the sole dream of the ancient sword, is about to strike. October Rain's long lashes fluttered slightly as her beautiful eyes gazed into the distance. She remarked, the current trio of ancient sword ascendants, Lu Chun, the god of war, Wang Dao, the sovereign of the water's edge, and Bei Mingxue, the god of archery, are formidable super generals, each capable of facing 100 foes. Particularly, He's sovereign skill can diminish the attributes of all our members within 1,000 yards by over 25%. It is truly terrifying. Zhang Tian looked into the distance, chuckling softly. No worries. I possess the Overlord's general skill, which now enhances my critical hit rate by 303%. Your overall critical hit rate could rise to 50. Furthermore, with your general skill of psychological warfare, I find it hard to believe we cannot withstand the sole dream of the ancient sword. October Rain smiled, the corners of her lips lifting gently. Ah? Then let us prepare for battle. What is wrong, Xiaoyu? Have you lost your patience and confidence? Zhang Tian inquired, looking down at October Rain. She, with her long bow in hand, leaned lightly against a wooden post at the corner of the arrow tower, appearing somewhat weary. Watching the restless crowd of the sole dream of the ancient sword in the distance, she shook her head and replied with a faint smile, No, I have not lost my patience. However, Zhang Tian, you must understand that the sole dream of the ancient sword is led by Lu Chun, who is constantly evolving and nearing his peak state. Do you comprehend how daunting that is? His title of Little King is not merely for show. After Lin Fan and the scholar retired, no one has posed a greater threat than him. If I had a choice, I would never stand against Lu Chun. Do you really have a choice? Zhang Tian smiled slightly. Choice? Alas, I have none. October Rain tugged at the corners of her mouth, smiling. If not for your earlier assistance to October beefing, I cannot fathom what might have transpired later. In any case, I shall exert my utmost to lay down half of the territory for you and the Zhang Tian alliance. Of course, whether we succeed or fail depends on the heavens' decision. He chuckled, suddenly drawing his sword and bellowing to those below, Brothers, be on guard and prepare for battle. All main forces to the east and west gates to defend against the ancient sword and Shui Yinsan. I implore all allied players to guard the other two gates fiercely, ensuring that no non-ally player breaches our territory. The great battle was imminent. Thus, the territorial war commenced in full force. I lowered my stealing sky sword and smiled at the few individuals behind me, saying, Let us go and investigate to ascertain the current strength of the Zhang Tian alliance, and also to gauge the resilience of those city gates. With that, I surged forward, accompanied by Li Chengfeng, Wan Yu, Su Yang, Du Shisan, Gaguzi, He, and others. All first-tier players of the ancient sword. Our presence would at least guarantee our safe return. If they proved too weak, we might be annihilated by the skeletal archers stationed on the arrow tower. As we approached the gates, I discovered that the iron gates' resilience and defense were extraordinarily high, boasting a defense rating of 3,500. Average players could hardly breach its defenses, and it had a staggering health of 100,000. How long would it take to bring it down? Within the territory, a seasoned archer bellowed. Utilize the tremor arrows and ensure that the shattered remnants remain on the other side of the water. Quick, unleash a flurry of shots. The resonant twang of bowstrings filled the air as I swiftly raised my long sword, deftly parrying some of the incoming attacks. Thanks to my elevated attributes and the formidable spirit weapons at my disposal, I was not rendered dazed. Approaching the enemy, I brandished the stealing heaven sword and unleashed a resounding strike, the thousand ice slash plummeting at the edge of our encampment. With a thunderous crash, the frontline warriors of the Battle Heaven Alliance, separated by a barrier, were encased in frost. Many were encased in ice, and my critical hit rate was commendably high, at least 15. Any attack that triggered a critical strike was likely to eliminate an opposing warrior in an instant. This one blow was sufficient to vanquish a dozen foes, while many others were left teetering on the brink of death. The fiery rodent of He had matured, its tail flicking as it summoned a torrent of flames that cascaded into the throng. Instantly, those players I had reduced to near fatality cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. In merely a fleeting moment, we had suffered significant losses. Meanwhile, under my command, the Celestial Wolf launched an assault on the city gate. But after several attempts, the results were underwhelming. The gate's defenses were far too formidable, and the Wolf's breach attacks were quite limited. Leaping to the edge of the gate, I suddenly activated the Forgiveness skill, following it with a standard attack. Miss. For 1,894. A single sword strike severed nearly 5,000 points of health from the gate. A commendable feat when the ghostly Cloud 18 riders arrived. They swung their thunderblade against the gate, inflicting 1,452 points of damage, prompting Su Yang to chuckle. Goodness, 18, you're still wielding a 2-star spirit weapon. How embarrassing, watch this. With a resounding strike, Su Yang's attack registered 674. Li Chengfeng attempted a strike as well, dealing only 1429 points, while he landed a hit of 1984 points, and Giguzi struck for 1845 points. The gate's defensive strength was indeed remarkable. However, if our mages and archers joined forces, I believed we could swiftly overcome it. After all, the current high-level archers possessed at least 1,400 attack power. With the enhancement from Baiming Xue's archery god strategy, that damage could soar to 2,800. Allowing us to inflict over 500 points of health damage against the gate's 3,500 defense. Li Chengfeng approached the barrier and executed a reverse scale slash against the Battle Heaven Alliance players on the other side, striking swiftly and retreating, denying the opponents any chance for a melee counterattack. Meanwhile, the ghostly Cloud 18 riders unleashed the rock-breaking slash, in concert with Giguzi's aurora piercing, eliminating dozens of players. After a fierce assault, we retreated unscathed, while our opponents left behind countless lifeless bodies, igniting War Heaven's fury. How shameless of ancient sword. They do not launch a full-scale attack, but merely wear down my forces, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. What does this even mean? It's utterly disgraceful. October Rain remained composed, a light laugh escaping her lips. This must be Lu Chen's strategy, subtly diminishing the enemy's strength without them realizing it. This young man is quite clever. I find him rather likable. War Heaven inquired, "What is your stance, Little Rain?" With a smile, October Rain replied, "No worries. I shall support you unwaveringly. For a wise woman, it is essential to distinguish between career and love." War Heaven retorted, "Does that scoundrel Lu Chun harbor feelings for you? Who cares? I like him, and that suffices." October Rain expressed with remarkable openness. We retreated from the front lines, having gained a clearer understanding of the situation within the city. The shadow-level NPC archers in the arrow towers were exceptionally formidable. It was imperative for those at the forefront to draw their attention and utilize the Holy Shield skill to mitigate the archers' attacks. Otherwise, the level 125 shadow archers could easily annihilate any low-tier player. I surveyed the scene ahead and stated, "We shall launch an attack every 3 minutes, forcing the War Heaven Alliance's members to vacate the peripheral area. Once they retreat, Baiming Xue will lead the archers to eliminate the NPC archers in the tower." "Understood? Got it," came the unanimous response from the group. Meanwhile, fierce combat erupted at the north and south gates, with the Crazy Dragon Guild aligning with the War Heaven Alliance. Dragon's Domain led a contingent into battle, charging forth as if traversing an unguarded realm. The Crazy Dragon Twin Stars proved to be exceptionally powerful, following their leader into the fray, decimating several minor guilds. However, this favorable situation was short-lived, as the crowd suddenly parted to reveal a guild clad in striking armor. At the forefront, a beautiful archer raised her hand and commanded, "Release." The sound of arrows flying was relentless, and in the next moment, countless arrows rained down upon the Crazy Dragon's ranks. The sharp arrows pierced through armor, resulting in torrents of blood. In no time, over half of the Crazy Dragon warriors had been struck down, leaving Dragon's Domain wide-eyed in shock as he bellowed, "This is dire. That's Junlin. Damn it. Ling Shueshang, I will not let this slide." Men, charge forth and break through Junlin's front line. With an oath of loyalty, the Thunder Book of Iron Contracts surged forward alongside a throng of warriors, while Ling Shueshang swiftly retreated with the archers. The warriors of Junlin pressed forward, and the archers continued to rain destruction upon the Crazy Dragon, leading to a harrowing scene as thousands fell, their lives extinguished. Only the Twin Stars managed to lead a handful to safety, fleeing into the city with Dragon's Domain. Li Lu laughed heartily, unabashedly mocking the Crazy Dragon's disgrace, which incited Dragon's Domain's furious wrath. Nearby, the dominator of the God-Slayer Guild, Tian Dao, sneered coldly, "So impatient, you will never achieve greatness." "Who are you referring to?" Li Lu shot back, his eyes wide with surprise. Tian Dao turned away, unwilling to engage further with Li Lu. Dominator of the War God and Dominator of the Night God stood behind Tian Dao, hands resting on their weapons, poised to strike at any moment. Li Lu offered a chilling smile, saying nothing further. At that moment, a voice suddenly cried out, "This is bad. The people from the Overlord Hall have arrived." The little pig activated the Diamond General skill, leading dozens of heavily armored warriors to assault the gate, and we simply could not penetrate their defenses. What? Zhang Tian gritted his teeth. That fool Wang Dongliang truly knows no bounds, daring to challenge us. Come, let us go and eliminate that little pig. And give the Overlord Hall a stern warning. A group followed Zhang Tian, who immediately activated the Overlord skill, boasting a formidable critical strike rate of nearly 30. This powerful skill was complemented by bards who inspired the warriors and archers, offsetting the Overlord skill's lack of encouragement. Outside the city, the little pig wielded a sharp blade, unleashing the Diamond General skill and relentlessly hacking at the gate. This skill conferred a 40 increase in defense, and with the little pig's strategic prowess, it could elevate defense by approximately 80, resulting in each individual boasting over 3,000 points of defense. Such a formidable team indeed posed a significant challenge for the Zhang Tian alliance. October Rain raised her longbow, aiming for the little pig's lower abdomen, and unleashed a furious arrow. The arrow struck with a resounding thud, 478. The projectile embedded itself in the armor below the pig's abdomen, causing the feathers to tremble. The little pig glanced down, enraged, and exclaimed, "How shameless of the Zhang Tian alliance, targeting vital spots right from the start." October Rain pouted. It didn't hit the weak point. Chapter 59. The assault begins onward, strong assault. Outside the southern barricade of the territory, hundreds of archers and mages surged to the front line. A level 108 warrior, wielding a long-handled blade, shouted toward the territory, "Attack! Let us claim the Zhang Tian alliance. Even if we, the Tian Mansion, cannot seize this territory, we will not allow it to fall into their hands. They are unworthy of claiming the first territory." It appeared that there was animosity between the Tian Mansion and the Zhang Tian alliance. In truth, as a prominent guild in the Chinese guild rankings, the Zhang Tian alliance had undoubtedly offended numerous other guilds along their journey, inevitably accumulating enemies. The arrows fell like locusts, and frost magic filled the air. The 2-meter-high barricade hardly served as a deterrent. Players from the Zhang Tian alliance within the walls clashed fiercely with those from the Tian Mansion outside, with players falling every second. Equipment, potions, and magical concoctions littered the ground, while some maintained their composure to collect gear, yet many others, consumed by bloodlust, stood their ground, unleashing relentless attacks until they perished. Inside the territory, October Rain whispered a few words to Zhang Tian, who nodded and raised his blade high, proclaiming loudly, "First Division, follow me. It is time to charge." Instantly, a group of high-level 4th transformation players surged forth alongside Zhang Tian. As the guild leader, Zhang Tian commanded the NPC guards to open the city gates. He led the charge, brandishing his blade, and from a distance, he executed a sweeping strike, with 3 consecutive sounds echoing as damage numbers soared above the heads of 3 warrior players from the Tian Mansion. 10, 984. 9, 982. 11, 248. All critical hits, dealing double damage and instantly slaying the 3 warriors. With his first move, Zhang Tian inflicted a heavy toll on the frontline high-level warriors of the Tian Mansion. In the Tian Mansion, the Lord, known as the Qin King, a level 108 warrior, furiously brandished his long spear and commanded, "Charge with me. Eliminate Zhang Tian. Frontline knights, organize your defenses. Do not allow their warriors to breach our ranks." A throng of warriors surged forward in pursuit of Qin, launching a charge that locked onto Zhang Tian from afar. Zhang Tian smiled faintly, his battle boots deftly maneuvering across the muddy ground in rapid Z-shaped turns, rendering the enemy's charge utterly untraceable. Misses erupted behind him like fireworks. One must concede that as the leader of the Zhang Tian alliance, Zhang Tian's skills were indeed exceptional. Though he may not rival the likes of Li Gu, he was certainly on par with the renowned CGL figure, Xiao Zongtian. Gritting his teeth, Qin King leaped forward to block Zhang Tian's path, thrusting his spear without hesitation, pressing it directly against Zhang Tian's chest. The impact registered 2,783. Zhang Tian's defense was formidable, preventing Qin King from inflicting significant damage. With a swift motion, Zhang Tian seized the shaft of the spear, twirled around, and unleashed a series of slashes with his sword. striking Qin King's shoulder with devastating force. 3,902. 6,204. The critical hit drained the color from Qin King's face, prompting him to retreat hastily. He realized that confronting Zhang Tian head-on was futile. At that moment, a subtle smile curved Zhang Tian's lips as he declared, "Qin King, your time is up." "What?" Qin King exclaimed in shock, turning around to find behind him a sea of blood-red names, as 3 guilds simultaneously allied with the Zhang Tian alliance. Launching an assault on the Tian Su mansion from outside their territory, the tide of battle collapsed like a house of cards. Zhang Tian coordinated a fierce counterattack, and within half an hour, he had annihilated all members of the Tian Su mansion. It was undeniable that this was a meticulously orchestrated strategy, as the Tian Su mansion boasted nearly 5,000 members, yet they were swept away like leaves in a tempest. War is but a dance of blood and strategy. On another front, news of battle arrived. Shui Yinshan had launched a second assault on the city gates, resulting in significant losses for the Zhang Tian alliance. Though they had yet to breach the territory, the timing was not yet ripe. I raised my gaze to the NPC archers stationed atop the distant arrow tower. The team of Gu Jian Hunming would inevitably storm through here. Thus, eliminating the level 125 shadow archers atop the tower was imperative, rather than prolonging the wait. It was time to act. With a clang, I drew the stealing heaven sword and smiled at the elite members of Gu Jian behind me. It is our turn to move. Frontline warriors, prioritize your safety. Bei Ming Shui, take several hundred archers and follow closely. Conceal your forms. Warriors, stir up as much dust as possible. When we reach the edge of the territory, archers will seize the opportunity to ambush the shadow-level NPC archers on the walls. Understood? Understood. The group responded with enthusiasm, their morale soaring. Morale must not wane. After rallying our spirits, I gripped the stealing heaven sword and led the Tian Yao Tenlang forward, with He Yi and Gu Zi matching my speed. Racing to the edge of the territory, the Bibbo Slash and Aurora Puncture attacks wreaked havoc, and that fire mouse conjured 3 infernos in succession, creating a significant vacuum within the territory. Li Chengfeng, filled with indomitable spirit, along with the illustrious figures of Yoyun's 18 riders, Luan Yue, Su Yang, and Du Shisan, gathered near the borders of their territory. These individuals had already made a name for themselves in the Sky City, and their combined destructive power was formidable. This presence caused the mages and archers of the Battle Heaven Alliance within the territory to retreat in fear, unwilling to approach lest they face instant annihilation. An opportunity arose. Bei Ming Shui, with her petite and delicate frame, soared forward, activating her archery god strategy. Raising her Tianhe Bao, she commanded in a sweet voice, "Group up and eliminate the shadow archers directly ahead." From the arrow tower atop the city, NPC archers unleashed a flurry of shots. Yet these were effortlessly deflected by the shield-bearing demon knights, such as Guguzi and He. Although these adversaries were level 125 shadow creatures, the formidable defense of He and Guguzi rendered these attacks negligible. Bei Ming Shui and her companions sprang into action, launching a barrage of arrows and employing multi-shot techniques. The arrows rained down like a tempest, thoroughly drenching the shadow archers atop the city. Amidst the sounds of agony, numerous shadow archers fell, their bodies riddled with arrows. Despite their considerable health, Bei Ming Shui's archery god strategy was overwhelmingly potent, dealing over 7,000 damage with nearly every shot. Coupled with the multi-shot barrage, nothing could halt their advance. After a relentless assault, the archers on the eastern arrow tower were nearly annihilated, leaving only a few who posed little threat. Battle Tian watched in astonishment, slapping his thigh in frustration. "Damn it, we've been fooled. Lu Chun and the others aim to wear us down. I shouldn't have withdrawn our forces. Everyone, charge forward. Ancient Sword Soul Dream will return next time. Do not falter. Frontline warriors, hold your defenses. They cannot penetrate the barricades. Rearline archers and mages. Use shock arrows and frost dragons roar for instant kills. Take down as many as possible and see just how many high-level warriors Ancient Sword possesses." October Rain stood resolutely at the forefront of the territory's hall, embodying the calm and collected strategist of the Battle Heaven Alliance. Unlike Battle Tian, she understood the necessity of maintaining composure. If she too succumbed to fervor, the Alliance's fate would be sealed. As the battle continued for over an hour, Ancient Sword Soul Dream, relying on elite frontline warriors, systematically eliminated nearly 1,000 members of the Battle Heaven Alliance without sustaining any losses. The power of these mass damage warriors rendered Battle Tian, gritting his teeth in frustration, yearning to rush out for a decisive battle. In stark contrast to ancient Sword Soul Dream's attritional tactics, the battles to the north and south were far more brutal, with bloodshed evident in every clash. October Rain, employing cunning strategies, successfully swayed a vice leader of Hanjingsu to turn against his own, leading over 1,000 men to defect. She also sowed discord within the 0 Degree Symphony by turning one of their commanders against them, forcing a mass exodus. To protect this hard-won territory, October Rain exerted every ounce of her intellect, demonstrating that the success of the Battle Heaven Alliance was no mere coincidence. Upon examining the interface, within the territory of the Territorial War, there are a total of 570,000 players in Sky City. The plains, after enduring countless battles, have been thoroughly bathed in blood, littered with low-grade potions and culinary items, all of which remain unwanted, awaiting a slow refresh. As the time drew near, Lin Yisan sent a message. Lu Chun. The forces of the Battle Heaven Alliance have significantly depleted. At most, there are only 50,000 left within the territory. Shall we commence our formal assault? Very well. Let us begin, I replied, deactivating the communicator and stepping forward, raising my sword high. I proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, let us reclaim our former glory. For the resurgence of the ancient Sword Soul Dream, charge with me, even if it means shedding the last drop of blood in our veins, for our comrades behind us. For the dreams of yesteryears, we shall fight to the bitter end." The crowd simultaneously drew their weapons and shouted, "To the bitter end. Kill!" Li Chengfeng roared, and immediately, a throng of players surged forward. The main force of the ancient Sword Soul Dream, numbering over 13,000, remained steadfast, finally launching a powerful assault on this territory. Inside the territory, the Battle Heaven Alliance stood ready. Zhan Tian, Shao Songtian, and October Rain were all on our side, evidently wary of the ancient Sword Soul Dream, fearing it far more than Shui Yinsan. Fire arrows. Rain of fire. With October Rain's command, players within the territory began their preemptive strikes, swiftly establishing a firepower cover at the edge of the territory. To approach the city gate, we would have to brave the inferno. Lu Chun, Li Chengfeng, with unyielding spirit. "The 18 riders of Yuyuan, you shall assault the city gate." He bellowed. "The rest, provide fire support. Giguzi, take your men to dismantle the palisade walls." Upon hearing this, I immediately dashed towards the city gate with several warriors. Despite the gate boasting over 3,000 in defense, we were determined to breach it. Otherwise, penetrating the territory would prove exceedingly difficult. Forgiveness, a gamble of the universe. Miss. 7,218. A colossal damage figure rippled forth. My attack power remained formidable as ever. Even against a defense of 3,500, the city gate remained fragile under my assault. Inside the city, Zhan Tian fumed. "Damn it. Archers, cover fire. Lock onto Lu Chun. Eliminate him." A throng of archers raised their longbows in unison. I delivered another strike to the city gate, then positioned my sword defensively across my chest. Clang, clang, clang. A cascade of sounds erupted as arrows ricocheted off my blade. Though no arrow inflicted more than 100 points of damage upon me, the sheer number was overwhelming, and my health plummeted to below half in an instant, startling Bei Mingxue behind me. "Wow. Sister Mingyue, quickly save brother." Before her words faded, Morong Mingyue and Yu Lu, the two healers, unleashed their restorative magic. 4,204. 3,289. In an instant, my health was restored to full, the healing prowess of the two priestesses remarkably potent. Chapter 60. Unveiling of the blade's edge. Though the city gate's health was substantial, it could not withstand our collective onslaught. In less than 2 minutes, its health and resilience approached zero. Li Chengfeng unleashed a barrage of dragon bone thrusts, while I lifted my brutal battle boots and delivered a powerful kick against the city gate. Boom! The towering city gate, nearly 3 meters high, trembled and collapsed, crushing several archers from the Battle Heaven Alliance who had yet to escape into a mere mass of flesh and blood. "Advance. Follow up," I commanded. "Gue Guzi, you go first." "Understood." Gue Guzi urged the Earthwalker forward, while the dragon roar, with its sword-like back, swiftly charged into the city. Gue Guzi was part of Heyi's team, boasting a health level of 30, along with formidable defense and attack bonuses. Mounted on the Earthwalker and adorned in exquisite gear, he possessed a 50 lifesteal effect from his indestructible shield, making him a force to be reckoned with across the entire Chinese server. Indeed, Battle Heaven swung his long sword and shouted, "In narrow paths, the brave prevail. For the glory of Battle Heaven, brothers, let us charge together. Mages and archers, target their high-level players. Send them back to the city, one by one." A throng of archers raised their longbows, unleashing a barrage upon the foremost Guzi. The arrows clanged against his shield, inflicting damage yet failing to vanquish him. Guzi, seemingly defying fate, surged forward amidst the onslaught of countless archers, thrusting his spear and bellowing, "Perish!" With a resounding thud, the spear's brilliance pierced through the throng, toppling an entire row of archers and mages, rendering them defenseless. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chengfeng and I advanced, with Li Chengfeng emitting a faint dragon's roar as he executed a devastating reverse-scale strike, driving his Qinglong horn into the chest of a dark knight and swiftly dispatching him with a sweeping blow. The stealing heaven sword shimmered with a flurry of snowflakes. I raised my hand and delivered 1,000 ice slashes, freezing a group of warriors ahead, while mages and archers behind them were obliterated. Even those mages who survived with magical shields were no match for the sword's powerful splash effect. Suddenly, the frost dragon's roar echoed, and Guzi's health plummeted. To make matters worse, October Rain lifted her longbow, her beautiful eyes glowing with a green hue. In the next moment, an arrow, swift as a gale, pierced Guzi's forehead. Ambition Unveiled, a non-professional skill of the level 100 archer, reduced the target's defense by 50 for 3 seconds. I had only heard of this skill and was astonished that October Rain had obtained the skill book, one that even our Bei Ming Shui lacked. Behind October Rain, a horde of archers launched a ferocious assault, their power overwhelming, seizing the moment when Guzi's defense was compromised to attempt a lethal strike. With wide eyes, I shouted, "Little ghost, defend." "Got it." Guzi raised his shield, curling behind it to increase his defense. Yet, he could not withstand the volley. His health swiftly dwindled to below 10. Merely 2,000 health remained, and it seemed he was on the brink of collapse. At that critical moment, a stout figure burst through the crowd. It was the first priest of the blood mercenaries, Sackcloth. "Hold on, little ghost. Your brother is here to save you." Sackcloth waved his staff, casting both a mid-level heal and an instant heal upon Guzi. 2,904. 2,273. The crisis was merely alleviated, yet Guzi remained anxious. At a critical moment, he was rendered dizzy by the shock arrow from October Rain, exacerbating the situation. Just then, Morong Mingyue and Yu Lu finally arrived, synchronously wielding their staves. In an instant, for consecutive healing spells restored Guzi's health to 90. Amazed Amasak exclaimed, "Indeed. As expected from the main healer of the main alliance, I must strive harder." Guzi laughed heartily, counterattacking with his gun, and said, "Thank you all. Let us continue to slay." October Rain gritted his teeth in frustration, yet was powerless, utterly unable to defeat Guzi and instead wasting considerable firepower. Simultaneously, I felt immense satisfaction knowing that our guild possessed such a formidable expert as Guzi, a true blessing for us. At that moment, the ancient Sword Soul Dream launched a full-scale assault. The frontline warriors established a line that stretched for miles, with archers, priests, mages, strategists, and bards following suit, formally engaging the Battle Heaven Alliance in a fierce confrontation where every strike drew blood. With a spirited battle axe in hand, he wreaked havoc among the crowd like a relentless killing machine. After a furious roar, the surrounding cyclone whirled, and the fierce blade cut through, annihilating a circle of Battle Heaven Alliance players. Furthermore, after a forward lunge, the axe cleaved through a dark knight's chest. The 18 riders of Yuyan rode untamed wolves, brandishing their thunderblade, instilling fear in all within several meters. The blade's power was overwhelmingly fierce, boasting of formidable cutting ability and significant penetration effects. The arcs produced by the long blade left Battle Heaven Alliance players lamenting, and the occasional rock-splitting strike sent shivers down the spines of ranged players. Su Yong, Wan Yu, and Du Shisan, accompanied by several priests, mages, and archers, formed an attacking force that wreaked havoc, leaving the Battle Heaven Alliance in dire straits. In contrast, Shao Tsangtian, wielding a shield, stood at the forefront, but was intercepted by Li Changfeng, unable to advance further and forced to confront him. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sword sparked against the shield. After parrying Li Changfeng's attack, Xiao Songtian swiftly maneuvered his shield, thrusting his spear forward, a standard knight's offensive and defensive transition. Executed with such finesse that even the rhythm was better controlled than Giguzi's. This was the technical prowess and experience of a CGL Hall of Fame player. Yet, Li Changfeng was no novice either. At the instant Xiao Songtian thrust, Li Changfeng quickly raised his sword above his shoulder to deflect the spear, creating a resounding clash as he countered with a downward strike, the sword's edge glowing azure, subtly revealing the form of a dragon's horn, an unmistakable azure dragon horn strike. Boom. 7,842. Xiao Songtian suffered a significant loss, yet before he could react, Li Changfeng surged forward, crashing into Xiao Songtian's chest, knocking aside his shield. With a flurry of movements, Li Changfeng unleashed a series of dragonbone stabs, leaving Xiao Songtian in a pitiful state, nearly on the brink of death. With a resounding clap, the shield was raised for holy defense, and the priests of the Battle Heaven Alliance began a fervent healing spree. As a member of the CGL Hall of Fame, it is utterly disgraceful that Xiao Songtian was slain without a semblance of resistance, ultimately resorting to the holy shield for a pitiful defense. This situation is a glaring embarrassment. Furthermore, in terms of equipment, skills, and tactics, he is evidently inferior to Li Changfeng, a reality that is apparent to any discerning observer. With a cheerful grin, Li Changfeng remarked to Xiao Songtian, "My friend, how can you possibly hold the 22nd position in the CGL Hall of Fame? Perhaps you should suggest to the CGL officials that they revoke your ranking and let me take your place. I would gladly settle for the 28th position." Xiao Songtian, his face flushed with indignation, retorted furiously, "How dare you underestimate me, you fool?" Unfazed, Li Changfeng delivered a swift kick to Xiao Songtian's shield. With a flourish, he executed a devastating reverse blade strike from above, sending dust swirling in the air and depleting Xiao Songtian's health significantly. More crucially, a large portion of the priests behind Xiao Songtian fell victim to Li Changfeng's onslaught. Infuriated by the humiliation, Xiao Songtian charged forward with a fierce determination, crashing his shield into Li Changfeng before launching a fiery thrust. Li Changfeng effortlessly parried the attack, engaging in a fluid exchange of blows with remarkable ease. At that moment, the Dark Knight Alexander and the warrior Wolf Fong emitted muffled groans from the sidelines. When I turned to look, I was dismayed to find Alexander kneeling on the ground, his shield askew, a blood-red dagger protruding from his chest, an assassination executed by Li Go. "I'll kill you," Wolf Fong roared, sweeping